From a small-time thug of the He Liansheng Society to a Hong Kong underworld godfather who set foot across Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, shaking the underworld of all Southeast Asia and casually stirring up the turbulent Jianghu of Japan and Korea, I needed only 3 years. When I landed at San Francisco Airport, the Hongmin brothers of Zigingtang shouted in unison, "Mountain Lord. Mr. Lin Society has many titles for you. Film tycoon, logistics magnate, oil king, one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Hong Kong, and there are even rumors that you are the last godfather of the Jianghu. Could you share with our magazine readers how you came to be where you are today?" Lin Bin listened to the question from the Time magazine reporter before him and slowly began to speak. "At the beginning, I only wanted to earn enough to fill my stomach. Later, more and more brothers began to follow behind me. I felt I ought to do something for them." Hong Kong, Saigon. On a road leading to the Saigon pier, 3 vehicles sped forward. At the front and rear were 2 large vans commonly known in Hong Kong and Macau as troop carriers, the mobile offices of underworld bosses. At this moment, the rear window of the Black Crown in the middle slowly lowered, revealing a young, handsome face with an extraordinary bearing. He turned his head to glance at the nightscape speeding past outside the window and said, "Ah, we are almost there. Are you ready?" Lin Guahao shrugged his shoulders, turned his head, and bared his white teeth. "Been good, don't worry." When they reached the pier, the 3 vehicles stopped in sequence. 11 or 12 men got out from both the front and rear. A young subordinate approached from behind, opened the car door, and called out, "Bin Ge, we've arrived." Lin Bin nodded and said to the driver, "Ah Chong, wait in the car. Come over when it's done." He then stepped out from the left. He wore a black suit, stood at 1.80 m with a tall, slender frame. No wonder the street punks on the scene all called him Liang Zai Bin. That feels good. What a damned road, it nearly killed me," Lin Guahao muttered as he got out and stretched his back. He stood 1.92 m tall. His upper body was clad in a floral shirt paired with jeans, his entire frame bursting with explosive muscle, especially his chest. Fortunately, the buttons above were left undone, or they might well have been torn apart. "Come on, let's see how our Desha Ge wants to talk," Lin Bin said with a faint smile. Desha was a short brute born and bred in Saigon. Because the area was too remote, few major societies had any interest in it, so he ruled the place with a few dozen men, styling himself the king of Saigon and calling his turf the Saigon Qing Say. "Liang Zai Bin, your He Liansheng may be a major society, but I Desha am no pushover. What do you mean by spreading word in the Jianghu that you want to plant your flag at the Saigon pier?" Earlier that afternoon, when Desha received word that Lin Bin would come to plant his flag, he had been worried. So he asked someone to arrange this meeting, hoping they could sit down and talk things through. Now seeing the 20-odd men approaching on the other side, and then glancing at his own 40 to 50 underlings behind him, his confidence swelled. He thought to himself that the whole Jianghu said Liang Zai Bin was the most prominent figure in He Liansheng these days, but from the looks of it, he was nothing special. Lin Bin led his men over and sat down facing Desha. Lin Guahao stood to one side, holding 2 mountain knives, while the subordinates behind them all carried blades. Picking up the toothpick box from the table, Lin Bin clenched a toothpick between his teeth and said, "Are you crazy? You had Gao Lao invite me here, and this is what you have to say to me? Don't say I give you no face. You've just started your car smuggling business, though I won't put in money. I'll give you 10% shares. How about that?" When he finished, Lin Bin flicked his lips, and the toothpick flew precisely into the cup before Desha. He then quietly watched him. If Desha could accept it, he would drink the cup of tea before him. That is how underworld negotiations worked. Unless absolutely forced, no boss truly wished to start a fight. Otherwise, you hit me today, I hit you tomorrow, and what you earned each month would not even cover bail and medical fees. Most of those eager to fight were just the small-time punks below who wanted to make a name for themselves. Desha's face flushed red as he stared at the cup before him, the toothpick standing upright and spinning on the surface. Then he slapped the table and roared, "How about it, you ask? I say you're not leaving here today. Hack them to death for me." Seeing his flushed face and unhealthy complexion, Lin Bin knew at a glance that the talks had collapsed. He rose abruptly, snatched the mountain knife from Lin Guahao's left hand, flipped the table with one hand, and with the knife in his right hand, chopped down in a single stroke. Desha reacted in time by jumping back a step, otherwise he would have been gutted on the spot. "Go on, hurry up." Desha, scared half to death, retreated while ordering the underlings behind him to surge forward. "With your sort you dare block our way, eh?" As Lin Bin made his move, Lin Guahao also charged in. In an instant, blades flashed across the pier. Lin Bin and Lin Guahao were like 2 tigers descending the mountain. The rabble under Desha's command were not a match for even a single exchange. They were quickly hacked to the ground. Lin Bin casually set upright the overturned chair on the floor and sat down in front of Desha, who was sprawled on the ground. He took out a pack of Marlboro from his pocket, drew a cigarette, clamped it between his teeth, and took a deep drag. "Brother Bin, I yield. From now on, all the business is yours, and all those cars in the warehouse are yours too." Desha forced a grin as he spoke. "People call you stupid, and you truly live up to it," Lin Bin said. "You are giving me what already belongs to me. What does that even mean?" Lin Bin exhaled a plume of smoke, narrowed his eyes, and tapped Desha's cheek with the flat of the blade before resting the knife against Desha's neck. "I still have money. Yes, I still have more than 2 million. It's all yours, Brother Bin." I beg you spare my life. I'll head out to sea at once and never come back to Hong Kong again, Desha pleaded. Terrified, Desha sobbed loudly, tears and snot streaming down his face. Relax, I won't kill you, Lin Bin said. And what I said just now still stands. We keep the business going and your 10% share remains. Get up and take me to the warehouse, Lin Bin said, flicking away his cigarette and rising to his feet. Thank you, Brother Bin, thank you, Brother Bin. My life from now on belongs to you, Desha replied. Seeing Lin Bin put away the knife from his neck, Desha let out a long breath of relief, stood up, and spoke with a smile. He led the group to the entrance of the warehouse, pulled up the rolling shutter, and said, Brother Bin, this is the warehouse. A batch just went out a few days ago, so there are only about 20 crown cars left. They are all top quality. We bring one in from outside for 70 or 80,000 and can flip it for 200,000 while the market price is over 400,000. They sell fast, so I was reluctant to let them go, Desha explained. Achong, give Desha the contract to sign, Lin Bin said. Achong, you let him sign the contract, he ordered. Lin Bin nodded and spoke to the man beside him, who carried a briefcase, stood about 1.75 meters tall, had refined features, and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. All right, Brother Bin. Brother Shah, please take a look at the contract. If there's no problem, you can sign, Lin Guochang said, taking 2 copies of the contract from his briefcase and handing them to Desha. Desha picked up the pen and signed without even reading them. Lin Bin took the contracts without even glancing at them. He then said to Desha, although Sai Kung is a bit out of the way, it still has great potential. Gather the fishermen. From now on, all their catch will be collected by us and then sold in bulk to food stalls and hotels. No one is allowed to run up tabs. The fishermen will only be paid after we receive payment. No one is allowed to sell privately to traders on their own. This matter is yours to handle, he added. Understood, Brother Bin. I've been wanting to do this for a long time, Desha said with a smile, his eyes repeatedly darting toward Lin Guao. But the brothers under me are all locals, more or less related by blood or marriage, so I couldn't pull it off, Desha continued with a smile, his gaze constantly flicking over to Lin Guao. How I'll leave Sai Kung to you. Anyone who doesn't obey, deal with them directly. That should settle things right. Lin Bin glanced at Lin Guao, then turned his head back to address Desha. Don't worry, Brother Bin. If anyone dares disobey, I'll send him into the sea to sell fish balls, Lin Guao said, clenching his right fist over his chest. No problem. With Brother Hao around, there definitely won't be any issues, Desha said, patting his chest in assurance. All right, we'll leave it at that, Lin Bin concluded. After speaking, Lin Bin signaled to a younger brother nearby, who brought over 5 shoulder bags, each containing 500,000. As they walked toward the cars, Lin Bin stopped, took one of the bags from a brother beside him. He turned to Lin Guao and instructed, these 20 or so brothers will stay with you. Take this 500,000. You keep 200,000 and distribute the rest among the brothers. As for the brothers who used to follow Desha, as long as they don't touch heroin or sink into gambling, anyone willing to transfer over is welcome. All medical and recuperation expenses for the injured will be fully covered, he added. Remember, each brother gets a monthly salary of 2,000. As for how much they earn per delivery trip, you arrange that yourself. They're all brave, battle-ready brothers. We can't be the only ones feasting while they only sip the soup, Lin Bin said. Thank you, Brother Bin. The men shouted, elated that each of them could receive 14,500. They usually trained hard, and even in the fight just now, the worst injury was someone taking 2 cuts to the arm, which would only need a couple of stitches at the hospital. What thrilled them even more was having a salary every month. Though not a huge amount, it meant they were no longer mere street punks. They now had a stable income. The punks who had previously followed Desha and were still able to stand were also delighted when they heard this, all shouting that they wanted to follow Brother Bin. After all, being in the underworld was about swagger, and having money on top of that was even better. Now that they were following a boss who could fight better and had more money, they were all fired up with no trace that moments ago they had been at each other's throats. In Hong Kong in 1989, the 4 major societies, XING, Hong Xing, Halma Bang, and Heji, all claimed to have 100,000 members, but in reality many were unattached Blue Lantern foot soldiers who usually only earned 100 or 200 by showing up as muscle in street fights. All right, Brother Bin, let the 2 go with you. We have enough manpower here, and it'll be more convenient for you to have a brother by your side, Lin Guao said. The 2, whose real name was Gao Chong, was the one who had opened the car door for Lin Bin earlier. Just now he had taken down 5 men on his own, his skills formidable. Fine. If manpower here is lacking, just recruit another batch yourself, Lin Bin replied. Keep this as company funds, Lin Bin said with a nod, handing another shoulder bag to Lin Guao. He then turned and got into the car. In Wan Chai outside the bar, Brother Bin, we've arrived. Lin Guochang turned to Lin Bin in the back seat. Lin Bin, now dressed in a black suit, got out of the car and said to the man named Datu standing nearby, Datu, you can drive the car back first. Come pick me up at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Okay, Brother Bin, Datu replied as he took the car keys. Brother Bin, Sun Gu is waiting for you in the private room inside. The valet at the entrance saw Lin Bin approaching and spoke up. What is he here for? Without waiting for a response, Lin Bin walked inside. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by deafening music. The bar covered nearly 1,000 square meters with scattered tables and 5 private rooms accommodating 300,400 people. At that moment on the central stage, there were 20 beautiful women dressed in minimal attire with numbers hanging at their waists, while the crowd below cheered. Lin Bin paid them no mind and headed straight for the private room. Hey, our most dashing brother Bin from Lianxing has arrived. In a few days you'll be our Saikung master. As he pushed the door open, he saw Guanzai Sun, the master of Lianxing's Sham Shui Pa faction, sitting in the middle of the sofa with a jar of candy-like pills on the table in front of him. At that moment, Guanzai Sun was taking one of the pills from the jar and placing it into the mouth of a beautiful woman sitting next to him. Jimmy sat alone while 2 or 3 of his underlings were drinking with nearby women. Hearing Guanzai Sun's words, everyone turned their attention to the entering Lin Bin. Sun Gu is joking. What brings you here today? Let me toast you a drink. Lin Bin walked in and picked up a bottle of beer from the table to take a sip. You've got it good being the head of our Lianxing, and with you as the leading horse, these 2 bars are thriving and packed every night, allowing you to live comfortably, Guanzai Sun said, taking a sip from his glass. That's because our signs are bright enough and the brothers from each faction are united, Lin Bin replied, noticing that Guanzai Sun seemed to have something on his mind. He wanted to preemptively address any requests. Since you put it that way, brother Bin, I won't be polite. You all can step out, Guanzai Sun said, patting the backside of the woman beside him. The woman, somewhat dazed, was reluctant to get up, and her companions hurriedly assisted her out. This little thing is quite popular with many young people these days. Don't say I'm hogging it all. With such high foot traffic at these 2 bars, you don't need to invest in the capital. I'll arrange the goods, and you can take 30 profit. Guanzai Sun pointed at the candy on the table. Sun Gu, don't joke around. The bar belongs to my boss. I'm just here to observe the place. You can discuss this matter with him, or I can't make that call. Come on, he's got just 2 months left as the master. Without manpower and territory, if it weren't for you, these 2 bars wouldn't even be enough to support him in retirement, Guanzai Sun scoffed. All right, Sun Gu. If you've come to party, I welcome you, but I don't want to see that stuff again. Bring in a girl to keep Sun. Lin Bin put away his smile and instructed the waiter at the door, who then turned and walked out. Damn, he's already acting so arrogantly without even being a master yet. Let's not play anymore, let's go, Guanzai Sun said angrily. Brother Bin, isn't it bad to treat him this way? He whispered as he exited the private room. Chong, we are indeed part of the society, but doing this kind of business is like having no foresight. Why do our 2 bars have higher consumption levels than others, yet still have such high traffic? It's not just about the equipment and the quality of the women, and more importantly, it's because it's clean. Most of the customers are white-collar elites here to relax and relieve stress, not to indulge in that kind of thing. Lin Bin turned around and spoke seriously to Lin Guochang. Understood, brother Bin. In a few days we'll be selecting a new master, and I don't want any complications because of him. Lin Guochang adjusted his glasses and replied, how with him being a drugged-out, half-dead gambler? These 2 bars are thriving, why isn't anyone coming to snatch them? Because I've chased them all away. Saikung was also established by me. Who dares to oppose? Who would say that to my face? All right, let's rest early, it's been a long day, Lin Bin waved his hand. At 8 o'clock the next morning, brother Bin, I have arrived. Daitu knocked on the iron gate at the entrance. Lin Bin opened the gate holding 2 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk for Daito. Let's go, take me to the Yuguchi restaurant to meet the boss. You should eat this first. Thank you, brother Bin. Daitu was not polite and stuffed the bun into his mouth. The car stopped at the restaurant entrance and Lin Bin led Daitu inside. Brother Bin, Uncle G is over here. As soon as Lin Bin entered, a younger brother came over to guide him. Bin, you came so early. Come sit over here. Chue Ji glanced at Lin Bin, who entered, and smiled, pointing to an empty seat beside him. I know your habit. You come here for dim sum every morning. Lin Bin walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He was not polite and directly took a Xiao Mai and stuffed it in. You handled last night's matter very well. Although Sai Kung is remote, it is still a territory. I have arranged for the older generation of uncles to meet tomorrow at the incense hall, and I will promote you tomorrow. Chue Ji picked up a shrimp dumpling and spoke while eating. Thank you, boss, I toast you a glass. Lin Bin picked up the tea on the table, filled his cup, and drank it down. Silly boy, I'm your boss, you know. Now I have no one and no territory, just those 2 bars. It's also because of you that they now generate over 10 million every month. If it weren't for you, my retirement would be a problem. Chue Ji took a sip from his cup. 2 years ago, I smuggled over with Ah Hao and Ah Chong, and you helped us deal with the patrolling police, arranging identities for us. Without you, there would be no us now. Here is last month's dividend for you. Lin Bin took out a HSBC bank check. That's all in the past. At that time, I didn't know you and Ah Hao were so capable. The 2 of you took down dozens of people sent by Bin and I, who of the Hongxing Society, in quite Sing. In 2 months, I will retire. I can only help you become the home master, but from then on you will have to rely on yourself. Chue Ji looked at the 2 million written on the check before putting it back in his pocket. Who else is running for the next term? Lin Bin asked, chewing on a chicken foot bone. Right now, the most prominent in the gang is Big D. He has made Sun want a stronghold loaded with money and power. However, Deng Bo mentioned to me a few days ago that he is optimistic about Alu and Jordan, so it's hard to say now. After a pause, he continued. The most important thing for you now is to become the home master. When the time comes, whoever wants to run will come to you for votes. Chue Ji picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth. Well, I'm full, I will leave first. Lin Bin grabbed a towel to wipe his hands and casually wiped his face as he stood up. Go ahead tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. The incense hall will give you your title without being late. Chu Ji instructed. Don't worry, you all take good care of the boss, Lin Bin said to the brothers beside him. Got it, Brother Bin. Exiting the restaurant, Daitu opened the car door for Lin Bin to get in, then sat in the driver's seat. Brother Bin, where are we? To Sham Shui, I have an appointment with Jimmy to discuss something. After speaking, Lin Bin leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. Brother Bin, your health is indeed strong, and after going out last night, you still look so good this morning. Jimmy smiled as he watched Lin Bin walk into the tea house first. Just a hard life, let's go inside to talk. Lin Bin waved his hand. Entering the tea room, Lin Bin sat in the main seat, directly taking the boiling water kettle to pour into the teapot. Let's have tea house business. Lin Bin poured a cup for Jimmy, also picked up a cup for himself, blew on the tea in the cup, and then took a sip. 3 months ago, Jimmy approached him with a proposal to produce pirated DVDs and requested a loan of HK 5000. At the time, he happened to have the funds on hand, and sensing great potential in the film market, invested the full amount. They agreed to split equity 50-50. Ah Chong drafted the agreement, and after 2 months of preparation, production commenced last month. Reportedly at a substantial scale, though sales figures remained uncertain. Business is booming. The entire population of Hong Kong exceeds 5.7 million, not counting undocumented residents, and each cinema ticket costs 50 Hong Kong dollars to 60 Hong Kong dollars. An authentic DVD retails for over 20 Hong Kong dollars, whereas our production cost per disc is merely 2 Hong Kong dollars, and we wholesale them to newsagents and street vendors at 5 Hong Kong dollars apiece. Last month alone, we sold 3,000 units. After deducting wages for 10 workers, net profit reached HK0. Though this was constrained by limited production capacity. Jimmy took a sip of tea and continued. Therefore, I propose allocating the remaining capital toward establishing an additional production line to significantly scale output. Projected steady monthly sales should reach 1 million units. As long as you've assessed the situation thoroughly, proceed accordingly. Given your extensive network, do you happen to know any footwear or handbag factory owners considering selling their operations? Lin Bin reflected. With projected monthly sales of 1 million units, distribution across films and music recordings would vary, some titles strong, others weak, and given the profitability, inevitable competition was only natural. There's a footwear factory owned by someone I know located in Taiwan near Saigon. It's sizable, but recently its owner traveled to Macau and fell victim to a gambling scam, losing several million. He's now eager to sell, though his asking price is steep, 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Experts estimate its true value at no more than 7 million Hong Kong dollars, which explains why it remains unsold. Jimmy paused thoughtfully. Agreed. Let's take it. Arrange a meeting for me, 2 o'clock this afternoon. Big Head drive me home for a quick nap, then inform Ah Ho. Ask him to prepare. He'll accompany us to finalize the deal. As he settled into the car, Lin Bin gave the instruction. After a restorative nap at home, he and Ah Ho joined Jimmy and arrived at the Taipa footwear factory. The factory owner Chen Jijian appeared haggard, still reeling from the psychological toll of his gambling loss. Uncle Chun, this is my friend Lin Bin. He's interested in acquiring your factory, Jimmy introduced. I've had independent appraisals conducted. Your factory is worth no more than 5 million Hong Kong dollars. I'll offer 6 million Hong Kong dollars, cash in exchange for full ownership. That's a fair and reasonable proposition. Uncle Chin frowned. Mr. Lin, your valuation feels excessively aggressive. I still hold raw materials and inventory worth well over 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Mr. Chen, the factory has lingered on the market without buyers. Further delay will only erode its value. My offer is sincere and equitable for both parties. Uncle Chun hesitated, glancing warily at Lin Guahao and the 24 armed Triad members loitering near the. Moreover, upon acquisition, I'll retain you as general manager. HK0 monthly salary sufficient to sustain your family. Jimmy will serve as your deputy. Raise any concerns you may have. I acknowledge the 10 million Hong Kong dollars asking price is inflated. I owe that sum to King Kuei Li, a Macau loan shark. He's threatened to abduct my wife and children to Tuen Mun if repayment isn't made this month. Very well. Sign the contract and provide me King Kuei Li's contact number. I'll assume responsibility for Mr. Lin. Surely you mean this. Uncle Chin studied Lin Bin closely. Uncle Chin, Mr. Lin is the Sai Kung branch leader of the Walin Sheng Triad. His word is binding, rest assured. Jimmy interjected. You'll be secure as factory manager, and thus part of our organization. Should King Kuei Li dare set foot in Hong Kong to harass you, I'll cut him down where he stands. Lin Guahao pressed his palms together and mimed a swift downward slash. Tonight I'll meet him to negotiate. Once resolved, I'll return tomorrow afternoon. Lin Bin sensed Uncle Chin's lingering fear that this might be an empty-handed ruse. Agreed, sign the contract, and I'll handle King Kuei Li. Hearing those words, Uncle Chun immediately consented. Saigon Wharf. Brother Ben, are you truly willing to spend 10 million to settle this for him? Ahao asked puzzled. Who said it must be 10 million Hong Kong dollars? Don't I own HSBC Bank? Just fill in a number on the check. It's money. Taking responsibility doesn't necessarily mean paying cash. Call the Lone King of Macau. Tell him the debt of Chun Jijian is now assumed by Lin Sheng Triad. Ahao, seeing Lin Bin speak so decisively, wasted no words. Immediately pulled out his brick phone and dialed the Lone King. Hello. Is this the Lone King of Fuck Ching Gang who lends at exorbitant interest? Yes. So who the hell are you? The Lone King was mid-game playing mahjong with 3 tycoons. A henchman handed him the phone. The Lone King took it in his left hand, pressing it to his ear, while his right remained on the table, fingers brushing tiles. Then slam. A tile slammed down. Who? Pay up. The other 3 tycoons reached into drawers beneath the mahjong table, counted out stacks of cash, and tossed them onto the gambling surface. This is Lin Sheng Triad from Hong Kong. We're assuming Chun Zijian's debt. Ahao announced loudly. Sorry, gentlemen. I need to take this call. Cho Di, please keep our guests entertained. The Lone King waved dismissively. Cho Di hurriedly gathered the cash from the table and sat down to resume the game with the tycoons. Damn it. Can't even enjoy a proper hand of mahjong. You've got so much money. Why not just split some off for him? One tycoon, speaking with a Fujianese accent, grumbled as Cho Di settled into his seat. Absolutely, sir. I'll ensure you play to your heart's content, Cho Di replied with a smile, shuffling the mahjong tiles between his palms. In Macau, casinos, chips came in 2 forms: those exchanged directly for cash or checks, and those issued as lima to out-of-town tycoons who found carrying large sums inconvenient and certainly never carried checks on their person. So lima emerged casinos assessed a patron's financial standing and social stature, then extended an initial credit line and chips. Winnings could be redeemed instantly for cash, while losses required later settlement in full. Initially, triads merely guarded casino premises or lured wealthy patrons in for commissions. But soon some tycoons complained the allotted lima wasn't enough to satisfy their appetite for risk and began borrowing directly from the very henchmen who'd brought them in. The Lone King first rose collecting debts for Fujianese merchants across Southeast Asia. By chance, he entered the service of a powerful tycoon who later introduced him to Fuck Ching Gang. Now he stands as Macau's most renowned financial syndicate boss. Fine, so a big boss wants to settle. I'll wait for you in Macau. When will the payment arrive? My boss has something to say to you. Hearing the voice through the receiver, Lin Bin spread his fingers wide in a beckoning gesture. Ahao promptly handed. The Lone King ascended to the upper floor. There, suspended midair by a thick hemp rope, hung a naked middle-aged man, his body crisscrossed with wounds, nose shattered, lips split, barely clinging to life. The Lone King seized a wooden cudgel from a nearby henchman and struck the man viciously. Then, holding the phone to his ear, growled, "Who the hell are you?" Crack. The man jolted awake in agony, letting out a feeble guttural cry, gasping more breath out than in. Stop. Your Highness, I'll repay. I swear I'll repay. Go to hell. Now you remember repayment. If you had money, would you be hanging here like meat on a hook? Must you speak? Lin Bin frowned faintly as the voice crackled through the receiver. I don't care who you are, or how you got my number. Debts must be repaid. That's the natural order. Fail to pay, and I'll have you dumped into the sea, your entire family forced onto the streets to sell themselves. I am Lin Bin of Lin Sheng Triad. I'm assuming Chun Jijian's debt. If you want your money, cross the harbor and speak with me face to face. If not, you may stay in Macau. Consider the debt void. Chun Jijian and his family are under my protection. Damn, what arrogance. Is Lin Sheng now under your leadership? Shui Ji is my boss. Do you think you're worthy to speak with him? Shh. The Lone King paused, weighing the words, then said, fine. I'll come to Hong Kong shortly to speak with you. Let's see what dazzling rhetoric you've got. He descended the stairs. The mahjong round had just ended. Seeing his henchman counting out cash, he shoved Cho Di aside from his chair, ended the call, and resumed shuffling the tiles himself. A punk from Hong Kong. A tycoon owes me 10 million. And this kid calls claiming he'll assume the debt, demanding I cross over to negotiate. The Lone King explained to the 3 tycoons as he settled back into his seat and drew a tile, slamming it onto the table. Yao Ji. We provide only capital. How you run the business is none of our concern. Handle it as you see fit, said the tycoon opposite him, dressed in a tang suit. Understood, Director Ding. Looks like today's fortune favors me. Let's pause here for now. I'll resolve this matter first. The Lone King declared, drawing a winning tile. Lin Bin set down his brick phone and rubbed his nose, all bluster and posturing. Without brains, one remains a street thug for life. In the waters of Shangjiang, a fishing boat floated with the waves. A house stood on the deck, smoking a cigarette, 1 foot resting on a low stool, revealing the grip of a gun at his waist. The gun was entirely black with a large 5-point star on the handle, commonly referred to as the Big Black Star. Its advantages included a long range, significant power, and affordability, making it quite popular. At this moment, he was observing several speedboats alongside the fishing boat. One was empty, while the others each had 2 or 3 lackeys on board. One of them was provocatively raising a long gun AK at him, making a dud sound. The fishing boat remained stationary, swaying with the ocean waves. Lin Bin sat on a chair inside the cabin, holding a piece of charcoal to stoke the fire at the bottom of the pot. He was dressed in a black suit, slicked back hair, and appeared spirited. Opposite him, the powerful Quelly Wong was also wearing a black suit with a white shirt buttoned to the chest and a thick gold chain around his neck showcasing a jade guanyin pendant. His gaze was scrutinizing Lin Bin up and down. Two lackeys from Haokong stood behind him, one of whom had previously played mahjong with his boss. Dashin was outside the boat catching fish. As a major figure in the Haokong underworld, Kowloon Wong could not directly step into Lin Bin's territory, even for negotiations. Having fought his way up for many years, he understood the nature of underworld dealings well. If negotiations failed, Lin Bin wouldn't care about how many lackeys he had in Haokong. He couldn't compare to Lin Bin's 10,000 men from Lianqing. If Lin Bin decided to issue a direct order to kill him, he would have no place to voice his grievances. However, he could not easily give up on the 10 million debt, no matter how bright Lianqing's reputation was. It was still in Xinjiang. Merely talking would not suffice to erase this debt. Thus, they arranged to meet on the open sea. If they reached an agreement, that would be great. If not, it would come down to luck. When the agreed time arrived, both sides set out to sea, and Kowloon Wong's lackeys were supposed to board the fishing boat. However, upon seeing Lin Bin bringing only 2 people, he decided to bring only 2 lackeys onto the boat as well. The Minnan people valued face. If he brought a large group onto the boat, it would be a laughingstock. Lin Bin did not look down on Kowloon Wong. He merely thought that since Kowloon Wong was willing to come for talks, it was for the money. Therefore, he only brought Dashin and a Hao. Why? Abin, you want to take on Chen Zijian's debt? How loyal? Did you bring the money? Given our connection with Lianqing, I'll give you an 80 discount. Thank you for the favor, Brother Wong. However, I don't have that much cash on me right now. When it comes to money, there are many things in this society that are more important than cash. Lin Bin stirred the fish soup in the pot with a spoon. The sea was cool, and the steaming fish soup emitted heat, dispelling some of the chill. Lin Bin served a bowl of fish soup in front of Kowloon Wong. After he spoke, one of Kowloon Wong's Minnan lackeys couldn't help but say, "Damn it, you dare to invite my boss out without money. Do you want me to turn this boat into a sieve?" At that moment, Dashin walked in carrying a fish weighing about 20 pounds and threw it directly on the table. Lin Bin grabbed the fish head, sliced it. At that moment, Dashin walked in carrying a fish weighing about 20 pounds and threw it directly on the table. Lin Bin grabbed the fish head, sliced it open from the belly, removed the entrails, and then chopped off the fish head. Still silent, he looked at Kowloon Wong, then cut the fish into slices and tossed the knife aside. Kowloon Wong watched the fish meat rolling in the soup, took a deep breath, and glared at the lackey. "Apologies, Bingu, it was my ignorance that led me to speak out of turn." After speaking, Kowloon Wong's Minnan lackey smashed a spoon onto the plate, shattering it into pieces. He ground the handle of the spoon a few times, and then picked up the pieces to chew, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. "Haha, Brother Wong is impressive. This brother is quite bold. You teach your men well." Lin Bin chuckled twice, lifted his bowl, took a sip of fish soup, and continued, "What were we discussing again?" "Right, what's more important than money is the avenue for making money." "Exactly, what's more important than money is the avenue for making money. Bingu, do you have any lucrative opportunities to share with me?" Haha, Kowloon Wong clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "I see that the business of those 2 bars in Wanzai is doing well. Oh, I've been there to have fun before. Let me invest, no questions asked, just clear the debt." Kowloon Wong finished the fish soup in one gulp. "The bars belong to my boss, especially the clean operations inside. It's not as easy to earn as you think, so Brother Wong, don't keep dreaming about it." However, Lin Bin paused. "Just yesterday, I took over Saigon completely, and tomorrow the gang will hold a meeting in Shantung. I think no one will contest me for the position of the Hall Master. The stall is territory, and Lin Bin naturally cannot give the territory to others, otherwise the punishment hall would jump out and accuse him of selling the gang, leaving him with no justification. However, loan sharking is different. Just look at how many people have been driven to ruin. Since he intends to do legitimate business, he must naturally discard this part of the operation. Using this to settle the accounts and take over the shoe factory would be a sure profit." Kowloon Wong's eyes lit up. "How much do a dozen gambling stalls generate in a day?" "On average, the monthly take is 200,000 to 300,000. Loan sharks collect based on their abilities. Brother Wong, for someone like you with compound interest, 5 million in capital can be turned into 10 million in just 3 months, even more profitable than selling drugs. Generating 50,000 to 60,000 a month is not a problem. However, what I offer you is merely the lending business. The profits are for the brothers. The profits are also a significant income, just enough to support the younger brothers, and of course, it cannot be given to Kowloon Wong." Kowloon Wong was already tempted. On the surface, he pretended to say only 50,000 to 60,000 a month. "For a figure of 10 million, do you know how much I can earn lending at the gambling house in Aojiang over a year? At least 50 million. Why don't you say 5 billion, you fool?" Lin Bin thought to himself, but said this small amount of money is indeed nothing to Brother Wong. "But this is the first flag for you to step into Xinjiang. At that time, you will be the only big shot from Aojiang who has planted a flag in Xinjiang. As long as you stand firm, the brothers on Aojiang Road will surely give you a thumbs up. Moreover, as long as you open a financial company in Saigon, you can also conduct business in other regions. After all, gambling stalls have territory, but loan sharking does not. If this place cannot lend, they will naturally go to another. If you do not lend money to others, how can you stop them from borrowing elsewhere?" Lin Bin finished speaking with a smile, looking at Kowloon Wong. Gui Liwang rolled his eyes, picked up a piece of fish, put it in his mouth, drank a bowl of fish soup, exhaled a breath of hot air, and slowly spoke. Good. Today I will give you face for you and brother Lianqing. I will take care of the gambling business in Saigon. Chen Ji's debt will be written off. Gui Liwang turned around and extended his hand to another underling who took out a signed loan note from his bag, stating a principal of 5 million with a weekly interest of 3% compounded. Lin Bin took the loan note, glanced at it, and smiled. Brother Wang is straightforward. I will also give you the bad debts borrowed from the gambling stalls as a gesture for the brothers to enjoy a cup of tea. It's only fair they traveled so far. Since we are not doing it anymore, let's clean it up and give him all the bad debts. Gui Liwang felt like he made a windfall and laughed heartily. Then thank you, Brother Bin. In a couple of days I will arrange for someone to bring cash over. At that time, I will need Brother Bin's support. Of course, if Brother Bin and your brothers have time to come to Aojiang for fun, you must come find me. I will ensure you are coming. Gui Liwang blinked, revealing an understanding look that men know. The big shots in Aojiang can't be found in Xiangjiang. Then I will thank Brother Wang on behalf of the brothers. Lin Bin agreed with a smile. Fortunately, it was still early, and they had nothing urgent to do, so the two did not rush to leave, continuing to chat slowly. During this time, Lin Bin asked Gui Liwang the name of the underling who had just eaten the soup spoon, learning that the other party was called Stinky D. He thought to himself that anyone who dares to eat soup spoons raw is definitely a tough character. When the fish soup in the pot was nearly finished, Lin Bin accompanied Ah Hao and Desha to send Gui Liwang and the others off. Once they boarded the speedboat, the three turned and returned to the cabin. Brother Bin, are you really just giving the gambling lending business worth millions a year to him? Isn't that giving him an advantage? Ah Hao sat in the cabin, one foot on a low stool, smoking a cigarette, and asked, Yes, Brother Bin, I can also do lending. If you hand the business to me, and he dares to come collect, I will cut him down. Desha chimed in beside him. You both remember, from now on we will only engage in legitimate business. There's a bad debt at the gambling stall. If I remember correctly, there's a fool who pressed for debts and drove someone to jump off a building, right? Holding on to such a business is like holding on to a bomb. Better to give it to Wang Zi. Lin Bin finished speaking while looking at Desha, who had an awkward expression. Using this to exchange for a shoe factory would be a huge profit. Moreover, making a friend from Aojiang means more friends and more paths. Lin Bin looked towards Aojiang through the window. Boss, that gambling establishment brings in millions a year. Is it possible that Lin Bin's willingness to hand it over so easily is a deception? On the other side of the speedboat, Gui Liwang, holding a cigar, was asked by the man beside him, Cho Di. Another henchman piloted the speedboat, listening intently. Even if it is a deception, so what? What he said earlier was right. As long as he sets foot on the territory of Xiangjiang and plants this flag, it will be a success. At that point, it won't just be about lending at high interest at anything that can make money. Drugs, arms, gambling. I will do it. The local gangs in Xiangjiang are very exclusive. This is a rare opportunity. Gui Liwang raised his head and exhaled smoke, expressing with a hint of Minnan dialect. Only those who dare to fight will win. Even a fool can become a boss. As long as he can break into Xiangjiang and plant a flag, he can find support from the big bosses behind him and compete for territory in Xiangjiang, becoming a true boss straddling two lands. Many big shots from Hong Kong and Taiwan have long been eager for many businesses in Xiangjiang, and now he has such an opportunity. Moreover, this path is not impassable. It's just a matter of seeing how capable he is. Lin Bin took a boat back to Xiangjiang and then rode a car to Taipei. The journey was peaceful. He instructed Lin Guahao, How tomorrow when the Xiang Hall opens we will make a name for ourselves. Prepare to gather more people and find a few good locations for shops ready to open a shoe store. Once we sign the contract with Chen Jijian, and after securing the shoe factory, I will start production. Don't worry, Bingo, everyone in the underworld knows you pay the brothers well. Many rascals are eager to come under your wing. Ahau exclaimed exaggeratedly. The old rule is that friends and gamblers are not paid differently. The treatment remains the same. In the future, the cut from the gambling establishment and the profits from the shoe store will be shared with the brothers. Lin Bin pondered for a moment. Outsourcing the high-interest lending business of the gambling establishment would surely raise objections among the brothers. The cut from the gambling establishment is akin to the liquor sales in nightclubs. While there is profit, the real big money comes from the high-interest loans. It's just like selling drugs and pills in nightclubs. Therefore, if money is deducted from the brothers, it must be compensated from elsewhere. Otherwise, reducing their income for no reason will lead to dissatisfaction among the brothers. Even if they don't voice it, they will eventually become estranged. Now the combined profit from the cut and future store profits along with their monthly salaries surpasses what they would get from high-interest loans, leaving the brothers with no complaints. Just sitting back and reaping money without the need for bloodshed. Those little brats must be laughing even in their dreams. Ahau chuckled when he heard Lin Bin was going to distribute this money. That statement made a lot of sense. Whether it's selling drugs or high-interest loans, both require work. Compared to selling drugs, the risk of high-interest lending is indeed lower, but occasionally mishaps leading to bloodshed will still necessitate fleeing. Why are there so many gangsters in Xiangjiang? Some seek quick money, wanting to rise above others and become big shot. However, most are compelled by circumstance. With tens of thousands of gangs combined, there is roughly one gangster for every 10 people. In such a situation, if you don't join, you may not even have food to eat. Lin Bin may not be able to make everyone a big boss, but he can provide the brothers with a legitimate opportunity to earn money, and the income is not low. As Lin Bin grows stronger, their income will also increase. Perhaps one day, even if they don't become big shots, they can still walk out with confidence, standing tall and proud. With such prospects, how could the brothers below not fight for Lin Bin? They would dare to confront the governor of Hong Kong. After hearing Ahao's joyful laughter, Lin Bin also laughed heartily, saying, "Let the brothers be affiliated with the shoe factory. From now on, let them avoid calling it a gang, who remember it's a company. In the future, I want our company's brothers to wear suits, ties, drive luxury cars, and live in mansions." By then, not just the gangsters from Xinjiang, Hong Kong, and Taiwan, but even those from Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, Thailand, and even the North American underworld will be astonished to see us. What's there to be astonished about, Bin Gu? Upon hearing Lin Bin's grand plans, Ahao chimed in. They will be amazed because we look so good. Lin Bin laughed heartily while holding a cigarette. Ha ha ha. The car echoed with the brothers' unrestrained. The next morning, the two drove Lin Bin, Lin Guahao, and Lin Guizhang to the main hall. Usually Uncle Deng would invite the elders to come over for tea. At this moment in the main hall, the conference table and tea table had been removed. In the center, there was an altar dedicated to Guan Er Yi with a row of ancestor tablets below. Below was the offering table adorned with 3 sacrificial animals, in front of which lay a round cushion. 2 rows of chairs were placed at the foot of the offering table, now fully occupied. Seated in the first chair on the left was Uncle Deng. The first row on the right had no chairs. Lin Bin walked to the center of the hall. At this moment, Chui Ji was holding a large knife and approached the offering table. Who is below the stage? I am Lin Name Bin from the He Lian Sheng Red Stick faction. Why have you come here today? Chui Ji continued to ask. Long Jin stepped out from the other side. He was the proposer for today, as agreed upon with Chui Ji. The ones below are our Hongmin brothers who have accomplished great deeds for our Hongmin. Today I, Long Jin, in my capacity as a Hongmin elder, propose him to be promoted as the Tang Master. Chui Ji lifted his knife and stepped forward, standing beside Lin Bin, shouting loudly. Kneel. Lin Bin immediately knelt down. First oath. From the moment you enter Hongmin, your parents are my parents. Your siblings are my siblings. Your wife is my sister-in-law, your son is my nephew. If anyone violates this, let the 5 thunders obliterate them. Second oath. If there are parents or siblings with 100 years of lifespan and no money for burial, if a white silk appears seeking help, then those with money shall contribute money, and those without shall lend their strength. If anyone pretends ignorance, let the 5 thunders obliterate them. The 36th oath. Scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants each hold their own trade. Once entering Hongmin, loyalty and brotherhood must come first, forging bonds with brothers across the seas. In the future, during uprisings, we must work together to eradicate the Qing dynasty, swiftly restore the Ming lord, and avenge the fires set by the 5 ancestors. If anyone is of divided mind, shirks from effort, they will die under countless blades. Lin Bin, you are officially appointed. The knife is the Hongmin knife, the stick is the Longfeng stick. Entering my Muyang city means you are a member of the Hong family. Today Hongmin and He Lian Sheng reopen the incense hall. Today, with the altar master Chun Han, Chui Ji does not know the original name, so he made one up. I hold a promotion ceremony for my disciple. Let all the ancestors of Hongmin witness. He Lian Sheng was originally part of Hongmin. After passing the 5 gates, Hong Ing was bestowed. For 60 years we have fought for the world to turn red Hong. Lin Bin raised the incense high above his head. Do you love your brothers and sisters, or gold? I love my brothers and sisters. Seeking high positions and wealth, seeking loyalty and righteousness. Seeking loyalty and righteousness. After a series of rituals, Lin Bin knew his back would definitely be red and swollen again. Lin Guahao handed over his clothes, and Lin Bin put them on without hesitation. Bin, you did well. Although last time you and Ahao drove away dozens of Han Bin's men from Hongxing, you made quite an but this time is different. You have represented our He Lian Sheng's reputation. Our society hasn't expanded in a long time, and I have high hopes for you. Uncle Deng, sitting in his chair with his hands resting on his cane, said with a serene expression. Thank you, Uncle Deng. As a member of the society, it is our duty to uphold the reputation. Without the society, there is no me. I will make the hall thrive and not disappoint the society. Knowing Uncle Deng's nature, Lin Bin spoke of the society, and Uncle Deng's face lit up with joy. As expected of the top horse of the hall, I did have high hopes for you. If you ever need help, feel free to ask me. My Tsuan is much better than your Sai Kong. You are always welcome to come and have fun. Thank you, Brother Didi. I will definitely visit when I have time. Lin Bin smiled, but internally he scoffed, thinking you fish without wearing a helmet, waiting for me to come collect your corpse. Bin, come to Jordan when you have time. We are all brothers. Seeing the two engaged in a lively conversation, Lu hurried over and extended his hand to Lin Bin. He had already heard from Uncle Deng that the next hall master would be either him or Didi. The He Lian Sheng reputation is grand, but it has long been in a state of disarray. The fat man has been balancing things, sitting steadily on the fishing platform. Now that Lin Bin has finally emerged, he cannot easily let Didi pull him away. Luxiao Jordan is the most prosperous area in all of Xinjiang. I've been wanting to go and have some fun. Lin Bin reached out to shake hands. Is it the most prosperous? Ali, you must not let others take you away. Didi said in a sarcastic tone. We are all brothers in the society. If others step on me, you wouldn't help me, right, Didi? Help? I definitely will. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. Didi felt he had hit a soft nail, finding it uninteresting, and left the main hall with a gloomy expression. The other uncles also came over one by one to express their gratitude. Abin, regarding the last incident with Deshai, was because I previously delayed him with a Mercedes and owed him a favor, so he dragged me to talk to you about reconciliation. You won't blame me, will you? At this moment, the South District Hall Master Gao Lao followed Lin Bin out. The South District is on the outskirts of Xinjiang, and Gao Lao only had a big guy under him who could recite the 36 oaths. Fearing Lin Bin would settle scores later, he hurried out to explain in person. Blame you? How could that be? The matter has passed. Besides, Deshai is doing quite well with me now, Lin Bin replied with a light smile on the surface. However, he was thinking in his heart, knowing that I had announced my intention to establish a flag in Saikang to prepare for becoming the Hall Master. Otherwise, how could I let Shui Ji step down and guard 2 bars by himself pretending to be a big shot? Congratulations, Brother Bin. After the tall man departed, Ah Ho and Ah Chong led over 100 men raising beer bottles and cheering in unison with broad smiles. Handsome Bin, you're truly formidable. You've been reported for assembling a mob and assaulting multiple civilians last night. Come with us. At that moment, 3 men crossed the street, shouldered through the crowd, and stood before Lin Bin. The lead officer produced his badge and pinned it to his chest. Senior Inspector Wang Chaixing. Oh dear Senior Inspector Wang, I'm absolutely terrified. Lin Bin recognized them as officers from the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau OCTB. He stared coldly at Wang, feigning helplessness, but his expressionless face conveyed nothing but biting mockery. It was an outright provocation. After all, he had just ascended to the position of Tong Master, and in front of so many underlings. If his authority wavered even slightly, none would ever respect him again. Triad enforcers only bully the weak and cower before the strong. Where are the victims? Bring them forward. If you have evidence, arrest me. I'll confess on the spot. Otherwise, I'll file a formal complaint against you with the Complaints Against Police Office. Lin Bin sneered. Humph. Where were you at 9 p.m. last night? Senior Inspector Wang curled his lips into a chilling smirk. I was drinking at Bin Se Bar the entire time. Who can vouch for you? All these brothers standing beside me can test. That's right. I was drinking in the private lounge that night, and Brother Bin even came over to toast me. I'll testify for him too. Anything wrong with that? Guan Zai-sin stepped forward to back him up. Guan Zai-san, this doesn't concern you. Your own affairs. I'll be paying you a visit soon enough. Senior Inspector Wang glared darkly at the nonchalant figure standing before him. Come by any time. I'll be waiting. Right now I'm off to take a shower. Guan Zai-sun, whose business thrived on discretion and dreaded police scrutiny, seized the opening Wang offered. After all, this wasn't his fight. All right, brother son, safe travels. Lin Bin nodded respectfully. Multiple eyewitnesses saw you slash several people. How do you explain that? Wang locked eyes with Lin Bin, unwavering. Which one of them saw it? Tell him to step forward. Lin Bin lifted his chin, scanning the crowd, then added, Officer, if he says I slashed them, does that make it true? I could claim your mother assaulted me. Would you believe that? Isn't your force built upon evidence above all else? Produce the witnesses and the victims. If your evidence is sufficient, drag me straight to the station this instant. Lin Bin raised both hands, palms outward, directly before Wang Chaixing. Damn it. Wang snarled at Lin Bin's audacity and immediately raised his hand. Cuff him. Yes, Senior Inspector Wang. A sharp-eyed officer swiftly drew his handcuffs, reaching for Lin Bin's wrists. His gaze never left Lin Bin, fearing he might erupt without warning. At that moment, Ah Chong stepped forward, dressed in a navy blue suit and matching tie, placing himself squarely between Lin Bin and the officers. Ah Ho likewise moved forward, standing firm beside him, his gaze sweeping coolly across the scene. Ah Chong extended a business card with deliberate calm. Good day, Senior Inspector Wang of the OCTB. I am legal counsel for the Wen Shin Company, and also the personally retained attorney of Mr. Lin Bin, Lin Guochang. Lin Guochang had fair skin and wore gold-rimmed spectacles. His refined features and scholarly bearing marked him unmistakably as an intellectual. Wang didn't accept the card. Narrowing his eyes, he replied icily, Lin Guochang, the licensed barrister who specializes in covering up your boss's misdeeds. And you champion Ho, I know you well. The left and right arms of handsome Bin. Senior Inspector, my client Mr. Lin has committed no crime. Without evidence, you hold no lawful authority to detain him. Unruffled, Lin Guochang withdrew the card and slipped it smoothly into his jacket pocket, speaking with crystalline clarity. 2 years ago, all 3 of you arrived here as illegal immigrants. I still don't know who granted you legitimacy. Yet you proved remarkably clever, securing your legal credentials in record time. Wang's gaze swept over the trio. But why only the 3 of you? Where are your families? Have they all perished? What did you just say? Want me to kill you right now? A furious Aho clenched his fist ready to strike. What do you think you're doing? Step back now. The officer holding the cuffs instantly rested his hand on his holstered sidearm, while another drew his service pistol and aimed it squarely at Lin Guahao. Wang Chaixing. Food may be eaten recklessly, and at worst you'll suffer diarrhea. Words, however spoken carelessly, may cost you your life. Lin Bin advanced a single step, locking eyes with Wang. So close their faces were separated by barely the width of a palm. Behind him, over 100 underlings surged forward in unison, raising beer bottles and encircling the three officers. I'd like to invite Mr. Lin to accompany us to the station for a standard 24-hour investigative interview. I trust he won't refuse. Wang surveyed the tightening ring of Triad members, fearing escalation, and quietly pressed down the arm of the officer who had drawn his weapon. As a law-abiding citizen, of course I won't refuse. Lin Bin replied, voice glacial. Senior Inspector Wang. Inspector Li is calling us. A nearby officer's pager chimed sharply. He glanced at its display and announced the message. Senior Inspector, is this correct? Today marks the grand inauguration of our Wen Sheng Tong. You dare blockade our main hall. That takes courage. But if you insist on compelling Brother Bin to fulfill his civic duty, then 10,000 Wen Sheng brothers will stand idle today. Not a single task will be carried out. The Public Relations Branch's civilian complaint hotline will ring relentlessly, from dawn until dusk. Let's see who ends up disgraced. With that, Uncle Deng stepped forward, adjusted his trousers, and stood squarely before Wang Chaixing. And if I insist on taking him anyway? Wang's eyes narrowed. Boss. Brother Bin. Aho smashed his beer bottle onto the pavement. Instantly, over 100 brothers roared in unison, and followed suit, hurling their bottles down with thunderous crashes. A rapid staccato of shattering glass filled the air. Within moments, the ground glittered with jagged fragments. Lin Bin remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly upon Wang Chaixing. Wang took a deep, steadying breath. Fall back. The two officers beside him exhaled faintly in relief. As Wang turned to leave, Lin Guachang stepped before him, voice grave. Your earlier remarks will be preserved as grounds for a formal defamation lawsuit. Wang's face flushed with humiliation. Without another word, he strode toward the blue Toyota parked roadside. Thank you, Uncle Deng, Lin Bin said once Wang and his team had driven away. You're part of the Tong. When you're in trouble, the Tong stands behind you. Every time a new Tong master or sitting master is elected, the police inevitably summon them for tea. A ritual reminder that in Hong Kong the force holds ultimate sway. Go on home now. Uncle Deng waved dismissively. Lin Bin watched the retreating sedan, his expression unreadable. Colonial lapdogs, their spines bend all too easily. Brothers, follow me to Yu Guqi restaurant. Let's raise our glasses and celebrate. Lin Bin shouted. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Brothers, let me toast to you first. Many of you are newcomers to our gang, and I want to emphasize that every month there will be a salary with a minimum of 2,000 Hong Kong dollars. The more you work, the more you earn. Lin Bin stood on the stage of the banquet hall, raising his wine glass, looking at the brothers below as they cheered loudly. Furthermore, I have acquired a shoe factory in Taipei, which is currently producing the latest models of sneakers that are guaranteed to sell like hotcakes. Following this, the shoe store will open. The cost of one pair of sneakers is 50 Hong Kong dollars, and the uniform selling price is 198 Hong Kong dollars. For every pair sold, I will give you 50. Of course, the money for working for the company is separate. Let's all drink to our success. Lin Bin emptied his glass and nodded, signaling to the crowd. Thank you, Brother Bin. Cheers. Brother Bin, what if I'm not cut out for business? A young man with dyed yellow hair stood up and asked. Are you out of your mind? Don't you wear shoes when you go out? You're a gangster, right? There are so many students, don't they need to buy a couple of pairs at the change of seasons? Wouldn't they buy several pairs to alternate throughout the year? Each school has thousands of students. If you can't make this business work, then you might as well lie down at home and let me send you money to spend. At this moment, Desha stood up and lectured. Students, aren't they just my little brothers? If you make 50 on one pair, that's 5,000 on 1,000 pairs. We're going to get rich. The young man with yellow hair shouted energetically, and others' eyes lit up as they exchanged glances with the brothers sitting nearby, silently nodding in agreement. Business is business, but I don't want to hear any negative news about the gang. They are all future societal elites. Lin Bin could see the expressions of the crowd, clearly worried that some foolish individuals might pressure those students for a little money. After all, it's not just the merchants and street vendors who need to pay protection fees. Every school has its bullies collecting money from students as well. Understood, Brother Bin, the crowd shouted again, this time clearly more passionately. After all, they have to buy shoes. Who would dare not buy from me, the big boss? Do you look down on He Lianqing? Everyone held this thought, and the smiles on their faces could hardly be suppressed. After a hearty meal and drinks, Lin Bin and his group left the restaurant. Brother Bin, this is my cousin from the mainland. A couple of days ago, I brought my aunt over, and we just settled in. I told him about the situation, and he wants to follow you. At this moment, the two brought over a young man with a stern face and a slender build nearly the same height as Lin Bin. Ah, Jin, greet Brother Bin. Brother Bin, my name is Gao Jin, and I want to follow you, Gao Jin said coldly. You want to follow me? Lin Bin looked at the person before him in surprise, pulling out a cigarette and taking a puff. Brother Benny's quite tough. The two looked at Lin Bin thinking he might not favor someone as skinny as Gao Jin. Huh. The two I think you should call him Shuang Chong instead or I'm afraid I might punch him to death. Ahao let out a laugh. Want to give it a try? Gao Jin turned to look at Ahao. Lin Guahao raised an eyebrow about to speak. Why do you want to follow me? Lin Bin exhaled a puff of smoke. My mother has a heart condition and needs money, Gao Jin said directly. Brother Bin. The two looked at Lin Bin who remained silent and anxiously called out as he got into the car. Just go to finance and take whatever amount you need. Be at the company on time tomorrow. The two you go contact the hospital and get the best doctors. Lin Bin lowered the car window and spoke to the two. Thank you, Brother Bin. Gao Jin was taken aback for a moment, feeling a wave of gratitude. Right now it's hard to make money in the mainland, though I've sold everything I can sell. The doctor said that even with money, it wouldn't be treatable. If there's a chance I want to come to Xianjiang and give it a try. I found a snakehead and bought 2 tickets overnight. Yesterday, I heard my cousin Gao Chong say that his boss was getting promoted today. If you want to make money, you have to come along. In the morning, I saw a group of thugs clashing with the police here in Xianjiang, and after sitting at the dining table and hearing Lin Bin talk about the benefits, I was immediately tempted. You have to know that the average income in the mainland is only 100 or 200. I didn't expect Brother Bin wouldn't even ask how much it costs to treat the illness, and just told me to take the money, even letting my cousin contact the best doctors. Thinking to myself, since it's like this, then I'll just sell my life to him. Brother Bin, do you really have such high hopes for that kid? Ahao asked in confusion while sitting in the car. It's not just that I have hopes for him, the two has been with me for 2 years without ever asking me for anything. My brothers have been sincere to me, how could I let them down? Lin Bin pinched his brow with his right hand while patting the front seat with his left. Ah Chong called Jimmy and tell him to wait for us at the shoe factory. All right. He said he will be there shortly. Ah Chong hung up the phone. Thank you so much, Mr. Lin. Gui Li Wang called me last night and said that you've wiped my debt clean. Chen Jijian was waiting at the factory gate. Seeing Lin Bin's car stop, he hurriedly approached with a smile. Let's go to the office to talk. Lin Bin nodded and gestured for Ah Chong to continue driving in. Here's the IOU and contract you wrote. Please take a look and sign it before we proceed to change the license. Ah Chong took out the contract. The office was about 50 square meters. Lin Bin sat at the main position of the tea table by the window pouring tea for Chen Jijian, Jimmy, and Ah Chong. Glancing at Ahao, who was leaning back in the boss chair with his feet propped up on the big desk, Lin Bin noticed a row of bookshelves behind him. He was fiddling with a small flag in red, blue, and white patterns placed on the desk. Today my 3 brothers have finally established their foothold in Xianjiang. Boss Chen, these are the styles we will produce in the future. I need the output for this month to come in. You will need to pay more attention to sales channels going forward. Lin Bin watched as Chen Jijian finished signing and then spoke up. Oh, I wouldn't dare to presume, Mr. Lin. Just call me Old Chen from now on. You can rest assured about sales. My distributors are doing quite well and the orders are very stable every month. If it weren't for me, well, no need to say more. Just trust me from now on. Chen Jijian assured, patting his chest. All right, let the professionals handle professional matters. Shall we go check on those employees? Lin Bin finished his tea and rinsed the teapot with hot water. I have never delayed their wages, so they are all working normal. When you called me earlier, I had them gather in the workshop waiting for you to take over. Chen Jijian led the way while turning back to speak to Lin Bin. Clap. This is our shoe factory's new chairman, Mr. Lin Bin. As the group approached the workers, Lin Bin stood in the center, while Chen Jijian was the first to clap and introduce him. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Bin. From now on you can call me Mr. Lin. All of your salaries will increase by 50, and I will also add a full attendance bonus of 200 Hong Kong dollars. Furthermore, the factory will be hiring more people soon, so feel free to refer your relatives and friends. After Lin Bin spoke loudly, he noticed the workers' faces were initially filled with joy, then turned to confusion. Mr. Lin, what is the full attendance bonus? At this moment, a bold worker asked. The full attendance bonus is for those who do not take leave, or arrive late, or leave early during the month, excluding normal holidays. By the way, I will also add a Best Employee Award. Each month, the top 10 employees with the highest quantity and best quality of work will receive a reward of 500 yuan. After Lin Bin explained, he added a bit more. Shouldn't we thank Mr. Lin for providing everyone with such improved benefits? Chen Jijian took the lead in applauding. All the workers understood the meaning. They never expected that the new boss wouldn't fire anyone, but instead would increase their salaries. If they worked quickly and well, they could earn even more money, and their faces flushed with excitement. Brother Bin, I can understand improving worker benefits, but the Best Employee Award seems similar to competing for attention in a club. However, no other factories offer the full attendance bonus you just mentioned, and with hundreds of workers, the additional monthly expenditure could reach over 100,000. Isn't that a bit risky? When they left the factory, Jimmy stood next to Lin Bin's car and asked, broaden your perspective, isn't it good to invest 100,000 to motivate them? One person working an extra day could produce dozens more pairs of shoes, resulting in dozens of additional buyers. Building a reputation would come faster. Xianjiang is just the beginning. The real market lies in the mainland Japan, South Korea, and the entire Southeast Asia. Lin Bin explained while lighting a cigarette. This shoe factory is so important Yet you let this gambling addict be the factory manager. Brother Bin, I'm worried. Ahau remarked upon hearing Lin Bin's plans. I'm worried too, Jimmy. You signed the contract, you own 10 of the shoe factory. Please secure his distribution channels as soon as possible, then let me know. We can find a reason to deal with him later. Additionally, once the shoe factory is settled, please look for a clothing factory that is up for sale. Oh, I need a clothing factory as well. Lin Bin instructed. Jimmy nodded, helplessly wondering if Brother Bin intended to pull off another no-cost deal. In a private room of a bar. You fat idiot, why are you making this instead of a good romantic film? Who are you making? A man dressed in an orange suit with a floral green shirt, his voice hoarse, slammed a notebook down on the table, and then sprawled on the leather sofa, resting his hands on the shoulders of two women beside him. No, Brother Cohen, take a closer look at this script. It has great potential and low production costs, the fat man said as he pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Are you talking to me about costs? The male lead of my film at Chien Kuen Film Industry is my own brother, and the female lead is someone who owes me money, whose costs could be lower than mine. Brother Cohen said dismissively. Mine is going to be released in theaters, and this subject matter is original. I have confidence in it, the fat man said as he picked up the script, trying to persuade again. Having confidence is a good thing, but don't say I'm not giving you a chance. If you pull it off, I'll invest $2 million. Brother Cohen pointed at the bottle of XO on the table that had just been opened. Don't joke around, Brother Cohen. Drinking this could kill someone. The fat man leaned closer to Brother Cohen. Smack. Do you think my money comes easily? Shang Chong, he can't drink it. Help him out, Brother Cohen said, slapping a subordinate with a goatee beside him. All right, Brother Cohen. Come on, Jing Zai, open your mouth, Shang Chong said, forcefully pinching Jing Zai's face. Woo-woo. Jing Zai couldn't speak, shaking his head. Brother Liang Cohen, what are you doing in my territory? Lin Bin was celebrating with a howl when a waiter came over to say there was trouble in the private room, and Lin Bin pushed the door open just in time to see this scene. Oh, it's you, handsome Bin. This fat idiot wants me to pay him to make a movie, but he won't even drink a bottle of wine. I'm just having someone help him. So what? Do you need to control who I invite for drinks? Handsome Cohen had a cigarette in his left hand, and his right hand reaching into the cleavage of a beauty. Since we're doing business, let's do it right. If he drinks this, I fear he'll collapse before the ambulance arrives. Lin Bin glanced at Jing Zai, who was looking at him for help. Then teach me how to negotiate, Handsome Cohen said, and 7 or 8 subordinates in the private room stood up. Bang. What do you want to discuss with my boss? Ahau had just gone to the restroom, and upon returning realized he heard Handsome Cohen's words at the door, kicked it open and shouted. It's fine, you all go out. He'll talk business with bro. Lin Bin smiled. Shang Chong, you all go out too. Handsome Cohen fixed his gaze on Lin Bin. So tell me, Bin, do you have any financial tips? Handsome Cohen smiled as he grabbed a bottle of wine and poured a glass for Lin Bin. There are 12 halls in Hongxing, and the Dragon Han Bin, and the 3 brothers of Si Yin each control areas in Kwaicheng, Tunmun, and Kowloon, amounting to half of Hongxing's power. The other half is Yu Bi and the Prince. The others are not worth mentioning. Only Bi and the Prince are die-hard loyalists of Jiang Tiansheng. Lin Bin took a sip from his glass. And then, what do you want to say? Handsome Kun's smile faded. Do you want to become the leader of Hongxing? Lin Bin's words were shocking. What do you want to join Hongxing? No problem, you'll be my brother from now on. He'll vouch. Handsome Cohen stood up, spreading his arms as if to embrace Lin Bin. You're crazy. I just became the person in charge of Sai Kung this morning. If I switch now, I might get killed. Lin Bin raised his hand, signaling Handsome Cohen to sit down. Oh, then congratulations. Handsome Cohen just realized that Lin Bin had been promoted today. I want to take down Bolan Street. You know Han Bin wants to pursue Sister 13. If he does anything about Bolan Street, Han Bin won't sit idly by. He'll help you block the 3 brothers, and as for Bi, he's not a threat, and you shouldn't have trouble with the prince. Only then did Lin Bin speak. You want to borrow a path? How do I know you won't mess up my game? Handsome Kun's Causeway Bay just happened to be caught in the middle. I can't take over your territory, but Sister 13, a girl from a horse stable, can be easily dealt with. Just asking. Lin Bin stood up and grabbed a glass of wine. Damn it, let's do it. Handsome Cohen took the bottle and drank deeply. Brother Bin. Brother Cohen. They stepped out of the private room, and their respective cronies swarmed around them. Thanks for showing up today, Brother Cohen. This fat fellow is rather interesting. Leave him to me. Lin Bin turned to Liang Cohen and pointed at Jing Zai. If you're interested, he's yours. Liang Cohen gestured for Sha Chong and the others to head toward the door. Brother Cohen, you're really just handing him over like that? Sha Chong, ignorant of what had been discussed inside, felt it was humiliating to leave the man there. Liang Cohen dared not announce his plans to take the lead in public. What, you want to face him unknown? Liang Cohen turned and pointed at Ahau. See those bulging pectorals on his chest? Ahau heard Liang Cohen and puffed out his chest, glaring at Sha Chong. Sha Chong cast an embarrassed look at Ahau, forced a sheepish smile, and followed Liang Cohen away. Challenge him, unknown. I'm not insane. I've seen with my own eyes how ferocious Lin Guahao can be. One punch could kill a man. Bin, Brother Bin, I'm your humble junior Wang Jing. Seeing Lin Bin had only spoken with Liang Cohen briefly before he and his entourage left, Wang Jing realized he was dealing with another big shot. Come and give me that to look at. Lin Bin took the script Wang Jing handed him. Dushan, the god of gamblers. How did you end up tangled with Liang Cohen? Lin Bin sat on the sofa, head bowed as he examined the script and asked the question. I'm just a screenwriter. Right now in Xinjiang the films are all wuxia. I wanted to try a different subject, but no big shot would put up the money. I happened to hear about Qianquan International Film Company and went to see him a few days ago. I didn't know he produced salacious films, so the talks fell through. Wang Jing explained. It sounds interesting. How much would it cost to make? Who do you plan to cast as the male lead? Wang Jing explained. It sounds interesting. How much would it cost to make? Who do you plan to cast as the male lead? Lin Bin rolled up the script, tapped his thigh, and looked at Wang Jing. He had not expected this little fat man to have such talent. About 2 million. The lead isn't decided. I thought a second or third tier actor with a passable look would do. Some scenes need to be shot in Haojiang, which could be troublesome. Wang Jing thought for a moment and said casual. You tell me casual when I'm asking for 2 million. If the box office flops, how will you compensate me? Lin Bin picked up the script and gave Wang Jing's head a playful rap. I'll invest the 2 million. The lead will be Zhou Ruanfa. He's perfect in my view. Lin Bin stood after speaking. Zhou Ruanfa. Brother Bin, he's box office poison. Every film he does flops. No one dares to use him. Wang Jing said cautiously, inwardly scandalized, fearful of a box office disaster, yet being asked to hire the king of flops. Was this patron mad? Although the money would come from the boss, this was his first time directing, it had to be an immediate hit. He's tall and handsome. If he can't do it, that's your failure. It's settled. The two help him out for a while. Tomorrow have a Chong register a film company. Lin Bin decided. When you go to Haojiang, call this number and say I sent you. Lin Bin picked up a scrap of paper and wrote down Gili Wang's phone number. He had mentioned last time that he would host them in Haojiang, since he was willing they would call on his hospitality. Got it, Brother Bin. The two pocketed the slip of paper. Thank you, Brother Bin. This bottle is for you. When he learned Lin Bin had made up his mind, Wang Jing did not want to miss the opportunity. He had no right to refuse, so he grabbed a bottle of beer from the table and began drinking. Big Brother Datu, I'll handle arranging the crew. It'll be settled by tomorrow. Please take care of Zhou Ruanfa. If there's no problem, we can start filming the day after tomorrow. Wang Jing told Datu this. He knew Datu was there to keep an eye on him to make sure he wouldn't run off with the money. No problem. He will certainly be there the day after tomorrow. Datu looked to Lin Bin and gave his assurance. Then thank you for your trouble. Lin Bin nodded, poured a glass of foreign liquor, raised it in a brief salute to the two men. Wang Jing and Datu lifted their beers and drank. If there's nothing else, you should head back. All right, Brother Bin, I'll go prepare. Wang Jing had earlier been pressured by Sha Chong to take a measure of strong liquor. After 2 more beers, he felt unwell and decided to leave. Brother Bin, you're really spending 2 million on him, just like that? The two asked once Wang Jing had gone out. Just testing the waters, came the reply. The little fat man had a point. The circuits were full of wuxia films. If this truly took off, audiences would remember only his face. Then there would be films like Gambler Night and God of Gamblers Imitators. Just like Di Dalong. Every time he played a great hero, the film sold out, Lin Bin explained. By the way, how is Lin Bin had suddenly remembered and asked. This morning, Jean and I accompanied her to the hospital for tests. The report showed congenital heart disease. She needs a bypass surgery. The doctor has arranged everything. The operation is next week. She'll stay in the hospital to recuperate. It's all taken care of. The two looked at Lin Bin with gratitude. That's good. Don't worry about the expenses. Tell Gao Jin not to worry. From now on, just focus on doing things properly. Lin Bin nodded. Early the next morning on Lock Road, the two asked, who is Zhou Ruanfa? He and Gao Jin arrived at Xiao's building, but couldn't find anyone. So he called Wang Jing, who contacted others, and learned that Zhou Ruanfa was filming in a crew on Lock Road. It was a martial arts film starring Di Dalong. Since the two were good friends and Di Dalong valued loyalty, he asked the director to arrange a supporting role for Zhou Ruanfa, otherwise he wouldn't act. The director, bound by the financier's insistence on Di Dalong being the lead, had no choice but to agree. After the two figured out the location, he hurried over without delay. There he is sitting over there, said a young man wearing a hat pointing to the side. Because he wasn't popular, Fa was resting alone watching Di Dalong perform wire work. Are you Zhou Ruanfa? The two asked as he approached Fa. Yes, and you too are. Fa squinted. Brother Bin asked you to act. Hey, race the script, the two said without any small talk, directly handing the script to Fa. I see. As Fa took the script and was about to open it, 2 golden bullets suddenly fell out and clinked on the ground. Hey, that's unnecessary. Fa jumped in shock. Fortunately, no one was around, so he quickly picked them up and held them in his hand, forcing a smile. You should read the script first. After you finish, contact this person and come to the crew tomorrow. If you don't come, consider the consequences yourself, the two said, tossing a note with Wang Jing's phone number before leaving with Gao Jin. What's wrong, Fa? Did someone invite you to act? At that moment, Di Dalong approached, patting Fa's shoulder and smiling. Earlier while filming, he caught a glimpse of 2 men in suits looking like urban elites walking toward Fa and seemed to have handed him a thin book that looked very much like a script. Since they had just filmed an action scene, they only came over now. Oh. Yes, they invited me to play the lead. Fa nervously tucked the bullets into his pocket and replied with a smile, not daring to let Di Dalong know how the invitation was made. Although he was startled earlier, Fa perhaps didn't want to miss the opportunity, or maybe out of professional habit he glanced at the script, unexpectedly getting drawn into the plot, and only snapped back to reality upon hearing D. Dalong's voice. That's great. This time you will definitely become popular. Noticing that Fa had reached into his pocket and caught sight of the golden bullets, D. Dalong felt worried, yet refrained from saying anything due to their friendship. Aware that the two men were there to invite him to play the lead, he still encouraged him. He knew very well what Fa lacked. Yes, this time I will definitely shine. Fa murmured to himself, his gaze unusually determined. Having grown up together, their bond was strong. Watching his good brother repeatedly fail in the film industry too felt quite uncomfortable. Fa's qualities were no worse than his, he just needed a good script and opportunity. Therefore, he always ensured that whenever he starred in a film, the director arranged a role for Fa. Seeing Fa so motivated this time, too knew it was a role he desired and felt genuinely happy for him. Cousin, was it too much to slip in the bullets? Back in the car, Gao Jin, sitting in the passenger seat, asked. Just call me too. That's how society works. To get someone to do something, you first have to surprise them. He was shocked, so he will naturally put in the effort and won't slack off. This is Brother Bin's first time hiring someone for a film, and I don't want any issues, the two said, turning to look at Gao Jin seriously. A few days later at the Yu Gucci restaurant. Bingu, the shoe factory, has cleared out the old models from before, and we've recovered over $1 million in funds. Jimmy poured a cup of tea for Lin Bin across the table, where they sat at a small table with the two and Gao Jin beside them. Good, let's focus on producing those designs I sketched for you. Get 2 baskets of steamed dumplings, Lin Bin said, picking up the last xiaomai on the table and addressing the waiter pushing a cart. I can already envision how popular these shoes will be once they hit the market. Jimmy put a dumpling in his mouth. Honestly, do you want to come over to my side? Your boss isn't cut out for this. Lin Bin poured himself a dish of vinegar and soy sauce, stirred it slightly, and looked up at Jimmy, asking, isn't that inappropriate? Jimmy paused with his chopsticks in midair, taken aback by Lin Bin's sudden mention of this. There's nothing wrong with having a brother from the same gang. I'll handle the negotiation myself. He's selling pills and gambling, he will eventually drag you down. It's settled then, Lin Bin said, noticing that Jimmy did not seem resistant. Sure enough, Jimmy nodded silently and set down his chopsticks. Let's finish up and head out. We need to speak with your boss in Sham Shui. Lin Bin observed that Jimmy had lost his appetite and wiped his mouth with a napkin. The two drove closely behind Jimmy, and soon they arrived at a tea house in Sham Shui. Bin, what brings you? Guan Zai-sun watched as Lin Bin and his group entered the tea house. Uncle Long Jin is here too, the perfect timing. Sungo, I want to bring Jimmy over to work with me. This is for the tea service. Lin Bin took a paper bag from the two and placed it on the table. We're all from the same gang. If you need manpower, just ask directly. No need for such formality. Uncle Long Jin pressed down on the paper bag, which contained a thick stack estimated to be around 200. Then thank you, Uncle Long Jin and Sun Go. Lin Bin smiled, without waiting for Guan Zai-sun to respond. Jimmy, since Bin believes in you, make sure to follow him and do a good job. Don't embarrass me. Uncle Long Jin looked at Jimmy. I understand. He'll drink tea in place of wine and toast to Sun Gu and Agong. Jimmy poured himself a cup and raised it in a toast before downing it. After all, he was part of their own gang and Jimmy was merely an old CGO without a formal position, just a name left in the gang's underbelly. Since Lin Bin could offer 2,000, it was best to keep things simple. If he were to transfer to another gang, it wouldn't just require a red envelope for the boss, but also a formal toast. If the boss refused to let you go, there would be no way around it, unless you had enough authority to lead people into battle, like Axe Jun transferring to Xing, where no one dared to challenge him. Xing was not inferior to He Liansheng, and his reputation couldn't intimidate Xiang Bo. The second way was to endure 3 knife wounds to exit the gang. Uncle Long Jin, you all continue sitting. Sengu will take our leave first, Lin Bin said, clasping his fists. Boss Jimmy is the only one under me worth mentioning. You were just letting him go like this. Sengu complained. But you said that just now. He's just a little brother. 200 is enough to buy the life of a hall leader in a small gang. Have you lost your mind from taking those pills? Long Jin glared at Guan Zai-sun. You were the one talking, you didn't give me a chance to interject. If you agreed, should I still publicly slap you in the face? Guan Zai-sun thought to himself, feeling frustrated. All right, take this. The matter is settled, Long Jin said, noticing Guan Zai-sun's displeasure, and took out a stack from the bag, placing it in front of him before standing up and leaving the tea house. Damn it, you old fossil. Guan Zai-sun looked at the cash in front of him, estimating it to be about 200, but then he thought about it. He had only charged Jimmy 880 as an initiation fee and had not managed him since making a pure profit of 1900. If he could collect 180 more of these little brothers, he would really strike it rich. A bathhouse in Tung Lo Wan. Damn it, Chin Haonan. I'm sworn brothers with Liang Quan. How dare you bring men to attack me? Ba Bai, a member of what he too clutched a chair in his bloodied hands, his chest, slashed eyes locked tightly on Chun Haonan as he advanced with the tea on air and Bao Pai. He'd only been giving a massage. Never imagined these 3 bastards would dare slash him. If his underlings didn't arrive soon, he feared today would be his last. Is that so? Then let's see whether Leung Quan will avenge a powder dealer like you after I kill you. Chun Haonan casually dug his thumb into his ear. Brother Tanan, no need for words. Reinforcements are coming any second. De Tian raised his blade and lunged without hesitation. If I survive today, I'll skin every one of you alive. Bob, I hurled the chair at them and vaulted headlong out the window. Shit. Chun Haonan and De Tian exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and leapt after him. Seeing them land behind him, Bob Bai's heart froze in terror. He scrambled to his feet, only to realize his right leg was shattered. Desperate, he flailed his arms to flag down passing cars. Drivers swerved away at the sight of his blood-soaked body. No one dared stop. Bob Bai, your time has come. Chun Haonan limped forward while De Tian veered off to retrieve his fallen blade. Brother Bin, those two up ahead. They're Chun Haonan of Hung Hing and Bob Bai of Wahitu, De Tu said, glancing. Chun Haonan. Rumor says he's the illegitimate son of Big Brother B. How intriguing. Go take a closer look. Lin Bin replied with quiet amusement. Yes, Brother Bin. Hearing Lin Bin's tone, De Tu knew he sought spectacle. He braked sharply, swung open the door, and stepped out. Gao Jin followed from the front passenger seat. Save me. I'm Ba Bai of Wahitu. Save me, and I'll pay you $1 million. Spotting a car finally stopping, Ba Bai dragged his broken leg toward it, desperate. Hung Hing business. Anyone not involved, step aside. Chun Haonan addressed De Tu directly. Hung Hing. So mighty. Remember those words. De Tu sneered at Chun Haonan, then turned to Ba Bai. Don't worry. I'll save you. You'll give me $1 million. Ba Bai didn't know De Tu, but seeing he neither feared Hung Hing nor bowed to Chun Haonan, he guessed this man too belonged to a major triad. He blurted out, Bastard. I'll show you just how mighty we are. Just then De Tian retrieved his blade, and hearing De Tu's taunt, slashed without hesitation. Chun Haonan had no time to intervene. They say Hung Hing breeds fighters, yet this is all you've got. De Tu sidestepped the blow. Hold on, De Tian. Brothers, I represent Brother B of Tung Lo Wan. Please grant us passage. Chun Haonan realized Hung Hing's name held no sway. He faced members of another major society. The Dragonhead Zhangsheng had promised promotion if Ba Bai were eliminated. He wished no unnecessary complications, only clearance to finish the task. There are dozens of societies in Tung Lo Wan. Just who is Big Brother B? This Brother Ba Bai belongs to Wali Sheng. To cut him down before our eyes. Unacceptable. De Tu gestured lightly toward Ba Bai with a faint smile. Then there's nothing left to discuss. Chun Haonan drew a slow, deep breath. De Tu and Gao Jin stood silently before Ba Bai, unmoving. Brother Nan, no more talk. Cops will be here any second. De Tian cried anxiously, watching the growing crowd. Cut him down now. Chun Haonan suppressed the agony in his leg and charged forward, blade raised. De Tian surged ahead, stabbing straight at Gao Jin, aiming to neutralize the two first, then deal with Ba Bai. Gao Jin spun, seized De Tian's wrist with his right hand, and struck downward with his left. A sickening snap. De Tian's forearm shattered bone-piercing flesh. Gao Jin wrenched the blade free. In one flash of silver, De Tian's entire arm severed cleanly at the shoulder. Chun Haonan closed in. Gao Jin pivoted the blade sideways, blocking the downward strike, then drove a sharp sidekick into Chun Haonan's chest. Blood erupted from his mouth as he flew backward 4 or 5 meters, crumpling motionless on the ground. Brother Nan. I'll air. Bao Pai, too terrified to jump, had taken the stairs instead, only to arrive in time to witness Chun Haonan hurled through the air and De Tian clutching his mangled shoulder, screaming in agony. Ah Jin. Gao Jin, already raising his blade to confront the third man rushing in, froze mid-step upon hearing Lin Bin's voice. Lin Bin hadn't anticipated Gao Jin's lethal prowess. With the crowd swelling, he feared a fatal incident in central urban territory, one that might land Gao Jin in Stanley prison for years. He stepped out of the car to intercept him. Hung Hing thinks itself untouchable, drawing blades in broad daylight to slash men down. Lin Bin gazed down at the half-dead Chun Haonan. Have the guts to leave your name. Chun Haonan clenched his teeth and spat the words out. Lin Bin, West Kowloon branch leader of Wali Sheng. I'll be waiting for you. Lin Bin regarded him with cool disdain. Brother Bin, I beg you, let us go. I'll get them to the hospital right away, Bao Pai pleaded, cradling Chun Haonan on the ground. Pick up the arm. Lin Bin waved dismissively. Brother Ba Bai, is that correct? Now, let's have our own conversation. He turned his gaze upon Ba Bai. Saigon the dock. Brother Bin, thank you for bringing these two brothers along this time. I will transfer 1 million to you right away when I get back. Could you let me go to the hospital first? No rush, 1 million is the money to save you. To offend Hongxing is another price altogether. Ba Bai smiled at Lin Bin, who was sitting opposite him. Lin Bin spat out a fishbone and wiped his mouth. How much do you think is appropriate, Brother Bin? Ba Bai will have no second thoughts. 5 million is the figure. I will help you settle them. Lin Bin raised his eyes to look at Ba Bai. Brother Bin, 5 million is too much. I don't have that much money. Ba Bai was shocked to hear Lin Bin ask for 5 million. You guys only care about cash, or we have enough cash. Even if there is no money, how can send him out to sea? Let's go, Brother Ba Bai. Ahau dragged Ba Bai towards the boat with one hand. Wait a moment. I was just joking. Oh, I do have money. Being dragged by a Hao for several meters upon seeing that Lin Bin was not joking, Bai quickly spoke up. I don't like jokes. Oh, where's the money? Lin Bin looked at Bai, who was being dragged around like a dead dog, and asked in the safe at my Kowloon warehouse. Bai resignedly wrote the safe's code for Lin Bin. Help brother Bai sit down. The two you take Gao Jin for a trip. Lin Bin pointed at the note on the table. All right, brother Bin, we'll be back soon. Help brother Bai sit down. The two you take Gao Jin for a trip. Lin Bin pointed at the note on the table. Yes, brother Bin, do you know Kuan Gu? Perhaps hearing the name of an acquaintance, or maybe due to the relief of surviving, Bai relaxed in his chair. Lin Bin didn't reply, but nodded, then picked up his mobile phone to dial. Hello, A Bin. What brings you to call me? At that moment, Liang Kuan was sitting in front of the camera, watching the scene unfold inside the lens. When he heard the phone ring and saw it was Lin Bin, he waved to the director and took the phone to his office. I encountered some trouble on the way back to the bar and thought it necessary to call you about it. He then briefly explained to Liang Kuan about meeting Bai in Causeway Bay and being chased by Chun Haonan and his gang. No way, brother Bin, do you really need to call me for such a small matter? Liang Kuan thought Lin Bin was calling because he wanted 5 million from Bai. Chun Haonan is one of Big Brother B's men. Isn't it said in the Underworld that he is Big Brother B's illegitimate son? He is the one attacking your sworn brother. Lin Bin nodded. He's not exactly an illegitimate son, but Big Brother B treats him like his own son. Only then did Liang Kuan understand that Lin Bin wanted him to find an excuse to provoke Big Brother B. Among Big Brother B's 5 generals, Chun Haonan is the strongest, followed by De Tian Air. However, De Tian Air has been incapacitated and Shan Ji only has lower-level men, while the other two are just fillers. This is indeed a good opportunity. I will take action against Sister 13 in the next few days. You hold back Big Brother B for me, Lin Bin said before hanging up the phone. Brother Bin. An hour later, De Tu and Gao Jin each brought 2 bags and placed them on the table. A total of 6 million, I brought it all back. De Tu said as Lin Bin opened one of the bags. Take 150,000 of this, and don't forget to thank brother Bai. Lin Bin tossed one to De Tu. No, the 2 brothers can go have tea. Bai, sensing Gao Jin's gaze, forced out a smile. Then I won't see you off. Lin Bin signaled to Bai that he could leave. Central District Honghing Headquarters, Ada. M. Liang Kuan slouched in his chair and swept his gaze across the room. Being the dragon head certainly has its privileges. Makes us underlings wait every time. Don't you agree, brother K? What did you say, Liang Kuan? Before brother K could respond, the hot-tempered Big B barked loudly. I said what I said. Are your ears deaf? I said being the dragon head is convenient. Every meeting he arrives late. Liang Kuan rose, braced both hands on the table, and turned slowly toward Big B beside him, enunciating each word with icy precision. Liang Kuan, what do you think you're doing? Chan Honam stepped forward from behind Big B, pointing an accusatory finger. Slap. What are you? Do you even have the right to speak here? You dare defy your superiors. Do you seek rebellion? Liang Kuan struck Chan Honam across the face. Enough. Liang Kuan, what exactly are you after? Big B stepped between the furious Chan Honam and Liang Kuan, restraining him, fearing further provocation in the presence of all the branch leaders within the sacred headquarters. Triad protocol demanded strict enforcement of hierarchical discipline. Insubordination warranted formal punishment. The failed operation against Tam Bot had been assigned privately by Chang Tinsang, and not only had it ended in disaster, but Tai Tinyi had suffered permanent injury. Honam must not be allowed to suffer the same fate. Let me tell you this, in our world one owns up to mistakes and stands straight when taking a beating. How then have you trained your men? Liang Kuan slapped Chan Honam's defiant cheek once more, then turned his gaze to Big B. A leader who leads like no leader, and underlings who behave as if lawless. No one seems to know what they're truly doing. Liang Kuan spread his palms wide, surveying the assembled men. My apologies, I'm late. Liang Kuan, what's all this about? I heard your voice even outside the door. At that moment, Chang Tinsang entered, smiling warmly as he greeted everyone. Oh, nothing at all. Brother Big B simply fails to discipline his juniors, so I've taken it upon myself to correct them, lest we shame Hung Hing before the wider world. Liang Kuan adjusted his burnt-orange suit jacket and settled back into his seat. Then thank you for your diligence. If there's nothing else, let's settle last month's accounts and share any pressing concern. Chang Tinsang spoke with calm benevolence. Brother Chang, my man Tai Tinyi had his arms severed by Lin Bin's men from Wolin Sheng. Tonight I'll lead a strike against his 2 bars in Wan Chai. I ask for your support. Big B slammed his palm onto the table as he rose. Nonsense. Lin Bin's territory lies in Sai Kung, not Wan Chai. Those bars belong to Chue Gai, not him. Do you wish to declare war on Wolin Sheng? Liang Kuan shot back instantly. Who doesn't know those bars answer to Lin Bin now? Or are you afraid of him? Big B retorted. Afraid? To wage war over one man's arm. Are you mad? Or am I? I won't go. Whoever wishes to may go, but not me. Liang Kuan shrugged indifferently. Enough, Big B. Liang Kuan speaks some truth. Chue Gai is Wolin Sheng's sitting master. If you strike in Wan Chai, open conflict becomes inevitable, and outsiders will profit from our bloodshed. Chang Tinsang silenced Big B, who still looked ready to argue. Yet we cannot act as though nothing occurred, else the underworld will believe Hung Hing fears Will Lin Sheng. Let me first call Chui Gai and hear his stance. He immediately lifted his mobile phone and dialed, right there before the assembled leaders. Hello, Uncle Chui. This is Chang Tinsang of Hung Hing. Ah, Brother Chang. What brings you calling today, eh? Chui Gai mumbled, chewing something. Chang Tinsang recounted the incident concisely. So, what's the purpose of this call, eh? Chui Gai sipped his tea. Though nominally the sitting master, he was in truth merely a puppet installed by Elder Deng, who retained final authority over all major decisions. War with Hung Hing was unthinkable, and since Chang Tinsang had made the call himself, he clearly sought peace. So Chui Gai chose to probe his true intent. Hand over the man who wielded the blade, and the matter ends here. How does that sound? Chang Tinsang's voice remained measured and courteous over the line. I'll need to consult Brother Bin first, to ascertain precisely what transpired. Chui Gai replied without hesitation. After all, the perpetrator answered to Lin Bin, and surrender required his explicit consent. Yui Wine House. That's how it is. Jiang Tiansheng demands we hand him over. Abin, what do you say? Lin Bin listened quietly to the voice emanating from the phone. Raising a hand to silence the two who was about to speak, Gao Jin calmly picked up the teapot and poured tea for both men. They want me to hand him over. Haha, boss. Tell him this: if he wants the man, let him defeat him first. Lin Bin smiled as he spoke. The two exhaled in relief. Gao Jin, however, was taken aback, never expecting Brother Bin to defy the head of a major triad on his behalf. He had assumed Lin Bin would simply surrender him. You little rascal. I've got it now, Chui Ji chided with a chuckle. Brother Jiang, I've spoken thoroughly with Bin. The incident began when he saw your men chasing and attempting to kill our Will Lin Sheng brothers. He intervened, and his actions were entirely justified. If you wish to claim him, then defeat him first. Chui Ji said into the phone. Very well, tomorrow night, 3 matches each. As for the venue, let's use the boxing gym in the Kowloon walled city. Jiang Tianxing wished to avoid escalation, fighting Will Lin Sheng today over to BS underling mint, risking war with XING tomorrow over someone else's grudge. 3 matches, each side to rely solely on skill, would satisfy honor among brothers. Agreed. We'll meet at the walled city tomorrow night. Chui Ji replied, satisfied. He knew full well how formidable Lin Bin and his men were. This time Hung Hing would unquestionably suffer defeat. Then it's settled. Prince, you'll take 1 match, the remaining 2, you decide among yourselves. Above all, do not disgrace Hung Hing. After hanging up, Jiang Tianxing addressed the group. Brother Jiang, you'll take 1 match. Chan Ho Nam stepped forward without hesitation. You'll get kicked 5 meters into the air the moment you step up. Then you'll shame us all, Liang Kuan sneered, glancing disdainfully at Chan Ho Nam. That was because I jumped from the 3rd floor and injured myself. This time I will fight. To avenge, Chan Ho Nam declared firmly. Ugh, enough noise. Are you avenging people with volume? Just don't get yourself killed up there. Liang Kuan dug absent-mindedly at his ear. If he's no good, then you go up. What are you jabbering about? Dabi could bear it no longer. Just now I heard clearly. He led the assault on Ba Bai, who in the underworld doesn't know he's my sworn brother. I haven't even confronted him yet, and now you expect me to help him? You're out of your mind, Liang Kuan retorted, rising and jabbing a finger at Dabi's chest. Enough, Kuan. The order to deal with Ba Bai came from me. We Hung Hing don't traffic in narcotics, yet he sent men to peddle drugs in our venues. You just claimed he's your sworn brother. Did you assist him? Jiang Tianxing stepped in to halt their quarrel, turning his gaze toward Liang Kuan. Impossible. I'd have cut him down without mercy had you told me. Unlike certain incompetents who went to slash him and ended up severing their own hands. Huh. Liang Kuan spread his hands wide, gazing at the serene face of Jiang Tianxing before him, beads of sweat glistening faintly on his brow, then pointed abruptly at Chan Ho Nam. Chan Ho Nam, unable to stomach such mockery, lunged forward, only to be restrained by Dabi. Best that it's so. It's commendable for young men to seek recognition. So you'll take the 2nd match. Anam, don't disappoint me this time, Jiang Tianxing said, stepping beside Chan Ho Nam and patting his shoulder. Understood, Brother Jiang. I won't falter this time, Chan Ho Nam replied, eyes glistening with gratitude. And the 3rd match will be yours. Jiang Tianxing, weary of waiting, pointed directly at Defei, who was idly picking his nose. Me? Defei blinked, stunned. He hadn't uttered a word. What? Do you refuse to serve the Brotherhood? Jiang Tianxing cast a sharp glance his way. Never. I love serving the Brotherhood. Reluctantly, Defei flicked the mucus from his finger and rose to his feet. That's settled then. Everyone made it. Saigon Dock. Hongxing will have the Crown Prince Defei and Chun Haonan according to the rules of the Jianghu. It's best of 3, but I want to win all 3 matches. Who do you plan to send? Lin Bin said, puffing on a cigarette as he looked at everyone. All right, the people in the underworld say Hongxing's Crown Prince is unmatched in martial arts. I've been wanting to meet him for a long time. Brother Bin, let me go. Ahau clenched his right fist and struck his left palm. Brother Bin, they want me to go first. Let me take the lead. At this moment, Gao Jin stood up. All right, you go first. Ahau, you stay back. I'll be the support. Lin Bin nodded. Brother Bin, I can handle the entire match without you having to intervene. Ahau grinned wickedly. Handle the entire match. then I should be enough on my own. Hearing that one person could handle 3 matches, Gao Jin quietly remarked, haha, well said. They say Hongxing produces fighters, let our brothers crush them, and show the Jianghu, who truly reigns supreme. Lin Bin clapped his hands and laughed. Jimmy, any news from the clothing factory? Lin Bin looked at Jimmy beside him. Boss, right now the clothing factory is like a golden goose, but no one is turning it. Jimmy said helplessly. Moreover, during this time I conducted some research. Last year local clothing exports were about 51,099 billion HKD with knitted and non-knitted items roughly equal. If you want to venture into clothing, I suggest moving production out. Moving production out? You mean setting up factories in the north? Lin Bin pondered, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. That's not entirely impossible. The north is gradually opening up. Various regions are attracting investment, especially around the Pearl River Delta, which has always welcomed Hong Kong investments with enthusiasm. Land is cheap, labor is low, plus there are tax incentives. Furthermore, the 3 brothers have been here for over 2 years, and I remember when my father fought over water resources with the neighboring village when I was a child, resulting in his death during the conflict. The opposing side was also severely injured and later died. After that, my mother ran away, reportedly to Japan. In those days, the survival strategy was farming, and water sources were an indispensable resource. Villages frequently fought over water, and with loose firearm control, some conflicts even involved homemade cannons. Tactics such as the 3-3 system and coordinated infantry tank operations were employed, and large-scale conflicts could involve thousands, resembling small wars. For this reason, some villages have had no intermarriage for hundreds of years. Ahau and his brother's parents went south for work when they were 8, and they have had no news since. The 3 of them grew up together with the support of the uncles from their village. Now that they have the means, it's time to return. Thinking of this, Lin Bin looked at Achong and asked, Achong, how much money do we have on the company books? We currently have over 30 million in cash, Lin Guochong replied without hesitation. Leave 20 million behind, and let's plan a trip back home in a while. Lin Bin revealed a slight smile. Sure, we haven't been back in a long time. I bet no one would expect that the 3 of us could establish this foundation in just 2 years. It will surely surprise them, haha. Ahau laughed heartily at the end. Achong also had a smile at the corner of his mouth. I know a friend, his name is Master Su, who has some connections in the north. We can have him help us out. Jimmy saw that Lin Bin had made a decision and spoke up. All right, after we wrap things up tomorrow night, let's head over. Jimmy, you set up a time with him. Wan Chai Original Bar. I've been there, are already people opening bets in the city. Hongxing offers 0.8 to 1, while your side offers 1 to 1. 2. In the private room, Leon Cohen shook the Ice Mountain cup in his hand, the liquor inside, swaying with the motion. Oh. Then how much would it pay if the full house wins? Lin Bin smiled. So confident. A full house pays 3 to 1 to Boheo can indeed hit, then I will bet 1 million to support you. It's not to how, it's him. Lin Bin pointed to the side at Gao Jin. Today Gao Jin was dressed in a black suit with a white shirt inside, slicked back hair, standing straight, like a Is this the one who took down to BS men? He looks quite spirited, but I wonder how his skills are. Leon Cohen scrutinized him as if trying to see through him. You don't need to win all 3 matches, just defeat the prince and take him out, and he'll give you 1 million. At that moment, Leon Cohen revealed his true intention. He initially thought De Boheo would take the stage, allowing him to take the opportunity to eliminate the prince, but unexpectedly Lin Bin found an unknown rookie to step up, though he couldn't say much about it. Moreover, the boy's demeanor seemed quite imposing, so he decided to throw money at him to see if there would be a surprise. Did you hear that, Ajin? Kuan Gu is going to give you 1 million, so don't let him down. Lin Bin said with a smile, while Gao Jin coldly, let's go first, get some rest. I'm looking forward to your performance tonight. Leon Kuan stood up and yawned. Take care. Lin Bin raised his glass and clinked it with Leon Kuan. Let's go, I need to find Uncle G. At Lianqing headquarters. Bin, you're here. Please update everyone on the situation. Shui Ji looked at the 3 who had entered. All right, Uncle G, everyone, this time I will let Gao Jin go first. He will take on the whole match by himself and definitely showcase the might of our Lianqing. Lin Bin pointed at Gao Jin to introduce him. No way, Bin having confidence is good, but with him like this I'm afraid he won't withstand the prince's punch. Should I lend you someone? My top fighter Chong Mao is quite capable. My men's fighter is also quite strong. Hearing there's a chance to contribute to the guild, I want to step up too. At this moment, Yu Tu Biao also spoke up. Originally, he was just there as a fan, and these matters had nothing to do with him. However, the fighter insisted on stepping up for a chance, and in front of all the younger brothers, he couldn't refuse. Blocking his little brother from taking the spotlight would lead to a rebellion, so he could only bring him along reluctantly. Thank you both, Ajin. Show the uncles what you can do. Lin Bin smiled broadly. Bang! Gao Jin kicked out, and a solid wooden chair made a loud sound before exploding under the immense force. What a surprise. I heard you kicked the BS top fighter away and thought it was just talk. If he didn't die from that kick, he's really lucky. Didi was startled. A piece of wood flew past his face, then he laughed heartily. Good with him around, Bin, you can again polish the guild's reputation, letting all of Hong Kong know that there are fighters beyond Hongxing. At this moment, Dang Bo opened his slightly squinted eyes and said seriously, damn it, a bum. A latecomer. Lin Bin thought to himself he actually didn't know Gao Jin had such strength. That Chun Haonan was indeed lucky, taking such a kick, and still being able to step into the ring to fight. In the walled city. Thank you for the trust, everyone. This competition is hosted here, and though the place is small, I hope you will forgive any shortcomings in hospitality. The underground boxing host Ma Haoqiang shouted with a beaming face into the microphone. This time the competition between the Hung Hing and He Lianqing societies attracted many gangsters and various big shots. He had just seen the spokesperson of the number gang Wu Zhaonan, as well as Su Long from the new record accompanied by the East Side Tiger, Du Lianshuan, and others like the Crow from Dongxing and the Smiling Tiger Wu Zhuwei. Lin Bin and the others followed Chue Ji to the second floor, where the circular corridor was filled with tables and chairs. Chue Ji He Lianqing has become more popular under your leadership. Mao Dunhuach and Xinji welcomed the arriving guests with a smile. Everyone is about to retreat. Who in the Jianghu would not give you some face in this walled city? Chue Ji smiled and patted Mao Dunhua on the back. This is indeed true. If the police came to raid now, almost all the societies on the island would be implicated. But that is unrealistic, as the walled city is a haven for fugitives and a gathering place for black market residents. For instance, those fierce individuals from the north come here to make a big score, some of whom are heavily traumatized from the Vietnam War. They do not care whether you are a cop or not. Last time Lei Luo went into the walled city to kidnap someone and was shot, barely escaping with his life. Thus, many who have committed crimes will first run into the walled city to avoid the limelight, and only as a last resort will they flee overseas. Uncle Chun, Uncle Ji. At this moment, Jiang Tianxing arrived with the heads of Hung Hing smiling and greeting the two. Ah Sheng. Your father Jiang Zhen once swept through all of Xiangjiang with his iron fists, gaining fame across Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. Back then, people in the Jianghu called him the Emperor of the Underworld. Now Hung Hing is in your hands, and all 12 halls are filled with talent, not tarnishing his reputation at all. Mao Dunhua reminisced. Uncle Chun is joking, and my father has been dead for decades. What Emperor of the Underworld? It's all just rumors. The old man dares to dig a pit for me, Jiang Tianxing thought quietly, though he maintained a gentle smile on the. With so many people present, all the major societies on the island came to join the fun. Jiang Tianxing, the so-called Emperor of the Underworld, dared not accept the title, otherwise he would offend everyone. Old Jiang was indeed impressive back in the day, having connections with several powerful generals in Thailand. However, Jiang Sheng is also formidable. Upon taking over, he had 3 fierce generals bring their territories along, and at this rate Hung Hing will eventually become the top society in Xiangjiang. Chue Ji was also happy to flatter Jiang Tianxing. That's because the He society cannot accommodate talent. Just right, the Dragon brothers are willing to come to Hung Hing, and I am happy to see it happen. Jiang Tianxing said nothing about the Thai side. Initially, Han Bin used the Elder Dragon to threaten He Gu Run to continue staying in the He society, and when that fell through, the 3 brothers simply transferred to Hung Hing. Jiang Sheng treats us 3 brothers very well, said Han Bin, the strategist of the 3 brothers. Are you interested in having a little fun? Mao Dunhua noticed the atmosphere was off and pointed to the gambling tables below. So far, the bets placed had reached an astonishing 50 million, comparable to a month's worth of wagers. There will definitely be some extra stakes. I'll bet 1 million on He Lianqing for the Grand Slam. Chue Ji, seeing Gao Jin's strength, was full of confidence. Oh, Uncle Ji is quite confident, then I'll also bet 1 million on Hung Hing to win it all, Jiang Tianxing said calmly. 1 million is just for fun, and he certainly does not think that Taizi and Defei will lose. I mean him alone to win the entire match. Chue Ji pointed at Gao Jin. You idiot, what did you say? Chun Haonan roared from behind Jiang Tianxing, pointing at Chue Ji. The other members of Hung Hing also wore angry expressions. What? Do you want to experience flying through the air again? Whoosh! Big D gestured towards the sky with his left hand. Taizi beat him up later. Upon hearing this, even Jiang Tianxing, no matter how good-tempered he was, could not help but speak coldly. Chue Ji's words were a slap in the face to all of Hung Hing. So let Taizi beat that idiot to see who else dares to embarrass Hung Hing. I'll go place 5 million on Jin to win 3 matches. After the Hongxing people left, Lin Bin said to I bet 500,000. Following DS words, several others joined in, with some betting 300,000 and the least betting 100,000. Jin, everyone believes in you, don't let us down. Lin Bin patted Gao Jin. Don't worry, Bin Gu, I will take them all down. Gao Jin said earnestly. Boom. Next, let us invite the 2 fighters to the stage. On the left is Hongxing's Chun Haonan. The one on the right in a suit is Gao Jin. Ma Haoqiang shouted loudly into the microphone in the center of the 30-square-meter ring, surrounded by a wire fence about a story high. Today I will take you down to avenge my brother. Chun Haonan shrugged, glaring fiercely at Gao Jin. Heh! Gao Jin scoffed, spreading his right hand with 4 fingers and beckoning twice. Chun Haonan could no longer hold back, stepping forward with a hook punch aimed straight at Gao Jin's face. Gao Jin easily dodged to the side, then slapped Chun Haonan's face. Bro, you're quite arrogant, I like it. A burly man with long bangs and golden hair shouted from below, sunglasses perched on his head, wearing a gray shirt with all the buttons undone, revealing a muscular chest. So it's the crow from Dongxing, no wonder you're so bold. Someone in the audience glanced at him and spoke up. I will kill you. Chun Haonan's face turned red. The slap was not very damaging, but extremely insulting. It's one thing for a gangster known for their pride, but even an ordinary person would struggle with their self-esteem after being slapped in front of so many people. This time Gao Jin did not dodge. Instead, he grabbed Chun Haonan's wrist and then raised his elbow down. Oh! Chun Haonan cried out in pain, clutching his left hand, which was twisted in an unnatural manner. Gao Jin then stepped forward and kicked to the side, sending Chun Haonan flying, who coughed up blood midair before crashing into the wire fence, the tremendous force causing the entire fence to shake loudly. He concedes. Big B shouted anxiously as he watched Chun Haonan's miserable state. All right, Gao Jin wins the first match with a resounding victory. Hearing the voice from the second floor, Ma Haoqiang picked up the microphone and shouted. Suit-wearing thug. The bettors on Gao Jin's victory cheered loudly, holding their winning tickets excitedly. Damn you, Hongxing, pay up. Those betting on Hongxing cursed, angrily lamenting that Hongxing's fighters were mere trash, beaten up in less than 3 minutes on stage. Brother, I know you're strong, but I haven't offended your boss, so please don't go too hard on me. Da Fei whispered to Gao Jin as he stepped into the ring. Gao Jin looked up at Lin Bin. Lin Bin could roughly guess what Da Fei was saying, which was essentially not wanting to take the fall for Da Bi and wanting Gao Jin to put on a show. Considering Da Fei's neutral stance in the Hongxing, he subtly nodded. Out of the corner of his eye, Gao Jin spotted Liang Kuan, who was indeed turning to look at him. Liang Kuan smiled slightly, understanding that Da Fei was trying to seize an opportunity. Come on. Gao Jin tugged at the tie around his neck. Da Fei smiled and rushed forward with open arms. Gao Jin immediately recognized that Da Fei intended to use the knee strike technique 4-8, locking the opponent's head with both hands and then delivering a series of knee strikes. He grinned wickedly and also opened his arms to grab hold of Da Fei, then headbutt Da Fei's nose. With a thud, blood sprayed from Da Fei's nostrils and his nose visibly fractured. This shocked everyone around. No one expected Gao Jin to make Da Fei bleed so quickly. Da Fei was momentarily dazed from the blow, but being a street fighter, he endured the pain, wiped the blood from his nose, and lunged at Gao Jin again. Gao Jin sidestepped, seizing Da Fei's arm and executing a shoulder throw, slamming Da Fei harshly onto the ground. Just as Da Fei attempted to get up, Gao Jin kicked him in the abdomen, causing Da Fei to curl up in pain. On the second floor, Liang Kuan nodded to himself, clearly satisfied with Gao Jin's performance. Meanwhile, Jiang Tiansheng's face turned pale, shocked at how badly Da Fei was being beaten. At that moment, Da Fei suddenly sprang up from the ground, wrapping his arms around Gao Jin's legs and pulling hard, causing Gao Jin to lose his balance and fall. Seizing the opportunity, Da Fei mounted Gao Jin and raised his fist to strike. However, Gao Jin was quick, grabbing Da Fei's wrist and twisting it with force, resulting in a loud crack as Da Fei dislocated his wrist. Da Fei let out a pain scream as Gao Jin kicked him away. Gao Jin stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and coldly stared at Da Fei, saying, "Stop struggling in vain." Lying on the ground, Da Fei panted heavily, realizing it was over. Continuing to fight was pointless. The second match goes to Lianxing Gao Jin victory. As Ma Haoqiang's shout echoed, the crowd erupted into cheers and curses. Crown Prince, you must win this match. Jiang Tiansheng looked gravely at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince nodded silently, aware that his opponent had easily defeated 2 fighters without exhausting much energy, making it unlikely for him to win. The Crown Prince stepped onto the stage, warming up his body, his gaze sharpening as he walked towards Gao Jin. Gao Jin, seeing the Crown Prince approach, also assumed a fighting stance. The two locked eyes for a moment before charging at each other. The Crown Prince launched a straight punch towards Gao Jin's face, who swiftly turned his head to evade, immediately following up with a kick to the Crown Prince's abdomen. The Crown Prince reacted, quickly leaping backward to avoid the kick. He then stepped forward in a swift motion, his hands clawing at Gao Jin. Gao Jin sidestepped to block, attempting to apply a shoulder throw. However, the Crown Prince exerted force with his waist, stabilizing himself and violently tossing Gao Jin away. After landing, Gao Jin quickly regained his footing and charged at the Crown Prince again. This time he feigned a punch followed by a sweeping kick. The Crown Prince jumped up, performing a spinning kick midair that struck Gao Jin in the chest. Gao Jin staggered back, but steadied himself, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He wiped away the blood, his gaze growing fiercer as he engaged in close combat with the Crown Prince once more. Both exchanged blows, each strike ruthless, making it difficult to determine a victor, the crowd's cheers reaching a fever pitch. You're strong. If you concede, I'll speak to Jiangsheng and let you join Hongxing. I'll cover the costs. The Crown Prince, feeling a tingling sensation throughout his body, spoke up. Gao Jin let out a cold laugh, saying, as a follower of Ben Go, if we're going to fight, let's do it decisively. With that, Gao Jin seized the moment and charged forward, delivering a fierce whip kick that landed squarely on the Crown Prince's side. The Crown Prince groaned, his body swaying slightly. Gao Jin pressed the advantage, unleashing a flurry of punches like raindrops upon the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth, fighting back with all his might, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Just as Gao Jin's assault started to ease, the Crown Prince suddenly executed a low sweep. Gao Jin, caught off guard, felt pain in his leg and nearly toppled over. However, he quickly regained his balance, engaging in close-quarters combat with the Crown Prince once more. Both fighters were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked, and they bore the marks of battle. The crowd watched intently, tense with anticipation of the fierce duel. Suddenly, Gao Jin spotted a flaw in the Crown Prince's defense and delivered an uppercut that landed cleanly on the Crown Prince's chin. The Crown Prince's head snapped back as Gao Jin moved in, executing a dual peak ear strike, sending the Crown Prince toppling backward. Gao Jin followed up with a kick to the Crown Prince's chest, leaving him on the ground, completely unable to resist. Lianxing Gao Jin victory. Ma Haoqiang's voice rang out once more. Jiangxing, thank you. It seems we are indeed more skilled than the people from Lianxing. Xue Ji stood up and brought everyone to Jiang Tiansheng. When skill is lacking, one must accept defeat. Let's put this matter to rest. Did you hear that, Debi? Jiang Tiansheng forced a slight smile as he spoke to Debi, which appeared to be an inquiry, but was in fact a warning. The prince could tell at a glance that he was seriously injured. If not for the useless subordinate under him, this wouldn't have happened, and Hongxing wouldn't have lost so much face. Debi and the others did not want to provoke Jiang Tiansheng at this moment, and could only quietly follow him away. Mao Duanhua, when will our bet be delivered? Don't worry. There are many people betting against Hongxing this time, just a quick count, and it will be delivered to everyone tomorrow. Xue Ji looked at Mao Dunhua. Mao Dunhua replied with a smile. This time, only bets against Hongxing would secure a win. Oh, and there's a big spender from somewhere who bet 1 million. I estimate I can still make over 20 million. Jin, how are you? Lin Bin looked at the approaching Gao Jin. It's fine, Bin Go. It's just a shame about this suit, it's quite valuable. Gao Jin replied with a smile, his previously dapper suit now tattered, looking as if he had come out of a disaster. Ha, big brother, I'll compensate you with 3 better suits. Lin Bin laughed heartily, patting Gao Jin on the shoulder. That's quite impressive. We should go to the boxing gym sometime. It's been a while since I last boxed. How invited, giving a thumbs up. Sure, how go? Let's have a chance to spar. Gao Jin agreed, not dampening Ahao's enthusiasm. The others who had placed bets also chimed in with compliments. All right, we should be leaving now. Xue Ji observed the excited crowd. Wanchai Ben say bar. Chong, take Jin back to rest first. Lin Bin said to Chong, who was driving. Lin Guchong nodded and restarted the car. What's the matter? I was about to go to sleep and you called me over. Lin Bin pushed open the box and heard the complaints. It's nothing major. The election for the club's decision maker is coming up early next month. Aren't you in a hurry? Lin Bin said with a smile. Good brother, I knew you would support me. The one complaining was Didi, who immediately perked up upon hearing Lin Bin's words. However, there is a condition, Lin Bin teased. What condition? I will agree to anything. With your support, I am sure to secure the position this time. Didi readily agreed. Well, you said it, I want to go to Bolan Street. Lin Bin raised his index finger. Hasn't the matter with Hongxing's Debi just been settled? You want to go to Bolan Street again? Didi clearly did not want to clash with Hongxing. You don't need to worry about that. Oh, just help me block off Quanqing's Han Bin when the time comes. Hearing Lin Bin say this, Didi still couldn't make a decision. Bin Guhi's here. Ahao walked in at that moment. Let me introduce you to a new friend. Have fun before making any decisions. Lin Bin smiled as he walked over and sat beside Didi. Yo, Bin Gu, I have to thank you today. Oh, I won 3 million thanks to you. A man dressed in an orange suit with a black shirt and a scruffy face entered, spreading his arms and laughing. Didi looked at the enthusiastic Liang Kuan and then turned to Lin Bin, puzzled. Kuan Gu, you're joking. The 3 million isn't what makes you happiest, is it? This is Didi, the decision maker for our Tsuan operations with Lianxing, Lin Bin introduced as he rose. I know Tsuan is all about Lei Chao, quite famous. Liang Kuan walked over, familiarly picked up the martell on the table and poured a drink. I'll take the brothers out to have some fun, or we need to discuss a few things. Lin Bin spoke and Didi nodded at the long-haired guy. Silly Chong, you pay the bill later, ill treat, and get a few beautiful women to make sure they have a good time. Liang Kuan lightly clenched his fists and placed them at his waist, simultaneously thrusting his hips forward twice, making a gesture understood by men. No problem, Kuan Go. How this time when my big brother speaks, you must not earn. The beauties have already been arranged, Silly Chong replied with a smile. That's only natural. Ahao cheerfully led several people out. Didi, I've discussed with Liang Kuan, he'll bring people to his territory at Bolan Street. Han Bin likes Sister 13, he will definitely bring people over, so you just need to block him for me. Lin Bin looked seriously at Didi. What do I gain from this? And Bolan Street is just a street for women. Oh, what do you want to do there? Didi was confused about the situation. I will vote for you, ensure you rise to power. Kuan Gu also wants to progress. Oh, I can't stand Jiang Tianxing as the leader. Lin Bin said succinctly. You're dreaming. Jiang Tianxing is so easy to deal with that he would have been ousted long ago. Didi scoffed. Isn't he already being dealt with? The prince is so severely injured that he will need to lie down for at least half a year. The BS subordinates have all been incapacitated. Yu Dafei and Ji Gu were always indecisive, and now Dafei also harbors resentment towards Jiang Tianxing. That's why I want to take over Sister 13's territory. I only need you to block the Han Bin brothers, preventing them from crossing over, and Kuan Gu will handle the rest. Lin Bin analyzed the current situation with a smile. While you sit at the helm with Lianxing, I will be the leader of Hongxing. At that time, I will help you unify Heji. Hearing Lin Bin's plan, Liang Kun's face flushed with excitement. As long as Di agrees, now the leader's seat of Hongxing is already beckoning to him. If I refuse, you'll just turn around and discuss this with a Lo. Di slowly spoke. Lin Bin maintained a smile. Let's drink. Just let me know when you're ready to make your move. Di raised his glass and drank. Haha, I told you. Lin Bin also raised his glass and clinked it with Liang Kun finishing the drink. It turned out the two had already made a. Your territory is the largest in Lianxing, and with me a Lu can't compete. Moreover, with brother Kun leading Hongxing's support, Uncle Deng's attempts to maintain balance within the gang will no longer work. Then you will truly be the decision-maker in Lianxing. Lin Bin painted a grand picture for Di. Alright, by then ill-established dual leadership with you turning Lianxing into a family dynasty like Xing passing it down from father to son, so we can share the spoils. Di laughed arrogantly. If it weren't for just having taken over Saigon and my power growing too slowly, even with another year with that brain of yours, you think you deserve to be a decision-maker. Lin Bin cursed inwardly, but laughed heartily on the surface. Since we've settled the matter, when will you make your move? Liang Kun eagerly interjected. I need a bit of time to prepare. Coincidentally, I need to go to the mainland for a few days tomorrow, and by the time I return it should be about ready. I will send someone to notify you then. Lin Bin thought of going to the mainland first to finalize the clothing factory deal before proceeding. He indeed needed time to arrange everything. Alright, well, wait for your notification. Cheers. The three raised their glasses in unison. Ahao called Jimmy to come over. After sending everyone off, Lin Bin checked the time. It had just passed 12 o'clock. Boss, why did you call me over so late? I'm about to be overwhelmed with the disc and shoe factory matters. Jimmy complained as soon as he entered the private room, having just gotten into bed, when he received a house call urging him to hurry to the bar, forcing him to get up and get dressed. Sorry, tomorrow, I need to take a Hao and a Chong to the mainland. Big Head has gone to Macau again, and there's something that needs to be arranged quickly. I don't trust leaving it to others. Lin Bin smiled awkwardly. He felt like a hands-off manager spending most of his time in the bar, while leaving the shoe factory and disc matters to Jimmy. He had Big Head handle the movie shoot, but there truly was no one else available. Gao Jin had just come and knew nothing, and there was no one else under him, so it was just right for him to follow Lin Bin. Eventually, the clothing factory in Hong Kong would also have to be handed over to Jimmy. As the old saying goes, if you can't kill the dead, you might as well use them to the fullest. Alright, what do you need me to do? Jimmy only complained verbally, but still held a good opinion of Lin Bin. After all, who doesn't like a boss who treats them well and gives them authority, especially when he doesn't force them into violence, but allows them to quietly run their business? This was precisely why he had initially joined the gang. Tomorrow, arrange for some people to take the shoes to Bolon Street to sell. I don't care how you sell them. If they don't sell, that's fine, but you must definitely create a conflict with the people from Sister 13. Lin Bin instructed solemnly. Hongxing's Sister 13. Jimmy looked at Lin Bin with confusion. Although he had been at the shoe factory these past 2 days, he knew about the gang's boxing match with Hongxing. He had heard that Gao Jin fought through the entire match and knocked out Hongxing's war god prince, leaving him unconscious. The news spread through the entire underworld as soon as the fight ended. He had just gotten out of the car at the bar's entrance and still saw a few gangsters gathered together, chatting, gesturing out, punching. Yes, that's her. Just arrange for someone to create a conflict with her. Don't worry about making it a big deal. Lin Bin assured. I understand. Since Lin Bin said so, he just needed to arrange for people to do the work. Peng City Guest House. Mayor Lu, Director Sure. This is General Manager Lin, who wishes to invest in a clothing factory in Peng City. Mr. Su enthusiastically introduced. Previously, Director Sure used the alias Big Circle Leopard in Hong Kong. By chance, Mr. Su helped him out, and the two became close friends for a time. This time, he took the opportunity to connect him with Mayor Lu, who is responsible for investment promotion. I know you are the person in charge in Saikong from Lianxing. We welcome you to do business here, but please do not bring your practices from Hong Kong here. Director Sure said forcefully. I am from Dongshan City. I returned this time specifically to do business. Lin Bin originally smiled, but upon hearing Director Sure's slightly warning tone, he wiped the smile off his face. Old Sure, why are you being so serious? The country is reforming now, and it urgently needs patriotic individuals like Mr. Lin to invest in construction. Mayor Liu's gentle voice broke the somewhat tense atmosphere. Yes, he is here to do business, Mr. Su added from the side. I wonder how much Mr. Lin plans to invest. What scale of factory does he intend to build? How many employees does he expect to hire? Mayor Lu precisely hit the nail on the head. Since he wants to invest, he cannot just talk about it. The amount he can invest and the number of jobs he can create will roughly determine how much foreign exchange he can generate and how much tax he can pay to the country. My initial budget for the first phase is 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Naturally, the larger the factory, the better. As for the number of recruits, it's hard to say, but it should conservatively be no less than 1,000 people. Lin Bin handed over the project plan. Oh, such a large scale. There happens to be a 20 mu plot of land available in Baoan, which can be allocated for your use. Mayor Lu was also surprised by the investment scale. If this investment is real, it would at least rank in the top 10 among all foreign enterprises, and this is just the first phase. In 1987, when Peng City first auctioned land, the price was only about 611 yuan per square meter. The transaction price for 8,588 square meters of land was 5.25 million yuan. Although land prices had significantly risen by 1990, the average price for industrial land was still only around 200 yuan, meaning that just over 2 million yuan could secure the 20 mu of land in Baoan. Thank you, Mayor Lu. Baoan is only a few dozen kilometers from my hometown Tizai village, which provides a way out for the people back home. Lin Bin was very pleased with this arrangement. Is that so? Perhaps this is fate. Shall Li please coordinate with the various departments and finalize the contract? The land will be prioritized for Mr. Lin, and special arrangements will be made to expedite everything. Mayor Lu instructed his secretary beside him. Mayor Lu, let me introduce you to this person, Lin Guochang, our company's specially appointed lawyer. Chang, please show the contract to Mayor Lu for his review. For the subsequent matters, you will coordinate with Secretary Li. Chang first shook hands with Mayor Lu and then took out the pre-prepared contract from his briefcase. The few of them sat quietly while Mayor Lu seriously read through the contract word by word. Half an hour later, he smiled broadly, saying, "Very detailed. It is evident that Mr. Lin has made ample preparations. Shall Li please make a copy of this contract and take it over? If there are no problems, we will sign based on this version. After all, it's my first time returning home to start a business, so I must be well prepared." Lin Bin was very happy to see that Mayor Lu was keen to sign according to his contract. Given that it is the early stage of opening up, there are still quite a few people who are relatively conservative. What a homecoming. This investment and the conversation must be recorded and reported. The construction of economic development is indispensable. Mr. Lin, do not disappoint us, and we will certainly not let you down, Mayor Lu said sternly. Lin Bin did not expect to receive this assurance, which already indicated that as long as he invested genuinely and did not engage in disorderly conduct, he would receive strong support from the other party. The clothing business itself is an important part of the commercial blueprint he has planned, so it naturally requires heart. Mayor Lu, Director Sure. We won't take up too much of your time. We still need to return to our hometown. Lin Bin extended his hand. Once the contract is finalized, I will have someone notify you. Director Sure will later arrange for someone to take Mr. Lin back to his hometown. Mayor Lu gently shook Lin Bin's hand. As the city developed, the influx of vehicles and people led to the rise of highway robbers and thugs in many areas. He did not wish to leave Lin Bin with a negative impression. All right, Mayor Lu. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, and I look forward to more opportunities for collaboration in the future. Director Sure also stepped forward to shake hands. His previous speech was merely a professional habit, but after being interrupted by Mayor Lu and considering the substantial investment Lin Bin brought, he realized that Lin Bin was not someone he could easily manipulate like before. Of course, a dignified director would not want to offend someone over a trivial matter. Brother Bin, dealing with them is too exhausting. Sitting in the car arranged by Master Su, Ahao unbuttoned his suit jacket. Since Lin Guochang went to liaise with Secretary Li regarding the contract, it was Master Su who was driving. Director Shure's arranged vehicles were not far ahead, leading with a police car. Haha, to be received by the mayor of a special economic zone, and now with a police escort back to our hometown. And you're still complaining? Do you know how many people wish for this? Lin Bin laughed heartily. Come on, old Su. I just called the village. My great uncle is incredibly happy to hear that. He said he would wait for us at the ancestral hall, and now they must be getting impatient. Ahao patted the back of the front seat, unable to hide the smile on his face. 1 hour later, at the Lin clan ancestral hall, in Tizai, the main door was wide open. An elderly man with a full head of white hair dressed in a Zhongshan suit looked frail, yet radiant, full of spirit. He was Lin Jingyan, the most senior member of the clan. Great uncle, how can you be here with the elders? As soon as the car stopped, Lin Bin rushed forward. Binzi, Ahao just told me on the phone that you guys are back and brought 2 million to renovate the ancestral hall. What's going on? Lin Jingyuan looked at the police escort and the expensive suits worn by the two, already certain in his mind, yet he still asked. Great uncle, my father passed away early, and I grew up on the kindness of the villagers. In the last 2 years, my brothers and I have made a name for ourselves in Xiangjiang, so we thought to come back and contribute to the renovation of the ancestral hall. Lin Bin held Lin Xingyuan's hand, speaking earnestly. That's wonderful. Your father was the backbone of the village. He was always the first to step up in times of trouble. He would certainly be very proud of your accomplishments now. Mentioning Lin Bin's father, a hint of sorrow flashed in Lin Ziyuan's eyes as he led Lin Bin into the ancestral. In the southern regions, the concept of clan identity is strong. In some villages, most of the thousands of inhabitants share the same surname, and Tizai is predominantly Lin. During the 70s and 80s, there were even instances of neighboring counties and cities fighting over shared surnames, with whole villages dispatching hundreds of young men to help. Great uncle, this is 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Please help convert it when the time comes. After the renovation of the ancestral hall, any remaining funds can be used to build a primary school and improve the village roads. Lin Bin took the bag from Gao Jin and placed it on the offering table in front of the ancestral hall's tablets. All right, come. Let's offer incense to our ancestors. Lin Jingyuan laughed heartily at the sight of the large bag of Hong Kong dollars. Lin Bin solemnly received the incense and bowed deeply. Binzai, I just heard you say that you're investing 20 million in Pengcheng to build a clothing factory. In Lin Xingyuan's home, there stood a small two-story building made of square stones. At this moment, he was pouring a cup of tea for Lin Bin. Yes, I was just discussing with the mayor in charge of investment promotion over there this morning. He will allocate 20 acres of land for me in Baoan, so I returned a bit late. Lin Bin inhaled the fragrance of the tea and continued, that place is now an economic special zone and is quite close to Xinjiang. Once it's built, it will be convenient to sell in major cities in the mainland or export to Hong Kong. I know that Pengcheng is much better than here and Baoan is not far from home. I wanted to ask if there's anything the family... Lin Jingyuan understood what he was implying. The village has over 1,000 young and strong people, and the clan had just received 2 million from Lin Bin, so naturally they wanted to offer some help. That's only natural. Once the land is allocated well, start construction immediately. You know the situation in the village, see if there are any workers available. The wages will be guaranteed, calculated at 2,000 a month with food and accommodation covered. Hearing Lin Jingyuan say this, Lin Bin felt relieved. He was also worried that his uncle would blame him for not building the factory in their hometown. This won't do. You've already given so much money. It's your own child's business, and it wouldn't be right for the elders and brothers not to lend a hand. Lin Jingyuan was taken aback when he heard Lin Bin mention 2,000 for wages, especially with food and accommodation included, and he said firmly, in the 1990s, even 2,000 was a lot. At the beginning of the 2000s, many factory workers earned only a few hundred a month. Uncle, don't refuse just yet. I have a requirement, the speed must be fast. If I hire others, I have to pay the same amount, so it's better to use people from the village. Lin Bin felt gratified that the family wouldn't take advantage of him just because he had money now, and they wouldn't be stingy. Making money isn't easy, so you shouldn't spend extravagantly, Lin Jingyuan advised. I know, actually, I also have a shoe factory and a film company in Xinjiang. The faster the clothing factory is built, the better it is for me. These are just small amounts of money. Lin Bin set down his teacup. Ahao nodded beside him, indicating that what Lin Bin said was true. As long as you know what you're doing, that's good. Shall we go call Zhong Hui over? Lin Jingyuan nodded, saying no more, then spoke to a 5 or 6-year-old child beside him. Uncle, did you call me? Shortly after, a young man in his late 20s walked in. Hui Ge, Lin Bin greeted the newcomer standing up. He was 7 or 8 years younger than Lin Zhonghui and had often followed him around to play as a child. Abin, I didn't expect you to be so impressive these past 2 years, Lin Zhonghui said with genuine laughter. Sit down. Binzai is planning to build a factory in Baoan, so gather some manpower. Once you get the notice to start work, the pay is 2,000 a month with food and accommodation provided. Lin Jingyuan washed a teacup and poured a cup for Lin Zhonghui. This doesn't seem right. Lin Zhonghui was equally startled, spilling some tea. Just pass the message along, but one point: the speed must be fast and the quality must be assured. Anyone who dares to slack off, I will break their legs in front of our ancestors. Lin Xingyuan's gaze turned sharp as he finished speaking. He then turned to Lin Bin and said, now Zhonghui is the head of the 3rd house. I can trust him with this matter. That should be able to gather around 300 people. Lin Zhonghui calculated the approximate number in his mind. He understood that most of the capable workers would be from this group. Calling in those who weren't familiar with the work would only slow things down. I trust Hui Ge with the work. Once the land is allocated, I will send you 1 million first, and you can arrange the subsequent matters. Lin Bin nodded. The number of workers was unexpectedly high. He thought it would only be a few dozen, but upon reflection, many people in rural areas often help each other build houses, so everyone has some skills. Uncle, the meals are ready, and everyone is waiting for you to eat. At that moment, a tall and thin little boy ran. All right, let's go eat then. Shao can lead the way, Lin Jingyuan said with a smile, looking at the boy in front of him. 3 days later. Why the rush? Can't you stay a couple more days? Lin Jingyuan walked over quickly. Uncle, why are you out? I apologize for not disturbing you earlier, as I thought it was still early. The leaders over in Pengcheng said the contract has been finalized, and they want me to go sign it. Also, there are matters in Xinjiang, so I will come back after some time. Please take care of the subsequent construction matters. Lin Bin said apologetically while standing by the car door as Lin Zhonghui walked past to assist Lin Jingyuan. Then you should hurry, don't keep the leaders waiting. I will keep an eye on the construction site, so you can rest assured no one dares to mess around. Lin Jingyuan nodded. Pengcheng City Conference Room. Lin Bin arrived at the conference room, which was already filled with people. In the center sat Secretary Li Guoqiang, with Mayor Liu and other leaders to his left. After politely apologizing to everyone, Lin Bin quickly took his seat. The contract lay before him, and Lin Bin carefully read through each clause with a sharp gaze. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows, noticing a clause regarding construction that suggested the Urban Construction Bureau be responsible. I apologize, leaders, but I have already arranged personnel for the factory's construction. He immediately raised a question. It's like this: the Urban Construction Company has ample experience in factory construction. We hope to complete it as soon as possible for use. However, since you, Mr. Lin, have already made arrangements, we will respect your decision. Li Guoqiang explained that this was to expedite the project process. Thank you for your concern, Secretary. I also pay great attention to the construction timeline for the factory. I believe the contractors I arranged will not let me down nor disappoint the leaders. Lin Bin quickly finished reading the contract and picked up the pen on the table to sign. From now on, this land is entrusted to you. I look forward to you leaving a vibrant mark on this city. Li Guoqiang stood up and extended his right hand to Lin Bin. To contribute to the nation's construction, Lin Bin will certainly not be negligent. Lin Bin shook it firmly. By the way, if there's an opportunity, I hope Mr. Lin can invite friends from Xiangjiang to come over as guests, Li Guoqiang casually mentioned. Definitely. I have many friends from different industries, and they have always hoped for a chance to come invest in the mainland. Hearing this, Lin Bin's eyes lit up. Lin Bin understood his meaning. He wanted to bring more patriotic Hong Kong businessmen over. Although the return date had been confirmed, many entrepreneurs still had concerns about future policies. He was certainly willing to be the intermediary. Only when the motherland is strong can his business be stable. Foreigners are unreliable. Then I look forward to seeing you next time, Li Guoqiang said with a smile, patting Lin Bin's hand. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. After Li Guoqiang left, Mayor Lu walked up and said with a smile, I should be the one thanking you. Without your support, I wouldn't know how long these procedures would take. Lin Bin sincerely thanked him for his support. I and Secretary Li are both appointed by the elders. Xiangjiang will return safely to the embrace, and we will always care for you. Just work diligently and confidently. Mayor Lu said. I submitted the record of that day's discussion. The elders also hold you in good regard and look forward to your future achievements. Mayor Lu recalled the phone call response with a Sichuan accent. This young man is quite impressive, not getting involved in things he shouldn't touch. In just 2 years he has achieved this much. Don't magnify the minor flaws, set a good example for others. He also saw Lin Bin's more detailed information. He was only 20 years old and not mingling in the murky waters of Xiangjiang's current social environment, doing proper business instead. Some minor skirmishes were inevitable. I will definitely not let the leaders down. Lin Bin stood at attention and saluted. He didn't expect to catch the attention of the elders, turning red with excitement. Saigon Pier. Brother Bin, 2 of our men are injured. One slashed the other with a broken arm, Jimmy said, sipping fish soup. Cover all medical expenses. Give each man $20,000 and continue paying their wages during recovery. Tell them to rest well. Lin Bin served himself a bowl, blew gently across its surface, then turned to Ahao. Ahao, alert the brothers. Lin Guahao departed at once to assemble the men. Brother Cohen, dozens will soon descend upon your territory. Arrange your forces accordingly. Lin Bin hung up and instructed Desha, take a team to Liang Kuan's turf. Tell the brothers, no escalation. Keep tempers in check. Understood, Brother Bin, Desha grinned. I can even sing opera, if needed. Big D, I'm heading to clear the ground. Hold off, Han Bin. Lin Bin finalized all arrangements. Brother Bin, the brothers are ready. Half an hour later, Ahao approached flanked by over 100 men, fierce and resolute. Others would converge en route. Move out. Lin Bin rose and slammed his bowl down. Palon Street. Young Master Bin, what brings you and this army to my turf? 13 sisters stood tall, short black hair, black suit, blue shirt. Her right hand raised, a cigarette pinched between her fingers, pointing fiercely at Lin Bin. Behind her, over 100 men stood poised. 2 of my men were merely selling shoes here, and you sent them to the hospital on stretchers. Now you ask what I'm doing. I'm finishing you. Lin Bin roared, and behind him hundreds raised their weapons and bellowed in unison. Quick, call Mr. Jiang. And call Han Bin too. Tell him to get here now. If he won't defend his own woman's turf, he's got no right flirting with me. 13 sister whispered to Ma Wang Bo beside her. Brother Qi, surely there's been a misunderstanding. Let's talk things through calmly. Qi brother stepped forward smiling. No misunderstanding. My 2 brothers still lie in hospital. Qi brother, this doesn't concern you. Walk away now, and I'll pretend I never saw you. Lin Bin raised his blade toward Qi brother. Sister Mei, I'm truly sorry. These old bones won't be much help today. I'll take my leave first. Qi brother glanced awkwardly at 13 sister. What rotten luck. He'd only heard rumors of new Malaysian girls arriving at 13 sisters brothel and had come for a quiet evening. Instead, he'd walked straight into Lin Bin's raid. To flee outright would seem cowardly, so he'd spoken up. But Lin Bin's words left no doubt it was time to withdraw. Go on, Qi brother, 13 sister waved dismissively. He's retired now. Relying on him would waste precious energy better spent swinging blades later. 20,000 for medicine and treatment. I'll host dozens of banquet tables for your men. Is that enough? Humph. He Luin Xing settles matters. Clear the ground. Lin Bin gave a faint, chilling smile. As ordered. Ahao charged forward, spearheading the assault. Fool. Attack. Kill Lin Bin, and I'll pay 200,000. 13 sisters shouted in fury. Her only recourse was money, buying time until Mr. Jiang and Han Bin arrived. She knew full well her men couldn't hold Lin Bin's force. Suan Wan Kwai Chung. Big D. I'm not here to clear your ground. Stand aside. Han Bin, having just learned of Lin Bin's assault on 13 sisters' turf, had mustered hundreds, only to find Big D and his men blocking his path. You say stand aside, and I obey. Ask them if they'll let me pass. Big D sneered. Back to quiet saying now. Chong Mao raised his broadsword and bellowed. Hundreds behind him echoed the cry. Brother Bin, what do we do? Kung Zi Jun Hanbin's top lieutenant looked at Big D and asked, "Damn it, that bastard. I'll hold them here. Take your men and knife Boy Ying's crew and rush to 13 Sisters' aid immediately." Hanbin cursed, then stepped forward to confront Big D, shielding their retreat as each led dozens of men away. "Big D, I tell you again, I don't want to fight you." Hanbin locked eyes with Big D, unwavering. He wasn't mad. He knew a full clash here would bleed his ranks dry, possibly costing him Sing itself. 100 men would suffice for reinforcement, and besides, Liang Kuan was nearby ready to act. "Fine. Then order your men to disperse. I'll treat you to tea." Big D had no wish for open war either. He'd already stalled hundreds. Lin Bin had no grounds to complain. Causeway Bay. Liang Kuan, the territory of 13th Sister, has been swept. Jiang Sheng wants you to bring people over to support. I curse your mother, Qin Yao. Why should I go if she needs support? My turf is surrounded by thousands of people. Cut the line first. After cursing, Liang Kuan swung the iron rod in his hand and struck fiercely at the knife in the big fool's hand, producing a clang that hurt his eardrums. The big fool yelped in pain. Damn, Lianxing has gone crazy and is mobilizing everyone. Hearing the roar from the phone, Qin Yao was shocked. Thousands of people. Could it be that Lianxing is going to go to war with Hongxing? Jiangsheng Hanbin has already taken people there. Liang Kun's Causeway Bay is also under a fierce assault from thousands of people. Is he and Lianxing clearly declaring war on us? Damn it, I'll call Chui Ji and see what he and Lianxing really want to do. The prince is still in the hospital. Hanbin has already taken people over, and Fei is also badly injured. Jiang Tianxing realizes that he has no one left to use and can only call Chui Ji to clarify the situation. Chui Ji, are you really planning a full-scale war with Lianxing against us, Hongxing? Jiang Tianxing cursed angrily as the call connected. I curse your mother, Jiang Tianxing, you better clarify your words. Asleep Chui Ji was awakened by the phone and immediately got scolded as soon as he picked it up, so he retaliated angrily. Don't you know? Your horse brought people to sweep my Bolin Street. Jiang Tianxing shouted into the phone. Abin, don't panic, I'll call to ask. Chui Ji was instantly awake. Abin hadn't told him about today's war. A few minutes later, Abin's phone is unreachable. We'll talk tomorrow. I need to sleep now. Chui Ji replied to Jiang Tianxing. Indeed, Lin Bin's call didn't go through. Now Jiang Tianxing is so anxious, he must be the one at a disadvantage, so let's not worry about him. I curse your mother. Bang. Jiang Tianxing was stunned for half a second at this response, then his anger shot straight to his head as he forcefully slammed the big brother phone against the wall. Tell 13th Sister that Hanbin has taken people there. Tell her to hold on. Jiang Tianxing calmed down a bit and said to Qin Yao, Bolin Street. As the battle began, 13th Sister's people had already fled a small portion. Only about 60 or 70 were brave enough to fight. They were now holding the remaining dozen or so, relying on this 3-story small house to defend. Dozens were lying on the stairs, and Hao and the others couldn't rush up at once. Sister, we're here. Brothers, kill. At this moment, Gongzi Jun led his men to attack. Forget about them, or just cut these down and raise the flag. Lin Bin turned to look at the hundreds of people rushing and revealing a sinister smile as he charged forward with a Hao and Gao Jin. I curse your mother, did Hanbin only send this few people to come to die, eh? We retreat. 13th Sister said to the remaining loyal followers while covering her injured arm. It might also be that they couldn't escape in time. Officer Huang, are we just going to watch? In a blue Toyota on the street, the driver said to the passenger. What else? Thousands of short mules are putting on a big show across 3 streets. The police station's phone is blown up. Just wait a bit, watch quietly. The person was Huang Jiqing. He only spoke after hearing the officer's question. Adjust the cameras tomorrow, let's see how he blames it this time. Huang Jiqing looked at Lin Bin and said fiercely, there were too many people, and it was too chaotic. The camera in his hand couldn't capture clearly. Gongzi Jun's people, led by 3, rushed in, but were directly defeated. Dao Ziqing was even more so, having his arm chopped off by a Hao in one encounter. Jungo, we can't fight at all. Oh, let's retreat quickly, a little brother beside him said, while protecting Gongzi Jun. Retreat. Gongzi Jun shouted angrily, not expecting that when he personally led people over, he couldn't even withstand a single confrontation from the opponent. With Lianxing, a Hao raised the He Ji flag high. Hongxing headquarters. Jiangsheng, Lianxing is being too arrogant. You need to help me take back Bolin Street. Sister 13 said angrily, her arm wrapped in bandages. Isn't it your fault for provoking them? They were just selling a couple of pairs of shoes, and you brought people to attack them. Liang Kuan said, tapping the table with his unlit cigarette. What are you talking about? Those few thugs set up their stalls in my territory, and not only did they refuse to pay protection fees, but they also stole my subordinate spots. If I don't beat them up, how am I supposed to survive and lead my underlings in the future? Sister 13 shouted, pointing at Liang Kun's face. If you can't lead, then don't you just hand over the territory, and I can help you manage it. You could just go home, get married, and have children, wouldn't that be better? Liang Kuan said, twisting his cigarette. I would rather take care of your mother. I was busy with you for an entire night, and there was no news. Were you in cahoots with Liang Zibin? Sister 13 snatched the cigarette and broke it in half. Take care of my mother. What would you feed her? Liang Kuan glanced at Sister 13 and added who said, I didn't have news. I was surrounded and beaten by thousands of people. Every venue had someone coming to smash things. Isn't that more noise than yours? You just lack the ability to keep your territory secure. Liang Kuan pointed at his own nose. Liang Kuan last night, it was the Shah who led over 100 people to raid your venue. Where did the thousands come from? What exactly is going on? Jiang Tianxing's eyes flashed with a cold glint. How would I know? The subordinates at each venue called me telling me that Liansheng's people were raiding. I was worried about a trap, so I could only defend my own company letting my subordinates drive Liansheng's people away. Soon they scattered on their own, who knew there were so few of them. Liang Kuan babbled. He had already seen that Jiang Tianxing had no one useful, so he naturally wasn't afraid of him anymore. 100 people scared you. Liang Kuan, when did you become so timid? At that moment Han Bin stepped up to speak for Sister 13. The dinosaur had already sensed something was off, but unfortunately he couldn't stop it. What does my courage have to do with you? If you're so impressive, why didn't you go support last night? Liang Kuan mockingly looked at Han Bin and asked. That's right, Han Bin, last night you called those two useless ones over, and they got beaten down the moment they showed up. With that, you still want to pursue me? Sister 13 Furious directly said this to put Han Bin in an awkward position. Last night Didi led over 1,000 people to stop me. It was already quite difficult for Jun and the others to get there. Han Bin had already developed a sense of annoyance towards Sister 13. He had lost dozens of brothers yesterday, and even Dao Ziqing was incapacitated, yet he was still publicly ridiculed by Sister 13. Enough. This is not the time for mutual complaints. Bolin Street cannot be lost. Whoever goes to take it back will have the territory. Jiang Tianxing interrupted their quarrel at this moment. Jiang Sheng, give me a few hundred people, and I'll lead the team myself. At this moment Debi jumped out. Alright, I'll take out 3 million from the society as a settling fee. Who is willing to send people? Jiang Tianxing glanced at the crowd. I'm sorry, Jiang Sheng. I'm afraid Liansheng will come to raid my venue again. The losses from stopping business yesterday were already significant. Liang Kuan was the first to speak up. Jiang Sheng, you know how it is with me. If you want me to stroll through the horse lane, that's fine, but I don't have the manpower. Ji Gu awkwardly smiled. Dinosaur, what do you say? Seeing that no one was speaking, Jiang Tianxing directly. I'm sorry, Jiang Sheng. I don't need too many hands for business with Shi Yin, and I happen to have arranged for some people to go to Thailand to fetch a batch of goods. There really is no way. The dinosaur defended the second brother together. My people can't go out. A D will be watching me. Han Bin also refused. After Han Bin finished speaking, Jiang Tianxing's face darkened. How about calling Chui Ji to have a talk? At this moment Chen Yao spoke to ease the atmosphere. Jiang Tianxing clenched his fists and nodded. Chui Ji, do you and Liansheng truly wish to go to war with me and Hongxing? Jiang Tianxing questioned. What are you talking about? I'm not clear on the situation either. Hold on, let me make a call to find out. Seeing the other party answer, Chui Ji picked up his cell phone and asked, Boss, my brothers just went over to set up a stall to sell shoes. You know the stall isn't a territory. Who knew that Shisan Mai would go crazy and injure 2 of my men? They are still lying in the hospital. How can I not take action against her if I want to be the boss? I'm feeling wronged, Lin Bin said. If you had just told me I tried to call you last night, but couldn't get through. I'm left in the dark. Otherwise I would have managed the situation for you. Don't blame me, Chui Ji retorted. Managing the situation is a three-headed position. Boss, don't put me in a bind. I think Didi is quite good. He can hold things down. Lin Bin replied with a smile. Have you struck a deal with Didi? Chui Ji asked. Yes. Yesterday, he helped me handle Han Bin. I'm definitely not giving up my hold on Bolin Street. Tell Jiang Tianxing not to bother negotiating. You just let him come and fight. I've planted this flag waiting for him to come and seize it. Don't worry, I can handle it. Lin Bin was also straightforward with Chui Ji. He would have a vote during the upcoming election. You're kidding me. You're teaching me how to do things. You didn't hand over my vote, did you? Chui Ji knew Lin Bin since he said it like that he must have confidence. In the end he helplessly laughed and scolded, we're in this together, boss. If he has the strength to take the position, it's beneficial for both of us. Otherwise, if he's in charge with that small crew of his, whenever something happens, won't they have to rely on us? Also, Didi said if you vote for him, he'll give you 200 as a thank you. Lin Bin analyzed the situation for him. Didi has total control over Tsuan Wan, and his strength is undisputed. Last time Lin Huailu almost got beaten by the number gang in Jordan. Only because Deng Bo wanted to maintain balance did he pull Lin Huailu up for the fight. Alright, I get it. You don't respect me as the boss at all. Chui Ji hung up the phone and Lin Bin knew he wasn't angry. Jiang Tianxing, I figured things out. Your people are too arrogant. Our brothers merely went to set up a stall, yet you all attacked and injured them. Do you really think you're the emperor of the Hong Kong underworld? Since you act so domineeringly, then come and seize the flag if you have the ability. Chui Ji scolded him directly. Since Lin Bin had confidence, what was wrong with showing off a bit? Pointing at the leader of the large organization and cursing, this could be bragged about for a lifetime. Fine, then I Hongxing will fight you to the end. Jiang Tianxing was furious. Ever since his father passed away, no one had dared to speak to him like that. I don't care what your thoughts are, we have to send troops to take back Bolin Street. If the Hongxing brand collapses, none of you will fare any better. Jiang Tianxing hung up the phone and scanned the crowd. You're the leader, so what you say goes. Why are we even having this meeting? Ridiculous. Liang Kuan stood up and kicked the chair aside. Let's get one thing clear. If Dabi takes action, you owe him 3 million. If I don't see the money, I can't mobilize my men. As he reached the door, Liang Kuan suddenly turned around and said, casting a glance at Han Bin. Last night my men also suffered dozens of casualties. Medical fees and settlement fees. Shouldn't the organization help out a bit? He had almost forgotten to mention it due to the interruption. At that moment, Han Bin noticed Liang Kuan's gaze and remembered to speak up, or if he waited any longer he might miss out. Most of the money everyone contributed actually landed in Jiang Tianxing's own pocket. The organization had at most a few million since Hongxing hadn't fought anyone for a long time. Previously, everyone had gotten used to it and didn't pay it much mind. But this time was different. Dabi and Liang Kuan were set to split 6 million, and if he didn't speak up, Jiang Tianxing might not be willing to take money from his own pocket later. Rest assured, I'll give you 2 million first, the rest can wait until this matter is resolved. Jiang Tianxing gazed at Han Bin with calm benevolence. All right then, I'll head back and prepare. Han Bin could only nod in agreement. Ah Bin, you should have seen it. Jiang Tianxing was nearly apoplectic just now. Haha. Liang Kuan returned to the film company and immediately called Lin Bin. His life has been nothing but smooth sailing. Born into privilege with a Triad emperor for a father, inheriting the entire Hung Hing upon adulthood. It's time he truly confronted the ruthless reality of this Jianghu. Lin Bin let out a soft, knowing chuckle. By the way, he's issued orders tonight. Dabi will lead a squad to take you down. As for Long Kuei, Dabi will hold him off. No worries there. And on my end, you needn't doubt me. I'd never betray a brother. Liang Kuan continued. Dabi, he dares come after me again. Then this time I'll send him straight down to peddle salted duck eggs. Lin Bin scoffed with undisguised contempt. Aho, this building looks excellent. I'll have it renovated soon to serve as our flagship apparel store. Hanging up the call, Lin Bin turned from the window toward Lin Guahao. Indeed, it's quite impressive and surprisingly bustling, Lin Guahao replied, though he didn't fully grasp the significance. If Lin Bin said it was good, then it was good. After all, the stream of pedestrians below was unmistakably steady. Just then Lin Bin's mobile phone rang. No caller ID displayed. Hello? Who's this? He asked, puzzled. Young Master Bin. 13 Mai's assault on your men was unjustifiable. Return Poonlon Street to us, and I'll cover 1 million in medical expenses. We'll host a reconciliation banquet. Time, venue, and number of tables are entirely at your discretion. Jiang Tianxing's voice emanated from the receiver. Having acquired Lin Bin's number through intermediaries, he hoped for one final negotiation. Oh, Mr. Jiang, I'm terribly sorry, but whatever Lin Bin swallows, he never spits back out. Lin Bin replied, smiling faintly. Young man, I've encountered countless others like you. Suddenly elevated, instantly arrogant. Yet none met a favorable end. I urge you not to misjudge your own path. Whether or not I meet a favorable end is hardly your concern, Mr. Jiang Tianxing. Spare your energy worrying whether your men can seize my banner. Lin Bin responded with a cold, mirthless laugh. Young Master Bin, you won't remain untouchable forever. Tonight, I'll bring you crashing to your knees. Jiang Tianxing abandoned persuasion altogether. Aho, tell the brothers to stand ready. I don't want to wait 3 days. I demand tonight. We fight to the bitter end, until they tremble at the very thought of us. Lin Bin placed his mobile phone on the windowsill and gazed outward, serene and still as a sliver of golden sunlight fell across his face. Parking way, gather everyone immediately. And by the way, bring over the Mercedes-Benz prepared for Brother Bin. Aho shouted into the phone. What Mercedes-Benz? Lin Bin asked, perplexed. Brother, your status has changed. You're a top-tier boss now. How can you keep driving that battered crown? I've arranged 2 brand new Mercedes-Benz S600s for you. Each costs well over $1 million upon delivery. You'll see them shortly. Lin Guahao grinned. Nonsense. Do you think I need you to gift me a car? We've barely earned a dime, and already you're splurging recklessly. Not again. Lin Bin warned sternly, though a subtle smile lingered at the corner of his lips. Understood. 1 lifetime, 2 brothers. That's all there is to it. Realizing Lin Bin wasn't truly angry, Lin Guahao shrugged indifferently. Had any other underling gifted such a luxury car to his boss, he'd have slept with dreams of fortune. But Lin Bin, ever mindful of how hard his brothers labored to earn their wealth, felt only quiet concern. As night descended, Parking Wei stepped out of the Mercedes-Benz, smoothing his tailored suit and adjusting his hair in the rearview mirror. Behind him, dozens of vans screeched to a halt. Dozens of underlings poured forth, weapons drawn, advancing with fierce determination toward Lin Bin's building. Idiot. Park your car somewhere else. What if it gets wrecked in the fight? Move it to the back now. Aho laughed as he scolded the ostentatious display. My apologies, Brother Ho. I'll move it right away. Parking Wei chuckled sheepishly. Brother Bin, brother, how everyone's arrived. Over 800 men. Parking Wei strode and slapped the car keys onto the table and collapsed onto the sofa beside Gao Jin, facing Lin Bin and Lin Guahao. Yes. Tell the brothers 500 Hong Kong dollars each tonight, 2,000 for every man felled. I'll cover all medical expenses. 20,000 for whoever takes down Big B. And this street will be his to rule. Lin Bin rapped his knuckles against the table. Brother Bin has spoken 2,000 per head, and whoever slays Big B shall rise, as the new master of Boland Street. Parking Wei sprang up and roared out the window elated. At such staggering bounties the men erupted with fervor. Neon tubes bled crimson amber and emerald light across the weathered facade of the old building, submerging Boland Alley in a chiaroscuro palette of half-light and shadow. Big B held an unlit cigarette between his lips, fingers drumming lightly against the scabbard of his broadsword as his gaze swept over the silhouettes in floral shirts gathered at the opposite street corner. Over 1,000 men stood behind him. Hong Xing's boys, daring to seize our banner. Have you grown tired of... Lin Guahao smashed a cola bottle onto the ground. Glass shards exploded outward as his 800 underlings simultaneously drew steel pipes and machetes, the blades glinting coldly beneath the neon glow. Big B spat out the cigarette but unsheathed his broadsword, its polished surface reflecting his savage visage. Debo, how you know the rules of the turf. Yesterday you ambushed us with superior numbers. Today let's see whose ranks run deeper. Either withdraw your men now, or leave corpses here tonight. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Guahao burst into wild laughter and raised his hand in command. Cut them down. Let them know who truly commands Boland Street. The sharp percussive clatter of steel on steel tore. Big B twisted aside, evading the descending blade, then slashed diagonally with his broadsword. The floral shirt split open with a long gash, blood welling through the fabric. Parking Wei, young and agile, whirled his iron rod like a whirlwind, striking a Hong Xing underling squarely on the knee. The man shrieked and crumpled to the ground. Shop owners along the street had long received word. All stalls were shuttered. The entire thoroughfare was now a battlefield occupied solely by the two rival factions. Hold the stairwell. No one gets upstairs. Lin Guahao bellowed the order, kicking aside an on-rushing assailant before slashing another across the arm. From the corner of his eye, he spotted 3 Hong Xing men surrounding his junior brother Ah Chong. Ah Chong's arm already bleeding, yet still clinging desperately to one attacker's leg. A surge of heat flooded Lin Guahao's chest. He charged forward without hesitation, his broadsword carving a brutal arc horizontal and vertical, cleaving a crimson path through the chaos. Release him. Big B lunged from the flank, broadsword slicing the air with lethal force. Ahau raised his blade just in time. Clang. A deafening impact reverberated, numbing Big B's palms. Is this all the strength you've got? Do you still think Hong Xing will shield you? Then die here tonight. Ahau snarled, each stroke aimed unerringly at a vital point. Big B staggered backward, heels pressing hard against the alley wall. Just as the blade descended toward his skull, a black figure darted in and slammed an iron rod against Lin Guahao's sword. BG, run. Lin Guahao struck the figure down with a single slash, but instantly 6 or 7 more rushed in from the side. By the time he'd felled them all, Big B had vanished into the night. Big B has fled. A sharp-eyed underling cried out, scanning frantically. Retreat, now. Seeing no response from Big B, the Hong Xing men sensed disaster. At first only a few broke and ran. But soon the exodus swelled until only a handful, eyes glazed with bloodlust, continued swinging their arms mechanically before falling one by one beneath relentless steel. Brother Bin, Hong Xing's rabble has been routed. We cut them down and sent them fleeing. Shame we couldn't pin down Big B. Lin Guahao ascended to the second floor and reported to Lin Bin. Well done, brothers. Distribute the money immediately. And let it be known once more, whoever brings down Big B shall rule this street. Lin Bin gestured toward a suitcase tucked in the corner. Lin Guahao walked over, opened it, and found it brimming with Hong Kong banknotes. In the tea restaurant on Boland Street, the ceiling fan lazily turned, spreading the sweet aroma of char siu. As Huang Jiqing pushed open the door, Lin Bin was meticulously picking at a bowl of char siu rice, his black suit jacket draped over the back of a chair, and the pearl collar pin glimmering softly under the warm yellow light. Sit. Without looking up, Lin Bin raised his hand to summon a waiter. Bring sir a glass of iced milk tea, less sugar, and add a pineapple bun. Huang Jiqing pulled out the chair opposite and sat down. The shoulder insignia of his police uniform brushed against the table, making a faint sound. You seem quite at ease. He stared at Lin Bin's chopsticks. Sir, it's just breakfast. What's so leisurely about it? But you, how come you have time to come over here? Lin Bin raised his eyes, a half smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The waiter brought over the iced milk tea, the ice clinking crisply against the glass. Huang Jiqing did not touch the glass, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. The day before yesterday, you led the team to make a move on Boland Street. Now the hospitals and clinics are filled with your people and those from Liansheng and Hong Xing. In the end, 13 May fled. You took over his territory. Is there anything you want to add? Lin Bin picked up a piece of char siu and slowly chewed. Make a move. Filming a movie. This isn't something I do. You've got the wrong person. He put down his chopsticks, his eyes suddenly turning cold. Huang Jiqing paused for a moment, took a sip of the milk tea, the cold liquid sliding down his throat, easing the heat in his heart. I am a police officer. I'm just giving you a chance. Don't choose to close off your own path. Close off. Lin Bin let out a light laugh, took out a photo from his pocket, and pushed it in front of Huang Jiqing. The background of the photo was a rooftop where a man with a scruffy face held an envelope facing Huang Jiqing, both of them smiling at each other. Bastard, where did you get this photo? Huang Ziqing slammed the glass down. I told you last time, be careful with your words, or you'll die violently. Huang sir, you don't take my words to heart at all. Why do you keep staring at me when you should be dealing with those drug dealers? Lin Bin stared intensely at him. Huang sir, the probe came back, but there's nothing visible. It's all black screen, no evidence. At that moment, a young police officer rushed in and whispered in Huang Ziqing's ear. All right, this time I'll let you go, but I hope you have such good luck next time. Huang Ziqing restrained his smile. You may not understand the current situation. It's you who is asking me to let you go. Lin Bin let out a light laugh. What do you want to do? Huang Ziqing motioned for the officer to leave first. The dinosaurs from Tun Mun and Han Bin from Kuaiqing have recently gone to Thailand to get a batch of goods. Calculating the timing, they should be coming ashore in the next couple of days. I've heard it's worth hundreds of millions. If split into the market, it could easily amount to 1 or 2 billion. Do you want this credit? Lin Bin took a sip of milk tea and said leisurely. What do you want to use me as a gun? Are you even qualified? Huang Ziqing picked up a pineapple bun and tore a piece off with his hand, putting it in his mouth. If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything reckless. I've mentioned it before, I'm a good citizen and a legal businessman. It's about police-civilian cooperation. Lin Bin took a couple of bites of rice. How can you guarantee what you're saying is true? Huang Ziqing picked up a napkin to wipe his hands. Though he said that he was already calculating in his mind, if this news turned out to be true, it would be enough for him to get promoted again. However, such a big credit, he definitely couldn't take it all himself. No, he needed to contact Li, sir. I've eaten enough. If you're interested, contact me, but your time is running out. I can't guarantee when it will come ashore, whether tonight or tomorrow. Lin Bin stood up, wiped his mouth, and walked out the door. Huang Ziqing quickly grabbed the piece of paper on the table and pocketed it. It had Lin Bin's phone number written on it. At the police station building, Criminal Investigation Department. Li, sir, I have received a tip-off that members of the Hongxing gang have smuggled a large shipment of drugs from Thailand worth over 100 million. It will arrive in the next few days. This is outrageous. Do you realize the impact such a massive amount of drugs will have if it flows into Hong Kong? Is the source of the tip reliable? Huang Ziqing said softly while sitting at Li Wenbin's desk. Li Wenbin put down the documents in his hand, adjusted his glasses, and looked at Huang Ziqing with sharp eyes through the lens. The information should be reliable, which is why I'm here to discuss it. Should we take action ourselves, or should we contact the colleagues in the Drug Investigation Department to assist us? I want to lead the team myself to achieve the greatest credit for this operation. How many people do you think they will send to escort such a large shipment of drugs? Huang Ziqing expressed his intention. With such a large quantity of drugs, we would need to mobilize at least 100 officers. Such a large-scale deployment must be signed off by the Deputy Director of the Police Operations Department. If the information turns out to be false, how will the superiors view me as a police inspector? Li Wenbin said angrily, rubbing his brow after removing his glasses. For such a large shipment of drugs, we would need at least 100 officers to take action. Such a massive mobilization of police force requires proper authorization, and if the information is false, it would reflect poorly on me as an inspector. This Huang Ziqing is simply useless. He doesn't even think for a moment for the sake of a little credit. The information came from Lin Bin of Helianxing. He has been in conflict with the Hongxing gang recently. I suspect he might want to use our police force to eliminate his rivals. Here is his phone number. Huang Ziqing hurriedly explained, placing a note from his pocket on the desk. Li Wenbin put his glasses back on, picked up the note, and thought for a moment. If this is the case, it makes sense. He gestured for Huang Ziqing to wait outside the office. Huang sir, you figured it out so quickly. Lin Bin smiled as he answered an unknown incoming call. This is Li Wenbin. You mentioned that a shipment of drugs worth over 100 million would arrive in Hong Kong in the next few days. Li Wenbin frowned and asked after hearing the voice on the phone. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was Inspector Li. Yes, it was me who said that. Lin Bin said in surprise, not expecting to receive a call from the person in charge of O Division. What specific time will it arrive? How many people will be involved? And what kind of firepower are they equipped with? Li Wenbin asked consecutively. I have no idea about the specific time. I'm not on the ship. However, I know it will definitely arrive at the Kuaicheng Pier. As for the number of people, it should be around 30, but I can't say for sure about the ship. I heard that the delivery is being handled by someone in Thailand, and their firepower can't possibly surpass the Flying Tigers. Lin Bin stated honestly. That day after the meeting, Liang Kuan called him and said that the dinosaur was going to Thailand for goods. Han Bin had suffered a huge loss, and even his top subordinate was crippled, indicating that this shipment must be very large. Why do you say it will definitely arrive at Kuaicheng? Li Wenbin asked in confusion. As for why it will arrive at Kuaicheng, Han Bin has hundreds of subordinates in Kuaicheng, while the dinosaur's men in Tun Mun number only about 20 or 30. Although they are ruthless, they simply don't have enough manpower. Hence, they wouldn't choose Kuaicheng. Do you really think they'd go to Saikong? That doesn't make sense, Lin Bin remarked without much faith. In any case, whether it's tonight or tomorrow night, if you send someone to keep an eye on the Kuaicheng Pier, you will definitely make some gains. Once this is resolved, remember to apply for the Outstanding Citizen Award for me. Lin Bin teased. Alright, if we handle this well, I owe you a favor, but I won't provide any criminal protection. As for the Outstanding Citizen Award, you have to go on stage to accept it. I dare to apply, or do you dare to come and claim it? Li Wenbin understood the situation clearly. If this matter is resolved, he might be able to sit in the position of commissioner next year. I'm a legitimate businessman, I pay taxes every month. Isn't it the police's duty to protect me? Since I have to go on stage to accept the award, I might as well say it. I don't want to be killed right after stepping down. Linbin laughed and hung up the phone. Hanbin Dinosaur, you won't escape this time. Helping Liang Kuan solve such a big problem, I need to ask him for some benefits. Linbin was unaware of why Liang Kuan would give him this information. It was just a case of using a knife to kill someone, as there is not a single person in the underworld who speaks of loyalty. Even fellow disciples are sold off. Office of the Deputy Commissioner of Operations Police Force. Li Wenbin entered Commissioner Kai Yuanqi's office and spoke directly. Sir Kai, we have received critical intelligence. I request temporary assignment of the SDU for standby over the next 2 days. The commissioner's secretary poured Li Wenbin a cup of coffee, then discreetly withdrew. My CID Inspector Huang Jiqing has obtained reliable intelligence. A major drug shipment is expected to land at Kwai Chung Pier within the next 48 hours, valued at over 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Li Wenbin took a sip of coffee. Within the next 2 days, Kai Yuanqi frowned slightly at the imprecision of the time frame. Yes, Sir Kai. The highest probability is tonight, so I request operational authorization immediately. I will personally assume command of the operation team. It is rumored that Thai narcotics traffickers may escort the consignment. I am concerned they may be armed with heavy weapons. Thus, if possible, I request deployment of 2 SDU tactical units. Li Wenbin continued. Since you express such confidence in this intelligence very well, I shall sign the order now. Kai Yuanqi picked up the document and affixed his signature without hesitation. Commander Li, execute this operation flawlessly. I expect no major casualties. Kai Yuanqi rotated his fountain pen slowly, his gaze steady and resolute upon Li Wenbin. Yes, sir, mission guaranteed. Li Wenbin rose and rendered a crisp salute. Upon securing the signed authorization, he immediately began operational deployment. He swiftly summoned Inspector Huang Jiqing. Commissioner Kai has approved the operation. I will serve as operation commander. You will serve as deputy commander. Remember, absolute precision is non-negotiable. Success will earn you a personal promotion by the commissioner himself before year-end. Li Wenbin addressed Huang Jiqing directly. You will lead the regular police contingent. The SDU will operate under my direct command. Proceed. Yes, sir. Huang Jiqing saluted, eyes alight with fervor. Li Wenbin then rapidly convened core members from both the SDU and the CID to brief them thoroughly on the operational plan. Per the plan, the SDU was divided into 2 tactical units. One unit secured all access routes around the pier to prevent suspect escape. The other infiltrated the pier alongside the CID to execute the arrest. As night fell, the operation team moved silently into position at Kwai Chung Pier, advancing with meticulous stealth beneath the cover of darkness. 0200 a.m. Sir Li, the target vehicles are approaching. The lead car carries Hanbin. Intelligence further indicates suspects may be heavily armed. Li Wenbin sat inside the command vehicle when his pager crackled to life. All units, stand by. Primary target confirmed on site. Commence action the moment cargo touches shore. Full engagement authority granted. Targets may be neutralized without restriction. Repeat, neutralization without restriction. Li Wenbin braced himself, voice taut with resolve. Half an hour later, a fishing vessel emerged from the sea, halting approximately 1 kilometer offshore. 3 flashes of white light pulsed from its bow. Onshore, Hanbin responded with 2 sharp bursts from his high-intensity flashlight. Moments later, the vessel resumed movement and glided slowly toward the pier. Colonel Paka, your efforts on this operation are deeply appreciated, Hanbin said, watching the uniformed officer descend from the vessel's bow. Mr. Han, you flatter me. This mission is ordered by the general. We execute without question. Colonel Paka spoke coldly. Please rest briefly. We'll have our men unload the cargo immediately. Hanbin smiled, gesturing for Paka to sit aside, then turned and instructed his lieutenant Long Dinosaur. Sir Li, the suspects have begun unloading. Shall we initiate action now? Huang Jiqing observed through night vision binoculars as over a dozen figures shuttled crates back and forth. 20-odd armed men stood guard nearby. Wait, no. Initiate now. Li Wenbin had originally intended to strike only after full unloading, but something shifted in his judgment, and he issued the command instantly. Confirmed. All units, move now. Huang Jiqing surged forward first. Hong Kong Police Force, we demand you lay down your weapons immediately. Illumination flares soared skyward, bathing the entire pier in blinding white light, followed instantly by the piercing wail of police sirens. Damn it, cops. Take cover now. Hanbin recoiled instinctively at the sudden glare, then snapped into tactical awareness, vanishing from exposed sight lines. Mr. Han, most cargo is ashore. We prefer not to engage Hong Kong police. Withdrawal is imminent, Colonel Paka stated flatly before sprinting back toward the vessel. Brother, forget him. Let's pull out too. Hanbin saw Long Dinosaur reaching for Paka, realizing he sought only the remaining contraband aboard, and intervened sharply. Withdraw now. Long Dinosaur bellowed. Attention! All units targets attempting escape. Open fire immediately. Li Wenbin assessed the unfolding chaos and issued the order without pause. Gunfire erupted across the pier like thunderclaps. Police and SDU teams converged from all directions, engaging Han Bin's syndicate in fierce close-quarters combat. The suspects dove behind shipping containers, returning disciplined, sustained fire. Bullets streaked like rain as sparks exploded violently across steel surfaces. Colonel Pak's vessel had barely engaged its engine before SDU marksmen locked onto it, its hull riddled with hundreds of impact craters. Traffickers aboard collapsed one by one, crimson staining the dark water. Han Bin dodged incoming rounds while scanning frantically for an exit route. He knew capture meant decades behind bars. Life in Hong Kong's prisons, though spared the death penalty, was indistinguishable from slow death itself. Suddenly he spotted a gap in the police cordon, shouting, "Follow me." He led his men charging headlong. Huang Ziqing reacted instantly, directing his officers in pursuit. A heart-pounding chase erupted through the narrow alleyways of the pier. Gunshots, shouts, and sirens fused into a cacophony of controlled chaos. The entire pier descended into pandemonium. From the command center, Li Wenbin monitored every pulse of the battle, aware this was the decisive moment. He seized his radio and commanded, "All units, eliminate every trafficker. Not a single fugitive must escape. Report, Sirly. All armed resistance neutralized. Principal suspects Han Bin and Long Dinosaur apprehended. Foreign narcotics commander Colonel Paka captured alive. Request further instructions." Huang Ziqing raised a salute, his forearm bleeding from a fresh gunshot wound. "Stand down." Li Wenbin exhaled deeply, his gaze lingering on the blood-soaking Huang Ziqing's sleeve. "The tea restaurant on Boland Street. Why are you calling me so early?" Lin Bin listened to the voice coming from the phone. "Kuan Ge, haven't you seen the news? It's quite exciting." Lin Bin glanced at the television on the wall of the restaurant and spoke up. "What's going on? Calling me this early to watch TV?" Liang Kuan hung up the phone looking perplexed, but he went to the living room to turn on the television. At 3 a.m. today, thanks to the police's deployment, an international crime syndicate was successfully dismantled with drugs worth over 100 million recovered on site. This is the largest drug trafficking case solved in recent years. Now let's invite the head of this operation, Li Wenbin, to say a few words for us. As soon as the television was turned on, the excited host began speaking. "The success of this operation is due to the decisive action of Director Kai Yuanqi. I received intelligence yesterday morning about a criminal organization trafficking drugs with a particularly massive quantity involved. I immediately reported to Sir Kai, who promptly signed the operation order. During this operation, several dozen armed criminals were killed and members of the Triad organization, led by the nicknamed Binny Tiger and Dinosaur, were arrested. Legal action will be taken against these two and their gang. This operation was a great success, and I want to say that no criminal organization can engage in unlawful activities on Hong Kong Island. Please trust our police force, citizens." "Thank you, Sirly. I want to express gratitude on behalf of the citizens to the police force. If it weren't for the police's efforts, this large batch of drugs flowing into Hong Kong Island would have had unimaginable social consequences." The beautiful host bowed to Li Wenbin. "Haha, Abin, you're really something. Han Bin the dinosaur got caught. I wonder if Jiang Tiansheng will survive this time." Liang Kuan, excited after watching the news report, called Lin Bin. "Hee, I've done you such a big favor. How should—" Lin Bin smiled. "You have business in the mainland and need a dock. He'll give you quite sing. How about that, isn't it brotherly?" Liang Kuan replied readily. "With Han Bin caught, I want the remaining people in Quite Sing. They won't be able to hold out." "You're not being sincere, Kuan Ge," Lin Bin scoffed. "Giving me someone else's territory is like a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's not fair, Liang Kuan. You can't say that after all that territory belongs to Hongxing. If you go to take it, you'll have to defend 3 territories, which won't be easy. How about this? Will solve that problem for you, and then give you 2 million. Is that all right?" Liang Kuan expressed his— "I see you know there are still tens of millions of goods in Han Bin's hands that you want to swallow. Fine, it's settled then. Since I'm the good guy here and not involved with these things, just transfer the money to my account later." Previously, the 1 million that Gao Jin used to take down the prince was also directly transferred to Lin Bin's bank account, so this time, he let him transfer the 2 million directly into his own account. "Bin Ge is generous. I heard you went to the mainland for business a few days ago. How did it go? Any chance to bring me along?" Liang Kuan asked, pretending to be casual. "It went well. I secured a 20 million investment. As for bringing you along, let's skip that. You're a big boss in the gang, and I can't manage that, ha." Lin Bin laughed. 20 million. That's a big deal. Aren't you afraid there will be problems? I heard business over there is tough, and aren't you also a big boss?" Liang Kuan asked cautiously. After all, there were only a few years left until the return, and like other bosses, he was also worried about being audited. "I heard that there is no organized crime in the mainland. If caught, they are shot. That's why when I heard Lin Bin was going there for business, I wanted to see if I had a chance." "But what era is that news from?" "Now there's a massive development over there and opportunities are everywhere. You can make money lying down. Also, I'm a legitimate businessman now, and most importantly, I never touch what I shouldn't." Lin Bin smiled. After spending time together, he found Liang Kuan to be a decent person and he needed more helpers. Having someone like him would add weight to his words and actions. As long as he was willing to turn back, there might be opportunities. Lin Bin was also willing to help him seize that opportunity. Are you saying if I get rid of those things I can also become a legitimate businessman? Liang Kuan asked, his tone slightly urgent. As long as there was a chance, he didn't want to run away as before. Well, I didn't say it would definitely work. Besides, can you do it? Lin Bin didn't give him a guarantee. Sometimes saying things too firmly made people doubt. Do you think I'm a drug lord? At most, I just let people sell some pills in the venue. I don't do it myself. I know that Han Bin has buyers for those, and I can profit from the price difference. Otherwise, I wouldn't want it. Liang Kuan said sincerely. All right, next time there's a chance, I'll take you to see it. Hearing Liang Kuan say this, Lin Liansheng headquarters. Have you seen the news? 2 Hung Hing branch leaders have been arrested. Hung Hing is collapsing. Chuan Bao declared loudly. Ah Bin couldn't be luckier. Just seized Palam Street when Hung Hing plunged into chaos. Bai Tu Lao sneered with biting sarcasm. Why don't you seize Tsimsha Sui from Tai Zi while he's hospitalized? You'd surely win. Better than rotting in Yuan Long's countryside until your wits dull. Lin Bin retorted mockingly. I agree with Ah Bin. Go take Yao Tsim district. I'll hold the line for you. Didi stood up, pointing squarely at Bai Tu Lao. Yao Tsim district originated in 1946 as the Yao Ma Ti area of Hong Kong and was renamed Yao Tsim district in 1969 under the Hong Kong Local Administration White Paper centered on Yao Ma Ti and Tsimsha Sui. In 1994, Hong Kong launched an administrative restructuring, merging Yao Tsim district with Mong Kok district to form Yao Tsim Mong district. Sending him to conquer Tsimsha Sui is like sending him to the moon. Haha. Shui Gai scoffed derisively. I was only joking. Can't I even speak my mind? Bai Tu Lao chuckled awkwardly upon seeing Didi rise in Lin Bin's defense. Glancing sideways at Shui Gai, he thought bitterly, if not for the sudden rise of Liang Bin, your 2 bars would have been swept clean long ago. You truly think you're a triad boss? Please, tea. Elder Deng had just finished brewing it, pouring a cup for each, gesturing for everyone to lift their cups. He relished this moment. The delicate equilibrium he'd maintained for decades, every dispute among the branch leaders unfolding precisely within his control. Ah Bin's efforts are plain for all to see. He seized Palam Street himself and repelled Debi's counteroffensive. That must be acknowledged. Elder Deng sipped his tea, surveying the room. Yet with such vast territory now under your command, won't it be difficult to hold? That question ignited gleams of avarice in every pair of eyes. My Dongguan boys are fierce fighters. Shall I send them to assist you, Ah Bin? Depuhe blurted out immediately. Sai Kung is managed flawlessly by Aho Palam Street. However, I intend to oversee personally. Rest assured, Elder Deng, anyone who dares reach for it will lose their hand. Lin Bin locked eyes with Depuhe, unblinking. Let me speak plainly, this territory was won by Ah Bin alone. If he refuses to yield it, no one may seize it. Didi rose to his feet. Lin Bin had been right. Deng Wei, that old schemer, perpetually sought balance. To avoid becoming a puppet, Didi had no choice but to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Bin. True, but why do rival societies dare not intrude? Because our reputation shines bright, compelling them to yield and stay silent. At that moment, Ah Lok stepped forward. He had little choice. Lin Bin had clearly aligned with Didi, otherwise why would Didi so readily shield him from Han Bin? To vie for the position of triad boss, Ah Lok could only side with Elder Deng. Reputations are forged in battle, not granted through deference. If you fail to grasp that, how did you ever enter this world? Didi shot back sharply. He would never miss an opportunity to humiliate Lin Huailok, and the others were expressions of open disdain. Lin Huailok flushed crimson, speechless. Ah Lok, you're mistaken. Why do other societies yield? Because they fear us. Fear born of our unmatched. Elder Deng hadn't expected such a foolish remark from Lin Huailok. Shaking his head inwardly, he stepped in to ease the tension. Then open your territory. I'll merely distribute goods. You two, Biao, eyes alight with greed, envisioned Palam Street's bustling commerce. If he gained entry, his monthly profits would swell by millions. Don't even dream of it. I loathe drug trafficking above all else. Lin Bin refused bluntly. This isn't allowed, that isn't permitted. So what do you want, eh? Elder Deng interjected earlier. You needn't worry about the territory. I do have a business opportunity, but I'm unsure if you're willing to invest, Lin Bin said after taking a sip of tea. What business? Do tell, Long Jin inquired at this moment while Big D looked at Lin Bin with a puzzled expression. Haven't you noticed? Many properties have extremely poor sanitation, and anyone can come and go in each building, compromising the safety of the residents. This has nothing to do with us. Let them hire sanitation workers for the poor environment and pay protection fees for their safety, Lin Bin replied. This is ridiculous, Big D said dissatisfiedly, still thinking it was a legitimate business, but was met with this. Foolish talk. Lin Bin shot him a glare and cursed under his breath. To put it simply, I want to establish a property management company. Are you all willing to invest? Lin Bin stated concisely, truly unable to believe the minds of this group. A property management company? You want to build one yourself? The old man said in confusion. Isn't that what the big water pipes do? When did a short mule like himself get to start a property management company? I'm not building properties, I'm managing the living needs of the homeowners. Of course, the fees will be based on their respective housing areas, charging a certain amount per square meter, with different rates depending on the building type, charging a bit more for high-end communities. Lin Bin explained. The specific tasks include maintenance of shared areas such as elevators and fire systems and public facilities to ensure they operate normally. Daily cleaning of common areas, garbage collection and landscaping maintenance. 24-hour security patrols, vehicle parking management, emergency handling of incidents like repairs in homeowners' homes, and convenience services such as mail collection. Is this business easy to manage? Uncle Deng asked. If we charge $1 per square meter, you can calculate how much profit each building generates, while what we need to pay is minimal. It's just hiring some sanitation workers each month, assigning a brother to manage each building, and arranging several teams for security in each community. Of course, the wages for our brothers can't be low, at least 8,000. Bonuses are additional. Don't joke around making the bulk of the profits while letting the brothers earn only 3,000 to 5,000 a month. Who would step up when something happens? Haven't you seen some security guards being fiercer with homeowners than anyone else? There's money to be made while also providing for the brothers. Your idea is quite good. How will the shares be divided? Uncle Deng nodded and then asked. I've roughly calculated the territory we have with Lianqing. The annual income can exceed 100 million. I want 50% of the shares. The gang will take 20% and the remaining will be divided among you. Naturally, Lin Bin wouldn't hold back on this cash cow. Alright, since you came up with the idea and are handling the matters, taking half isn't unreasonable. The gang isn't taking advantage. A 20% counts as 500,000. They'll put in 300,000 for 1%. The rest is up to you. Uncle Deng calculated a bit and realized it was feasible, immediately stating he also wanted 1%. They'll also take 1% for 300,000. Big D wouldn't miss out. The remaining share the three of us will contribute together. The old man discussed with Long Jin and Chuan Bao. Lin Huailu felt uneasy about leaving the money in Lin Bin's hands, and since the gang would take 20% with their share of dividends, there was no need for him to invest more. Guanzai's son was quite envious, but had been on a losing streak lately, unable to gamble on anything. Wanting shares but unable to raise funds, he could only fume helplessly. Yu Tu Biao had money but also thought that since the gang was holding shares, he could also get a cut if there was profit. Besides, with white powder being so easy to earn 300,000 for purchase and selling for 800,000 isn't that quicker than this. Good A Chong, take out the contract for them. Lin Guchong took out the prepared contract from his bag. Everyone please take a look at the terms. The shares will be added later. Lin Bin picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup, and quietly waited for them to finish reading. And Lian Property, the name is quite good. Since everyone agrees, let's sign the names. Uncle Deng was the first to sign his name. Hung Hing General Headquarters. Who the hell can explain to me why Han Bin and dinosaurs were suddenly arrested by the police? Chang Tinsang demanded, his face contorted with fury. What? Don't you watch the news? Here, this morning's paper spells it out clearly. A transnational criminal syndicate, a major drug lord. If he isn't arrested, who is? Liang Quan retorted, long resentful of him. Today at last was his chance to strike back. Liang Quan, how dare you speak to Brother Chang like that? Was it you who tipped off the police about Han Bin? If I catch you wearing red shoes, I'll cut you down where you stand. The speaker was signed on. With both the eldest and third brothers arrested, his only remaining hope lay with Chang Tinsang. So he rushed forward without hesitation. Red shoes. Which I saw me tip them off. I'll kill you first, you scoundrel. Liang Quan leapt to his feet and pointed fiercely at Sign On. I've long suspected you're up to no good. When my territory was raided, you didn't lift a finger, not even then. And you claim thousands attacked you. Clearly you'd already conspired with Liang Jai Bin to bring me down. 13 Sister stepped forward as well. Conspired with him? If I had, you'd have been dead long ago, and wouldn't be shouting at me now. What about Brother B? He led the counteroffensive, and no one even knows if he's alive or dead. Liang Quan adjusted his suit jacket and continued. The real problem lies with him. Had he not insisted on holding that boxing match with Walin, Shungan Zitai would never still be hospitalized, and Tai Fei would never have been injured, unable to reinforce us. That's why we're only just emerging now. So blame him then. Liang Quan cast a sharp glance toward Chang Tinsang. All present froze in stunned silence. Had Liang Quan swallowed a live grenade today to challenge the leader so brazenly? What did he intend? So you're saying I, as the leader, am incompetent and must shoulder the blame? Chang Tinsang laughed, a bitter hollow sound. You are the leader, so when mistakes are made you must own them. Liang Quan met Chang Tinsang's gaze with unwavering resolve. And how exactly should I own them? Shall I step aside and let you take the chair? Chang Tinsang moved aside, gesturing toward the throne-like seat reserved for the leader. Since Brother Chang has spoken, I'll sit there and try. Any objections? Liang Quan swept his gaze across the room. Brother Qi, do you object? He asked, fixing his eyes on Qi Go. What? I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. Qi Go chuckled softly, head bowed, feigning ignorance. And you, Tai Fei? Liang Quan turned to Tai Fei. Even Brother Chang agrees, so I have no right to refuse. Tai Fei dug idly at his nose as he spoke. The night before, Liang Quan had approached him, promising him Tun Mun if he became leader. Coupled with his long simmering resentment over Chang Tinsang's unfair treatment, he'd pledged his support on the spot. He'd pledged his support on the spot. I object. Why should you become leader? 13's sister sprang up voice tight with alarm. Exactly, he's done nothing wrong. Why should he step down? Liang Ma, who'd remained silent until now, also spoke up. Sinon opened his mouth, but the moment he met Liang Quan's fierce, unblinking stare, he snapped it shut and sat rigidly still. No objections then. Let me tell you why. Because I command greater wealth, wield more men, and govern with fairness, rewards earned, punishments exacted. You say he's done nothing wrong. It was he who ordered men to slash my sworn brother. Then when Brother B's men stirred up trouble, we were forced to clean it up. While ordinary members received housing allowances from us, Brother's in charge, we paid out of our own pockets. Yet the moment Brother B leads a campaign, he draws 3 million. Is that fair? Liang Quan declared, voice thick with indignation. Now Han Bin and dinosaurs are arrested, and Poon Lan Street is lost. He has failed as leader. Why shouldn't I take his place? Those who oppose me may leave the organization freely. Don't say your brother shows no mercy. I won't even ask for your farewell red envelopes. Chang Tinsang surveyed the room. Liang Ma and 13's sister wore desperate, anxious expressions. Chan Yu and Kigo stood aloof, indifferent. Tai Fei had clearly aligned himself with Liang Quan. Sinon dared not utter a word. His most loyal lieutenant Tai Zi lay hospitalized, and Brother B had vanished without trace. He realized with chilling clarity that he stood utterly alone. Very well. Since Liang Quan is so confident, I hereby resign as leader, effective immediately. Chang Tinsang chose dignity over disgrace. To fight further would only expose his own humiliation. Wanchai Bensbar. Congratulations, Brother Kuan. You've finally taken the helm of Hongxing. Lin Bin poured a glass of liquor for Liang Kuan. I must thank you for this. You seized the territory of Sister 13, severely injured the prince and Big B, and dealt with Han Bin and the dinosaur, taking down half of the 12 hall masters of Hongxing. Truly worthy of being my good brother. Liang Kuan downed his drink swiftly. What? Han Bin and the other 2 were taken in by Yue Bin. Big D was taken aback. He only knew the 2 had been arrested by the police, but had no idea how they were caught, and was shocked that they were taken down so thoroughly by the 2. Sigh? It was just a coincidence. You know, the day I was working, an inspector gave me trouble, and I happened to run into him yesterday. Thinking that more friends mean more paths, I pointed him in a direction. Lin Bin noticed Big D's strange expression and understood what he was thinking, so he explained aloud. So that's how Big D regained his composure. As long as my brothers know, that's enough. If this gets out, I'm afraid someone will come after me. Haha, let's toast. Lin Bin raised his glass and downed it in one go. Who dares to come after you? With the 3 of us teaming up, who in Hong Kong would dare to disrespect us? Liang Kuan shook his head. This liquor was quite strong. Liang Kuan was right. Now I have deals with Long Jin Chuan Bao, and you 2 Biao, plus your and Shui Ji's tickets, and with Lianxing's venue. Let's see how a look competes with me. A fierce glint appeared in Big D's eyes. Brother Bin, someone wants to see you. At that moment, Park Che Wei knocked on the door and walked in. See me? What's this about? Lin Bin asked, puzzled. It's about Big B. Should I call him to the next private room? Park Che Wei looked awkwardly at Big D and Liang Kuan. No need, just let him in directly, Lin Bin said nonchalantly. Here, this is Brother Bin. Not long after Park Che Wei let a person in. The newcomer had a buzz cut, stood about 1.75 meters tall, wore a green jacket, had a tooth necklace around his neck, and entered carrying a luggage bag, smiling silently at Lin Bin. Hello, who are you? Lin Bin extended his hand, wondering if he was a bit eccentric. My name is Butong Lin. Butong Lin placed the luggage bag on the table and shook Lin Bin's hand. Very good, did you handle Big B? Sensing the strength from the handshake, Lin Bin praised him, realizing this person was likely stronger than himself. Yes, right here. Butong Lin opened the luggage bag. Is this person a fool? Big D glanced at a bowling ball that was peeking out and remarked to Liang Kuan. Lin Bin's sharp gaze locked onto the ball. He noticed blood on it and took it in hand. After flipping it over, he saw Big B's eyes wide open. It seems Big B didn't meet his end peacefully. Lin Bin casually tossed the ball into the bag and smiled at Liang Kuan and the others. Throw it, you fool. Big D also realized that this person must have put Big B in there. If everything is fine, you should pay me now. Butong Lin looked at Lin Bin with clear eyes. Away, go get 200 cash from the bar's account. Lin Bin instructed Park Che Wei. I mentioned you could manage Bolan Street. What do you think? Are you interested? Lin Bin tried to recruit him. I'm not interested. Oh, just give me the money. Butong Lin shook his head. Are you really short on cash? Lin Bin was puzzled. Someone like him shouldn't be in need of money. Housing prices are very high now. I want to buy a big house. Butong Lin nodded. Stay by my side, and he'll give you 2,000 a month. If I need you to step in, bonuses will be extra. How about that? Since you need money, this should be easy, as I just happen to have enough. Will it cover meals and accommodation? Ha ha ha. Lin Bin burst into loud laughter. The police are conducting an inspection. Everyone please remain still and show your identification. Brother Bin, a lot of police suddenly showed up outside. What should we do? At that moment, a waiter rushed in and said, what are you panicking about? We don't have any prohibited items here. Just tell the guests that everything is fine and give each table a dozen beers. Lin Bin glanced at him. His place was so clean. What was there to be afraid of? Oh, the 3 big brothers are here. You can go to the other private rooms, leave this place to me. The person was Huang Ziqing. Lin Bin frowned as he looked at him, unsure of what he was up to. Are you going bowling at? Huang Ziqing casually pulled a couple of times. What Huang sir, are you interested in this? Away, go get Huang sir a member. Lin Bin smiled at Bo Che Wei, indicating him to take the bag away. What, you want to report me to the ICAC Independent Commission Against Corruption? Huang Ziqing chuckled. A membership card is just a few $100. Does old Lien have such a powerful investigation capability? Lin Bin said nonchalantly. By the way, I haven't congratulated you, Huang sir, on cracking an international case. What brings you here tonight? Lin Bin. Someone reported that there are members of a triad gathering here. I brought people over to take a look, and as soon as I walked in I saw 3 big brothers. Huang Ziqing tapped the wine bottle on the table. Huang Ziqing, right. You're so arrogant in your speech, aren't you afraid of getting hit by a car when you go out? I often see news about dump trucks failing to brake. Liang Kuan threatened with an unhappy expression. Are you threatening me? Liang Kuan, even your leaders wouldn't dare to speak to me like that. Huang Ziqing walked up to Liang Kuan, sat on the table, and pointed at his chest with his finger. Be careful or I might report you. What leader? Where does this leader come from? The police are impressive and can spout nonsense freely. Liang Kuan arrogantly swatted Huang Ziqing's hand away. Jiang Tiansheng went to Thailand to retire this afternoon, didn't you hear? Upon hearing Lin Bin's words, Huang Ziqing turned sharply to look at him. He indeed didn't know that Liang Kuan had become the leader of Hung Hing. Every gang has people or undercover agents planted by the police. After the press conference this morning, I went out to dinner with my colleagues to celebrate. During the meal, I received a call from an informant, but I didn't pay attention to it and forgot to respond later. It seems that at that time the informant wanted to tell me that Jiang Tiansheng had fled and the gang was changing leaders. Otherwise, I would have definitely known immediately about such a significant change in a major gang. Be careful and don't think that just because you do a bit of business you're a businessman. Black is black and white is white. Huang Ziqing said expressionlessly. He came tonight to give Lin Bin a warning, not to let him think that just because he did him a favor he could connect with him. Unexpectedly, he hit a wall instead. Hee, if you have enough evidence, then arrest me. You're always welcome. Lin Bin sneered. Huang sir, this place is very clean. Nothing problematic has been found. At that moment, a police officer walked in. Wrap it up. Huang Ziqing pointed at the 3 of them. Bin, you gave him such a big favor, but he doesn't seem to appreciate it. Big D looked at Huang Ziqing's arrogant back. Just a foreign dog, it won't be tamed. I'll just use it when needed. Lin Bin looked at Big D expressionlessly. Forget about him, let's drink. Big D felt uneasy under Lin Bin's gaze and poured the liquor from the bottle on the table. Should we deal with that one, just now? Butong Lin looked at Lin Bin. No need of dealing with him would be troublesome. Lin Bin looked at him sincerely. He knew that the other party really wanted to take down Huang Ziqing. Forget it, that's a senior inspector. You can't just take someone out like that. Are you crazy? Big D looked at Butong Lin as if he were an idiot. Butong Lin showed a nonchalant smile. At the conference room of the Dasun Shoe Factory in Taipa District. Brother Bin, here are last month's accounts. So far we've sold 3.0 pairs, and after deducting the commissions for the brothers and various costs along with the profits from the DVD sales, we have 30 million. Chun Jijian has done a good job. Lin Bin glanced at the ledger briefly before closing it. He trusted that Jimmy wouldn't deceive him, nor would he dare to. There's no choice. I have a wife and kids to take care of, so I let him retire early, Jimmy said with a smile. Brother Bin, my smuggling of cars and seafood business is also doing well with profits exceeding 12 million. Ahau touched the corner of his mouth. Last time I went back to my hometown, I mentioned to my uncle to find some wholesalers for fruits and vegetables during this time and to gather people from the village to plant some fruits and vegetables. We can transport them by water later. The demand for these foods in Hong Kong Island is very high every day and the local prices are shockingly expensive. Get in touch with your uncle. Lin Bin recalled this matter after seeing large tracts of land left vacant and suggested it to Lin Jinyuan. Big Head, I heard the movie has finished filming. Do you know when it will be released? Lin Bin asked Big Head, who had just rushed back from the harbor this morning. Today is Thursday. Jingzi said he is in contact with the cinema and expects it to be online by Saturday. The ticket price is set at 48 yuan, which isn't high. Big Head looked at the calendar on his watch and said, Good'll treat you all to the premiere then. Watching his business was getting on track, Lin Bin said happily. Big guy, you need to go vote on Saturday. You can't. Ahau reminded him. Come on, I'll treat you all. I never said I would go myself. Lin Bin scolded with a smile. Jin, have someone keep an eye on Lin Huayue and Didi. How are they doing recently? Lin Bin looked at Gao Jin and asked. Recently, Lu seems to have resigned to his fate, staying within his territory. Meanwhile, Didi is becoming increasingly arrogant, showing up everywhere and acting as if he is the one in charge. Gao Jin said with a frown at the mention of Didi. Pull the people back. There's no need to follow them anymore. Although it didn't seem like Lin Huayu's style, with only 2 days left, he didn't believe he could pull off anything surprising. By the way, Brother Bin, you asked me to keep an eye on Huang Ziqing. This was taken yesterday afternoon. Gao Jin took an envelope out of his pocket and placed it on the table. Interesting. Lin Bin took out several photos, placing each one on the table after looking at it. You took some intimate pictures of someone. And you got them so clearly Liang Kuan should hire you as a director. Lin Guahao picked up a photo to take a look. It was indeed Huang Ziqing tangled up with a beautiful woman in bed. This is Han Chen's wife Mary. What are you thinking? Gao Jin said to Lin Guahao speechless. Han Chen, N.I. Yongxiao's man. Lin Bin had some impression of N.I. Yongxiao. The second son of the notorious drug lord N.I. Kuan. N.I. Yongxiao, a former overseas accountant, was forced to return home to take over the family business after his father was assassinated. He quickly quelled a rebellion among his subordinates and is now actively trying to turn his operations legitimate. Yes, yesterday he stayed in a hotel room with this woman for an hour before sneaking out to the rooftop of the adjacent building to meet with someone. I suspect this person is likely an undercover agent. Gao Jin took out another set of photos pointing at a scruffy-looking melancholic man as he spoke. He must be an undercover, otherwise who would meet on the rooftop in such cold weather. It's not like he's crazy. I just don't know who he's with, otherwise I would go cut him down. Lin Guahao said loudly. Help me arrange a meeting with N.I. Yongxiao and tell him I have leads on his father. Lin Bin lightly tapped the table with his fingers. This tactic of using a knife to kill someone is quite clever. I've never liked that person surnamed Huang. After you gave him such a significant credit last time, he even dared to come and threaten me. I've been wanting to personally take him down. Lin Guahao gestured with his palm. What if it really is true? It all depends on how N.I. Yongxiao thinks about it. At 8 p.m. outside a bar in Wanchai. Is there any big shot coming over to have fun? Brother Bin is waiting here. The little brother at the entrance watched Lin Bin standing quietly to the side. At this moment a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost slowly stopped by the roadside. The driver got out and opened the back door, revealing N.I. Yongxiao dressed in a gray suit, a white shirt paired with a brown tie, and wearing black-rimmed glasses, presenting himself as more refined than a gang leader. Hello, Mr. Lin. N.I. Yongxiao approached Lin Bin and extended his hand. Pleased to meet you, Mr. N.I. Please come in. Lin Bin shook his hand and invited him in. I apologize, the office building is under renovation, so we can only talk here for now. Lin Bin walked ahead, expressing his apologies. No worries, I've heard that, Mr. Lin's 2 bars have great business. Unfortunately, I've never had the chance to visit. Today is a perfect opportunity to see for myself. N.I. Yongxiao followed Lin Bin half a step behind, adjusting his glasses. Please take a seat. Lin Bin brought N.I. Yongxiao into the office. This was the first time he brought an outsider in. The space was about 50 square meters with walls lined with shelves filled with various fine wines, a huge safe beside the desk, and a round coffee table surrounded by 5 single sofas. Thank you, I'm not used to smoking. Mr. Lin, would you like to try this? N.I. Yongxiao took a glass of red wine, declined the cigarette Lin Bin offered, and turned to take a box of cigars from Luo Ji, pulling one out and handing it to Lin Bin. Then thank you, Mr. N.I. I've never smoked a cigar before. Lin Bin took the cigar, imitating N.I. Yongxiao by first toasting the cigar with a lighter before lighting it and taking a puff. I heard that Mr. Lin has information about my father. N.I. Yongxiao exhaled a puff of smoke and asked, Abu, please have this gentleman wait outside for a moment. Luo Ji followed N.I. Yongxiao out after seeing him nod. This is a photo taken by chance. Take a look. Lin Bin took out a photo and placed it on the coffee table. Huang Ziqing with Mary. N.I. Yongxiao looked at the set of photos in front of him, took off his glasses, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples. Are you saying that my father was colluding with Han Chen to harm Huang Ziqing? But I know their marriage was very good. Even if Huang Ziqing had something on them, they might not resort to this. After a long while, N.I. Yongxiao spoke. What if Han Chen is unaware? I only mentioned that I have leads. The specifics still need Mr. N.I. to investigate clearly. Lin Bin tilted his head and exhaled smoke. Not to mention this cigar feels pretty good to smoke, and it carries a certain prestige. No wonder those big bosses enjoy it. When I was young, my father often told my brothers and me that when you step out, you will have to pay it back sooner or later. Time passes quickly, and his Memorial Day is just a few days away. N.I. Yongxiao murmured to himself. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, for making you laugh. Thank you this time, and if you need help in the future, feel free to ask. N.I. Yongxiao suddenly snapped back to reality and said with an apologetic tone, I just wanted to befriend Mr. N.I. My friends all call me a Bin. Lin Bin smiled and raised his goblet towards N.I. Yongxiao. I really like this friend of Mr. Lin's. From now on, just call me Ah Xiao. Oh, that's what my friends call me. N.I. Yongxiao clinked his glass against Lin Bin's and revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. And Lianqing headquarters. I am honored to have received the support of my brothers to be elected as the spokesperson last time. Over the past 2 years, I have led the gang to expand into Saigon and Potlan Street, thus opening up new territories. After today, as I step down, I hope I have lived up to the gang's expectations. Chu Ji first boasted a bit, giving a simple summary of his contributions over the past 2 years. The others glanced at Lin Bin, but said nothing, quietly watching him show off. Only Lin Bin smiled and applauded. All right, everyone is here. This time the candidates for the spokesperson are Lu and Didi. Let's hear who you all will vote for. Chu Ji didn't mind. After all, Lin Bin was his own student, and having him face the crowd was equivalent to him having face. What I mean is to vote for Lu. He genuinely cares for the gang. He even said he would lead people into Yao Ma Ti. Old Ghost, Yin said everyone claims to work for the gang. Are they really working for themselves? Entering Yao Mati. Let's talk about that when it happens. I still want to go to the moon. Chuan Bao slapped the table. He continued, I choose to D. Over the past 2 years, whenever the gang faced issues, he was there to provide both money and effort. Last time when Bin was in trouble in Potlan Street, it was the D who stopped Han Bin. I recently during a fight. He also went to bail me out. Chuan Bao, how much did you take from him? Why are you speaking so aggressively? Old Ghost Yin pointed at Chuan Bao. What you said you know in your heart. I know your mother. Say it again. Come serve tea. At this moment Deng Bo spoke up. I joined Lianqing at the age of 13. When I was young and ran for election, it was up to the uncles to decide. Back then I wondered why these old geezers with no power or influence had a say. It later dawned on me that it was about seniority, or what they said would be respected, and money can make the world go round. Getting some benefits is fine, but if the one who pays the most is chosen, then let's just call it an auction. The uncles lack credibility. What use are they to us? Everyone vote, I choose a Lu. Deng Bo glanced at the crowd. Deng Bo electing a spokesperson is about having someone lead us in Lianqing. A Lu can barely hold his own territory. What will we do when challenges arise? If next time he loses it due to bad luck, I wouldn't want the underworld to laugh at us for being a hollow organization. Of course, I'm not saying a Lu is incapable, but he can run again next time. This time I vote for Didi. Seeing Deng Bo voting, Lin Bin worried about a change in the decision and hurriedly spoke up. I also choose Didi. He truly does his job well, and the brothers will respect him. Chui Ji also cast his. The others exchanged glances. Initially, out of respect for Deng Bo's years of credibility, they wanted to vote for a Lu, but seeing that the most powerful Lin Bin also supported Didi, the combined influence of the two already accounted for most of Lianqing, and indeed, A Li's strength couldn't win over the crowd, so they all followed and voted for Didi. Alright, since everyone chooses Didi, Chui Ji, bring out the dragon head staff. Deng Bo felt for the first time that Lianqing was slipping out of his control, but the votes had already been cast, and he couldn't rescind them. Otherwise, he would undermine the credibility of the uncles he had just mentioned. Thank you all for your support. Didi will surely lead Lianqing to grow bigger and stronger. Chui Ji, bring the dragon head staff here. With the results in, Didi stood up beaming. Lin Bin glanced at a Lu who remained expressionless, sitting there motionless. I hid the dragon head staff in the mainland. I sent someone to get it last night, but I don't know why they haven't returned yet. I'll call and ask right away. Chui Ji laughed awkwardly and started dialing. Everyone listened to the busy tone on the other end of the line. What the hell are you doing? Today's election and you've lost the staff. Deng Bo angrily smashed his cup on the floor. Since the dragon head staff is missing, what do we do about this election? Old Ghostian asked. This situation had never occurred before. Elections usually meant a direct handover of the staff. The history of the dragon head staff spanned over 100 years. Without it, the legitimacy of the leadership would be in question. Votes have been cast. What else is there to discuss? Is this your doing? Didi glared fiercely at Lin Huailu, questioning him. How would I know where Chui Ji hid the staff? I respect the opinions of the uncles. Lin Huailu raised his hands in surrender. What are you arguing about? Aren't you both already embarrassed enough? You two should go find it now. Whoever finds the dragon head staff first will be the spokesperson. At this moment, Deng Bo stood up and shouted, then adjusted his pants and walked to the restroom. Just wait and see. Didi made a threatening remark and walked out, giving Lin Bin a knowing glance. Lin Bin understood and followed him out. Damn it, how could you lose the dragon head stick? You have connections in the mainland. You must help me find it. Didi first complained, then grew anxious. Why are you in such a rush? Just wait here. Lin Bin chuckled. What? Did you take the dragon head stick? Hurry and give it to me. Didi exclaimed in delight. I didn't take it, but I will get it back for you shortly. Let's go inside first. Can't you see Lu is still sitting there? Lin Bin pointed towards the hall, where Lin Huailu was chatting and laughing with an old man at the neighboring table. The two then walked in and sat down in silence. Lin Huailu frowned as he watched the two enter, a flash of inexplicable doubt in his eyes. Didi immediately sensed his anxiety, while Lin Bin remained calm and conversed casually. What are you two still doing here? After coming out of the restroom, Uncle Deng saw the two sitting there and was filled with anger. I've already sent someone to look for it. They should be back soon. Lin Huailu felt an inexplicable sense of unease, but calmly replied, knowing that the outcome depended on fate. See, you and we are all from the same sect. Don't force me. Hand over the dragon head stick. Deng Guanzai said, brandishing a thick wooden stick at the bloodied figure lying on the ground. Impossible. If you have the guts, kill me. Siyuan spat out blood. All right, then I'll take you down and find it myself. Deng Guanzai aimed the stick at Siyuan's head, but suddenly noticed Siyuan's expression and quickly turned around. Siyuan saw a man in a black suit suddenly dash from 10 meters away, kicking Deng Guanzai away effortlessly. Are you Siyuan? My name is Gao Jin, and you should have heard of me. I'm here on behalf of Ben Gu to retrieve the stick. The newcomer was indeed Gao Jin, who didn't even glance at Deng Guanzai as he helped Siyuan up. I know you. Hurry and take the stick back. The voting should be ending soon, and if we delay, things might change. Siyuan had been with the Chui Ji for decades and naturally understood the importance of the dragon head stick for the election. He promptly handed it over, trusting Lin Bin, the leader of Chui Ji. After instructing Gao Jin to withdraw his men, Lin Bin grew increasingly uneasy, sensing that Lin Huailu was not one to sit idly by. That evening after meeting with Chueji over tea, he learned that Lin Huailu had hidden the dragon head stick in Yangcheng, prompting him to send Gao Jin to follow up just in case. At the entrance of Liansheng's main hall, Gao Jin was stopped by someone. Although many people knew his name, evidently the two brothers at the entrance had never seen him before. I called him here, Lin Bin said as he stepped out upon hearing the voice. Gao Jin nodded at him and was about to pull the dragon head stick from his coat, but Lin Bin shook his head, signaling him to follow him inside. Boss, I brought back the dragon head stick. Lin Bin didn't say he retrieved it, giving Chueji some face. Ah Jin, why are you so slow? Only now you bring the stick. Chueji was overjoyed, yet he still complained about Gao Jin acting as if he had arranged for Gao Jin to retrieve the dragon head stick all along. Everyone understood the situation, out of respect for Lin Bin, and seeing Gao Jin, a fierce figure, being humiliated in public, they chose to remain silent. Lin Huailu, however, revealed a look of despair at the sight of the stick. Dai Di rushed in front of Chueji and snatched the dragon head stick, staring at it for a moment before bursting into laughter and patting Gao Jin on the shoulder. Seeing a trace of blood on it, he naturally understood it was Gao Jin who had retrieved it for him. The dragon head stick is already here. As the one in charge this term, do you all have any questions? Dai Di scanned the crowd, finally locking his gaze on Uncle Deng. We all elected you together, so there are naturally no issues. From now on you need to do well, Uncle Deng said with a smile, looking at Dai Di. The restaurant with backbone. Boss, I apologize for the delay. After finishing the shoot in Macau, I've been busy with the screening events, and only today do I have the chance to meet you. Wang Jing picked up a cup to pour tea for Lin Bin. As long as the job is well done, what do I need to see you for? I'm not the god of wealth, Lin Bin said, tapping his index finger twice on the front of the cup. Ever since meeting Nai Yongxiao, and sensing the inherent charisma he exuded, Lin Bin wanted to make up for his own shortcomings. It's not shameful to use others as a mirror. This tea culture gesture was learned from asking others while enjoying tea. 4 juniors to elders or subordinates to superiors, 5 fingers together in a fist with the fist's heart facing down, lightly tapping the table 3 times, simulating the gesture of prostrating oneself in worship. If meeting someone particularly respected, one may tap 9 times. Among peers, the index and middle fingers together, lightly tapping the table 3 times at the second joint, equivalent to cupping the hands in salute. For elders to juniors or superiors to subordinates, a single finger index or middle lightly taps the table once, indicating a nod of acknowledgement. If one appreciates the other, they may tap 3 times. The cast this time is very dedicated and hardworking, especially IFA. I have confidence in a good box office and perhaps even an award. I must thank you, boss, and also express my gratitude to Chang Ge for his help during this time. Allow me to toast you with a cup. Wang Jing toasted Lin Bin with tea instead of wine. They couldn't afford to be unproductive. As soon as they landed in Macau, De Tu contacted the local gang boss to host a welcome dinner for everyone that very night. Perhaps to showcase his strength in front of Lin Bin, he directly gathered over 100 people to book the entire dining hall. Everyone knew this was definitely a movie shot for a certain gang boss. I've invested money for you, and I've arranged the location. The process is not important, and I won't interfere. Making money to eat, who isn't working hard? I only care about the results. Rest assured, boss. If the box office is poor, I'll take the plunge myself, Wang Jing said, immediately standing up excitedly and patting his chest, even changing how he addressed Lin Bin. Tomorrow evening, they want to invite you to a dinner at the Peninsula Hotel as a celebration. I wonder if you have time to join us, Wang Jing asked cautiously. Looks like you are quite confident. Even a celebration dinner is prepared, Lin Bin. Wang Jing wouldn't tell him that the pre-sale box office for the first show tonight had already reached 1,500,000. One reason was the novel theme. Gambling is highly appealing to most people, especially with the Macau gambling backdrop. Yes, this is the promotional poster for the movie. Wang Jing finally took out a poster. On the poster, 2 beautiful women were dressed in short suit skirts, their red lips biting a playing card, standing on either side of IFA. You've really struck gold this time. Where did you find these 2 beauties? They are even prettier than Miss Hong Kong. Lin Bin was captivated by the 2 leading ladies on the poster. The one on the left I met in Macau. She's called Wang Zuxian and came over from the island. I thought she looked quite pretty and invited her to star. The other is a local actress from Hong Kong with no notable works. She just casually accepted the notice and came with her luggage to the set. Wang Jing squinted and laughed. Indeed, even heroes find it hard to resist the allure of beautiful women. Since you all are so sincere, I'll make some time to drop by tomorrow night. Lin Bin laughed heartily, as well he was aware of Wang Jing's intentions. Wan Chai Original Color Bar. An ambiguous and dreamy atmosphere pervaded the bar, with colorful lights flickering and changing like a dream, sometimes bright and dazzling, other times dim and soft. The music was deafening, with a rhythm so intense that it compelled one to sway and dance. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. You street punk, do you know who I am? Daring to touch my girl. Do you want to die? A man with gray-dyed crew cut shouted at a blonde guy on the ground. I am Hong Le Fei Quan, where do you come from? Fei Quan stood up, noticing the number of people opposite him, but refused to back down, shouting loudly. Street punk. You are Hong Le Fei Quan, right? 19 smashed 2 bottles at Fei Quan. What are you doing? At this moment Bo Che Wei arrived with his men and shouted loudly. Bo Che Wei, this kid can't control his hands and touch my girlfriends, but what's wrong with me hitting him a couple of times? 19 looked at Bo Che Wei, not the slightest bit afraid. I don't care what he did. Do you know whose territory this is? Daring to cause trouble here. Do you believe I can make you not walk out that door? Bo Che Wei glared at his opponent, directly threatening him. Damn, he didn't even know where this punk came from, not bothering to find out whose territory it was before causing trouble. Of course I know it's Lin Bin from Liansheng. We all have the character he in our names. This kid says he is from Honglu. Are you not giving me face? 19 pointed at Fei Quan, who was squatting on the ground, holding his head. If you want to play, keep going. If not, go outside to settle this. Get him out of here. Tell him if he dares to touch again, next time I'll chop his hands off. Bo Che Wei frowned, thinking it was some new punk from his gang, leaving a parting remark and ignoring him, turning to let 2 of his henchmen carry Fei Quan out. Damn, I've spent money. Am I not going to drink? Come on, brothers, let's continue. 19 gave Bo Che Wei's departing back the middle finger. The other brothers, seeing their leader so impressive, even Lin Bin's men, giving him face, got even more excited and energized. Dong dong, come in. Upon hearing a knock on the door, Lin Bin said, "What's going on?" Lin Bin lowered his head to look at the contracts regarding Zhou Run Fa and others. However, Fa's contract with TVB has not expired yet, and they need to negotiate the termination in the coming days. Just now someone from our gang had a dispute with a guy named Fei Quan from Hong Lu, smashed his head. I warned him, and then threw Fei Quan out. Bo Che Wei sat on the couch and opened a bottle of beer for himself. Which punk is so bold, daring to cause trouble in my place? Who is he with? Lin Bin raised his head in surprise, not expecting that people from other gangs dared not to cause trouble, but his own gang ended up beating someone. I seem to have forgotten to ask just now. Bo Che Wei scratched his head. Are you drunk? Call him to the private room, it'll go over later. Damn, let me see who dares to cause trouble. Lin Bin looked at his opponent, his anger bubbling. Oh, we'll give this a try. Bo Che Wei picked up a bottle of wine and casually took out a cigar from the box on the table. Street punk. Lin Bin looked at him and smiled, shaking his head. Come with me. Bo Che Wei found 19 in the middle of the dance floor with a group of people. What are you doing, street punk? Don't you see I'm having fun? 19 cursed with an irritated expression, feeling humiliated to be called away in front of so many younger brothers. Take them all away. Brother Bin insisted on seeing the person, and he must see them. Even if his boss is Big D, there would be no negotiation. 19 wanted to resist, but was punched in the stomach by Butong Lin, instantly losing the ability to fight back. Who is your boss? Lin Bin walked into the private room and saw 8 or 9 people standing against the wall, casually opening a bottle of beer and handing it to the one who was clearly the leader. My boss is Brother Pan. 19 took the beer Lin Bin handed him and gulped down half a bottle. Seeing Lin Bin's gentlemanly appearance in a suit, 19 felt even more arrogant, thinking Lin Bin recognized him as the person in charge of Chung Yip and Tong Luo Wan, and did not expect that he would give him such face. Brother Bin, your subordinate, is being disrespectful, hitting me in front of my younger brothers. How about this? Let him pay a red envelope of 50,000 and this matter will be settled. 19 pointed casually at Butong Lin. Brother Pan, who is your boss? Lin Bin was momentarily stunned, thinking he was asking about some hall master's horse. What boss? My boss is Pan from Chung Yip. 19 said with confusion. Damn, I thought it was from our own gang, turns out it's you punks. Brother Bin and his crew smuggled red oil their territory around Tong Luo Wan and Mong Kok. Bo Che Wei grabbed a bottle of beer and smashed it over. Fuck you, will kill you. 19 was headbutt in front of his younger brothers, his eyes instantly turning red. He picked up a bottle and smashed it, directly stabbing towards Bo Che Wei. Butong Lin reacted even faster, grabbing 19's arm and pulling him towards himself, then pushing hard, causing 19's forearm bone to protrude. Off. 19 cried out in pain. Dare to stab me. A Sunset gang, I can lead a team to expel you tomorrow. Bo Che Wei had just seen the opponent coming at him with a bottle. When he didn't have time to react after realizing that the opponent was beaten up by Butong Lin, he became furious and threw the half-dozen beers on the table at him, then not satisfied picked up a stool to smash down on his head. Do you want to kill him here? Give him a call, let him talk to his boss, and have him come personally to take him away. Lin Bin glanced at Butong Lin, realizing he had not misjudged, as his reaction and strength were indeed strong, and then instructed Bo Che Wei to call 19. Damn it, consider yourself lucky. If this were outside, I'd directly grab you and toss you into the sea. Bo Che Wei, hearing Lin Bin's words, immediately became alert. This was his territory, it wouldn't be good to kill someone. He then took out his phone, squatted in front of 19, and patted his face, indicating for him to dial the number. Familiarity breeds contempt. Hello? Who's this? De Lao Pan answered the call, his voice calm, but edged with authority. Brother, it's me, Shurjiu. I'm at Bin's bar in Wan Chai. Lin Bin has detained me. He's demanding you come to ransom me. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer. Shurjiu spoke weakly into the receiver. You good for nothing brat. Told you not to stir up trouble, yet you never listen. Hand the phone to him. Brother Bin, this is Lao Pan of Chang'e. We once shared tea with Uncle Deng. Is there perhaps a misunderstanding? Might you grant me the courtesy of releasing Sergio? De Lao Pan first invoked his connection with Uncle Deng, hoping Lin Bin might extend some deference. Ha, you and I share no such courtesy. First he caused a ruckus in my establishment. I chose to overlook it. Then right before my eyes he attempted to stab one of my brothers. Even if Uncle Deng himself walked through that door, this matter would be non-negotiable. Lin Bin chuckled coldly upon hearing De Lao Pan's appeal to Uncle Deng. The old man was well past his prime. How many had shared tea with him over the decades? What then did De Lao Pan truly amount to? Fine, you wretched fool. Name your price. I'll have it delivered immediately. Realizing Lin Bin would yield no ground, De Lao Pan dared not press further. To fight outright would be futile. His own men stood no chance against Lin Bin's formidable force. Everyone knew Lin Bin commanded unmatched strength, especially that fearsome enforcer Gao Jin, so ruthless that even Hung Hing's legendary warrior had been hospitalized after clashing with him. 1 million. Bring it yourself. I'll wait 30 minutes, no more. If you're late, we'll dump him in the sea. Lin Bin hung up without another word. Damn youth. So reckless they'll meet a grim end. De Lao Pan cursed under his breath as he strode back inside, the dial tone still ringing in his ear. Brothers, my apologies. I've urgent business with Lin Bin of Liansheng. I must depart at once. Let's get. De Lao Pan flashed a practiced smile, cradling his brick-like mobile phone. Damn, when did you two start doing business? And you didn't even invite us in. Just a small deal. Nothing worth your attention, brother heir. I'll go assess it first. The speaker was Hong Lu Piaogu, a sworn brother from De Lao Pan's youth. Though both now led powerful triads, few knew of their deep-rooted bond. 30 minutes later, a Bentley halted before the bar. De Lao Pan instructed his driver to wait in the car. Bringing more men onto enemy turf would serve no purpose. Truth be told, his entire organization wouldn't stand a chance against Lin Bin's forces. Upon entering, he announced his name, and within moments a waiter escorted him to Lin Bin's private booth. Brother Bin, is it truly necessary to beat him so severely? De Lao Pan stepped into the booth to find Sergio lying motionless on the floor, blood pooling around him. I struck him, that's all. Or do you dare declare war on us? Bo Che Wei sneered defiantly. When your elder speaks, who gave you leave to open your mouth? De Lao Pan, 60 years old, his hair still tied in a proud ponytail, could no longer contain his fury at the young enforcer's insolence. What I say reflects my master's will. Disagree. Lin Bin cast a cool glance at Bo Che Wei before speaking. Bo Che Wei had spoken rashly, provoked by De Lao Pan's immediate condemnation of the beating. Instantly regretting his outburst, he realized he'd overstepped. His master hadn't yet spoken. Fortunately, Lin Bin backed him. He kicked Sergio hard where he lay, venting his anger upon the fallen man. Sergio groaned faintly. I've come in person, yet your subordinate disregards protocol and now dares strike him before my very eyes. Do Liansheng and its grand reputation entitle you to eradicate our smaller organizations? De Lao Pan pointed a trembling finger at Lin Bin. A veteran of decades, once famed for his ferocity, he'd founded his own triad in his prime. Now seeking only quiet dignity in his twilight years, he found himself publicly humiliated by a mere fourth-rank member. No red pole, no status. Daring to lecture him like a child. Eradicate. Perhaps too bold a claim. But driving you and Chang Yi out of existence. Effortless. Enough talk. Did you bring the money? Having discarded courtesy, Lin Bin saw no reason to prolong the exchange. Get him up, we're leaving. De Lao Pan tossed the briefcase from his henchman onto the table. Remember this. If you ever cross me again, I'll cut you down without mercy. Bo Che Wei issued the threat toward the dazed Sergio, indifferent to whether the man could even hear him. De Lao Pan let out a sharp, icy snort and departed with his men. Brother Bu, I apologize. I broke protocol just now, Bo Che Wei murmured, head bowed. Finish this bottle, Lin Bin replied flatly, gesturing to the half-full bottle of imported whiskey on the table. Inside, Lin Bin reflected quietly. He woke up early. Without hesitation, Bo Che Wei seized the bottle and drank until the last drop vanished. Lin Bin nodded once, then strode out, Butong Lin following silently behind. Bu, after work. I'll treat you to the full experience, Lin Bin said as he stepped out. Butong Lin turned, met his gaze and smiled, then nodded. Just moments earlier, Lin Bin had begun to grow wary, not of disloyalty among his men, but recalling an ancient adage: when distant one grows disrespectful, when near one grows insolent. It meant that distance bred indifference, while excessive familiarity invited contempt. He realized he'd grown overly casual with his inner circle. Yet before outsiders, he chose loyalty first, to uphold his brother's face. Later he would address the breach, but as a leader, hierarchy and respect were non-negotiable even among kinship. His stature would only rise, his enterprises expand. Thus those closest to him must clearly understand their place, roles defined, ranks honored. Otherwise, how could he negotiate seriously if subordinates interrupted mid-deal? What impression would that leave? This was no pretense, it was order. Only through disciplined structure would his commands be executed without hesitation or delay. Imagine greeting every brother with backslapping camaraderie and boisterous drinking games. His authority would erode instantly. They'd forget his rank, treating him merely as one of the lads, excusing failures or deferring duties with casual ease. True affinity lay not in informality, but in tangible care aiding them in hardship, elevating their livelihoods. Only when grace and gravity were balanced could a leader forge and sustain a truly loyal, effective force. The next morning, Lin Bin, dressed in a black suit as usual, sat in the back seat of the car holding a newspaper. The bold headline read, "Shocking, the rising star of the police force brutally murdered on the streets," accompanied by a photo of a man in a suit lying on a car, the roof crushed and glass shards scattered everywhere. The man's head was turned towards the roadside, eyes wide open. It was Huang Jiqing. "Brother Bin, we've arrived." The car stopped at Lianxing headquarters, and the two turned to remind Lin Bin. Today was the day for the society's financial settlement. Lin Bin rolled up the newspaper, took it in hand, and walked into the headquarters. "Why are you so late? We've been waiting for you for ages," Didi complained, clearly irritated since it was his first meeting and Lin Bin's tardiness was frustrating. "Sorry everyone, there was a traffic jam on the way." Upon entering, he saw that everyone had already arrived. He explained Didi's words. "Forget it, just sit down. Let's have everyone submit their accounts now." Didi impatiently pointed to the empty seat next to Chueji. Lin Bin noticed Didi's demeanor and slightly frowned, but quickly relaxed. The more arrogant he was, the sooner he would fall when everyone opposed him. Lin Bin pulled out a chair and sat down casually, tossing the newspaper onto the table in front of him. "Chairman, last month I was checked by customs and suffered losses exceeding 10 million. However, the bosses kept pressing for goods, so I had to ask the supplier to send another batch. Therefore, I can only submit 2000 this time." "What do you mean by that? You've been checked by customs before, and you've never submitted less than 1 million. 2000. Do you have a problem with me? Should I call someone to reconcile the accounts?" Didi rolled up his sleeves. "I've never handled such a large volume before. With Han Bin and the others getting arrested, many clients are out of stock. I thought I'd bring in more goods to seize the market, but who knew I'd get hit so badly by customs?" Seeing Didi publicly embarrass him, Yu Biao initially wanted to explode, but thought better of it, realizing he couldn't win against him, and explained. "1 million is 1 million. Selling white powder and crying poverty. You might as well sell fish balls or just roll them into the water, and you can make money. It's so easy to earn." Didi ignored Yu Biao's ugly expression, only caring about his own satisfaction. The others had no issues and had all submitted their accounts. "Bin, what about your account?" Didi asked Lin Bin. "I handled a lot of issues last month, and the conflict with Hongxing injured many brothers. I need to start a property company, so I'd like to postpone my submission by a month," Lin Bin said slowly. Didi was about to respond when he noticed the newspaper in front of Lin Bin, where the lead investigator Huang Jiqing was prominently featured. Suddenly recalling the night a few days ago at the bar where he had seen Dbi's head stuffed into a bowling ball bag, he remembered that he had said he would deal with him. At that time, he had mocked the other party's arrogance. Yet just a few days later, he was actually killed. He was a senior inspector, and the position of Chinese in the police force was generally low. This was already a ceiling that ordinary people could reach, especially since he had just uncovered a drug smuggling case that could make international headlines. Now he had inexplicably died, and even made the news headlines. Could it really have been that fool who killed him? Connecting it to the way Lin Bin looked at him afterwards, he increasingly felt it was possible. He then changed his words, saying, "What you mentioned is known by everyone present. I think there's no need for an extension. I will waive 2 months of your submissions. You focus on getting your company up and running. I've invested quite a bit of money into this." "Okay, thank you, Chairman." Lin Bin hadn't expected Didi to say this. Upon noticing that Didi's gaze towards him was a bit strange, he suddenly realized that this fool might think he was the one who dealt with Huang Jiqing. Whatever, let him think what he wants. After all, he wasn't the one losing out. You see these two losers, and yet they still talk about fairness. Everyone else has paid, but Lin Bin is the only one exempt. "If I had known, I would have voted for you instead." As they walked out of the main hall, Yu Biao complained to Lin Huailo. "All right, since we've chosen, there's no point in saying all this. Let's just focus on our work. If you need money, just let me know." Lin Huailo chuckled and shook his head, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Sighed. Yu Biao shook his head and got into the car, indicating that he had money. "Bin, how about it? I'm quite loyal, right?" After everyone left, Big D poured Lin Bin a cup of tea. "It's unnecessary, but it's just 2 rounds. You might offend others like this," Lin Bin advised, already well aware of Big D's character. "What are you afraid of? Do they dare to rebel again?" Indeed, Big D looked comically clueless, completely forgetting what he had said during the voting. "Some people just can't be. Did you arrange for someone to do this?" Big D picked up a newspaper and couldn't help but ask. "Are you crazy? How could I possibly arrange for someone to do something?" Perhaps he offended someone, and they couldn't help but retaliate against him. Lin Bin looked at him as if he were an idiot. Right, it must be the Thai drug lord sending someone to retaliate against him. Big D nodded knowingly. "Come sit down and chat some more. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Lin Bin couldn't be bothered to deal with this fool. Sitting in the car, Lin Bin reflected on how decisive Ni Yongxiao was. At this time, eliminating Huang Jiqing was the best opportunity, since the situation was still unclear. No one would guess that it was Ni Yongxiao who took him out. If the delay were longer with Huang Zicheng's little mess, anyone with half a mind would investigate, and the news would inevitably spread. Bin Ge phone. The two handed over the big mobile phone. Hello, Bin, are you free tonight? I've arranged to have. The voice on the phone was Ni Yong Xiao's. Lin Bin was surprised by the sudden invitation for dinner. Did he want to show off his strength? He shook his head. The other party didn't seem like the type to be so ostentatious. Ah Xiao, I'm sorry. I've already scheduled a meeting with my colleagues tonight. Let's do it some other day. Lin Bin declined. He learned about the movie's box office in the morning. The screening rate wasn't high last night. After all, it was a new theme with a new director, not to mention being a box office poison. However, he didn't expect the box office to exceed 1 million. This morning, Wang Jing called to report that the cinema chain would try to allocate as many screenings as possible for his film, estimating the total box office could surpass 10 million. After discussing business, he excitedly urged Lin Bin to definitely attend the celebration banquet tonight. Thus, he was late for the meeting this morning. All right, since that's the case, let's have dinner another day. Ni Yong Xiao, not angry at Lin Bin's refusal, accepted the invitation and told him to call when he was free. Ah Chong, how's the office building you were looking at? After hanging up, Lin Bin asked Lin Guochang, who was driving. There's a suitable one in Central close to Bao Lane, but the rent is a bit expensive with 50,000 a year for one floor. Let's go take a look then. If it's okay, just sign the lease. Lin Bin felt that it was indeed time to rent an office building since meeting clients was becoming inconvenient. Moreover, with the company expanding, they would need a central place for meetings and work. The shoe factory wasn't necessary, but the film company and property company definitely required it. They couldn't just have people working in a bar. So he asked Lin Guochang to see if there were any suitable options. Central Ring, Jiada Building. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the manager of the building. My surname is Liu. Our building has a total of 22 floors completed and put into use last year, with each floor covering approximately 1,200 square meters. The only floors that meet your criteria are the top floor and the 16th floor, which are completely vacant. I will take you to have a look. No need, just take us to the top floor to have a look. Lin Bin insisted on aiming for the highest in both life and... Alright, we have 5 elevators on each floor, and each elevator is equipped with safety measures. Only those holding the access card for each floor can use them. As they entered the elevator, manager Liu took out a white card printed with the Jiada Building's logo, showing it to the 3 of them, then scanned it against the elevator's access system. With a beep, the elevator ascended rapidly. Mr. Lin, feel free to explore. Since the entire floor had never been rented out, it was completely open. The 278 floor-to-ceiling windows allowed ample sunlight to illuminate the entire space, and Lin Bin nodded, indicating his satisfaction. This will do. Ah Chong, you go with him to draft a contract with a lease term of 10 years, Lin Bin said to Lin Guochang. Excuse me, Mr. Lin, if you sign for such a long term, all at once the rent will need to increase by 5 each year, starting from the 5th year. Manager Liu looked at Lin Bin with a hint of apology. No problem, I can accept that. Lin Bin replied without hesitation. An increase of just 5 per year was negligible. Then please wait a moment, Mr. Lin, I will go print the contract right away. Manager Liu smiled and took Lin Guochang to print the contract after receiving Lin Bin's response. Brother Bin, are we going to work here in the future? Dado stood in front of the glass window, asking Lin Bin in surprise. Earlier there were outsiders present, and he didn't dare embarrass Brother Bin. After they left, he walked around the glass window astonished. He never dreamed he would one day work in the most prosperous office building in Xianjiang, just like those social elites. 2 years ago, he had just followed Brother Bin at that time with Lin Guochang and Lin Guohao. The 4 of them were just street punks, spending their days loitering on street corners, smoking, chatting, and admiring pretty girls. I've said this before, I want my brothers to wear suits, drive luxury cars, and live in villas. Today is just the first step. Lin Bin stood in front of the central glass window, spreading his arms wide and clenching his fists as if he wished to grasp the world in his hands. I know, I have always believed, just didn't expect it to happen so soon. From now on, let's see who dares to call me a street punk. Dado stood beside Lin Bin, recalling his monthly income of several $100,000 now. He turned to look at Lin Bin and slowly began to smile, his laughter growing louder until tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. All right, you're all grown up, don't feel embarrassed. If Ahao finds out, he will tease you for a lifetime, Lin Bin said, feigning disgust as he looked at the tears in the other's eyes. Inside, however, he felt a surge of ambition. With the support of these brothers, his steps could be faster and steadier. If he were here, he wouldn't be any better than me. I just got something in my eye because the wind was too strong. Dado pouted. Brother Bin, the contract is just a template, no problem. Lin Guochang handed the contract to Lin. Hearing Lin Guochang say this, Lin Bin directly took the pen and signed his name. The other party's name was already stamped with their company seal. Mr. Lin, here is this copy as well. There are 2 copies of the contract, one for each party. Manager Liu also handed the contract in his hand to Lin Bin. Achong, find a reputable design firm for the office as soon as you can. Do not stint on expense. It must meet our standards. This place will be our headquarters from now on. Lin Bin set the transfer receipt and the contract together. All right, Brother Bin. Lin Guochang nodded and started the car. The 2 send a few men to supervise the construction. I will not tolerate problems with materials or workmanship. Lin Bin added the warning. He would not pay a fortune only to have things break shortly after they moved in. Leave it to me, the two promised. I guarantee there will be no issues. If anyone dares to substitute inferior materials or cut corners, he'll break his legs, the two vowed, thumping his chest. Brother Cohen, when will you hand over Koaching as promised? Lin Bin arrived at Leon Kun's film company. Bin, don't be impatient. Wait a little longer, Leon Kun soothed. I've been busy clearing house these past 2 days. Only this morning I sent Shirsen Mei off to Xianshan, yet a few of the BS men still slipped away. Damn it, Leon Kun muttered. Leon Kun poured Lin Bin a glass of water. If I hand Koaching to you outright now, I'm afraid they'll revolt. The boss might collude with outsiders and betray the syndicate. If that leaks, how could I survive? Leon Kun said helplessly. So how will you handle it? Don't tell me you've given Koaching to someone else. A sliver of murderous intent flashed in Lin Bin's eyes. Don't be absurd. I would never hand it to another. I keep my word with brothers. Tell me when you'll take me inland to discuss a deal, and he'll contrive an excuse to transfer Koaching to you. Leon Kun promised. Leon Kun regarded Lin Bin. After a moment of silent appraisal, Lin Bin finally spoke. He'll arrange a time in a few days. Have you decided what you'll do once you're over there? Discs electronics. Aren't those exactly what they need there? Don't think I'm ignorant of that man of yours. Jimmy Discs can earn several 100,000, even millions a month, Lin Bin scoffed. Hearing that Lin Bin would arrange for him to go, Leon Kun breathed a sigh of relief. He had no other recourse. Without this bargaining chip, he would not know how to get Lin Bin to bring him into the mainland. Lin Bin could not help but curse. That's it? Have you lost your senses? You're telling me you're going there to peddle discs and electronics? What a disgrace. He had not expected Leon Kun to be so spineless. Facing the world's largest market, he only dreamed of petty marginal trades. It's not that I've never done legitimate business, Leon Kun replied. I simply cannot compete with you, and I don't have as many sharp-minded lieutenants as you do. Leon Kun took the rebuke without offense. If anything, he envied Lin Bin, proud of his own wit and the subordinates who could make something of themselves. If you want to do it, does that mean no one will? Do you know how many people are over there? Over 1 billion. Trends there now follow Shanjiang. Set up a factory in almost any city, and producing to Gangdao's designs, the money will come knocking, he argued. Initially, he had no mind to reason with that fool, but struck by Leon Kun's earnest gaze, Lin Bin found himself explaining, I understand. I can't muster 20 million in cash, but a few million is trivial. Leon Kun's eyes lit up. Get the funds ready. They'll notify you before we set out. You said the BS men fled, Lin Bin asked. It was that wretch, Chen Haonan. I sent word that the arrogant Debi was dead. The 2 men who led the attack are now crippled, forced to lead their own men in revenge. But the idiot couldn't find them. He put up 200 to flush them out. And then that Shan Ji took the 2 over to Tai Dao, Leon Kun recounted indifferently. Leon Kun nonchalantly scratched his ear. Handle it as you see fit. I've got dinner arranged with someone. I'm off. Lin Bin rose to leave, not having touched the glass of water on the table. Hearing Leon Kun, Lin Bin could not be bothered. 2 cripples and a womanizing good for nothing. Let them run. Was he really going to send men to Tai Dao to cut them down? It would be pointless. At the Peninsula Hotel, Wang Jing had just received a call from Gao Jin informing him that Lin Bin was about to arrive. He was currently waiting at the hotel entrance with a few others. Soon a Mercedes-Benz approached and came to a steady halt in front of them. Wang Jing immediately jogged over to open the car door. Fa, you look lively. Ooh, I have high hopes for you. Lin Bin stepped in front of everyone and extended his hand toward Zhou Ruanfa. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I didn't expect someone so young and accomplished. I'm truly grateful for this opportunity you've given me. Zhou Ruanfa, smiling, eagerly shook his hands. What a loser not knowing how to greet people. Wang Jing's, hello boss. Wang Zuxian was the first to speak, followed by the others in unison. The director mentioned that they would treat the investors to dinner tonight, and specifically instructed Lin Jiasen and himself not to miss it. Without a doubt, he knew why. Initially, he had thought it would be some old lecture and had planned to come up with an excuse to leave halfway through, but he didn't expect the boss to be so handsome. All right, it's embarrassing with so many people watching. Let's head inside quickly. Lin Bin urged Wang Jing to lead the way as he shook hands with everyone. Just as they were about to enter the lobby, Lin Bin caught sight of a familiar car out of the corner of his eye and voiced his confusion, not expecting such a coincidence. What's wrong, boss? Wang Zuxian asked, linking her arm with Lin Bin's upon hearing his voice. It's nothing, I just saw an acquaintance. Let's go. With that, Lin Bin stepped into the hotel lobby. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to the boss, Mr. Lin Bin. The film's production is possible thanks to the boss' strong support. Come, let's raise a toast to the boss. Wang Jing stood up and first bowed to Lin Bin, who was seated at the head of the table, then led everyone in raising their glasses in salute. Lin Bin watched as everyone downed their glasses of red wine, and he did the same. I've seen the film and you all did an excellent job. It achieved great box office results. Therefore, I've decided to make a slight change to your contracts. Lin Bin first encouraged everyone. Originally, your salaries were calculated based on a fixed salary plus film remuneration. I have added a box office bonus where the leading actors will receive 20 of the box office profits after deducting costs. So here I hope that everyone can work harder in the future and aim to be the lead. IFA, this film is still valid, so congratulations in advance. With that, Lin Bin began to clap. Great, the boss is generous. Wang Jing was the first to raise his hands and applaud loudly. Mr. Lin, without further ado, all that needs to be said is in the wine. Zhou Ruanfa poured himself a full glass and downed it in one go. Just then a knock on the door was heard. Lin Bin frowned unhappily as he glanced toward the door, while Wang Jing stood up to open it. Sorry, Mr. Lin, to disturb you. Mr. And I happened to pass by and asked me to inquire if you were available. The visitor was Luo Ji. What a coincidence, Mr. And I is here too. You all enjoy your meal, Lin Bin said to everyone and was about to get up. Can I come with you? Wang Zuxian thought it was an Kwang. After all, it's normal to know someone in film, and she particularly liked his novels, so she quietly asked Lin Bin while grabbing his hand. The others only saw Wang Zuxian whispering something to Lin Bin, who nodded, and then they saw the two of them walk out. Bin, you're here. I didn't expect such a coincidence. Let me introduce you to two friends. Ni Yongxiao, seeing Lin Bin enter with a beautiful woman, first glanced at Wang Zuxian in confusion and then pulled Lin Bin to sit beside him. Wang Zuxian saw the three people sitting in the private room and realized she had misunderstood. Fortunately, since she was already there, she sat down. This is Miss He from Haojiang, and this is Mr. Shun from the mainland. These are the friends I wanted to introduce. I've heard of you, Mr. Lin. Recently invested 20 million in Pengcheng and acquired 20 mu of land to build a factory. My name is Shincheng. Shincheng rose and extended his hand. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Shun. It's merely a modest investment, hardly worthy of boasting before Miss He, replied Mr. Lin with a smile as he shook Shincheng's hand. Bin, don't underestimate Mr. Shun. He maintains connections across more than a dozen provinces on the mainland, and many business dealings in Hong Kong hinge entirely upon his facilitation. At that moment, Ni Yongxiao poured a cup of wine for Lin Bin while speaking, subtly signaling that this Mr. Shin was no ordinary man. My apologies. I look forward to your kind guidance in the future. Lin Bin accepted the cup and drained it in one swift motion. An impressive capacity for wine, Mr. Lin, Shun Cheng remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, He Zhaoqiong gazed at Wang Zuxian, lost in quiet contemplation. Did you travel to Haojiang recently to film a movie? He Zhaoqiong asked Wang Zuxian curiously. Yes, it's an investment by Mr. Lin. Today I'm celebrating with colleagues nearby. Wang Zuxian glanced briefly at Lin Bin before replying. He Zhaoqiong's luminous eyes lingered upon the man before her, her peer in age with refined features and a tall, elegant frame, utterly unlike the stereotypical underworld magnate. Moreover, she'd just learned from Shun Cheng that he held investments on the mainland. Her father had once remarked that the mainland would soon stand as the sole global power capable of rivaling the United States. Whoever seized the vanguard would soar beyond measure. Yet her own family, bound by lineage and entrenched industrial interests, was destined to remain forever on the outside looking in. Bin, you're filming movies now? When will you cast me in a role? Ni Yongxiao teased, sensing He Zhaoqiong's growing interest. Just scraping by. I couldn't possibly afford you, Lin Bin replied with a laugh. This gathering is my arrangement, primarily to discuss two business matters. I believe negotiations proceed best when all principal parties are present, which is why I asked Ji to invite you just now. Ni Yongxiao's expression sobered instantly. You may step aside for now. I'll join you shortly, Lin Bin said to Wang Zuxian, indicating it was time to attend to serious matters. Wang Zuxian complied without hesitation, exchanged polite farewells with the group, and departed. Once she was gone, He Zhaoqiong asked softly, How well do you know Miss Wang? We met only today, just 1 hour earlier than you did, Miss He. The director happened upon her in Haojiang and asked whether she'd like to act. She joined the crew shortly thereafter. Tonight's banquet celebrates our successful rap. Naturally, as producer, I had to be here. Lin Bin seemed genuinely surprised by the question, but answered courteously. Ni Yongxiao watched them both with an oddly appraising gaze. It was rare for He Zhaoqiong to show such curiosity about anyone. She usually projected an aura of impenetrable reserve. To catch her attention was no trivial matter. Whether blessing or burden remained uncertain, especially given the gambling tycoon's unwavering emphasis on social parity. Here's the situation, Mr. Shin enjoys extensive influence on the mainland, but certain funds cannot be deployed directly. They require discreet routing through intermediaries. Thus he seeks Miss He's and Mr. He's favorable consideration. Acting as intermediary, Ni Yongxiao voiced Shun Cheng's proposition, plainly money abundant, yet unusable in its raw form, requiring passage across the gaming table to cleanse its origin. And when it came to casinos large enough to accommodate such volume, only Haojiang qualified, making the He family. Business is always welcome. We're naturally eager to cooperate. As for commission, I hold authority to set it at 15%. He Zhaoqiong instantly transformed into the formidable businesswoman she was, her gaze sharp and unyielding. 15% is unacceptable. 8% is our absolute ceiling, Shun Cheng countered, raising a single finger and shaking it gently. The prevailing market rate stands at 20%. Even higher for gold and jewelry, where margins reach 30 to 40%. He Zhaoqiong frowned, taken aback by his audacity. I'm fully aware of market norms. But this is no ordinary transaction. It involves billions, even tens of billions. Merely passing funds across the table, yet you demand 15%. Such profit seems almost too effortless. I offer 8%. If acceptable, an initial sum of 100 million will be transferred immediately, allowing you to test the waters. Shin Chung held firm at 8%. I'm sorry, Mr. Shun. 8% falls below our threshold. I must consult my father. Her personal authorization capped at 12%. Seeing Shun Cheng's immovable stance, she had no choice but to contact her father for counsel. By all means, Miss He, Shun Chung replied, palm open in gracious concession. I apologize, Lin Sheng. I have heard that He Lianxing is currently the largest gang in Xinjiang. My business in the mainland is extensive and some clients require certain special items. I wonder if you could assist me, Lin Sheng. Shin Chung looked at Lin Bin and spoke for himself. Lin Bin glanced at Ni Yongxiao, who silently sat there playing with his wine glass, revealing no thoughts. Mr. Shin's business seems quite significant. I can see that. What could possibly bring you all the way to Lin Bin inquired. Anyone who casually tests the waters with 100 million must have a substantial business. However, he was unsure of what the other party truly wanted. As long as the boundaries were not crossed, Lin Bin was still willing to cooperate. Right now things are developing rapidly, and there's a growing demand for various items, especially those that provide stimulation. Let's see what Mr. Lin has on his side. Shin Chung tossed the topic back. How fortunate. I happen to be negotiating a business deal that I'm sure Mr. Shin would be interested in. Oh, what is it? Shin Chung looked at Lin Bin with curiosity, eager to hear more. Red oil. Lin Bin stated, red oil is a uniquely marked industrial diesel characterized primarily by its red dye. Due to tax regulations in Hong Kong, diesel supplied locally for ordinary vehicles must incur certain taxes. In contrast, red oil as industrial diesel can enjoy tax relief policies. I wonder how much Mr. Lin can manage to procure. Shin Chung asked casually. It depends on the demand. If it's a small quantity, we can ship a few thousand barrels each month. If it's a large quantity, we can lay down pipelines, and then it will flow just like tap water once the faucet is turned on. Lin Bin painted a grand picture. Haha, I knew it. The person introduced by Mayor Liu indeed has connections. Shin Chung laughed heartily, realizing that he had intentionally asked Ni Yongxiao to make the introduction just to see what kind of person was valued by the leadership of the Special Economic Zone, having heard that even the elderly had mentioned him. Do you know Mayor Liu, Mr. Shun? Lin Bin asked curiously. We just had a meal together a few days ago. He praised Mr. Lin as a dragon among men and told me to make sure to meet you when I came to Xinjiang. Shin Chung replied with a smile. Ni Yongxiao also shot a surprised glance at Lin Bin, not expecting him to have such connections in the mainland. That's all due to the support of the leaders, nothing worthy of praise. So about this business, Lin Bin asked if the other party wanted to proceed. Red oil is great. Given the current international blockade, this strategic resource is exceedingly scarce. I'll handle the pipeline, and it will only take a month. By then, Mr. Lin, you can just sit back and await your payment. Shin Chung contemplated for a moment. It was merely a pipeline. In the face of such resources, all challenges should take a back seat. The leaders understood this well, and as long as this deal was successfully made, his own weight would increase by a bit. Then let's collaborate joyfully. Lin Bin raised his glass, tilting it towards Shin Chung. Cheers to our cooperation. Shin Chung downed his drink in one go, feeling that he made the right choice coming to Xinjiang this time. Money can be washed anywhere, but such a business is hard to come by. The essence of trade lies in resources. Hello, Mr. Shun. My father has agreed, so let's go with the 8 points as you suggested. He Zhao Qiong walked in at that moment. Her father's voice seemed to linger in her ears. How could a person with such a vast network choose us instead of going to Europe or America? Have you ever thought about this question? In business, it's not about the scale, nor is it solely about profit. Business is about continually generating ideas, which requires knowing more useful people. How do you know he wasn't pushed forward by someone? You are my favorite, just take the lead on this matter. Then I must thank Mr. He. I will personally visit Haojiang to pay my respects when the opportunity arises. For now, let me toast Miss He. Shin Chung took another drink. Thanks to Mr. And I for the introduction, allowing me to finalize 2 business deals in such a short time. I am very grateful. Shin Chung expressed his thanks to Ni Yongxiao beside him. You're too polite. We're all friends, and we naturally help each other when needed. Ni Yongxiao nodded in response. He Zhao Qiong looked curiously at Lin Bin, wondering how he managed to finalize a business deal with the other party while she was merely out making a phone call. Noticing He Zhao Qiong's gaze, Lin Bin smiled and raised his glass toward her. I'm sorry, I was just chatting with a friend. Lin Bin said to everyone as he returned to the private room. Perfect timing, boss. Fa Gu can drink so much none of us can keep up with him. You better save the day. Just now she had walked out of Ni Yongxiao's private room and recognized the bodyguard standing at the door, who was the lobby manager responsible for security during the filming at the Macau casino. It suddenly dawned on her that the young lady Miss He was indeed the daughter of the gambling king. No wonder she was so outstanding in appearance and demeanor. And Lin Bin being able to do business with them and looking so handsome, wasn't he just her Prince Charming? This made her even more enthusiastic. I still have something to do later, so I can't drink too much with you all. Jingzi, we're going to the Bensei bar later. I reserved a private room there, and those who want to come can join. Yay. I've heard that bar is a lot of fun. I haven't been there yet, Lee Jiasen said with a smile. The two had become good friends while filming, sharing many thoughts with each other, both knowing they wanted to find a wealthy man. Before the gathering, they had agreed that if the boss was an old man or an ordinary investor, they would find an opportunity to leave. Unexpectedly, Lin Bin was so young and handsome. Wang Zuxian valued looks more than money. She was only interested in wealth, but after coming back from outside, she mentioned encountering the casino's lobby manager at the door, which indicated that Lin Bin might indeed be a big wealthy man. That piqued her interest, as with her looks, she was confident she could win him over. You should go often in the future, that's also the boss property, Wang Jing said with a smile. Alright, I'll take my leave first. Let's all raise a glass together. Lin Bin interrupted Wang Jing's attempt to show off for him, picking up his glass and downing it in one go. Wan Chai Ben Say Bar. Ame. As soon as they arrived at the bar entrance, Zhou Ruanfa spotted a familiar face. Fa Go. You're here to have fun too. Mei Yanfang greeted Zhou Ruanfa with a smile. Yes, I just had a meal with the crew and the boss. I didn't feel satisfied drinking there, so I came here to drink some more. Zhou Ruanfa replied with a grin. This must be the director. Thank you, Fa Go, for being able to become famous this time. It's all thanks to you. I watched the movie, it was great. Mei Yanfang extended her hand to Wang Jing. Sister Mei, you're joking. Fage's fame is due to his own talent, and the boss is willing to invest in him. I'm just here to collect my pay, Wang Jing replied. Although Wang Jing was older than her, he still respectfully addressed her as Sister Mei, since her songs were famous across the strait. So hypocritical, I can't be bothered to chat with you. Fa Go, let's drink together later. Mei Yanfang was straightforward, her expression changing in an instant. Then she invited Zhou Ruanfa and walked into the bar with her friend. Jingzi, she's just like that, don't take it to heart. Zhou Ruanfa explained to Wang Jing. No problem. I know the tabloids print her gossip every day. Oh, I'm very clear about that. Wang Jing said with a smile. Alright, let's go in together. He didn't feel any anger about being publicly embarrassed, and Zhou Ruanfa felt relieved. As everyone entered the bar, the lively atmosphere immediately enveloped them. The lights twinkled, and the music was deafening. The private room that Lin Bin had arranged was luxurious and comfortable. Everyone took their seats and began to fully enjoy the night's revelry. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jiasen deliberately scooted closer to Lin Bin, playfully saying, Boss, this bar is really awesome. I'll definitely come often in the future. Her eyes were filled with charm and anticipation. Lin Bin merely smiled politely without much response. Wang Zuxian quietly sat beside, watching Lin Bin, her admiration growing stronger. She pondered how she could catch Lin Bin's attention more. Suddenly the lights in the bar dimmed and mysterious music began to play. A huge figure slowly rose on stage, revealing a masked, mysterious singer. As soon as he opened his mouth, his unique voice instantly captivated everyone, and the entire venue fell silent to listen. This unexpected surprise made tonight's gathering even more unforgettable. This is the bar's feature. They invite some singers as guests at certain times, or if someone wants to perform, they can too. I have something to take care of. You all drink first, Lin Bin said with a smile before leaving the private room. Fa Gus, something's wrong. Someone is causing trouble for Mei Jie, you need to come help. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, the door to the private room was burst open, and in walked the person who had just been with Mei Yanfang. Sorry, I need to check this out, Zhou Ruanfa said with an apologetic smile to the crowd. I'll go with you, after all, we are on the boss turf. I have to say Wang Jing is quite loyal. Zhou Ruanfa nodded. If things escalated, having Wang Jing around would make it easier to handle. He was merely filling in for Lin Bin to shoot a film, and wasn't really part of the crew yet, as he hadn't signed a contract. Sailimu, my brother asked you to sing, and you wouldn't. He offers you a drink, and you refuse. Who do you think you are, super? As the two entered the private room, they just in time saw a man speaking in Minnan dialect slap Mei Yanfang while scolding her, and beside him sat a burly man with a scar on his eyebrow on the sofa. Wang Jing saw this scene and knew it would lead to big trouble, so he hurriedly called someone to tell Lin Bin that there was a disturbance. I don't even know him, why should I drink with him? You think you can just leave? I'll call someone over right now, Mei Yanfang said defiantly after being slapped, showing no fear of the 7 or 8 people in the room. You damn bitch, I'm from the Lin Bei Zhulian gang, let's see who dares not to give face. I'll make you drink this. The thug grabbed Mei Yanfang by her hair and was about to pour a bottle of liquor into her mouth. Bro, let's talk this out. I'll drink the liquor for her. Zhou Ruanfa stepped forward to grab the bottle. Sailimu, who do you think you are? Can't you see I'm teaching her a lesson? The thug pulled out a handgun from his waist and pointed it at Zhou Ruanfa's head. What's your name, brother? This bar belongs to us and Lianqing. Can you let this brother put the gun down for now? Wang Jing was startled when the other party pulled out a gun over a disagreement. He hurriedly waved the flag of Lianqing towards the man sitting on the sofa and said, We are with Lianqing. Kai Jinpao from the Zhu Lian gang's Black Tiger Hall. This is a matter between me and her. She disrespected me, and you Lianqing don't respect our Zhu Lian gang either. Kai Jinpao leaned on the sofa and questioned Wang Jing. Of course respect will be given. I'll cover this tab, and I apologize on behalf of Mei Jie to all the brothers here. Wang Jing picked up a beer from the table and took a swig. It's just a matter of a drink. If only she had been like you from the start. Earlier, she said she would call someone. Let's see who wants to step in for her. Kai Jinpao shook his head. If I step in for her, what do you want? Lin Bin, hearing that someone was causing trouble at the bar, and it was related to Zhou Ruinfa, brought Gao Jin and Butong Lin over. Upon reaching the door, he heard what was being said. Lianxing Lin Bin. Kai Jinpao frowned, surprised that this fat man was indeed with Lianxing. The gang had already advised him not to clash with Lin Bin, but now they had crossed paths. I want to deal with Lin Yang. The thug moved the gun away from Zhou Runfa's head and aimed it at Lin Bin. Bang! Gao Jin was about to act, but Butong Lin reacted even faster. He dashed forward, supporting the thug's wrist with his left hand, and with a swift elbow strike, sent the thug crashing into the wall, the bullet from the gun ricocheting off the ceiling. What a big mess, Kai Jinpao thought as the situation unfolded too quickly for him to react, his subordinate already knocked out on the ground. The other thugs attempted to draw their guns, but Gao Jin and Butong Lin had already taken them all down together. Now it's your turn to answer. What do you want? Lin Bin sat on the table in front of Kai Jinpao, staring into his eyes. I didn't expect them to be so impulsive. I apologize to Miss May, I'm sorry. Kai Jinpao softened, first bowing 90 degrees to Mei Yanfang, then picking up the bottle of liquor to drink. Not enough. The other side had already drawn a gun. He would not let this go so easily. I'll compensate her 2,000 for mental distress, and I'll give you 1 million for renovations, Boss Lin. Kai Jinpao gritted his teeth and said, Miss May, what do you think? Lin Bin looked at Mei Yanfang. It's better to resolve enmity than to develop it. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Mei Yanfang initially thought the other party was just a social thug, and with her own backing being the Hong Kong gang, she wasn't afraid at first. But when the thug pulled out a gun, she realized that the situation was likely more complex than she thought, and didn't want to offend them too severely. What if one day they send a hitman? I don't have anyone like Lin Bin at my side. Since Miss May says it's fine, then let's leave it at that. Lin Bin nodded and was about to leave. Wait a moment, Boss Lin, let's have a drink together. Kai Jinpao invited. You are quite interesting. Lin Bin smiled, finding the man rather amusing, having just drawn a gun and now wanting to drink together. A man should be able to play his part in business. It's only right to play along. I, Kai Jinpao, have always been this way, and I will continue to be so in the future. Before coming to Shenzhen, our boss had already told me not to clash with you. Actually, I heard someone singing outside earlier, and my subordinate recognized Miss May. I'm a fan of hers and wanted to invite her to sing a song. When she declined, I didn't push, so I came to ask her for a drink, and then things unexpectedly escalated from there. Kai Jinpao explained. Duck Boss? Lin Bin asked in confusion. Oh, it's our gang leader, Chinchili. We refer to him as Duck Boss on our island. Kai Jinpao explained. I'll definitely pay a visit when I have time. Lin Bin was unsure how the other party knew him, but mutual support was essential. Arrange for someone to take them to the hospital. Let's switch to another private room and continue drinking, Lin Bin said as he opened the door to Bo Che Wei, then invited Kai Jinpao to his private room. Due to the crowd, Lin Bin didn't notice a pair of beautiful eyes in the corner fixed on him, filled with interest. Miss, it's time for us to leave, the buzzcut man said to He Zhaoqiong. Brother Ju, why are we going back so early? Besides, isn't the matter settled? Let's go find them for a drink. He Zhaoqiong said to Peng Jiaju. Peng Jiaju followed helplessly behind, for inside the private room, he had only seen chaos, and then Lin Bin went in with people to handle it. Had he known that there were guns drawn earlier, he would never have let He Zhaoqiong go over. At this moment, Peng Jiaju was backed by the He family, rapidly accumulating wealth and expanding influence. He had taken the initiative to come along with He Zhaoqiong to Shangjiang, fully aware of what the eldest daughter of the He family represented. Earlier, He Zhaoqiong had intended to join in the fun, but she was firmly held back by him and his companions. I'm looking for Lin Sheng. He Zhaoqiong arrived at the entrance of the private room, where Bo Che Wei was blocking her entry. Only after hearing her say this did he glance at the two who had just gone to the Peninsula Hotel with Lin Bin, naturally knowing who she was, and thus opened the door. Lin Sheng, good to see you again. He Zhaoqiong greeted Lin Bin as she entered. Miss He, what brings you here? Lin Bin looked at her in surprise. What? If you can come, why can't I? If I'm not welcome, I'll leave, He Zhaoqiong said playfully. Of course not, please take a seat. Lin Bin rose to invite her. I've heard this bar has a great business, clean and without any trouble. I didn't expect to encounter a situation right upon my arrival. Don't you think the owner's background isn't strong enough? He Zhaoqiong remarked. Butong Lin was trying hard to hold back his laughter, while Gao Jin kept stealing glances at Lin Bin. It should be fine, this might just be an exception. Lin Bin said awkwardly. Brother, isn't this bar yours? Kai Jinpao asked in confusion. Sorry about that. You should have mentioned it earlier, He Zhaoqiong said, clenching her fist and playfully hitting Lin Bin's arm. You didn't ask. Lin Bin, reacting, instinctively grasped her fist, feeling a bit strange, as it was his first time being this close to a girl. He Zhaoqiong blushed and withdrew her hand. Hello, Bin Gu, I'm Peng Jiaju. Peng Jiaju looked at the two and, understanding the situation, extended his hand to Lin Bin. Brother Ju, I have long admired your reputation. Lin Bin, a big shot who occupies half of the coastal city, naturally knew that having him alongside meant He Zhaoqiong held significant status in He Xian's heart. After everyone exchanged pleasantries, Lin Bin had someone add bowls, chopsticks, and wine glasses. Once the wine arrived, Lin Bin first poured a glass for He Zhaoqiong, his movements gentle and somewhat gentlemanly. He Zhaoqiong's cheeks were slightly flushed as she raised her glass and gently clinked it with Lin Bin's, taking a small sip while stealing glances at him from time to time. Peng Jiaju and Kai Jin Pao also began to chat warmly, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Although Lin Bin and He Zhaoqiong were amidst the excitement, it felt as if an invisible, ambiguous atmosphere enveloped them. When Lin Bin poured more wine for He Zhaoqiong, his fingers inadvertently brushed against hers. The two instinctively flinched back simultaneously, then both smiled shyly. Fueled by the alcohol, He Zhaoqiong boldly looked into Lin Bin's eyes and said, "Lin Sheng, thank you for your hospitality." Lin Bin was somewhat flustered by her gaze, yet he still smiled and replied, "Miss He, you're too kind, or it's my honor to. It's about time I should head back to rest. If you ever come to the coastal city, I'll take you out to play." He Zhaoqiong glanced at the time and invited Lin Bin. "Sure, I'll definitely come when I have the chance." Lin Bin escorted He Zhaoqiong to the bar's entrance, opened the car door for her, and instructed the driver to drive slowly. Sim Sha Suya Bar. After being beaten by the valet last time, Sergio was warned not to go to the Wanchai bar again, so today, he brought a group of brothers to Lan Kwai Fong. "Boss, why does that punk get compensated after beating you so badly last time?" a drunken thug complained. "Damn it, it's because he has the backing of He Lianqing. We can't afford to mess with him." Upon hearing his underling's words, Sergio took a swig of beer, downing half a bottle. "If we can't mess with He Lianqing, then why should we be afraid of an old Cgio? Let's wait until he is alone and give him a beating to relieve the boss' anger." Another thug with bleached hair suggested. "Let's not talk about this today, let's drink instead." A green-haired thug noticed that the boss was hesitant, likely scared after being beaten, and quickly changed the subject. Everyone laughed and joked for a while longer. Once the drinks on the table were finished, they left the bar. Sergio, just as they reached the door, someone shouted loudly. Sergio turned to see Fei Quan charging at him with a fat and thin accomplice wielding machetes. He quickly pulled the person next to him in front of himself, and the green-haired thug was immediately stabbed. "You dare to come at me, you damn thug!" Sergio shouted with wide eyes. "There's more than one boss in the underworld. I am also a boss." Fei Quan wiped the blood from his face with his knife. "Boss, run." The bleached-haired thug, seeing the green-haired thug on the ground, quickly grabbed Sergio and started to run, scattering in different directions. "Damn it, I will definitely take people to cut them down." After running for 2 streets, Sergio gasped as he cursed. The two ran wildly, while Fei Quan and his gang pursued closely behind. Reborn into the 1980s, Olin Yaodong immediately sold his only property, rushed to the Soviet Union to resell bread, and earned a staggering 31-fold profit, amassing tens of Wega, save me. Sergio rushed to the back of the valet with the bleached-haired thug. The valet, who was having a bowl of beef tripe with a little brother, suddenly heard someone shouting and turned to look. At this moment, Fei Quan had caught up, recognizing Sergio as the one who had him thrown out of the bar, unaware that the valet had previously beaten Sergio nearly to death. "Damn it, let's chop him up together." Fei Quan raised his knife and swung it at the valet. "Get lost, you punk." The valet kicked over the beef tripe stall and turned to run. "First, let's take him down." Not seeing Sergio and the others, Fei Quan swiftly cut down the valet's little brother, who couldn't react in time, and then pursued the valet. "Brother, is there some misunderstanding between me and He Lianqing?" the valet called out as he ran, looking back. He couldn't recognize Fei Quan, thinking the other party mistook him for being with Sergio. "Misunderstanding my ass, I'm here to take you down." The valet stumbled and fell to the ground, and Fei Quan caught up, swinging his knife, causing the valet to instantly lose consciousness. Kweitsing Margaret Hospital. Lin Bin, who was resting, suddenly received a call saying that the valet had been slashed on the street, suffering serious injuries, and was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Lin Bin entered the ward to find the valet unconscious. Sitting beside him was a stern-looking man, watching him closely. "What did the doctor say?" "The surgery just ended. He's currently in a coma due to excessive blood loss and may not be able to get out of bed for 3 months. A little brother beside him replied. "Tell him to use the best medicine, ensure the nutrition is adequate, and don't worry about the money." Lin Bin nodded and instructed upon hearing that the person was fine. Annihilated. "Who is this gentleman?" Lin Bin finally asked the man sitting beside the bed. "I'm his elder brother, Wang Jianjun." Wang Jianjun replied. "He called me just 2 days ago saying he was doing well in Hong Kong. His boss treated him exceptionally well, and he earned over HK100 monthly. Soon he'd even work alongside society's elite in the most prestigious office buildings of Hong Kong, and he invited me to join him there." Wang Jianjun closed his eyes, recalling the memory, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Last night, I booked my ferry ticket, but never imagined that upon arrival I'd learn he'd been brutally slashed and left critically injured. I don't blame you. I know he was truly happy and thriving under your care. Your affairs are none of my concern. Just tell me who did this." Wang Jianjun opened his eyes, their gaze icy, piercing, radiating boundless, murderous intent. "I'm sorry, I know exactly what happened. A thug got slashed, and by sheer coincidence he ran into Al-Y. They'd had a grudge recently, so the thug redirected his fury onto Al-Y. I'll handle it myself. Just take good care of Al-Y." Lin Bin spoke with sincere apology. "I said, tell me who did it." Wang Jianjun locked his steely gaze onto Lin Bin. You wretched bastard. How dare you speak like that? The two had initially felt uneasy upon learning the man was Ah Wai's elder brother, but hearing how he addressed Lin Bin ignited his fury. I've always spoken and acted this way. My younger brother lies bleeding here. I'll make sure they lie buried beneath the earth. Wang Jianjun rose and strode toward the two, only to be blocked by Gao Jing. This man exudes overwhelming killing intent, Hu Tonglin murmured to Lin Bin watching Wang Jianjun closely. The two, brothers all, Lin Bin placated Gao Chong, henceforth referred to by his full name. To clarify, two triads, Ho Chung Yi and Hung Lok, combined strength totaling 300 men. If you seek vengeance, stay by his side. I'll have him lead the operation. Lin Bin pointed toward Gao Chong as he addressed Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun paused in thought. Eliminating a few individuals posed no issue, but dismantling two entire triads alone would be impossible. He could rally his own brothers, though that would require time. He nodded instead. After all, Lin Bin was his younger brother's respected boss. Abu, you and Ah Jing go with him. By tomorrow's dawn, I want neither triad to exist. Conquered territory will fall under your command. Lin Bin instructed Gao Chong. Brother Bin, rest assured. I'll erase them from existence tonight, Gao Chong affirmed with a nod. Gao Chong swiftly mobilized Wang Jianjun, Abu, and Gao Jing. They first mapped out the strongholds and patrol patterns of both Ho Chung Yi and Hung Lok. That night the moon vanished behind thick clouds as the wind howled fiercely. Gao Chong led the charge. His men surged forward like ravenous tigers into a Ho Chung Yi branch house. Battle cries erupted across the night sky as both sides clashed in brutal, merciless combat. Gao Jing wielded his blade with lethal precision, his eyes glacial, each strike calculated to end lives. Wherever he advanced, enemies fell like wheat before the scythe. What do you think you're doing? I've already settled matters with Lin Bin. Why do you still come after me? Brother Pan, the Ho Chung Yi leader, recognized Gao Chong and shouted in outrage. Ask your right-hand man what he's done, Gao Chong retorted coldly, drawing his blade and leveling it at Sergio. You wretched bastard. You've been hiding everything from me this whole time. Brother Pan whirled around, glaring furiously at Sergio. Bai Mao hastily recounted the incident. This was his doing, not ours. I surrender him to you for judgment, and I'll cover all medical expenses. Can we end this here? Brother Pan still hoped for reconciliation. Our brother was slashed. Do you think throwing money at us settles it? What use is this blade in our hands then? Kill them all. Gao Chong roared and charged headlong into battle. Meanwhile, Butong Lin and Wang Jianjun launched simultaneous assaults on Hung Lok's territories. You wretched bastards. Who the hell are you daring to invade Hung Lok's turf? Piao Go, Hung Lok's top enforcer, bellowed in rage. He'd offended no one recently, yet these ruthless outsiders had appeared from nowhere. Especially their two leaders. They carved through Hung Lok's men like slaughterhouse butchers. Every clash ended in severed limbs or lifeless bodies. Who's Fei Quan? Bring him out now. Wang Jianjun stepped forward and demanded. Fei Quan? Who the hell is Fei Quan? Get him out here now. Piao Go snapped angrily. At that moment, a junior lieutenant named Huan Yo stepped forward. Uncle Fei Quan is merely a blue lantern, not officially registered in our roster, just a nominal member. Brother, he hasn't even entered our inner circle. If there's been a misunderstanding, I'll hand him over. Can this end here? I'll cover every man's medical costs. Piao Ge suddenly grasped the truth that one of his underlings had provoked disaster. No need. I'll find him myself. Wang Jianjun lunged forward, wielding a triple-edged military dagger. 3 men collapsed before him in an instant. Piao Gu realized negotiation was futile and ordered his men to fight. After a savage, protracted battle, both triads were driven relentlessly backward. Many members, sensing imminent defeat, cast aside their weapons and surrendered. By dawn, Ho Chung Yi and Hung Lok lay shattered, stripped of strength, stripped of resistance. Gao Chong secured the area and delivered Brother Pan to Lin Bin. He reported, Brother Bin, the deed is done. Both triads are erased from existence. Piao Gu of Hung Lok fell before Wang Jianjun's blade. No one had expected Ah Wai, normally timid, physically unimpressive, utterly inconspicuous, to have such a formidable elder brother. Lin Bin, remembering their long-standing bond, had only entrusted him with managing parking at the bar. Yet now Wang Jianjun and Butong Lin moved like incarnate deities of slaughter, each strike felling dozens. Lin Bin nodded in quiet satisfaction. From that day forth, a new order reigned over the territory. Saigon warehouse at the dock. Brother Bin, I really don't know about the matter of the 19th. If I take out all the money, can you let me off this time? I'm sorry, I said I would let you go, but my brothers won't accept that. Lin Bin was peeling an apple without even looking at. The day I met you, I knew you had ulterior motives. Do you think I don't know? Hong Xing's Liang Kuan partnered with you to get rid of Jiang Tiancheng and take the lead himself. Big D also allied with you to be elected as the head. Let me tell you, if you continue like this, you will have enemies everywhere. If I die here today, you won't have it any better tomorrow. Seeing that pleading won't work, Brother Pan tore off his facade. What do you know? It doesn't matter if others believe it or not. In the underworld, if you have money and power, you thrive. Don't you understand this simple principle? You've lived for decades like a dog. Lin Bin shoved the apple into Brother Pan's mouth, speaking fiercely. Do you think I support over 100 people just to establish a foothold in the most prosperous area of Hong Kong? Everyone knows the red oil business is good, but why does no one dare to snatch it? Ha! Brother Pan laughed heartily, knowing that the only reason his small gang could latch onto him was because of his red oil business. Oh, do tell. Lin Bin observed him as if he were mad, unable to fathom his intentions. I have Sir Michael Kadori backing me. Who would dare to touch me? Brother Pan dropped the act and spoke forcefully. Michael Kadori, a British Jew, is currently a second-tier baronet, and his family has been entrenched in Hong Kong for decades and once reached the status of the richest man. Lin Bin chuckled lightly at the mention of the foreigner's name. I know you don't believe me. Years ago, by chance, I happened to encounter a Chinese workers' strike when many goods were stuck at the dock. At that time, I hadn't joined a gang yet, and I was just taking a few dozen brothers to find work. I heard he was hiring at the dock and went over to him, and later, he let me gradually take over some matters. Brother Pan explained desperately to save his life. So you were just a dog after all, then there's no need to keep you. Lin Bin's murderous intent surged after hearing this. If you kill me, you will offend them. Don't say it's just you. Even the entire He Liansheng cannot withstand their wrath. Brother Pan became anxious. It's business. They can work with you or with me, but working with me can make it bigger and stronger. I can't understand why he would refuse. He will hand it over to you. Lin Bin said to Wang Jianjun. Lin Bin stood at the warehouse entrance, pulled out a cigar, and soon heard a heart-wrenching scream coming from inside. Thank you. Wang Jianjun came out and said to Lin Bin, Bro, if you have nothing to do these days, go visit your brother at the hospital. I've arranged a place for you to stay. Can you drive? You can pick any car here. Lin Bin nodded. Lin Bin thought while puffing on his cigar that if anyone could connect with the Kadori family now, it would only be He Xiaoqiang. No one else was qualified or could contact them, and his current status was indeed insignificant in the eyes of those big figures. Throwing away the cigar, Lin Bin went to the car, opened the door, and dialed a number. Hello, Lin Sheng. Why are you calling? He Xiaoqiang was trimming some flowers she planted in the living room. Hearing the phone ring, she picked it up and saw it was Lin Bin calling, immediately putting down the scissors and running to her room. I'm sorry, Missy, for disturbing you so late. I have a favor to ask of you if it's convenient. Lin Bin smiled unconsciously upon hearing the other person's voice. What is it? Tell me, I'm listening. He Xiaoqiang said curiously. Having just returned to Hong Kong a few days ago, she felt quite happy that he contacted her. I want to ask about the Kadori family here in Hong Kong. Miss He, do you know any friends there? I have a business I would like to discuss. Lin Bin asked directly, without beating around the bush. Kadori. I know their first heir, Daniel. He Xiaoqiang thought for a moment. Hong Kong is close to Macau, and many old families have dealings, so she naturally knew the Kadori family. Could you help me arrange a meeting with him? If he is free tomorrow, I would like to talk to him in person. You'll need to ask him. He'll call you back. He Xiaoqiang hung up the phone. Daniel, are you free tomorrow? I have a friend, He Xiaoqiang asked straightforwardly. The sound of shuffling could be heard on the phone, indicating that the other party was still looking at documents. Indeed, he was an old aristocrat, unlike other young masters who only started their nightlife at night. Oh, who is this person that makes you want to arrange a meeting with me? Daniel asked, knowing that He Xiaoqiang usually attends gatherings promptly, let alone connect people. You don't need to worry about that. He's just a very good friend of mine. He has business he wants to discuss with you. Don't forget the Peninsula Hotel tomorrow at noon. He Xiaoqiang was caught off guard by Daniel's sudden question and took a while to reply. She herself didn't know why she agreed to arrange a meeting between Lin Bin and Daniel. It was as if she didn't want to refuse as soon as he spoke. The time has been set, tomorrow noon at the Peninsula Hotel. He Xiaoqiang called Lin Bin back. All right, indeed the circles are different. I counted the people around me, and none could connect with him. He Xiaoqiang made a phone call and arranged a meeting for me. At the Peninsula Hotel, Lin Bin stood at the entrance glancing at his watch. The agreed time was nearing, yet the other party had yet to arrive, filling him with confusion. Brother Bin, do you think the other party might have stood us up? Gao Jin asked. Lin Bin shook his head, indicating he didn't know either, but they could only wait. However, he felt a strong surge within, silently vowing never to be in this position again, insisting that others should wait for him instead. Soon a black Rolls-Royce with the license plate number 18 slowly pulled up in front of the hotel. A young Jewish man stepped out, but did not look at Lin Bin. Instead, he walked to the other side to open the car door. Lin, I apologize for the wait. This is Daniel, He Xiaoqiang said with a smile as she got out of the car. I am Lin Bin from the Far East Group. Lin Bin extended his right hand. Hello, Mr. Lin, Daniel said, glancing at Lin Bin beside He Xiaoqiang. He had no recollection of this person, but still smiled and reached out his hand. Please come inside. Lin Bin invited the two to enter the private room. After everyone took their seats, Lin Bin spoke first. Mr. Daniel, I would like to discuss a business deal with you this time. I'm curious, what do you want to discuss with me? Daniel said, his hands crossed on the table, feeling indifferent. He had come today merely to honor He Xiaoqiang's request and wanted to see what the business was about first. Last night, Pan Xiong from Fulon Company offended someone and fled. Before leaving, he told me that he was in the red oil business with your family. He won't be showing up again, but business cannot halt. So today I invited Mr. Daniel here to discuss this matter with you. Lin Bin looked directly into Daniel's eyes as he spoke. Oh, I doubt Pan Xiong fled. Oh, rather, he was likely taken care of. As the primary heir of my family, Daniel was naturally familiar with all family enterprises. The business of Chang'e was merely a glove nurtured by his family specializing in dirty work, but it was not under his control, instead it was managed by his brother Moses. Furthermore, he had learned last night that Pan Xiong's territory had been seized, and he had gone missing. Murder is against the law, and I will not commit such an act. However, I can assure you that he will not be appearing again. Lin Bin would not admit to murder, especially since he had not committed it. You know he had business dealings with us. Now that he's gone, it doesn't seem like you want to discuss cooperation, but rather to send a warning to our Jia Daily family. Daniel's calm gaze fixed coldly on Lin Bin. He Zhao Qiong silently raised her glass, watching the two men who were at odds with each other with great interest. I have seen his accounts. Each month at most he handled a few thousand barrels, and the profits peaked at several 100,000. I do not believe that you, Daniel, would find such meager profits appealing. Lin Bin maintained his gaze on Daniel. The automotive market in Hong Kong is limited. Red oil is indeed cheaper than other gasoline due to tax exemptions, but not everyone needs it. Therefore, the monthly volume of a few thousand barrels is nearing saturation. Mr. Lin, how do you plan to expand sales? Daniel chuckled lightly. None of the gangsters were foolish. If business could be expanded, his family would have done so. Hong Kong may be saturated, but what about over there? The population there is the largest in the world, and the land is the third largest globally. If we can establish business there, it won't be about how much they want, but rather how much you can provide. How much do you think can be earned each month? Lin Bin pointed north. This business is not for the light of day, and it seems you have forgotten my father's identity. Daniel was astonished by the other's audacity. At this time, Hong Kong had not yet returned and was still under British control. How dare he talk about transporting strategic materials to the north in front of a British noble when his family had never thought of doing business in the north? This society is not just black and white, there is also gray in between. On the surface, I will have someone with more weight than Pan Xiong handle the business. And you, my friend, you are a Jew. Are you willing to watch hundreds of millions of business fall into others' hands every... Lin Bin smiled at the other person. Daniel fell silent. Undoubtedly, this business was huge and had no cost. The only concern was the pressure from the British government. However, if I don't do it, it seems the other party can find someone else. He did not believe that those British people truly love their homeland to the extent of letting billions slip away every year. To be honest, I have already established connections, and the pipeline is being laid. It will be completed within a month. If you don't do it, I will talk to others this afternoon. Lin Bin saw that Daniel was wavering internally, so he applied pressure. I'm sorry, for such a huge business, I need to consult with my family. Please wait a moment, Mr. Lin. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Bin say this, Daniel could no longer sit still and got up to walk out. I didn't expect Mr. Lin's Far East group to be doing such big business, negotiating deals worth billions. After Daniel left, He Zhaoqiong smiled. Outside, one's identity is self-given, and I did not speak carelessly. Today, the Far East group was officially established with businesses including clothing, shoe factories, and the film entertainment industry. More industries will follow in the future. Lin Bin naturally understood what He Zhaoqiong was laughing about, and he did not feel embarrassed. I just didn't expect you would come in person to thank you. Lin Bin sincerely expressed his gratitude. My father has always encouraged me to engage with outstanding individuals. Daniel is already one of the most remarkable young men I know, but I believe you are even more exceptional, Mr. Lin. He Zhaoqiong took a sip of red wine. Do you believe I said I was forced? Lin Bin said helplessly. Hundreds of millions a year, I would also like to be forced like that. He Zhaoqiong rolled her eyes. When I first arrived in Hong Kong, I had 2 brothers by my side who had played with me since childhood. Gradually, for reasons unknown, more and more people were willing to follow me. Since they chose me and were willing to entrust their lives to me, I should help them live better than others. The means may have been a bit ruthless, but I don't care how others see it. Lin Bin said seriously. How can one succeed without being ruthless? Didn't my father do the same when he was young? Let's get to know each other again. He Zhaoqiong, you can call me Zhaoqiong from now on. He Zhaoqiong stood up. Hello, Zhaoqiong. Everyone around me calls me Bin. Lin Bin lightly held her hands. This morning when I was coming to Hong Kong, my father asked me if I had someone I liked since I kept running over here. Perhaps she really regarded Lin Bin as a friend, as He Zhaoqiong seemed more relaxed after sitting down. Should I be envious of him for being able to win your affection? Lin Bin teased with a smile. Yes, I should envy him myself, who told me I look so good. He Zhaoqiong made a check mark with her right hand on her chin. You came all the way here today, you can't really just want to see me, right? Lin Bin said exaggeratedly. You wish. We also have industries in Hong Kong. My father asked me whether to set up a company in Macau or here. Hong Kong's logistics and hotel industry. Why don't you give me some advice? He Zhaoqiong rebutted, her cheeks slightly flushed. In Macau, what significance do you have? Come to Hong Kong. In a few days, I will take you to the mainland to have some fun. Lin Bin thought for a moment and said, I think so too. It's just that I'm used to having my family around to take care of me, and I can't make a decision. Then I will come to Hong Kong, and I hope Mr. Lin will take care of me in the future. He Zhaoqiong raised her wine glass toward Lin Bin. Don't worry, I can handle things in Hong Kong. Haha. Lin Bin laughed and clinked glasses with her. Father, this Lin Bin clearly eliminated Pan Xiong, and now he's turning to us for cooperation. If we accept, won't people mock us? Daniel said over the phone to Sir McCallum. He clearly knew that the influential Mr. Pan had been killed still young. He couldn't bring himself to bow silently before someone younger than himself. Or perhaps he simply needed a dignified way out. Daniel, do you know why our family has stood unshaken in Hong Kong for decades? It is wealth. Our vast fortune forged powerful networks, and those networks earned us royal recognition from the British Crown. Even today, the governor grants our family due deference. This is an enormous business opportunity. Its profits would make even the most seasoned tycoons envious. You now hold the chance to seize it. That is your destiny. To refuse collaboration over mere pride would be folly. You are my proudest child. I know you well. Moreover, the British administration will soon depart. I have no intention of leaving this city. You understand my meaning partnership with mainland China is the future. Arrange a time to visit there together. You'll fall in love with it. That land is extraordinarily rich. Sir McCallum's calm voice emanated from the receiver, evidently aware of Daniel's hesitation, offering precisely the graceful exit he required. I know what to do, father. Thank you. Daniel hung up and entered the private dining room with a smile. Mr. Lin, I rarely see Zhao Qiong so radiant. Daniel immediately noticed Zhao Qiong laughing heartily, though he had no idea what they'd been discussing. It is my honor to bring her joy, Lin Bin replied with a gentle smile. My family deeply wishes to collaborate with you, Mr. Lin. We await your instructions. Once the channel is established, shipments can commence immediately. And if possible, I would like to accompany you on a trip to the mainland. Daniel spoke directly. We were just discussing that very matter. Let me schedule a date soon. We'll go together. A pleasure to partner with you. Lin Bin raised his wine glass toward them. A pleasure to partner with you. Daniel shed all traces of condescension, now regarding Lin Bin as a true peer. To orchestrate such a colossal enterprise at so young an age, even his own family could not afford to overlook him. After a lavish meal, the three stepped out of the hotel, when a middle-aged man in an impeccably tailored suit approached them, gold-rimmed spectacles, carefully groomed beard, every detail betraying habitual meticulousness. I am Li Wenbin. I need a word with you. Li Wenbin stopped before Lin Bin. Mr. Lin is my friend. What exactly do you wish to discuss with him? Daniel recognized him and frowned. Is this how your police force addresses taxpayers? Even the commissioner hasn't spoken with such arrogance. Zhao Qiong was even less restrained. Do you always speak to citizens this way? I've met the commissioner myself. His demeanor was far more respectful. My apologies, Mr. Daniel, someone reported Mr. Lin in connection with a disappearance case. We respectfully request his cooperation with the investigation. Li Wenbin had assumed their emergence from the hotel was mere coincidence, only to discover Lin Bin was genuinely acquainted with both Sir McCallum and the eldest daughter of gambling magnate Hoeen. No trouble at all. I'll speak with him. Please don't trouble yourselves to see me off. Lin Bin sensed Daniel was a man of integrity, having just met yet already standing firm beside him before a police inspector who would likely ascend to chief inspector soon. Very well, I'll await your call. Daniel then escorted Zhao Qiong away first. Superintendently, shall we head to the station? Lin Bin asked after the two men had departed. Lin Bin, do you have any idea how many people died last night? Don't think your recent actions grant you impunity. I've already warned you. Li Wenbin escorted Lin Bin into the car. People die every day. What does it have to do with me? Don't pretend I don't know. The police would rather see every Triad thug wiped off the streets. Lin Bin, realizing he wasn't being taken back to the station, grew bolder in his tone. As long as your gang wars don't disturb civilians and no one files a report, we have no interest in intervening. But this morning a man named Fei Quan turned himself in at the station, confessing membership in the San He Hui. He claims your men launched an armed assault in Mong Kok and Causeway Bay last night. You'll hand them over yourself. Li Wenbin removed his glasses and began polishing them. Boss. Gao Chong, watching from the car as a foreigner, and Zhao Qiong walked away, and seeing Lin Bin escorted alone toward the vehicle, grew uneasy and approached to tap on the window. Lin Bin waved dismissively, signaling he was unharmed and instructing Gao Chong to wait aside. Superintendently, is this really necessary? You're actually believing some street thugs' ramblings. From what I hear, it was a full-scale bloodbath between the Ho Chung Yi and Hung Lok factions. Mutual annihilation. That so-called Hung Lok Fei Quan. Just days ago he chased and attempted to murder Pan, the top enforcer of Ho Chung Yi, right on the street. Dozens of witnesses saw it. A brother of mine even intervened to stop the violence, and was slashed down, now lying unconscious in hospital. Lin Bin retorted. Oh, I almost forgot. There's something I'd like you to see. He rolled down the window and called for Gao Chong to retrieve an envelope from the car. Is this it? Gao Chong opened the rear door, rummaged briefly, and handed the envelope to Lin Bin. Here. Lin Bin passed it directly to Li Wenbin. Do you realize how grave the charge is for bribing a senior police officer? Li Wenbin sneered coldly as he opened the envelope, expecting Hong Kong banknotes, only to find a set of photographs instead. What is this? Are you conducting surveillance on police personnel? Was Huang Jiqing's death your doing? Li Wenbin erupted in fury upon finishing the photos. The sudden death of Senior Inspector Huang Jiqing had triggered a dedicated task force, but yielded no leads. Now Lin Bin had produced intimate photographs of Huang with a woman. Don't put it so harshly. My man recently bought a new camera, happened to be shooting a portrait session for his girlfriend that day. What a coincidence. Huang Sir just happened to stroll into frame. And the woman, that's Han Chen's wife. Lin Bin said with a smile. Han Chen, are you suggesting Huang Sir's death is connected to him? Li Wenbin asked, regaining his composure. Connected? How would I know? I'm no policeman. Investigations are your specialty. Go dig it up yourselves. All I heard is that Han Chen adores his wife deeply. Lin Bin shrugged indifferently. Where's the negative? Li Wenbin shook the photographs in his hand. Burned, of course. Should I keep it for Chinese New Year? A rising star of the force entangled with a married woman. How deliciously scandalous. This card might prove useful someday, but why surrender it? Best if it's truly gone. I want no one else to lay eyes on it. Li Wenbin snorted coldly, dropping the matter. I've done you a tremendous favor. Surely you owe me one in return. Lin Bin gazed at him with a faint smile. What favor? Li Wenbin frowned, glancing sidelong at him. Fei Quan, a contemptible wretch, has slandered me. I won't press charges. I'd like you to release him the moment you return to the station. Lin Bin spoke calmly, unfazed by the other man's gaze. He hasn't broken any law. If you're not pursuing charges, why detain him at all? Li Wenbin's frown eased. A petty thug. How many vanished or met grisly ends on city streets each year? He had no intention of wasting time on such trivialities. Then many thanks, Superintendent Li. Next time I'll treat you to tea. Lin Bin stepped out of the car, certain the report Li Wenbin filed would reflect exactly what he'd just dictated. Rumors claiming Lin Bin ordered indiscriminate attacks were baseless. Everyone knew it was a fierce open battle between Hung Lok and Ho Chung-yi on the streets. Let's go to the hospital, Lin Bin said as he got into the car, addressing Gao Chong. Should I go to the scene? Gao Chong asked as he started the car. What scene? It's not your business that Hong Luo is having a showdown with Chong-yi. Just drive your car well. After Lin Bin finished speaking, he closed his eyes to rest. At Kowloon Margaret Hospital, he said the doctor said you need to rest more. Why are you in such a hurry to go out? They'll take care of the medical bills. Brother, I can handle my own medical expenses. Besides, Bin Gu won't leave me hanging. I just don't want to lie here. The doctor didn't say I had to stay in the hospital. Lin Bin approached the hospital room and heard arguing coming from inside. He then opened the door and said, listen to your brother. I don't want to hear any rumors from the underworld. As someone in charge, I can't let my little brother get kicked out of the hospital right after waking up. Wang Jianwei, known as Parking Wei, saw Lin Bin enter and took a couple of steps forward. Enough, the 80-year-old woman next door moves faster than you do. You don't need to worry about the expenses, Lin Bin said, sitting at the bedside and peeling an apple. I'm not worried about the medical bills. I'm just thinking about that bastard who tried to kill me. I can't just lie here, Bin Go. Ever since I started following you, I haven't been bullied at all in the past 2 years. That loser almost made me go sell salted duck eggs. I can't swallow my anger without dealing with him. Wang Jianwei gritted his teeth as he spoke. When I first arrived in Xiangjiang, my useless cousin made me wash dishes in a restaurant working 18 hours a day. He only paid me 200 Hong Kong dollars, and I got robbed by some punk on the street. Without an ID, I didn't dare to call the police. It wasn't until Bin Gu took care of them that I decided to follow you from then on. Wang Jianwei, his eyes reddened, shouted out loud about the grievances he had suffered. You just rest easy. I will definitely find him and bring him to you to handle. Wang Jianjun looked at his brother, his eyes slightly red. Their father passed away early and their mother was seriously. He joined the army while his younger brother took care of their mother. The young child could only beg neighbors for leftover food, and they often faced hunger. It was only before their mother passed away that he could return to see her. At that time, she held his hand tightly with all her strength, urging him to take good care of his brother as his life had been too hard. At that time, he was about to go fight in a war and could only ask someone to send Wang Jianwei to Xiangjiang. Later, after the major troop reductions, he could no longer bear the mundane life, and with no money in his hands, he became a mercenary in Southeast Asia, hoping to earn more money, and then come back to find his brother. The day he received his brother's call saying he was making a name for himself in Xiangjiang and wanted him to come join him, he was overjoyed. His brother had finally grown up, but he never expected that upon arriving in Xiangjiang, he would find out that he was seriously injured and hospitalized. No need, that bastard is currently in the police station. Once he leaves the police station, someone will bring him to you. Just focus on your recovery, and we'll deal with it later. Lin Bin handed the peeled apple to Wang Jianwei. Wang Jianwei calmed down instantly and silently took the apple and took a bite. Brother, don't leave. Stay in Xiangjiang and follow Bin Go. He's a really good person. Wang Jianwei said softly, lowering his head. Perhaps because he had experienced life and death, he understood better what kind of life Wang Jianjun had in Southeast Asia. His voice carried a hint of plea. Lin Bin looked up at Wang Jianjun and said, if you're willing to stay, I'll give you 20,000 Hong Kong dollars a month, just like Abu. If there's a task that requires your assistance, the bonus will be calculated separately. I still have 5 brothers in Southeast Asia, Wang Jianjun said in a deep voice. 10,000 each. You will lead them and be responsible for my safety. Lin Bin replied succinctly. Having fought in wars and spent so long in Southeast Asia, the more such people around him, the better. Lin Bin took out his phone saying, Ah Shao, I have some insider news for you. Ah Bin, what's the matter? At that moment, Ai Yongxiao was in his study looking over a document when the phone rang. He saw it was Lin Bin calling and picked it up. O Records has discovered the matter regarding Huang Ziqing and Han Chen's wife. Since you want to clear your name, you need to make a decision. Upon hearing the voice on the phone, Ai Yongxiao pondered for a moment. Han Chen remained loyal to the Ni family. Even when he rose to power, he continued to support him. Unfortunately, he couldn't control his wife and was inquiring about the routes in Thailand. Since the other party wanted it, he might as well give it to him. I understand. Thank you, Bin. Let's have tea together sometime. After replying, Ai Yongxiao hung up the phone. Lin Bin sat in the car reflecting on Ai Yongxiao. He was very career-oriented, highly ambitious, and importantly quite capable. The actions of the older generation were no longer relevant, and since the other party wanted to turn things around, he valued this friendship. TVB building. Brother Chong, we have arrived. A black Crown vehicle stopped at the entrance of the TVB building. Gao Chong walked into the building with a contract in hand. Hello, sir. Who are you looking for? The receptionist approached and asked. I am the general manager of Universal Pictures, here to talk contract with your manager. Gao Chong tapped the contract in his hand. All right, please follow me. Shall we take this gentleman to the 8th floor to find Manager Zhua? The receptionist said to someone nearby before returning to her desk to pick up the phone and notify the manager. Hello, Mr. Gao, I saw your film The God of Gamblers, and it performed very well at the box office. What brings you here today? Zhuo Jianbin stood up from his desk and walked to the tea table to pour hot water into the teapot. Thank you. FA mentioned wanting to transfer to our company, but his contract with your company is not yet expired. I came to discuss this matter today. Gao Chong replied politely. Oh, I remember Fa's contract still has 3 years left. After that, I won't be able to manage his whereabouts, but unfortunately the company is planning to allocate resources to him. If the other party had come to negotiate earlier, it would have been fine to pay a little penalty for breach of contract. However, now that Zhou Ruinfa has become famous with the God of Gamblers, it is naturally impossible to let him go. Just name a number. FA was promoted by me, and you may not be able to continue to support him. Gao Chong stated directly. Mr. Gao may have forgotten who my boss is if you can negotiate money with him in Xinjiang. Whether or not he can succeed is not something for you to worry about. Zhuo Jianbin scoffed. I cannot negotiate with Mr. Xiao, but I can still negotiate with you. Don't make me drink the penalty wine for disrespecting the toast. Upon hearing the other party's words, Gao Chong's expression turned hostile. Are you threatening me? Threatening me inside the TVB building? Zhuo Jianbin's face turned cold, and he pointed his right index finger downwards. Yes, I am threatening you. Now I know, will you let the person go or not? Gao Chong stood up staring at him. I will not let him go. Security on the 8th floor, there's a disturbance, come up here. Zhuo Jianbin pressed the phone and shouted. See you tonight. Gao Chong left with that remark. What a loser daring to act arrogantly here. Zhuo Jianbin scoffed at his back. Manager. Zhuo Jianbin left work and went downstairs. People passing by greeted him, and he modestly nodded before getting into the car and starting the vehicle. Soon he drove into a tunnel, and a car behind quickly overtook and blocked his way. What the hell, how are you driving? Zhuo Jianbin lowered the window and shouted, but upon seeing 2 masked men get out of the other vehicle, he realized something was wrong and hurriedly raised the window to take out his phone to call the police. One of them quickly approached the car door, clenched his fist, and struck hard, shattering the window. Hello, is there something I can help you with? I'm sorry, I dialed the wrong number. Zhuo Jianbin was covered-mouthed, looking at the other party in terror as they finished and hung up the phone. Abu, drive the car to the dock. Bu nodded after putting down the phone and then bound Zhuo Jianbin before throwing him into the trunk. Saigon Harbor. Mr. Zhuo, what a pleasant reunion, Gao Chong said with a smile, gazing down at Zhuo Jianbin, whose mouth was bound with cloth. Zhuo Jianbin, crammed inside an oil drum, thrashed violently upon recognizing the newcomer. Speak now. If you wait, you may never get the chance. Gao Chong removed the cloth from Zhuo Jianbin's mouth. Do you have any idea what you're doing is illegal? I'll report you to the police, immediately. Zhuo Jianbin shouted, fury blazing in his eyes. It seems Mr. Zhuo's mind remains clouded. Help him regain his senses, Gao Chong ordered coolly to a pair of underlings nearby, whereupon 2 men seized wooden clubs and stepped forward. A piercing scream tore through the air. Stop! Stop it, Mr. Gao! Call them off, or I'll die right here. Zhuo Jianbin shrieked desperately. Pathetic, truly spineless. Don't worry, he won't die. They know precisely how far to go. I'm no born killer. Can Zhou Ruinfa's contract be terminated? Answer plainly. Say it, quickly and clearly, Gao Chong demanded. The company has just placed FA under priority development. I hold no authority over this matter. It requires Miss Fang's approval. Zhuo Jianbin whispered meekly. Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Poor concrete. Take him out to sea and dump him. Gao Chong roared in fury. No. Stop. Please, Mr. Gao. I'll arrange a meeting with Miss Fang myself. You'll never see. Zhuo Jianbin watched in horror as cement rose to his chest, then burst into terrified, sniveling sobs upon hearing he'd be dragged offshore to vanish forever. You wretched bastard. Don't pretend you're not a murderer. Very well, I'll grant you one chance. Call her now. Hand him the mobile phone, Gao Chong commanded as someone produced Zhuo Jianbin's bulky analog handset. Miss Fong, the general manager of Universal Operations would like to invite you to dinner. Can you meet him now, eh? Zhuo Jianbin's stammered voice, trembling uncontrollably. Universal Pictures? Never heard of it. I'm extremely busy right now, Fong Ting replied curtly, her fingers still poised over mahjong tiles as she played with three friends, utterly dismissive of the obscure firm's request. He says it concerns Miss Chun. Zhuo Jianbin blurted, panic sharpening his tone. What else could you possibly be doing besides makeup, shopping, and mahjong? If you don't come, I'm dead. That scheming hag, I'm coming right now. At the mention of Miss Chen, Fong Ting's composure shattered. How dare some minor actress steal the old man's attention? Sorry, something urgent came up. I'll cover today's round. Let's continue another time, Fong Ting said apologetically as she gathered her bag and rose. Her friends exchanged knowing glances. This reeked of a jealous confrontation, and nodded with quiet amusement. Harbor A seaside seafood restaurant. You wretched fool. You dragged me all this way yet refused to explain yourself. Then consider your position terminated. Fong Ting stormed into the private room, glaring furiously at Zhuo Jianbin after enduring a grueling half-hour drive. Miss Fong, is that correct? It was I who asked him to summon you. Would you care for refreshments first? Gao Chong rose smoothly. No need. State your business plainly. Only after taking her seat did Fong Ting notice the fresh wounds marring Zhuo Jianbin's forehead. Her expression cooled into icy composure. Zhou Ruinfile wishes to terminate his contract with your company. We kindly request your cooperation. Is that all? Impossible. I have prior commitments. And I'm leaving now, Fong Ting retorted sharply before rising and walking out without a backward glance. How delightfully imperious. Miss Fong truly commands respect. Mr. Zhuo, don't imagine that merely having her witness your presence renders you untouchable. Gao Chong smiled faintly, eyes glinting with quiet calculation. They were colleagues. He knew full well Zhuo Jianbin understood Fong Ting's temperament. Clearly Zhuo had hoped only to secure a brief visible encounter. A living witness would deter murder. Zhuo Jianbin offered an awkward sheepish smile. Yes, that had been his exact intention. As a figure of high society, Fong Ting's confirmed presence tonight would inevitably draw police scrutiny should he vanish. You're quite clever. Indeed, I can no longer act freely. You may go. Gao Chong waved dismissively. He'd never intended to kill him, only to test the limits of fear. Shallow Water Bay Villa. Is this the one? Gao Chong looked inside the villa where several bodyguards were chatting casually in the living room. Bu Tonglin nodded, indicating that he wouldn't mistake it. Let's go swift and decisive without alarming anyone else. Gao Chong climbed in, followed closely by Gao Jin and Bu Tonglin. Gao Chong knocked on the door. Who is it? A voice came from inside. Miss Fong said the water pipe is broken and sent me to repair it. Gao Chong exchanged a glance with the two. The door was opened, revealing a figure. I haven't seen you before. The moment the other person spoke, Gao Jin kicked hard, making a dull thud as it hit the solid wooden door. The bodyguard spat blood and collapsed while the others quickly reacted and surrounded them. In an instant they were knocked to the ground. Gao Chong went upstairs, entered the bedroom, and examined the room carefully. The sound of water in the bathroom soon stopped. What are you doing here? Fong Ting, wrapped in a bath towel, emerged from the bathroom and saw Gao Chong fiddling with her perfume at the vanity. Sorry, Miss Fong, I didn't mean to disturb you this late. It's just that I must handle the matter my boss assigned to me, so I hope you understand. Gao Chong turned to look at Fong Ting with clear eyes. What if I refuse? Since the other person could enter the room, Fong Ting naturally knew that something must have happened to the bodyguards downstairs. No wonder you are Mr. Xiao's man. Miss Fong remained so calm in this situation. Gao Chong clapped and laughed. If Miss Fong doesn't agree, there's nothing I can do. But if news of tonight's events gets out, I don't know how Mr. Xiao will react, even though I won't do anything to you. The other party had a complex background, and without Lin Bin's nod, he certainly wouldn't dare to act against them. Come by tomorrow to collect it. The penalty for breach of contract is 1 million. Fong Ting's face was filled with hostility, yet she found herself unable to do anything against him. She knew that old man well. No explanation would suffice for his suspicions. Thank you. Gao Chong strode out of the room. Some people were simply not ones he could touch. Mission accomplished, let's wrap it up. He called to the two as he reached downstairs. Qian Kuan International Film Company. I've been. What brings you here today? Liang Kuan asked in a hoarse voice. I'm here to discuss a business deal with you. Isn't it a warm welcome? Lin Bin sat across from Liang Kuan. Are you blind? Go pour some water for Brother Bin. Liang Kuan scolded Sha Chong. What business? I'm taking over the red oil business with Chang'e. Don't say I'm not taking you along as a brother. I'll give you a share worth 200 million. Lin Bin looked disdainfully at the water cup in front of him and said, 200 million? You might as well rob a bank. Selling me wouldn't be worth that much. Besides, how could that pathetic business be worth this price? Do you think I'm crazy? Liang Kuan screamed. What if we arrange a pipeline to supply it to the mainland? Lin Bin twirled the paper cup in his hand, raising his eyes to look at Liang Kuan. Be clearer, I don't understand what you're saying. Liang Kuan couldn't figure out how the red oil from Chang'e could relate to the mainland. Lin Bin thought to himself, did your head get damaged years ago? He inadvertently exerted too much force, spilling the water from the paper cup. Red oil is a commodity. The mainland is currently lacking this. If we transport it there, it could earn tens of billions every year. Lin Bin picked up a paper towel to wipe his hands. Tens of billions every year. Liang Kun's eyes widened in disbelief. The connections to the mainland have already been established. You know the Ka Dowley family, right? Their eldest son Daniel will be coming with me in a few days. Lin Bin said while flaunting his authority. This business venture would undoubtedly attract envy, and partnering with Hong Xing along with Lian Sheng would greatly ensure safety. I can't come up with 200 million. Liang Kun frowned. He knew very well about the Ka Dowley family and was shocked that Lin Bin could already collaborate with such a colossal entity. You're out of your mind. How could you think like that? What about the entire Hong Xing? You are now the leader. Don't just think about your own benefits. Lin Bin pointed out directly that he wanted to involve the entire Hong Xing in the cooperation. Hong Xing headquarters. Yesterday, I discussed a business deal with the handsome Bin from Lianxing. Don't say I, as the leader, am not giving you opportunities. Liang Kun gathered all the hallmasters. What business is it, Liang Kun? Brother Ji asked. We will build a pipeline to the north and transport it. They're making billions every year. I managed to secure a 10% stake valued at 300 million. They'll put in 100 million to take half, and the rest is up to you. Liang Kun's eyes sparkled, wanting to take half, without any investment, as the others were unaware. 300 million. Are you crazy? He claims we can really earn billions, but don't forget we were crushed by him before. Defei said excitedly, noting that Hong Xing's strength was now only half of its peak. The handsome Bin originally asked Xinji for 500 million, intending to take down Quaitsing. Because the pipeline can only be conveniently transported through Quaitsing, if I hadn't set the tone gathering everyone to fight to the death, do you think this business would come to us? Liang Kun gestured with his palm in front of Defei. By the way, in a couple of days I will accompany Daniel, the eldest son of the Kaidali family, to the mainland. Do you want the shares or not? Liang Kun mentioned the Kaidali family, and indeed the expressions of the crowd changed. You put in 100 million, but we can't come up with that much money for the remaining 200 million. Brother Ji said, clearly in agreement. Sell Quaitsing to him. I've already negotiated with the handsome Bin, valuing Quaitsing at 100 million, which counts as part of the gang. The remaining 100 million should be easy. Liang Kun revealed his intention, taking the opportunity to hand over Quaitsing to Lin Bin. Then he'll take 50 million. Ooh, I want half of the remaining shares. It was the prince speaking. After leaving the hospital, he learned that Jiang Tiansheng had been sent to Thailand by Liang Kun. He was advised to stay in Hongxing for now, and he would return when the time was right. But looking at the situation, Liang Kun had connected with the Kaidali family through Lianxing, and Jiang Tiansheng might not have a chance to speak anymore. Good, the prince is indeed the pillar of our Hongxing. Liang Kun had always been wary of the prince, who had been a loyal supporter of Jiang Tiansheng. Although Jiang Tiansheng was sent to Thailand by him, the prince did not oppose him after taking power, but he had never made a clear statement. Now that he was willing to stand up, Liang Kun was naturally very happy. Seeing the prince contributing so much at once, the remaining few immediately followed suit, evenly distributing the remaining shares. It's settled. The money will hit your account as soon as it comes back. After the distribution, Liang Kun took out his phone and dialed immediately. Okay, we leave the day after tomorrow. After hanging up, Lin Bin smiled, having pulled a shield and made a profit of 200 million effortlessly. Now it was time for Big D to notify everyone for a meeting. Lianxing headquarters. Big D, it's not time to settle accounts yet. Why call a meeting? Chuan Bao asked. Of course there's a reason for the meeting. Otherwise, why would I call you for tea? Big D retorted. All right, get to the point quickly, I have things to do. Long Zhen interrupted. What business do you have? Going to the horse racing. Ridiculous. Big D rolled his eyes. Let me say this, in the past few days I discussed a business deal with Kaidali and Hongxing, selling red oil to the mainland, which could earn several hundred million each year, and if business goes well, perhaps even billions. I persuaded them to take out 10% of the shares for the gang, valued at 300 million. Lin Bin began. What Kaidali? Are you being deceived? Always talking about hundreds of millions or billions, do you know how much that is? Guan Zai's son interjected. Shut up. You don't even know about Kaidali, yet you're talking so confidently, what a joke. Big D retorted angrily. Guan Zai's son dared not express his anger and let out a cold snort. 300 million is not a small sum. Is what you said credible? Dengbo asked. Naturally credible. The connections with the mainland came by chance, through Ni Yangxiu's introduction. The pipeline will be laid on the other side, and I have already negotiated the red oil deal with Daniel. Liang Kun will accompany him and me to the mainland the day after tomorrow. Hongxing will also take a 10% stake, and once I return from the mainland, the money will be transferred to me. Lin Bin explained, then continued. I will invest 100 million to buy Quaitsing from Hongxing. I will hold 30% of the shares, the rest you can divide. In that case, I will invest 50 million. Deng Boss Gang can easily come up with 100 million, right? Big D shouted loudly. Dengbo frowned. Since Hongxing can, we naturally have no problem. Then it's settled. Who wants the remaining shares? If no one wants them, I will take them all. Big D looked at everyone. Yu Tu Biao exchanged glances with Lin Huailo. Since no one is speaking, I will take 255 to claim half of the remaining shares. Lin Huailo said. Then he'll take the remaining shares. Just right for retirement. Yu Tu Biao said with a smile. Lin Bin quietly watched, having made another 200 million effortlessly. In Pingcheng at the Prince Hotel. Mr. Lin, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon, Shun Chung greeted as he waited at the hotel entrance, seeing Lin Bin and his group get out of the car. Thank you for personally attending to us, Mr. Shun, Lin Bin said with a smile as he shook hands with Shin Chung. This is Daniel Gattery, our business partner. Lin Bin gestured towards Daniel with his right hand. I had previously visited Sir Mike, but unfortunately due to certain reasons we could not reach a consensus. I never expected that by chance today we could collaborate with your esteemed family. Truly the concept of fate is remarkable, and of course I must thank Mr. Lin as well. Shin Chung warmly shook Daniel's hand. I have heard my father mention Mr. Shin before, saying that you have extensive business interests in the mainland covering a large part of the country. I look forward to our future cooperation. Daniel smiled and said of course Lin Bin had informed him about Shin Chung on the way. Miss He, you look even more impressive today than in the past. Shin Chung turned to He Zhaoqiong. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Shun, He Zhaoqiong replied, lightly shaking hands with him. Please everyone come in, let's eat and chat inside. Shin Chung led the way. The group entered the hotel and was guided to a luxurious private room. The room was adorned in opulence with tables already laden with exquisite dishes. After everyone was seated, Shun Chung warmly urged them to enjoy the delicacies. After several rounds of small talk, the conversation gradually shifted towards the matter of cooperation. Mr. Lin, I have already prepared a preliminary plan regarding our collaboration project, Shin Chung said as he took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Lin Bin. Lin Bin took the document and began to read it carefully. The document presented the provinces and cities involved, showing a staggering demand each month. Daniel nodded frequently while looking at the document in his hand, indicating that Shin Chung was very sincere. He only needed to provide the red oil. Lin Bin would handle the transportation, while Shin Chung would take care of sales, with Lin Bin holding 40 of the shares and the rest split between himself and Shin Chung, each taking 30. He Zhaoqiong quietly sat beside them, observing everyone's expressions and reactions. Her gaze finally landed on Lin Bin's face, and seeing his serious demeanor, she couldn't help but smile slightly. The most critical part is the pipeline construction. I wonder how well you have implemented it, Mr. Shun. Lin Bin closed the document. The Hong Kong region is an inseparable part of our motherland. Although it has not yet returned to the embrace of the nation, the pipeline construction will benefit the life convenience of the island's citizens. The leadership is naturally very attentive with the project approved and built on the same day, ensuring continuous work without interruption 24 hours a day. Shin Chung said with a smile. To a pleasant collaboration. Lin Bin raised his glass, surprised by Shun Cheng's influence. However, now that they were in a cooperative relationship, the stronger the power behind him, the better it was for himself. Daniel also smiled and raised his glass. Shall I take you all for a tour later? Let's see the city that is taking. Shin Chung initially thought that the red oil was Lin Bin's own channel, but he didn't expect it to be backed by one of Hong Kong's top families. Coupled with He Zhaoqiong's earlier gaze towards Lin Bin, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. He wanted to help them understand the current environment of the mainland, and if he could draw them into further investment, that would be even. He was very clear about his positioning being merely a white glove for a group of people. Whenever he became a liability, he would be discarded. To break free, he could only continuously enhance his own value. Since Mr. Shun is so enthusiastic, shall we go for a walk together? Lin Bin had originally intended to invite He Zhaoqiong to invest in the project together, and now, with Shun Chung the local expert guiding them, it was even better. Shun Chung sat inside a business van, pointing excitedly at the bustling construction scene outside. Look, everywhere you turn, buildings are rising skyward and factories are springing up like mushrooms after rain. Lin Bin's face lit up with awe. The pace of development is simply astonishing. Change seems to unfold. He Zhaoqiong nodded repeatedly, sighing in admiration. This is the magic of reform and opening up, breathing boundless possibility into this city. Daniel spoke in halting Chinese, truly extraordinary. This place will surely command the world's attention. Just then a massive truck laden with construction materials roared past, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shin Chung smiled and said, "Ah, this dust. It's the very scent of progress." The group burst into laughter. Shortly afterward they arrived in Bowen. "Mr. Lin, here is your garment factory. Shall we step out and take a look?" Shin Chung asked with a smile. "Yes, I haven't visited since operations began," Lin Bin replied, nodding as he opened the car door. "Ah Bin, what brings you here? You didn't even give us warning." Lin Zhonghui stood at the gate wearing a white safety helmet, speaking with two workers when he glanced up and recognized Lin Bin approaching. "Brother, we thank you for all your hard work. I've brought some friends today for a casual tour, and quite unexpectedly ended up here," Lin Bin greeted warmly. "Damn it, shut down the site now." A group strode forward from afar, each brandishing knives or clubs. Their leader struck the side of a parked truck with his blade. "Who are these people?" Lin Bin asked Lin Zhonghui, watching the rowdy gang converge upon him. "A gang of thugs. The ringleader is Li Hu. Released 2 years ago, he gathered over 100 men. 2 days ago, he came demanding control of the project. When I refused, we fought. Then I called the police. They took him away, yet here he is again." Lin Zhonghui frowned deeply. So, you're the boss of this site. Hand the project over to me, or your factory will never rise from the ground. Li Hu sized up Lin Bin and his companions, their refined attire unmistakable. I'd rather not discuss this today. Take your men and leave. Lin Bin's expression hardened. Oh, so you're the big boss now. We've finally met. Best settle things now before you run out of time later. Li Hu shook his head dismissively. I'll Bin, take your friends and go. I'll handle this. Lin Zhonghui stepped forward, shielding Lin Bin. Sensing the visitor's prominence, he feared violence might endanger them, and urged Lin Bin to depart immediately. All right. Lin Bin nodded and led the others back to the van. Shall I arrange for someone to intervene? Shun Chung asked gravely. Thank you, but I trust he can manage it well. Lin Bin shook his head, glancing through the rearview mirror. Lin Zhonghui stood firm before the mob, while Li Hu shouted threats. Could you kindly drive me to Tajai, Mr. Shun? Zhaoqiong Daniel. Perhaps you'd prefer to rest at the hotel first. Lin Bin turned toward He Zhaoqiong. I'll accompany you. I promise to show you my hometown after all. He Zhaoqiong replied lightly, utterly unperturbed by the earlier incident. Daniel likewise expressed eagerness to join, preferring exploration to solitary idleness in the hotel. Then let's all go together. Lin Bin smiled and nodded. Soon the driver delivered them to Tajai. Lin Jingyuan sat beneath a large tree beside the ancestral hall, chatting leisurely with several elders, glancing briefly at the unfamiliar vehicle as it pulled in, then turning his attention back without concern. Uncle, Lin Bin called out as he stepped from the van. Bin, what brings you home? Lin Jingyuan asked. These two friends wished to explore business opportunities. I brought them along. Earlier trouble erupted at the construction site. Zhonghui is handling it and asked me to escort our guests elsewhere for now. Lin Bin gestured toward He Zhaoqiong and Daniel. Wretched scoundrels, more trouble. Do they think Tajai has no one left? Take your friends to my home for tea. Jiangua, beat the drum and summon the clan. Lin Jingyuan exploded in fury. Listen up, everyone. Bin has invested 20 million yuan to build a factory next door and spends this much every month to keep you all employed. Soon you'll be able to work right here in your own village. Put plainly, this factory is the very foundation of the Lin clan. Now someone dares to undermine it, so no drawing of life or death lots this time. Every able-bodied man who can still draw breath must arm himself and follow me. Lin Jingyuan shouted through a loudspeaker. He Zhaoqiong watched over 1,000 people crammed into the ancestral hall, some even perched high in the trees for lack of standing room, and for the first time truly grasped how deeply intertwined these hundreds of families were, bound by an astonishing unity. Daniel stood, even more awestruck. Lin Bin had already achieved his purpose in bringing them here. The wages he offered and the capital he poured into the clan bore immediate powerful results. And he knew with certainty that even without his financial contribution, they would never allow outsiders to trample upon the dignity of the Lin lineage. After all, before now, he was merely a minor figure among the elite families of the Lianjiang region, little more than a provincial upstart with modest connections to the mainland. But now he stood backed by a lineage of several thousand souls, a force akin to a regional warlord in times of chaos. This was power no one could afford to overlook. Whoever dares destroy my foundation, kill them. The crowd roared with fury. In a land where men had died over irrigation rights, the prospect of steady factory jobs, paying tens of thousands annually, was worth spilling blood. Soon some piled onto flatbed trucks, while others clung to the backs of three-wheeled tractors. Only a few hundred could go, mostly young strong men. Uncle Elder, why bring everyone here? This minor matter I'll resolve swiftly myself. Lin Zhonghui watched as Lin Bin and his group returned. Lin Jingyuan descending from the vehicle, steadied by Lin Bin himself, followed by several large trucks carrying dozens of men, each gripping sickles or hoes, none empty-handed. You're mistaken. Lin Jingyuan shook his head. Today I'll teach you a lesson. You must strike fear into them from the very first moment. He pointed toward Li Hu and his men. Old man, do you really think farmers wielding hoes will frighten anyone? Huh? Li Hu jeered, pointing at the villagers. We haven't had armed clashes in decades. Those too scared to fight are already ghosts. Attack! Lin Jingyuan bellowed. Lin Zhonghui charged forward at the head of the surge. Li Hu's face paled slightly at the onrushing tide, but he forced composure. Advance. Are we afraid of them? His men pressed forward reluctantly. Within moments the two sides collided, hoes and sickles clashing against clubs, cries of battle shaking the air. Lin Bin kept He Zhaoqiong and Daniel close beside him, observing the chaos with icy calm. Then from afar wailed the shrill cry of police sirens. The alarm had been raised and officers rushed in to halt the brawl. The fighting gradually ceased. Lin Jingyuan raised his voice. Stay calm. All of us stand on solid ground. Police quickly parted the crowd and reasserted control. The lead officer spoke sternly. No rash actions. Resolve your disputes peacefully. With so many gathered for violent confrontation, do you all wish to end up in jail? Li Hu, I warned you once. Yet you dare stir up trouble again. Brother Wang, I heard they were rushing construction, so I brought men to assist. They struck first. Li Hu pointed accusingly at Lin Zhonghui. Uncle Elder, it was this man who took Li Hu away that day, and now he returns to cause havoc. Lin Zhonghui said, eyeing the commanding officer. Damn it. He's Li Hu's protector. Overturn the police. Don't let him escape. Lin Jiangwo roared upon hearing Lin Zhonghui's words. What do you think you're doing? Officer Wang jabbed a finger at Lin Jiangwo. What am I doing? He threatens the very foundation of the Lin clan. I'll take his life. Lin Jiangwo brandished a rusted machete, its blade aimed squarely at Li Hu. Before Officer Wang could respond, a thunderous rumble echoed. The tractor riders had arrived, flooding in with hundreds more. Captain Wang, request backup. We're losing control of the scene. A young officer urged. Lin Jiangwo seized the opportunity to grab Li Hu and pressed a cleaver directly against his throat. Li Hu had not expected his opponent to actually draw a blade in front of the police. So stunned, he offered no resistance at first. Only later, when he regained his senses, did cold sweat break out across his brow. What are you doing? Release him immediately. I've already alerted the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The leadership will arrive shortly and resolve your issue properly. Officer Wang, surrounded by the crowd, raised his head and shouted, Do you hear me? The Municipal Bureau is sending officials. Release me now and I swear I won't cause trouble again. Li Hu pleaded desperately, sweat beading on his forehead. ID heard the local law enforcement here was exceptionally strict. Yet this scene hardly matches that reputation, Daniel remarked, visibly stunned. Criminal elements may emerge anywhere, but justice need not be devoid of compassion. This time our entire village faces oppression from a gangster syndicate. We stand firmly on the side of righteousness. Lin Bin explained calmly. Enforcers naturally avoid heavy-handed coercion. Soon 10 military-grade cargo trucks approached from the distance, preceded by a police cruiser bearing license plate 01. From it stepped Director Shi, and as he opened the right side door, Party Secretary Li Guoqiang emerged. Comrade, please release him first. I am Li Guoqiang, Party Secretary of Pingqing City. I have fully grasped the situation, and I guarantee you a fair and thorough resolution. Secretary Li spoke gently toward Lin Jiangwo. Uncle Jiangwo, please let him go. I trust the leadership's judgment, Lin Bin interjected, stepping forward. Upon hearing Lin Bin's words, Lin Jiangwo lowered his knife. Mr. Lin, I hadn't expected to find you here on site, Secretary Li remarked, surprised. Today I accompanied 2 friends on a market inspection tour. This is Miss He Xiaoqiang, eldest daughter of Mr. He Xian of Macau, currently serving as General Manager of Hong Kong Sinotrans Logistics. And this is Daniel Kadori, eldest son of Sir Michael Kadori, Knight Commander of the Order of the British Empire. Introducing them, Lin Bin continued, just moments ago we arrived at the construction site entrance for an on-site review, only to be confronted by these hooligans who threatened both our personal safety and property. I must apologize, I'm deeply unimpressed with the local business environment. Consequently, I'll neither invest here nor recommend it to my associates. Caution is strongly advised. He Xiaoqiang instantly grasped Lin Bin's intent and responded accordingly. My view aligns entirely with Miss He's, Daniel added, nodding in agreement. I sincerely apologize. This was an unprecedented, spontaneous incident. I pledge here and now such harassment of investors will never recur. All perpetrators will face rigorous, uncompromising punishment. Those deserving capital punishment will not receive life imprisonment instead. Director Shi, you bear full responsibility for this incident. Immediately take all involved personnel into custody. Does this resolution satisfy you, Mr. Lin? Secretary Li instantly recognized that both visitors stood firmly beside Lin Bin. And as the top official of this special economic zone, he was intimately familiar with the elite families of Macau and Hong Kong. He recalled having recently voiced mild skepticism about Lin Bin, a young man from a humble rural background, doubting he could ever forge ties with influential figures capable of investing on the mainland. Yet how swiftly things had changed. Lin Bin had already secured strategic materials just as global oil shortages began re-emerging. And today he'd brought 2 scions of Asia's most powerful dynasties to Pingqing. If this minor incident jeopardized years of delicate diplomacy with these regions, especially given Hong Kong tycoons' growing plans to relocate assets ahead of the handover, the economic and political fallout would be catastrophic. Xiaoqiang Daniel, I trust Secretary Li's word implicitly. Our last investment succeeded thanks entirely to his unwavering support and streamlined approvals, allowing us to erect this factory in record time. At current pace, completion is just 3 months away. Lin Bin addressed them directly. Moreover, while industry is booming, nationwide logistics remain fragmented. Most factories still rely on self-arranged drivers for deliveries. The sector's potential is unmistakable. Should Secretary Li endorse the project, establishing a large-scale logistics park here would leverage Pingqing's transportation advantages, connecting seamlessly to every corner of the nation. To disrupt such a pivotal decision over a trivial incident would be profoundly unwise, Lin Bin emphasized. Professional logistics systems don't yet exist here, let alone competition. Building a nationwide logistics network would require no less than 500 million yuan, He Xiaoqiang calculated. Should you decide to invest in such a logistics park, I pledge full support. Land allocation, rent subsidies, workforce recruitment, and tax incentives alike. Secretary Li knew little of modern logistics, but from their conversation, he recognized its essence, an advanced iteration of ancient post stations moving goods between cities. A successful launch would mark China's first national-scale logistics hub, and if realized this would become the largest foreign investment in history, galvanizing unparalleled confidence among investors from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. I must consult my father first. This matter requires a formal family council, Daniel replied, heart racing. Even his father couldn't unilaterally approve a decision affecting the dynasty's very future. I'm likewise unable to commit independently, He Xiaoqiong added with quiet regret. Entirely understandable. Such a monumental investment demands meticulous deliberation. Today's discussion was merely preliminary. Final cooperation hinges upon comprehensive evaluations by multiple stakeholders. Lin Bin fully understood their constraints. Though funding posed no obstacle for him personally, he feared being exploited. And besides, Shuncheng deserved equity. He'd already cultivated connections across more than a dozen provinces. We still have ample time. I'll formally submit this logistics park proposal for review. In the meantime, allow me to... Secretary Li extended the invitation warmly. Thank you, Secretary Li, but I must first escort the villagers home. My sincerest apologies. Lin Bin politely declined. Then let's meet again soon, Secretary Li said, offering his hand. Lin Bin shook it firmly, then signaled the group to depart. After everyone finished dinner, Lin Bin brought the two of them to Lin Xingyuan's home. I apologize, Miss He, you must have been startled today. And this is Mr. Jia Daily, Lin Xingyuan said as he poured hot water into the teapot. Not at all, uncle. I think it was a good fight, very cathartic. He Xiaoqiong followed Lin Bin in addressing him as uncle. Having followed the gambling king since childhood, He Xiaoqiong had been exposed to the upper-class society, but under the special guidance of the gambling king, she had witnessed many dark sides of society from a young age, so she naturally would not be frightened. I have long heard that the people of this land are very united, and today, I truly understand. This trip has not been in vain aside from business, Daniel said while sipping the tea made by Lin Xingyuan. Oh, you discussed other businesses too. Lin Xingyuan was puzzled as he thought the few of them had not reached a business agreement with the city leaders. Yes, uncle, this morning we finalized a deal to transport some diesel from Xiangjiang. If the villagers do not wish to work in the factory, they can also do transportation. The earnings won't be less than those from the factory. Lin Bin explained, concerned that Lin Xingyuan might not understand the term red oil, which is a unique name used in Xiangjiang. That sounds great. From now on the village will rely on you, and everyone's life will have more hope. Lin Xingyuan sighed. I will ensure everyone lives in small villas. Each family will have a small car, and we will build schools in the village, Lin Bin said earnestly. Do you need manpower in Xiangjiang? Many people in the village are asking me. Many young people want to go out and strive with. Lin Xingyuan took a sip of tea. The social environment in Xiangjiang is different, and there is quite enough manpower. It is our hometown that needs a large workforce. The shoe factory is expected to start in February, and the diesel production can begin before the new year. Lin Bin understood that the other party wanted people to accompany him for safety. As an uncle's view, only family would risk their lives to protect each other. As long as there is enough manpower, you must ensure your safety when you are out there, Lin Xingyuan said with concern. It's getting late, you should rest early. I will take them back to the hotel. We are returning to Xiangjiang tomorrow morning. Lin Bin finished his tea and placed the cup on the tea tray. We need to focus on the important matters. Don't worry about home. No one will bully us. Lin Xingyuan stood up to see them off. The next morning at the Peninsula Hotel. Lin Sheng, I will give you a prompt response regarding the logistics park. Daniel asked Lin Bin to take him to the Peninsula Hotel for a meeting. After getting out of the car, he said to Lin Bin, Bin, I also have a friend waiting for me inside for breakfast. He Xiaoqiong waved at Lin Bin. Inside a top-level private room in the hotel. Father, He Xiaoqiong greeted as she entered the room. Have a seat. Is he the reason for your decision to be in Xiangjiang? He Xian stood by the window watching the cars leave below. Partially because of him, I need to grow as well, don't I? He Xiaoqiong sat down quietly watching the silhouette of the other person. I have to admit he is very young and quite exceptional. But I hope that your decision is based on your own heart and not influenced by others. He Xian turned around. I know what I need and understand what I want. He Xiaoqiong looked seriously at He Xian's indifferent face. Times have changed, but some principles remain unchanged, such as social status compatibility. His background is too low, He Xian said, gazing at the familiar face before him, slowly beginning to speak. He is only 20 years old and has already amassed a fortune exceeding 100 million. You are not as accomplished as he is at this age, He Xiaoqiong said, stubbornly frowning. The world calls me the gambling king. Do you think it is because I monopolized all the licenses in Macau? It is because the He family is truly the uncrowned king of Macau. Under this halo one can only enter but not retreat. He Xian walked to He Zheqiang's side and reached out to gently stroke her head. So do you know about him? He is currently encroaching upon the Xiangjiang society, using himself as a pawn and stepping into the mainland as a businessman first. At that time, he will unify the gangland of Hong Kong Island using his own industries to connect the wealthy merchants from both sides of the strait and the three regions, and he will become the king of Xiangjiang. My children and his will inherit all of this. I can see this, father. Can't you see through it? Lin Bin would certainly be very surprised if he were here. After all, he was trained by a top family, and in such a short time he laid out everything he had planned. He Xian also looked pleased. You are even better than I expected. I already know about what you discussed in the mainland. From now on I will leave Xind to you. I will no longer provide you with funding or assistance. I will only give him 2 years. If he cannot achieve results, then you will have to follow my arrangements. Thank you, father. He Zhaoqiong looked at him with a complex expression. This was the first time she felt her father had made a concession, not knowing if it was due to her growth or if her earlier words had truly persuaded him. At He Liansheng's headquarters. Damn it, Big D, did you send someone to steal my goods? Hey. Utubio questioned Big D. You can't even keep your goods safe, and you're talking nonsense. Be careful not to get hit by a car when you go outside, Big. My little brother saw it with his own eyes. Your subordinate with long hair handed the goods over to Lian Haolong worth 30 million. Utubio pointed at the person behind him. Which of your eyes saw that? Just because you say it, it must be true. Big D pointed at the airplane. What on earth happened? Utubio, clarify your words, Deng Bo asked. Last time my goods were seized, Big D privately approached me claiming he had a very safe channel. But the day before yesterday, as soon as they landed, they were stolen. My little brother saw Big D's subordinate with long hair hand the goods to Luo Tianhong yesterday in Central. Deng Bo, how can he have the qualification to be in charge? Utubio angrily recounted the situation. I said from the start to choose a Lu, but you all didn't listen. Just look at what Big D has done since he took over. He has done nothing. He even steals from his own people, eating from both sides. Lao Goei jumped in at this moment. Yes, the whole gang is in chaos. Shouldn't we hold a new election? Guanzai's son fanned the flames just as he was short on money, thinking a new election would give him a chance to profit again. What did you say, you bastard? Do you believe I'll kill you? Big D pointed angrily at Guanzai's son. What? Stealing from your own people and wanting to kill your own brothers. Do you even care about the gang? You shouldn't be in charge. Deng Bo slammed the table. Big D scanned the crowd with his eyes, and no one spoke up for him. Even Lin Bin quietly sipped his tea. I was just speaking casually. Why are you all so angry? Big D said innocently. Seeing no one pay him any attention, he couldn't help but say, fine, since you all can't stand me, then you take charge. I'll go off and start a new He Liansheng. Lin Bin looked up at him, realizing this lunatic really had the nerve to say such things. What did you just say? If you have the guts, say it again to me. Deng Bo stood up and walked in front of Big D. When I started at 13, the 4 major inspectors all came to present gifts on the day I took charge. The He Liansheng sign is right here. If you dare to oppose me, I will lead all my brothers to kill you. Deng Bo adjusted his pants. You don't believe what I'm saying. You all are doubting me. Since that's the case, why don't I leave? It would be better for everyone. Big D, unable to meet Deng Boss, I spoke softly. This matter must be investigated. Alu, you're in charge of this. I'll give you 2 days. Meeting adjourned. Deng Bo nodded at Lin Huai Lu, signaling everyone to leave. Bin, you will support me, right? Big D stopped Lin Bin in front of his car. Did you really do it? Lin Bin asked with a frown. Isn't it all just to support you in doing business? 100 million. Where could I get that? Big D honestly admitted as everyone left. Support me? That sounds nice, but I see it as mere ambition wanting to swallow Utubio whole. Lin Bin thought to himself. Of course, brother, I will support you. Lin Bin said, brushing off Big D's hand and getting into the car. Boss, he's going against the gang. Are you really going to help him? He's gone mad, and you're following him into madness. Who else from the big gang has survived after leaving besides Axe Head June? Lin Bin lightly tapped Gao Chang's head with a newspaper, and through the rearview mirror he saw Lin Huai Lu walk out of the hall and stand in front of Big D. From now on, you don't need to follow me. Away is out of the hospital, and I'll have Jian Jun drive for me. What did I do wrong to make you kick me out? Gao Chang slammed on the brakes. Crazy, can you fight him? From now on, go to Kuai Ching and keep an eye on it for me. Lin Bin lowered his head to read the newspaper. Big D, can we set a time to chat this afternoon? Lin Huai Lu smiled and extended his hand to Big D. Damn it, what's there to talk about with you? Big D forcefully slapped Lin Huai Lu's hand away. Why do we have to come to this wretched place? I'd never have worn heels if I'd known. Didi's wife complained the moment she stepped out of the car. I told you not to come, but you insisted. Fine, forget it. Didi opened the trunk and pulled out a fishing rod. I was worried you'd get swindled. Alu is all smiles, but he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. You've no chance against him with that head of yours. Yes, my wife is the smartest woman alive. Didi slipped an arm around her neck and kissed her cheek. Didi, I've saved you a prime spot. Sister-in-law's here too. Lin Huayue called out as he walked up from the riverbank. I can find my own spot. I don't need you saving one for me. Oh really? Didi shot back. Watch your tongue. Sorry Alu, I'm sorry. Didi speaks without thinking. Li Meiqi slapped Didi lightly, then turned apologetically to Lin Huayue. It's all right. We've been brothers for years, I'm used to it. Lin Huayue stepped forward, took the fishing crate, and led Didi down toward the water. Go on. What did you want to talk about? Didi cast his line, leaned back on the small stool, and turned to face Lin Huayue. I know who seized the cargo from you two, Pierre. It was you. You sent your men. You know? Then why didn't you tell old Deng Bo, the decrepit fool? And why drag me out here? Lin Huayue, wearing gloves, threaded bait onto a hook. Didi's temples bulged with fury. Li Meiqi stepped between them, pulled 2 bottles of water from her bag, and handed one to each. Thanks, sister-in-law. I don't want our triad torn apart. That's why I asked you out. But you won't survive this term as acting leader. Step down and back me. Next term I'll back you. Lin Huayue accepted the bottle and took a long drink. Setting the bottle aside, Lin Huayue turned his gaze fully upon Didi. Didi calmed himself. He wasn't foolish, he'd acted and been caught. If Lin Huayue reported him, to Dangwei enforcers would come for his hide. And should he truly rebel, he had no faith Lin Bin would ever stand by him. Dual leaders, then you're a leader, and so am I. No more contention. Didi yanked up his rod, only to find a tiny fish, and flung it back into the river without a second glance. Ha. Lin Huayue let out an eerie chuckle. Even if I step down, your path to leadership remains steep. Lin Bin may well refuse to install you. Didi cut off the laughter, impatiently invoking Lin Bin's name. Although I think Didi has a point. I've noticed other triads operate with 2 leaders. Li Meiqi interjected. Uncle Deng won't agree, and neither will the elders. Ho Wenxing has stood for over a century, never once with dual leaders. I'll speak to Lin Bin myself. Lin Huayue ceased laughing and turned sharply toward her. Fine, you two talk. I'll just step away for a moment. Li Meiqi gathered her skirt and climbed slowly back up the bank. Oh, come now. They're ancient relics, powerless and toothless. Just nod and Lin Bin will surely consent. With all 3 of us aligned, who would dare oppose us? Didi scratched his head. How do you know he'll agree? Lin Huayue looked at him puzzled. Because I've already spoken to him. I offered him the position of second leader. He's just been traveling nonstop lately. I simply haven't had time to finalize it with him. Just then the float plunged violently beneath the surface. Didi seized the rod and hauled back hard. Alu rose and glanced upward. Li Meiqi had vanished. As he looked down, his eyes fell upon a large boulder beside him. A flicker of inner conflict crossed his face, then hardened into resolve. If he failed now, his chance would be lost forever. Damn it, Allah help me. This fish must be huge. We'll have hot pot tonight. Didi's full attention remained locked on the river, unaware that Lin Huayue had already crept up behind him. Thud. Lin Huayue lifted the boulder and brought it crashing down onto Didi's skull. The stone was too heavy and tumbled aside. GHK. Didi twisted around, eyes wide with shock, mouth gaping soundlessly, only staring unblinking at his attacker. Don't blame me. It's you who forced my hand. I wanted to negotiate, genuinely, but you refused. Dual leaders. I'll give you dual leaders. Don't be afraid. It'll be over soon. Lin Huayue wilted, snatched up the stone again, and began smashing it into Didi's skull, muttering softly all the while. Li Meiqi, returning from the restroom, witnessed the horror, and collapsed paralyzed with terror. Didi lay motionless on the ground, legs still twitching, his head half buried in the mud. Blood streamed from his wounds, washing into the river with the rising tide. Hearing her cry, Lin Huayue turned and smiled. He bent down, snipped the fishing line with scissors, then crawled toward her on hands and knees. Li Meiqi scrambled upright, trembling violently, and staggered toward the car. Damn it, get in. Hurry, get in. Li Meiqi stared at Lin Huayue's advancing figure, tears streaming uncontrollably. The more she panicked, the less her hands obeyed. She fumbled the key, dropped it into the footwell, and finally slammed both palms onto the steering wheel, sobbing hysterically. Allah, I didn't see anything. I swear I saw nothing. Please, spare me. Li Meiqi pleaded through choked sobs, cringing in the back seat. Don't be naive, elder sister. I don't kill women or children. Lin Huayue panted. Yes. You don't kill women. I always knew you were a good man, Allah. I warned Didi repeatedly, not to challenge you for leadership, but he wouldn't listen. His death was deserved. Li Meiqi gasped, trying desperately to steady her breath. But elder sister, you're no child. Breathe deeply. Don't be afraid. Lin Huayue pressed his lips close to her ear, whispering gently. Then he wound the fishing line tightly around her throat and braced his feet against the seat back, wrenching backward with all his strength. Shoo. Li Meiqi's eyes bulged grotesquely, her neck slashed open by the razor-edged line. When it was done, Lin Huayue dragged Didi's body into the car, retrieved 2 jerry cans of gasoline from his own vehicle, and set the car ablaze. After Lin Huayue drove away, a lone figure emerged silently from the trees. At the Lianxing headquarters. Dengbo, the matter has been clarified. The goods marked by Fishhead Biao were indeed made by Didi. He tried to flee with his wife, but I intercepted him. Where is he? Why didn't you bring him here? Fishhead Biao asked angrily. There was an accident. During the escape, the car crashed into a tree and caught fire. I couldn't save him. Lin Huayue glanced at Fishhead Biao and turned to Dengbo. Serve the tea. Since the person is dead, let's forget about it. Now that everyone is here, let's go ahead and choose a new leader. Lest we have a headless dragon. Who among you wants to come out and make a choice? Dengbo took a sip of tea and asked. What do you mean forget it? What about my tens of millions in goods? Fishhead Biao panicked. Tens of millions are at stake, everything he earned in a lifetime gone. How could he just let it go? Didn't you hear what Lu said? The couple is dead, and they have no children. What more do you want? Chuanbao looked at Fishhead Biao impatiently. I don't care. Since it was the DS doing, and now he's dead, the territory in Sun, one must be compensated to me. Fishhead Biao exposed his true intentions. He wanted to seize the territory. Give it to you. Can you hold it down? You need to face reality, Biao. Shui Ji took a sip of tea and spoke up. Stop talking nonsense. With a bin backing you drinking tea and teasing birds every day, I have put all my wealth into this. Fishhead Biao's face turned red with anger. Serve the tea. Whoever chooses to be the leader gets a compensation of 10 million from Fishhead Biao. Is that satisfactory? Deng Bo spoke again, asking Fishhead Biao. Fishhead Biao calmed down. He knew this was the best solution. Suan Wan certainly wouldn't get a share, so if it was 10 million then, so be it. Deng Bo, I want to give it a try. Lin Huai Lu spoke eagerly. Alright, does anyone else want to come out and make a choice? Deng Bo looked at the crowd. I don't think a Lu can do it, Lin Bin said as he took out an envelope. A bin, what do you mean by that? Lin Huai Lu frowned and asked. This morning someone left this envelope at my door. Everyone can take a look, Lin Bin said as he tossed the envelope onto the table. Chuan Bao immediately stood up and opened it. What the hell? Didn't you say he crashed into a tree? What's going on here? The crowd saw Chuan Bao pull out several photos and then scolded Lin Huai Lu. Lu snatched the photos and looked closely, cold sweat pouring down. How could this be? He hadn't seen anyone else around, yet the other party had filmed the whole incident of the attack. No matter what, the D is a leader in the society. If he needed to be dealt with, he should have been brought to the headquarters in front of everyone. You killed him and his wife, wiping out an entire family. How are you qualified to be a leader without respecting the rules of the society, let alone being inhumane? Lin Bin glanced at Lin Huai Lu and said slowly. I didn't mean to, it was an accident. I didn't want to kill him. Lin Huai Lu defended himself. Go to hell. What about his wife? Her whole head was almost severed. Oh, was that also an accident? Chuan Bao threw a teacup at Lin Huai Lu in anger. He cannot come out to make a choice, and there must be an explanation. The society's leader cannot be killed by their own people. How can we survive if this gets out? Shui Ji said loudly. Initially, they had just sat around drinking tea and selected a leader. Who would have thought a Lu would be so ruthless? Then everyone, what do you think should be done about him? Deng Bo frowned as he looked at Lin Huai Lu. Such a person was too cruel and had slipped from their control. Open the execution hall, 3 knives and 6 holes, Fishhead Biao said fiercely as his inner fire had no place to vent. My son is still young. He has nothing to do with this. Can you spare his life? Lin Huaila, his face ashen and lifeless, pleaded desperately with Lin Bin. He knew escape was impossible. His sole remaining hope was that his son might survive and grow up in peace. A fate entirely dependent on Lin Bin's consent. That building of yours will remain untouched, and the money at home should be enough to support him. Lin Bin nodded. A child. Surely he was not without humanity. There was no need to torment the boy. Thank you. Lin Huaila managed a strained smile before being forced to his knees by 2 burly men gripping his arms. I'll do it myself, Lin Bin told the executioner, who glanced briefly at Uncle Deng before handing over the blade. Sorry. I wish you a peaceful journey. Lin Bin drove the knife swiftly into the abdomen, chest, and throat. The onlookers watched in cold silence. All right, the matter is settled. Now only Lin Bin has the standing to become our new leader. Anyone wish to challenge him? Shui Ji smiled faintly as he surveyed the room. Lin Bin has devoted himself tirelessly to the organization and treats us elders with unwavering respect. If he assumes the position of Dragon Head, I fully endorse him. Long Jin raised his hand first, others quickly followed suit. Since all the uncles and elders place such trust in me, I Lin Bin solemnly vow here and now I will never betray your faith. He rose, smoothing his suit jacket with quiet resolve. The 2 come in. Lin Bin called toward the doorway. There's one more matter. Kuai Tsing has officially joined our Lin Sheng Society. I propose Gao Chong as its new Hall Master and Lin Guahao for West Kowloon Hall Master. Lin Bin gestured toward Gao Chong. The 2 has consistently taken the lead during every crisis. The credit is undeniable. As for Hao, he's long run West Kowloon with distinction, though without formal title. I fully support their investiture. Uncle Deng nodded slowly. From now on we can't call you the 2 anymore. You'll be Brother Chong. Shui Ji teased with a wry grin. Uncle Ji jokes, but it's all thanks to Brother Bin's mentorship. Serving the organization is my duty. Gao Chong replied with a modest smile. Let's hold the ceremony tomorrow morning and make it grand. We'll host it at Sam Sing Kung Temple. Everyone go arrange the personnel. Lin Bin, stay behind. Uncle Deng dismissed the others. Uncle Deng, what instructions do you have for me? Lin Bin asked, puzzled. I have no children, no heirs. For my entire life I've treated this organization as my family. Many say I've done nothing but maintain balance, stagnating us for decades. You think so too, don't you? Uncle Deng spoke slowly, raising a hand to silence Lin Bin before he could reply. Ha, the soil's already reached my neck. What use is clinging to power? No, I fear something deeper. The Dragon Head's authority may not be a blessing. Look at how many mighty organizations began with thunderous strength, yet faded quietly one by one. Even Hung Hing, founded by the formidable Jiang Zhun, had its foundations seized by outsiders. Before long, even Hung Hing may answer to you instead of its own lineage. Uncle Deng lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Lin Bin. I've held things together for decades, but I know now that I can no longer hold them back. In Tsuan Wan, a territory vast and vital, Not even a single voice dared speak openly to you. So I surrender it all to you. Led this organization forward, steadfastly, wisely, and well. Uncle Deng poured a cup of tea for Lin Bin. I will, Lin Bin murmured after a long silence, then lifted the cup and drained it in one steady motion. This card is useless to me now, but you'll need it. Uncle Deng drew a simple card from his pocket and placed it before Lin Bin. What is this? Lin Bin picked it up, just a name and a phone number. The next morning at the Sansheng Palace, several police cars were parked at the foot of the mountain and a few men with badges. A police officer spoke up. The gangsters choosing their leader is more impressive than the police commissioner taking office. A female police officer chimed in. The main event has arrived, Gangster said as he watched the convoy approaching. Bingo today is quite lively. Lin Guahao opened the car door for Lin Bing. It's all thanks to the brothers' support. You look quite spirited. Lin Bing stepped out of the car, straightened Lin Guohao's tie, and then walked up the mountain. On either side of the 99-step staircase stood a strong man in a suit, flags fluttering behind them. Lin Bing had been here before to pray, but never had he felt such fervor in his heart as today. Soon Lin Bing and the others arrived at the front of the Sansheng Palace. Upon his arrival, over 100 people immediately began to play the swana and beat drums, with 4 green dragons and 8 pairs of lions performing celebratory movements in the center, while over 200 tables filled with people lined the sides, all cheering in unison. Bingo! Gao Jin stood nearby holding 3 high incense sticks. Lin Bing nodded, took the incense, and stepped into the palace to bow 3 times before the statue. Ah Bing, today you are the chairperson of He Liansheng. I hope you can lead the society to greater strength. Chu Aiji handed the dragon head stick to Lin Bing. Lin Bing raised the dragon head stick above his head and shouted, He Liansheng. At that moment, a ray of sunlight shone down on Lin Bing, illuminating his figure, and everyone present stood up and shouted together. It hasn't been this lively in a long time. Uncle Deng smiled as he watched everything unfold. Yes, Ah Bing will definitely do better than us old-timers. Chu Aiji nodded. Then Lin Bing announced the start of the banquet. Under the escort of Lin Guahao and others, he drank until he was completely drunk and was then sent home to rest. There was no avoiding it. With so many tables, even 1 drink per table, without any water would leave anyone drunk. At the Bensei bar, Wang Jianwei looked at Lin Bing and said, Boss, why don't you take a break? You drank so much this morning. Wang Jianwei said. After being discharged from the hospital yesterday, he rushed to Sai Kung Pier and tortured Fei Quan for 2 hours before stuffing him into a gasoline barrel and dumping him into the sea. I've been sleeping for a day, just came to check on the brothers. Lin Bing laughed, patting the other's shoulder. We closed for 3 days, just for the brothers. They've gone wild. Really? It's rare for you not to drink. Lin Bing took the lead inside. My brother stopped me. He said the doctor advised no drinking for a month. Honestly, I feel fine now. Those doctors are just too fussy. Wang Jianwei complained, only to be glared at by Wang Jianjun. Your brother is just looking out for you. Lin Bing walked onto the stage and reached out to the side. The DJ immediately handed him the microphone. Brothers, we won't go home until we're drunk. Lin Bing took a beer handed to him by a brother, bit off the cap with his teeth, and downed it in one go. Bingo has great drinking capacity. Oh, let's have another. Someone immediately whistled and cheered. Don't run away. Oh, whoever can get him drunk will win 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Bing laughed, pointing at that person. No. I'll do it myself. Boss, if I get drunk, does that count? Hearing about the 5,000 prize, nearby brothers grabbed the drinks from the table and tried to pour them into his mouth. Lin Bing watched the brothers' antics with a smile. Police are here for a surprise inspection. Oh, everyone take out your ID cards. A voice called out. What are you doing? Are the police that impressive? The leader pushed towards Lin Bin. A person who had been knocked down stood. Take him away. The leader frowned and said to the person beside him. Understood, young sir. The young police officer immediately took out the handcuffs. You dare to move. Wang Jianwei pointed at the young police officer, and immediately hundreds of people in the bar surrounded them, while Lin Bin watched with great interest. What? Do you want to assault an officer? Young sir pointed at Wang Jianwei's chest. I will report you for violent enforcement and assaulting a citizen. Wang Jianwei swatted away the other's hand and shouted. You say so, then so be it. Yang Sir grabbed Wang Jianwei's shoulder and twisted his arm, pressing him to the ground. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Jianjun immediately jumped off the stage and charged over, delivering a whip kick to the opponent's face. Yang Sir had already noticed and quickly stepped back. Wang Jianjun withdrew but was stopped by Wang Jianwei. Having just been pinned down, he noticed the badge hanging on the other's chest. Senior Inspector Yang Jinro. I have hundreds of brothers here who can testify. You dare to come here and cause trouble with just one person. No one would know if you got beaten to death. Wang Jianwei rubbed his arm and gestured around. Do you think the judge will believe you or believe me, this senior inspector? What was the name of the last senior inspector who spoke so arrogantly like you? Oh right, his name was Huang Ziqing. I read about it in the newspaper. He died a terrible death. Lin Bin walked towards Yang Jinrong and everyone stepped aside. Are you threatening me? Yang Jinrong adjusted his glasses and said, threatening? I'm stating a fact, sir. Don't be too arrogant when you speak. Lin Bin approached him. Hee, you are indeed special. Oh, Lee sir has talked about you with me. Want to have a private chat? Yang Jinrong exchanged glances with Lin Bin and suddenly smiled. Of course I love making friends, but before that you need to apologize to him. Lin Bin pointed at Wang Jianwei without turning back. You want me to apologize to him? Yang Jinrong glanced at Wang Jianwei and said in surprise. His name is Wang Jianwei, a mid-level leader in my Far East group, not the punk you described. If you don't apologize, get out. Lin Bin said word by word. The stunned Wang Jianwei and his brothers couldn't believe that their boss actually made a senior inspector apologize to him. Young sir, why not just leave? The young police officer whispered to Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong stared intently at Lin Bin's face. Right, I apologize, mister. Wang, it was my fault earlier. Yang Jinrong ultimately lowered his head and said to Wang Jianwei, what are you standing there for? Didn't you hear? Lin Bin kicked the dazed Wang Jianwei. Oh, it's nothing. Wang Jianwei came to his senses, not expecting the other party to really apologize to him, which also indirectly acknowledged that he was no longer a social punk. Come with me. You all can enjoy yourselves with this Mr. Chun. Lin Bin looked at the name on the other party's badge, Chen Yongren. He then took Yang Jinrong to the private room, while others holding drinks wanted to toast with Chen Yongren, but he repeatedly waved his hands to refuse. What do you need from me? Lin Bin entered the private room, letting the other party sit first, and poured 2 glasses of red wine. Do you recognize this thing that has appeared in the past 2 days? Yang Jinrong took out a small packaged transparent item from his pocket. What is this? Lin Bin asked, puzzled, staring at the small package. A new chemically synthesized narcotic. We call it Bingdu Ice. Yang Jinrong tossed the bag onto the table. Sorry, you've got the wrong man. Oh, I don't do this. Lin Bin's expression darkened as he rose to leave. I know you don't do this. I want you to help me find the people who make it. You helped Huang Ziqing before, you can help me too, can't you? Yang Jinrong did not turn back, his voice gentle. Lin Bin looked at him and said with a faint smile, I find you'll wait for your good news, Yang Jinrong said as he stepped before Lin Bin. Lin Bin met his gaze and asked, how can you be so sure I will help you? I am younger than Huang Ziqing and understand this world better. I need friends like you. Yang Jinrong smiled, then turned and left the private room. Yang sir, leaving already? Stay a little longer. Wang Jianwei shouted, raising his drink. I have business today. Oh, another time, Yang Jinrong replied. Yang Jinrong turned, regarded him for a moment, and smiled faintly, then I won't see you off. He laughed with pleasure, savoring the sensation. Once intimidated by the mere sight of a cop, he now fancied himself a company man, a social elite. He had once been pressed against a wall on the street for an ID check. He never imagined he could now invite a senior inspector for a drink. Even if the man did not reciprocate the favor, in his mind a senior inspector was no longer something to be awed by. Away, Brother Bin is calling you, Wang Jianjun said as he approached. Carry on, brothers, I'll go meet the boss first, he added. Wang Jianwei drained his drink. Boss, what's up? He called as he pushed through the curtain of the private room. Away today, you were really something, someone remarked. Lin Bin, a cigar between his fingers, smiled and said, a senior inspector apologized to you. He did it out of respect for you, a boss. You are the truly formidable one. Wang Jianwei gushed. Wang Jianwei scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. Lin Bin pointed at the Bingdu on the table and asked, have you seen one of these? This stuff. Wang Jianwei replied. I think some people from Hongtai brought it. At first they said it was a little novelty to liven up the drinking, asked me to let them use the place, and promised $1 million a month. I sensed something wrong and kicked them out. What's the matter, Brother Bin? Wang Jianwei opened the bag and sniffed. Not bad, he said. Yang Jinrong just handed this to me. Claims it's the latest drug that destroys people. Lin Bin tapped his thigh with a finger. Their Taizi comes here often. The two who spoke to me always trail him. Finding them will be easy, Wang Jianwei said calmly. Then don't move yet. Relax for a couple of days, Lin Bin said. He drew on his cigar and exhaled a slow ring of smoke. When they come, we'll spring a trap and have them right where we want them. Away, keep an eye on things these 2 days. Any stir, tell me at once. Wang Jianwei patted his chest in assurance. Boss, rest easy. I will watch them closely. 2 days later, the Hongtai Taizi swaggered into the venue with his 2 henchmen. Wang Jianwei immediately sent someone to notify Lin Bin, then greeted them with a smiling face. Taizage, long time no see. I saved the best private room for you, Wang Jianwei said. The Taizi smirked away, saying, Bo says you don't want to do business with me. Why not bring your boss over so I can have a word with him? Me? Don't be ridiculous. Don't you know your place? You're not qualified to speak with my boss, Wang Jianwei shot back, concealing the cold sneer in his heart. Wang Jianwei smiled without changing his expression. Brother Bin never touches drugs. Now that he runs the place and is guiding our transformation, we're company men from now on. We would never engage in that sort of business. The Taizi spat a curse. You won't even take the money. Young sir, do you want people or the line? The people can come over right now. Lin Bin walked towards the private room with a big brother phone in hand. Lin Sheng is indeed going to be a good friend. I want the whole line. Yang Jinrong's laughter came through the phone. Haha, I also really like friends with a good appetite. Lin Bin smiled as he hung up the phone and walked into the private room. Boss, this is the Prince of Hongtai. Wang Jianwei turned to see Lin Bin and immediately stood up to introduce. Initially, the prince was quite displeased at being interrupted by someone barging into the private room, but upon hearing that it was Lin Bin who was now with Lianxing, his expression changed immediately, and he stood up with a beaming smile, extending his hand. Brother Bin, I often come to your venue to have fun, but this is the first time we meet. Please take care of me. Lin Bin looked at him gently, but did not extend his hand. Instead, he took out a bag of ice drugs from his pocket and said, I heard this is yours. It's mine. This thing is great, just one touch, and you get hooked. The key is that the cost is dozens of times lower than white powder. There's definitely potential. Brother Bin, if you're interested, I can give it to you at a price that's 20 lower than others. Seeing Lin Bin ignore his outstretched hand, the prince dared not show his displeasure. When he saw Lin Bin take out the ice drugs, his eyes immediately lit up. If Lin Bin nodded and let Lianxing get involved, they could earn at least a few hundred million more each year. I said I won't do this. Lin Bin shook his head. Then what does Brother Bin mean? The prince asked with I have an uncle who recently imported goods from Thailand. A batch was seized by the police and he lost hundreds of millions in a black-eat-black scheme. I can't bear to see him sell his life for a lifetime and in the end have nothing for retirement. Lin Bin said slowly. Brother Bin is righteous. If you cooperate with me, I guarantee he will have enough to eat and wear. The prince gave a thumbs up to Lin Bin. You cannot deliver goods in Lianxing's territory. He has been dealing in white powder for a lifetime and has his own channels. How to proceed specifically, you can discuss that with him. After saying this, Lin Bin threw down the phone number of the fish head marker and turned to leave the private room. Damn it, Alway. I already told you to have your boss come forward. Look, didn't this business get done? The prince draped his arm around Wang Jianwei's shoulder. Prince, you all take your time to enjoy. This bottle of wine is my gift. Wang Jianwei placed a bottle of Martell Blue Ribbon on the table. Prince, the Underworld knows that Lin Bin doesn't touch drugs. He previously disagreed, but now he agrees so readily. Could there be a trick? Sangbo spoke up, having just heard Wang Jianwei confidently say they wouldn't touch it. Now Lin Bin came over and agreed. After only a couple of sentences, he felt something was off in his heart. You don't understand. Saying it is one thing, doing it is another. I don't believe someone who comes out to mix in this world could really be that clean. Besides, how could he block others' financial paths and still run a venue? The prince was certain. Lin Bin was just cherishing his feathers, which is why he pushed this fish head marker out. A few hundred million a year, working for a year, could let him retire. How could someone not be tempted? Still, Prince, you're impressive. Should I go find him to chat tomorrow? Sangbo pointed to the note on the table. You're not qualified. I have to go in person. How has that person beside the little devil learned? As long as he can do it, I'll get rid of him immediately. The prince first shook his head, then asked. Dong said it's almost done, but the key part of solidification he hasn't figured out yet. The success rate is only 30%, and he needs a bit more time. Sangbo took a sip of wine and replied. This mainland kid's brain is quite useful. Once it's done, I will be the true prince of Xianjiang. The prince laughed heartily as he raised his glass. On a fishing boat in Kuntong. You call me to discuss business on this shabby boat. The prince, dressed in a gray suit and wearing sunglasses, kicked the deck with his foot. Don't say I didn't give up in face. If you don't clarify your words, I'll throw you into the river right now. Early in the morning, Fish Head Biao received a call from someone claiming to be the Prince of Hong Tai, wanting to discuss business. He invited the caller to his territory, not expecting such arrogance. You old fool, how dare you speak to my prince like that? A young thug beside the prince pointed at Fish Head Biao. Xiang, be quiet. You old man, are you afraid of starving? I'm offering you this opportunity. Don't go selling noodles for a pittance. Instead, why not make fish balls instead, The prince said to Wei Jixiang, not wanting to escalate the situation before the business was concluded. What is this thing? Fishhead Biao picked up a bag of ice meth and tugged at it with both hands. Uninformed, this is currently the most popular thing abroad. If there's someone to test it, bring them over. The prince looked at Fishhead Biao with disdain. Fishhead Biao signaled to the plane, and soon someone dragged a companion onto the boat. The person is here, how do we test it? Fishhead Biao threw the ice meth to the prince. Wei Jixiang took out a piece of tinfoil, poured the powder onto it, heated it with a lighter from underneath, and then handed it. Hiss! The companion took a deep drag, and soon after his eyes rolled back as he lay on the boat, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. So strong! Fishhead Biao exclaimed in surprise. It's just a small deal. So how much do you want? The prince smiled condescendingly. Give me 8 million worth of goods. I need it tonight. Fishhead Biao stated directly. No problem, wait for my call. The prince stood up and left the cabin. I've been your friend, just came to see me. The business is settled, but I need 5 million more. Can you lend it to me? After the two left, Fishhead Biao took out his big brother phone to call Lin Bin. Didn't I just give you 10 million? How much did you take from him? Lin Bin asked with a frown. I got another batch of white powder last night, so. Fishhead Biao laughed awkwardly. When is the delivery? Although Lin Bin doesn't deal in this, he knows that in this line of work, payment and goods must be settled face to face. I knew you would be righteous, Bin. I need it tonight. Fishhead Biao said happily. With these 2 batches of goods sold, tens of millions could be earned back. Let me know when you set off, and I will send someone over. Lin Bin hung up after speaking. Delivery tonight, time and place will be notified later. It's a transaction between the Hong Tai gang and Fishhead Biao. I don't want Fishhead Biao to be alive anymore. Lin Bin called Yang Jinrong. That's right, since we are turning to white, those who can't change must be eliminated. Fishhead Biao can't live any longer. At the police station building. No problem, drug dealers can be shot on sight without conditions, Yang Jinrong replied. Come in, Li Wenbin said upon hearing a knock on the door. Yang sir, take a seat. You just got transferred, hope you're adjusting well. Li Wenbin looked up to see Yang Jinrong and said. Thank you, Li sir. Feeling quite good, I just received intel that the new type of drug circulating in the market was produced by Hong Tai. There will be a large transaction tonight, and I am applying for action. Yang Jinrong sat stiffly across from Li Wenbin. Well done, I have high hopes for you. Li Wenbin finally revealed. Abin, have you prepared the money? I'm heading there now to collect the goods. A black business sedan sped down the road as Yu Tu Biao spoke into his mobile phone. Where? He'll have someone deliver it immediately. Lin Bin sat in his office, twirling a fountain pen deftly between his fingers. The prince is at the VCD factory in Taipa district. Hurry and send it over. Yu Tu Biao grew impatient. The night ahead would mark his long-awaited rise. Inspector Yang, the VCD factory in Taipa district. Their men have already arrived. Thank you. I'd be honored to join you for tea sometime. Yang Jinrong stepped out of the police station. 20 patrol cars stood lined up at the entrance with 100 officers standing at attention beside them. Men, move out. Our target is in Taipa district. Yes, sir. Instantly, all officers boarded their vehicles. Sirens wailed through the streets along their route. Yu Tu Biao, where's the money? We agreed on 8 million. You think 3 million will suffice? The prince glared furiously at Yu Tu Biao, flanked by over a dozen armed men who, upon hearing his words, snapped open their weapon safeties and aimed directly at Yu Tu Biao and his companions. It's coming. It's just delayed. The car broke down en route. Give me a moment longer. Yu Tu Biao replied calmly, though he carried only Fei Ji and 2 underlings. He had no intention of letting the prince suspect him of a double cross. Fine. They'll wait half an hour. If the money doesn't arrive by then, you won't be leaving. Bring them inside. Sangbo immediately escorted Yu Tu Biao and his men into the warehouse. All units execute the containment plan. Snipers take positions. Assault team prepare for breaching. Inspector Yang Jinrong's voice crackled over the radio. Roger that. 30 officers in bulletproof vests and carrying riot shields fanned out in a wide arc. Inside the warehouse, Yu Tu Biao rummaged through cargo containers. Prince, your mind truly is sharp. Using a factory as a warehouse. But what if fire breaks out unexpectedly? Ha. You didn't even know the rule, no open flames allowed inside the warehouse. The prince chuckled lightly. Suddenly, all lights in the warehouse went dark. Brother Prince, something's wrong. Wei Jixiang instantly sensed danger. Police, raise your hands now. Damn your ancestors. You dare point your gun at me. The prince fired point blank at Yu Tu Biao. Go to hell. You're insane. Should I call the cops on myself? Yu Tu Biao barely dodged. His arm was struck by a bullet. Instantly, alarms shrieked, footsteps thundered chaotically, and the sharp metallic clack of bolt actions shattered the silence. Boom. A breaching charge blew a jagged hole in the rolling shutter. Amid flying debris, assault team members surged inward, their tactical shields forming a mobile defensive line. The prince took cover behind stacked cardboard boxes and opened fire wildly. Bullets slammed into the corrugated iron walls, erupting in blinding sparks and showering fragments onto the floor. Yang Jinrong rolled sideways to evade incoming rounds, then rose smoothly to return fire. His shot struck a henchman reaching for a grenade squarely in the shoulder. The man screamed and collapsed, the grenade tumbling across the floor until another officer kicked it clear, just in time to avoid detonation. The prince split his men into 2 groups. Bo held the front entrance with heavy suppressive fire, while the prince himself, accompanied by Wei Jixiang, attempted a breakout through the rear, only to be instantly acquired by a sniper lying in wait. Target attempting escape via rear exit. Barely had the spotter's voice faded when the sniper squeezed the trigger. His round pierced the corrugated wall and exploded the skull of one henchman with surgical precision. Startled, the prince realized enemy snipers were present and retreated hastily back inside. The confrontation escalated fiercely. Cornered like beasts, some thugs ignited nearby cardboard boxes, sending thick, acrid smoke billowing upward to obscure the officer's vision. Yang Jinrong acted decisively, deploy tear gas, clear the warehouse in sectors. 3 canisters arced through the air and detonated inside, releasing pungent fumes that triggered violent coughing fits among the prince's men, fracturing their defensive cohesion. Officers advanced in seamless coordination, covering each other in alternating bounds, muzzle flashes blinking rhythmically through the swirling haze. Yu Tu Biao attempted to leap from an elevated platform to flee, but an officer waiting outside struck his knee hard with the butt of his rifle, then slammed him face down onto the ground. Steel cuffs snapped shut with a sharp final click. The firefight raged for 40 minutes before gunfire within the warehouse began to dwindle. In the farthest corner, the prince and Wei Jixiang fought on desperately. Their ammunition exhausted, they seized rusted steel pipes and swung them wildly like madmen. Dozens of officers closed in, surrounding them completely. Blinding flashlight beams seared into their eyes. Drop your weapons. Surrender immediately. So, you're Yu Tu Biao? Yang Jinrong asked the crumpled figure lying at his feet like a lifeless dog. Spit. Yu Tu Biao spat a mouthful of blood. Bang. He lunged for a fallen weapon, still resisting. Receiving his answer, Yang Jinrong fired once, directly into Yu Tu Biao's head. His eyes widened in frozen disbelief. The Triad does not belong to you alone. Late afternoon the next day, headquarters of the Ho Lin Sheng. Lin Bin tossed a newspaper onto the table. The front page reported last night's police raid, an operation that dismantled a long-established drug syndicate entrenched in the Taipa district. Over a dozen traffickers were killed on the spot, and more than 10 million Hong Kong dollars in illicit funds were seized, part of which had been stored by the Crown Prince in a warehouse safe. 300 kilograms of a new synthetic drug. That wretched fool. I'd warned him repeatedly to quit while he was ahead. A fortune of 10 million would have secured his retirement. Yet he refused. Truly no one can save a man bent on self-destruction. Chuan Bao slammed his right fist onto the table, tendons surging beneath his skin with a sharp, resonant thud. Jesus Christ. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Long Jin, absorbed in the newspaper, jolted upright and snapped, startled by the sudden noise. I propose assigning Chong Mao to Kowloon Bay and entrusting Sun Wan to Gao Jin. What are your thoughts? Lin Bin swept his gaze across the room. Gao Jin is a formidable fighter. His presence guarantees stability. Uncle Deng smiled as he spoke. Once he signaled his approval, the others naturally fell silent, not out of agreement, but resignation. Lin Bin now held absolute authority within Ho Lin Sheng. A dissent was not only futile, but perilous. I heard Biao's deal with the Crown Prince of Hung Tai was brokered by you. Now Biao is dead, and the Crown Prince faces life imprisonment in Stanley Prison. Chun Mei has only this one son. Rest assured he will come for you. Uncle Deng lifted the teapot and poured a cup. Indeed, I bear responsibility for Biao's death. As for Chun Mei, I'll handle him myself. Better he join Biao in the afterlife than wander alone. Lin Bin accepted the cup and took a slow sip. Exactly. Had it not been for that bastard son, you two, Biao would never have died. Kill him, without mercy. Guanzai Sen's eyes flickered as he spoke. Ho Lin Sheng had become Lin Bin's personal fiefdom. If he failed to declare his loyalty, now he might soon follow you two, Biao, into oblivion, selling salted duck eggs in the underworld. Lin Bin glanced at him, acknowledging his compliance. He saw no need to punish such opportunism, better to appear magnanimous than ruthless, lest rumors spread that he purged rivals the moment he seized power. When Guanzai Sun met Lin Bin's gaze, he instantly flashed an obsequious smile. The others suppressed their disdain, saying nothing. Shallow Water Bay Villa. Uncle Mei, something is deeply amiss about the Crown Prince's arrest. He originally sent envoys to negotiate directly with Lin Bin, yet somehow ended up meeting you two, Biao, in Kuntong instead. It is highly likely Lin Bin colluded with the police, perhaps even wearing red shoes. Chun Mei sat motionless on the sofa, eyes closed, listening intently as his subordinate spoke. In his right hand, 2 iron balls rotated slowly between his fingers. And what do you suggest we do? He opened his eyes slowly. Ho Lin Sheng remains formidable. Perhaps we wait 2 years until Lin Bin steps down, then act. The man paused, weighing his words. Bobby, the Crown Prince will never walk free again. You expect me to wait 2 years? I cannot sleep knowing Lin Bin still breathes. Mobilize our forces, eliminate him. I'll pay 5 million. Chun Mei hurled the iron balls aside. One bounced off the floor and grazed Bobby's ear. Understood, Uncle Mei. Clutching his bleeding ear, Bobby exited the villa. Damn it, that old bastard. This triad isn't yours alone. If you want to die, don't drag me and my family into your grave. Bobby climbed into his car and pulled out several sheets of paper to wipe the blood trickling from his ear. Brother Bobby, where to now? One of his underlings asked, hearing the muttered curse. To Ho Lin Sheng's territory, to find Lin Bin. Bobby rolled down the window and tossed the blood-stained paper outside, his eyes locking onto the villa with cold, seething hatred. He had spent a lifetime as the Chin family's dog. Now he would reclaim his humanity. I want to go with you. Wan Chai Original Bar. Bobby, we have arrived. I heard Lin Bin is usually in the bar at night. Should we just go in? What are we doing here if we're not going in? Bobby directly walked into the bar. Brother, I am Bobby from Hong Tai, looking for Brother Bin. Can you show me the way? Bobby said to the security at the bar entrance. Wei Gu, a guy named Hong Tai Bobby, said he wants to find the boss. Should we let him in? Bring him to the private room. Following Lin Bin's indication, Wang Jianwei picked up the intercom and said, Come with me, he doesn't need to. Thank you, brother. Wait for me in the car. Bobby turned to his little brother and said, regretting bringing him along, feeling it really embarrassed him. Brother Bin, I am Bobby, and I want to switch sides to join you. Entering the private room, Bobby said sincerely to Lin Bin, Do you know how many people in Hong Kong want to join my boss? Just you. On what basis? Wang Jianwei scoffed, spitting out a mouthful of soda. Chun Mei offered 5 million to take out Brother Bin. I can eliminate him for Brother Bin and effortlessly seize Hong Tai's territory in Mong Kok. Bobby's face turned red, forcing a smile at the corner of his mouth. All right, way you say Chun Mei wants to take me out. Haha, quite bold. Lin Bin noticed Bobby was on the verge of losing control and stopped Wang Jianwei from provoking him further. Yes, Brother Bin, just earlier in his Repulse Bay villa, he asked me to gather people, but I didn't want to die with him, so I came directly to you. How many gunmen does Chun Mei have? Lin Bin asked. He hasn't been in charge for many years. He basically leaves things to the prince. There are about 20 to 30 gunmen, but the police have taken out around 10. I can handle it. Bobby, wanting to show his value, didn't mind turning against his old employer despite the risk of being backstabbed. It's good to want to show off, but how will others see it if it gets out? Will they say I forced the person who sided with me to take out my own boss? You just need to guide the way. Lin Bin finally, yes, Brother Bin, it was my lack of foresight and poor judgment. Bobby felt relieved if Lin Bin really let him do it, he would just be a dog for the other party. Letting him guide meant the other party wanted to give him a chance. Jianjun, take the brothers and get ready, we're going out. Abu Jin, you too, also bring your weapons. Lin Bin and no need, I want use one. Gao Jin shook his head, but on the other hand held a short knife indicating he was more. Lin Bin didn't press them, he only wanted them to be prepared as the main assault would still rely on Wang Jianjun and his 5 brothers. Brother Bin, what should I wear? About half an hour later Wang Jianjun came over with a bulletproof vest. Lin Bin nodded, this isn't a movie, getting shot means death. Repulse Bay Villa. Tai, it seems Bobby has defected. You lead this team, I just take out Lin Bin's gang. Chun Mei, seeing that Bobby hadn't returned for so long and couldn't reach him by phone, immediately instructed Chun Tai to gather the gunmen at the villa. Don't worry, Uncle Mei, I will handle it. Chun Tai, with a scar slashing across his handsome face, looked even more something's wrong. At that moment a gunman at the door heard a whoosh sound and the brother beside him fell down, blood oozing from the bullet hole in his forehead. Immediately reacting, they retreated into the villa. Turn off the lights, you two, take Uncle Mei upstairs. Chun Tai pointed at the two and said, I own a meat grinder. Brother Bin, wait here. They'll lead the brothers in. Wang Jianjun and the others sneered as they watched the villa's lights go dark. Night combat in Southeast Asia is their true domain. This opponent has sealed his own doom. Wang Jianjun and his team advanced swiftly, crouching low behind shrubbery. Hu Tonglin and Gao Jin reached the wall's base and vaulted up to the second floor. Wang Jianjun raised a hand, signaling readiness, when suddenly furious gunfire erupted from the second floor, instantly drawing Chun Tai's attention from downstairs. Go! Wang Jianjun fired at the massive floor-to-ceiling window, glass exploded outward, and the team tumbled inside, taking cover behind solid wood sofas and opening fire on the figures within. Lin Bin stood at a distance, lighting a cigar as he watched muzzle flashes flicker through the villa's windows. Indeed, professional tasks demanded professional hands. Gunfire inside the villa ceased abruptly. Lights flared on. Gao Jin opened the front gate and waved toward Lin Bin. Chun Mei, I hear you meant to kill me. Lin Bin sat calmly on the sofa, exhaling a slow plume of smoke directly into Chun Mei's face. The man lay collapsed on the floor, his leg shattered. Cough, cough. Kill me then. Chun Mei choked twice, smoke stinging his throat. What's the safes combination? Tell me, and I'll grant you a swift end. Lin Bin leaned close, his face inches from Chun Mei's. Haha. Ha. You ruined my son, life imprisonment. Now you've reduced me to this wreck. Do you truly think I'd tell you? Chun Mei roared with laughter. Life imprisonment isn't immediate death. Refuse, and tomorrow your son dies in prison. Lin Bin, expressionless, pressed the burning cigar against Chun Mei's neck. Humph. I'll give it to you, but you must guarantee his safety behind bars. Chun Mei gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain. My word is absolute. Take him upstairs. Seeing Chun Mei surrender, Lin Bin turned to Gao Jin. Moments later, several heavy bags were carried down. Brother Bin, over 2 million yuan in cash, 300,000 US dollars and 10 gold bars. Gao Jin approached Lin Bin, who sat eyes closed in quiet repose, and spoke softly. Dispose of them. Lin Bin gestured toward the bodies on the floor, then walked out of the villa. Bin. Nia Yongxiao, standing across the way in his own villa, gazed in puzzlement at Lin Bin, now he'd been roused moments earlier, told something was amiss at Chun Mei's residence, so he'd immediately summoned guards. In the darkness, he'd only glimpsed Lin Bin's silhouette when the villa lights came on, and not until now at the gate did he recognize him. Let's go see. Ignoring his fourth uncle's protest, Nia Yongxiao strode forward. Ah, Xiao, you live here? Lin Bin looked up surprised as the man approached. Yes, and what brings you here? Nia Yongxiao glanced at the men bustling inside. His son murdered members of my triad. This old man spread rumors he'd take my life. Tonight, I simply had time to settle things. Lin Bin smiled faintly, pulling a cigar from his pocket and tossing it over. Need assistance? I happen to have a meat grinder at home. Nia Yongxiao caught the cigar and lit it. Ha ha, perfect. Saves us the trouble of digging a pit. Lin Bin tapped the back of Nia Yongxiao's hand, holding the windproof lighter. Fourth uncle, send people over to help. Come join me for a drink at my place. Nia Yongxiao called to his attendant, then invited Lin Bin into his home. In the basement lounge, Lin Bin surveyed the walls. One wine cabinet, flanked by 2 bookshelves. The spines of the books were faded, clearly well read, not mere decor. What would you like to drink? Nia Yongxiao asked, smiling. Red wine. I've heard cigars pair best with it. Lin Bin lifted his right-hand cigar, held between thumb and forefinger, giving it a gentle sway. Haha, that depends. Yours is bold and full-bodied, better matched with whiskey or brandy. Only lighter cigars call for champagne or table wines. Nia Yongxiao uncorked an XO, dropped a single spherical ice cube into a tumbler, and poured the amber liquid. Try it. He extended the glass toward Lin Bin. Haha, excellent. Lin Bin took a sip, and his eyes brightened. Their easy laughter drowned out the mechanical roar humming from the next room. Back at the bar, Lin Bin pulled out 7 million Hong Kong dollars. You seven can divide this 1 million each. Lin Bin placed the money on the table. Brother Bin, that's too much. Wang Jianjun quickly declined, having only earned a few $100,000 during his years in Southeast Asia, while the five behind him stared at the pile of cash, panting slightly. Working with me is like this 30 for you. If someone dies, the funeral expenses will be additional. Lin Bin stated, leaving no room for refusal. Contact your former comrades to see if any of them want to develop in Xiangjiang, but they must have reliable character, and I plan to establish a security company with a registered capital of 5 million. You will be the general manager. Lin Bin handed each person a cigar. This idea arose from witnessing the unexpected incident involving Ni Yongxiao, who had to hastily gather manpower. Many wealthy individuals do not hire bodyguards and can only call the police if something goes wrong. This business has potential. As for skills, there's definitely no problem, but the numbers might be a bit high. Wang Jianjun took the cigar, acknowledging that even those who fought in the Vietnam War had decent skills. The more manpower, the better. You can have all this money. Lin Bin picked up a stack of US dollars and smiled. 1 month, Jeddah Building, Far East Group Conference Room. Brother Bin, I never expected that one day I would be able to attend a meeting here. Lin Guahao reclined in his chair and took out a cigar to smoke. Haha, yes. After a lifetime in the society, I've unexpectedly transformed into a social elite. The old man said, stroking the armrest of the boss chair. As long as everyone is happy, I called you all here today, first to get familiar with the place if future meetings will be held here. Secondly, we need to reconcile accounts. The property company earned 80 million last month with a net profit of 55 million. Chong, please show them the account book. Lin Guochang quickly distributed the documents. No need to look, Brother Bin, whatever you say is what it is. You can't be trying to deceive me. Lin Guahao stood up and walked to the window, looking down. Exactly. I trust Brother Bin. Earning so much every month, why would I still sell pills? Guan Zixin smiled and also took out a cigarette. The others exchanged glances and also set down the account book. Ab and I didn't expect the legitimate business to be so profitable. You're simply the Midas of our time. Chuanbao gave a thumbs up. Since everyone trusts me so much, I want to share some heartfelt words. Doing business now is not like in the past. Many legitimate businesses are no different from gambling dens. I never touched these before, and I hope the society can clean up these things. In a few years we will return. You wouldn't want to run away now, would you? Lin Bin said quietly from the chairman's position. In the past, only Yudo was in charge, but now he's dead. Awesome, what do you say? Lin Bin looked at Guan Zixin. Me? Of course, no problem. With legitimate business to pursue, why would I still do this? Guan Zixin stood up to assure. Good, since everyone has no issues, let's decide on this. If I find anyone daring to run drugs privately, don't blame me for being merciless. The meeting is adjourned. Lin Bin scanned the crowd. Brother Bin, last month's profit was over 20 million. Oh, I'll transfer the money to your account later. After everyone left, Lin Guahao spoke first. The shoe factory and the disc company made over 40 million in profit last month. Jimmy chimed in, having been too busy to attend until today, when he was informed of the meeting and learned that the big boss had rented an entire floor of an office building in Central. Sorry, Brother Bin, I just took over Tsuan Wan. Gao Jin lowered his head, his cheeks slightly flushed. Are you crazy? The society's accounts are due the day after tomorrow. The others burst into laughter, and Gao Jin quickly became flustered, his face turning red. By the way, I'll get you an assistant. Lin Bin clapped his hands. Is it a performance or not? This is Bobby. He will be by your side from now on, Lin Bin said to Gao Jin. Brother Jin, I will follow you from now on. Bobby bowed to Gao Jin. Lin Guahao and the others looked at Bobby with confusion. Bobby used to be with Hongtai. He has corrected things and now joined us at Lianxing, so he will be like a brother to us from now on. Lin Bin introduced. Share your connections with everyone. Lin Bin invited Bobby to take a seat. Brothers, I used to handle the betting on the horse racing circuit at Hongtai, with monthly turnovers exceeding 10 million. I have streamlined the staff recently, and the remaining ones are all my brothers. I hope to gain your support moving forward. Bobby respectfully stated from his position. Since last year, there has been a phone betting system at the horse racing circuit. Can you still operate such a large scale on the peripheral betting? Jimmy questioned while tapping off the ash from his cigarette. Jimmy, the odds at the horse racing circuit are low, and I have also started phone betting. As for the betting scale, it's because the Hongtai gang is small, and they fear a crackdown. Otherwise, I could easily handle over 1 billion every month. Not just horse racing, but also football matches. Citizens can just place bets over the phone from home. It's that sharp. So brothers, do any of you want to invest a share? Bobby grew more excited as he spoke. Betting on the periphery is risky. Small companies might go under any day. Long-term involvement is definitely not a loss. However, without a big company backing, customers are hesitant to bet. Now that we are backed by Lianxing, those gamblers will certainly come looking for me, so bringing in a few partners to share the risk would be wiser to avoid overwhelming losses in the early stages. Don't look at me, I originally hold 20. If you're interested, you can talk with Bobby, Lin Bin said, reaching for a piece of cut apple from the fruit platter in front of him. I'm too busy to take this on. Jimmy extinguished his cigarette. Then I'll join in on this. Gao Chong glanced at the others. Gao Jin was his cousin. While the others worried about the risks, he was not afraid. After all, the film company had shares, and if they lost, they could just start over. Thank you, Brother Chong. Bobby took out a pack of Marlboro and scattered it around. Let's settle on this. You get this going, and I'll give you a venue. Lin Bin pointedly tapped his cigarette. Thank you, Brother Binu. I will definitely make it happen. Brother Bin Wang Jing said there's a film looking for suitable roles, and he asked if you would be interested in auditioning. Gao Chong asked with a strange expression. What role, eh? Lin Bin looked at the other's puzzled face. The script was written for A.F.A. called A Better Tomorrow. Take a look. Gao Chong took out a copy of the script. A Better Tomorrow tells a story of gang conflicts profoundly showcasing the goodness and evil of human nature and the righteousness of the underworld. In the film, three brothers experience hardships together in a complex underworld environment, yet they steadfastly uphold their bond. This is quite fitting. Am I to play the eldest brother? Lin Bin nodded while looking at a line of dialogue. I have waited 3 years for this opportunity. I want to prove something not for recognition, but to show that I will reclaim what I have lost. No, big guy. The eldest brother is played by Di Dalong, and A.F.A. is played by Xiao Ma Ge. Gao Chong chuckled, shaking his head. Then who do I play? Don't keep us in suspense. Lin Bin frowned. You play the cop. Song Zijia. Ha. Gao Chong couldn't help but burst out laughing. It's outrageous to have a big guy play a cop. Lin Guahao also laughed. It might just become a hit. He has even thought of the advertisements. The youngest at Lianxing playing the upright and naive cop, just thinking about it is thrilling. When the movie releases, the gangsters will rush to buy tickets overnight to see Brother Bin's performance. Gao Chong said while suppressing his laughter. Lin Bin's expression darkened. When will we start shooting? Lin Bin pondered for a moment. The entertainment industry was not yet developed, and the public's perception of characters on screen was their first impression. Playing a cop might not be a bad thing for him. I don't know. I'll have him come over to talk to you personally. Gao Chong instructed the secretary standing outside the door to call. Wang Jing walked into the conference room with a cheeky grin. Sit down. When will the movie you mentioned start shooting? Lin Bin pointed to the empty seat beside him. Boss, if you have time, we can shoot this afternoon. Hearing Lin Bin's question, Wang Jing realized he had agreed to play Song Zijia. There were no scheduling conflicts, and they could start shooting any time. Then you can go prepare. This afternoon is just right. Lin Bin nodded and asked Wang Jing to take the script for. Wait, is there a role suitable for me? Give me a character like Song Ziji's lackey or something. Lin Guahao suddenly said to Wang Jing, who was walking to the door. Brother, how that's really not possible this time. All the actors are already in place. Besides, Song Zijia is originally a suppressed police officer. There are no lackeys. Next time I will definitely arrange a good role for you. Wang Jing awkwardly replied. All right, it's not a joke. Since Jingzi said, so you'll just have to wait for the next time. Lin Bin waved Wang Jing off. Then I'll follow along and see what's going on. Lin Guahao said casually. He just wanted to show off alongside Brother Bin. If he wasn't allowed, so be it. In Yao Mati. Officer, I haven't been a boss for a long time now. Di Dalong said helplessly. Where do you work? Lin Bin asked with a complex expression. Brother Bin, you acted quite well. Lin Guahao whispered as he sat in front of the television while Wang Jing crouched beside him. I know I owe you a lot. Can you give me another chance? Di Dalong pleaded with his gun pressed against Zhou Ruanfa, looking at Lin Bin. Give you a chance. Why don't you? Do you know that for you, I didn't even have a chance for promotion because you were part of the Triad? Lin Bin shouted angrily. That was superb. Boss, you're simply blessed by the heavens. Wang Jing stood up, clapping and laughing. Indeed, Brother Bin, you have great talent. Di Dalong smiled and shook hands with Lin Bin. Wow, Brother Bin is good at everything. Acting is just a piece of cake. I'll go buy you guys hot drinks. Lin Guahao left with Gao Jin and others. Hey, have you guys paid? We are shooting here. At this moment, a bald man came over with about 10 others, each holding a club. Sorry, we've already informed Brother Kuan, and he's allowed us to shoot here. Wang Jing stepped forward with a smile. Hongxing has the greatest influence in Yao Mati, and he had already informed Liang Kuan, thinking that these people in front of him were from Hongxing. What Kuan? This is my territory, Jiao Wenlong's territory. If you want to shoot, pay up. $1,000. The bald man said arrogantly. This is your turf. Lin Bin dropped the towel and walked up to Jiao Wenlong. Who do you think you are? Want to stand up? Lin Bin smiled and slapped him. Get him, beat him to death. Jiao Wenlong was momentarily stunned, then shouted loudly. Damn it. How dare you touch Brother Bin? Lin Guahao and others who arrived just in time saw this scene. Lin Guahao's veins popped out as he threw a right hook at the thug in front of him, sending him flying and spitting out a few teeth midair. Gao Jin jumped into action, spreading his legs in midair, kicking 2 men away and landing steadily, continuing to fight against the thugs beside him. Wang Jianjun led 5 men quickly to Lin Bin's side, attacking from the front. Soon all of Jiao Wenlong's men were knocked down. Damn you. Which gang are you from? Lin Guahao had a hand on Jiao Wenlong's head. Big boss, I'm not with any gang. Ew, I just know they are your people. Jiao Wenlong felt his head nearly explode and knelt on the ground begging. What are you doing? How dare you cause trouble on my turf? At this moment, another 100 people arrived. Brother Bin. Wang Zuxian felt scared at this time. Although he knew Lin Bin was a big boss, there were too many people on the. He came to visit the set after hearing Wang Jing say Lin Bin would be shooting. It's okay, you guys take a break. Lin Bin turned to the crew, smiling gently, then picked up his phone and dialed a number. As for himself and his men, they were fine. He was just worried about accidentally harming Zhou Ruinfa and others. Brother Dubbo, what are you doing here? A person with a small beard walked out as the crowd parted, recognizing Lin Guahao. Who are you? Knowing my name and still daring to stand up for him, do you believe I'll sweep your streets and then explain it to you slowly? Lin Guahao kneed Jiao Wenlong in the head, causing blood to pour out. I am Yao and I don't know this punk. I just heard there was a disturbance and came over with my brothers. Yao Wen frowned as he looked at the collapsed Jiao Wenlong. He said this is his turf and wants me to pay for it. Lin Bin walked up to Yao Wen. Brother Bin, sorry, this is a misunderstanding. I'm leaving now. Yao Wen saw Lin Bin's brows twitch. Lin Guahao dared to argue with him, but Lin Bin. He wouldn't even know how he died. Do you know me? Lin Bin was surprised that he didn't remember dealing with anyone from the number. I attended the boxing match between Brother Bin and Jiang Tiansheng. Today, if things aren't clarified, it's my fault. I apologize, Brother Bin. Yao Wen said, lowering his head. No one is allowed to leave. At this moment, a hoarse voice was heard. I've been am I late? Lung Quan strode forward in an orange suit, his gait exuding unshakable arrogance, flanked by underlings who filled the entire street. Just in time, Brother Cohen. Thank you. Lin Bin smiled warmly as he greeted him. You wretched fool, you man. You dare bring men to ambush the head of Lin Shang. Lung Quan whirled around and jabbed his finger hard into Yu Man's chest. Yu Man, I've already told Brother Bin it was a misunderstanding, so what do you want? Yu Man slapped Lung Quan's finger away from his chest. What do you think you're doing? His underlings roared in unison. Lung Quan raised both hands and swept them downward. The crowd fell silent instantly. Out here in the world, if you're wrong, you admit it. And if you're going to take a beating, you stand straight and face it. So fond of apologizing. Then why the hell are you even a triad thug? With that, Lung Quan swung his hand back and struck Yu Man across the face with a thunderous slap. Slap. Boss, cut him down. At the sight, Yu Man's underlings drew their knives and lunged toward Lung Quan, only to be urgently restrained by Yu Man himself. Hey, what are you doing? Just then a patrol officer approached from the roadside. A large group of triad members has gathered on Cox Road, requesting backup. One officer spoke urgently into his shoulder-mounted radio. What triad? I'm asking you, what triad? Lung Quan shoved Yu Man aside and strode toward the officer, shouting loudly. Sir, please step back. The officer pointed one finger at Lung Quan while resting the other hand firmly on his holstered sidearm. You think I'll step back just because you say so? You wretched fool. You're disrupting my filming. I told you to step back. Lung Quan pressed his face inches from the officers as his entourage surged forward en masse, surrounding them all. Sorry, officer, we're filming a movie. Don't believe us. Have a look for yourself. Lin Bin stepped forward, gesturing sharply backward with his right hand. Instantly, the crowd parted obediently to either side. If you're filming, then film properly. This spectacle is so grand, anyone unfamiliar would swear it's a full-blown triad war. The officer glanced down the newly cleared path and recognized several celebrities he'd often seen on movie posters. Now that you've seen it, just leave. Lung Quan stood defiantly, hands planted on his hips, his blazer flung open behind him, his expression brazen and unrepentant. The officer shot him a sidelong glance and keyed his radio. Incident resolved. It's a film crew shooting on location. Request cancellation. The radio crackled. Copy that. Wretched fool. You won't find salvation today. Lung Quan turned sharply and marched toward Yu Man. Gentlemen, Master Yu Man may have erred. I offer my apologies on his behalf. Might you spare him this once? A clear, crisp voice rang out. Ai Lian, what brings you here? Yu Man asked, eyes fixed on the stunning woman before him. Her black off-shoulder gown hugging her curves, her voluminous waves cascading like ink. This isn't the time for that. Gentlemen, please accept my apology tonight over a reconciliation banquet with Brother Bin. Ai Lian bowed deeply to Lin Bin. Her loose dress strained against her generous bust, threatening to slip free. No need. It was merely a misunderstanding. A banquet isn't necessary. Lin Bin regarded her with gentle composure. Miss, you're truly exquisite. Wasting such beauty on the underworld is a shame. Ever considered becoming a star? My films are outstanding. Hearing Lin Bin speak, thus Lung Quan abandoned further confrontation. Instead, his eyes gleamed with sudden, appraising interest upon Ai Lian. Thank you, Brother Cohen, but I have no interest in cinema. Ai Lian replied with a graceful smile. Ah, how dull. Let's go. Lung Quan waved casually at Lin Bin and departed with his entourage. Thank you, Brother Bin. I'll take my leave now. Yu Man flushed crimson, lips pressed tight, head bowed low. Whether from the sting of Lung Quan's slap or from the quiet relief of being spared only because of Ai Lian, he could not say. Lin Bin nodded, granting silent permission for Yu Man and his men to withdraw. All right, no harm done. Wang Jing, seeing the crowd disperse, signaled the crew to resume filming. Lin Bin's scenes were complete, so he left first, accompanied by Lin Guahao and others. Once again, I owe you everything. In a business sedan, Yu Man smiled at Ai Lian and reached casually toward. Oh man, can't you ever use your head? You dared provoke Lin Bin. Everyone who's crossed him lately has either died or been sentenced to life imprisonment. I refuse to vanish mysteriously into the sea because of your recklessness. AI Lien sidestepped, deftly evading his hand, then closed her eyes in weary exasperation. Fine. I promise from now on I'll investigate thoroughly before acting. Is that enough? You man held up 4 fingers, grinning impishly. Let's break up. I can't go on like this. Constantly cleaning up. AI Lien gazed at his face and sighed deeply. Why? Is it because I backed down from Lung Quan, refused to fight back, and humiliated you in front of your men? You man shouted. I'm exhausted. I'm a woman. I joined the Underworld hoping to be protected, not to shield you every time you stumble, then beg forgiveness on your behalf. AI Lien turned without another word and walked resolutely out of the car, ignoring Yu Man's desperate plea. Wanchai, a bar with a rustic charm. Lin Bin, as usual, perhaps out of habit, likes to come here every evening. At the bar counter, a man in a shirt spoke to the bartender, placing a large golden bowl on the table. Beautiful lady, what do I call you? He'll have a bottle of Martell. Alien ignored him, turning to the XO on the shelf. Impressive. MC2 Haonan, nice to meet you. C2 Haonan extended his right hand. Alien still ignored him, pouring herself a glass of liquor. You deaf bitch. My boss is talking to you. One of C2 Haonan's companions couldn't stand it any longer and yelled. Excuse me, sir, please leave. The bartender pointed at the rude guy. What did you say? Do you want to get cut outside? The man pointed a finger at him. Wega, someone is causing trouble. The bartender picked up the intercom. Damn it, who's causing trouble? Suddenly receiving a call from the bar, Wang Jianwei came over cursing. After enduring for a month, he finally sat down for a couple of drinks, only to be disturbed, filled with rage. Hey, I'm not causing trouble, I'm trying to buy this beauty a drink. C2 Haonan looked at the crowd surrounding him, unafraid. Huizai apologized to this lady. C2 Haonan turned to look at Huizai. Sorry. Huizai obediently complied. You jerk, who do you think you are? Just because you want to buy someone a drink, they have to accept. Now get lost. Wang Jianwei pointed at the bar entrance. What did you say? My boss is C2 Haonan of Dongxing. Huizai couldn't hold back anymore and picked up a bottle to throw at Wang Jianwei. Dongxing is impressive, but this is our territory with Lianxing. Wang Jianwei showed no fear, and a few people gathered around. He classless, is this how Lin Bin teaches his subordinates? C2 Haonan turned his chair around, looking at Wang Jianwei with a faint smile. Aye. Wang Jianwei was about to smash the bottle, but was stopped by his companion. Wega, calm down. They aren't causing trouble. If this gets out, you'll be laughed at. You wouldn't want your boss to lose face, would you? Listen, I said you're not welcome here, now get out. Wang Jianwei's face turned red with anger. You can't decide this, either bring your boss out or take me to see him. C2 Haonan pulled out an invitation card and held it in his hand. Wang Jianwei reached for it, but C2 Haonan withdrew his finger. Come with me. Beautiful lady, you continue, no one will disturb you. Wang Jianwei politely said to Alien. Alien nodded and took a sip of her drink. Boss. Wang Jianwei knocked on the door. Come in. Lin Bin looked down at a document. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am C2 Haonan from Dongxing. Tomorrow is our boss' birthday, and I would like to invite you. C2 Haonan walked in, hands outstretched with the invitation. Thank Mr. Luo for me. Lin Bin opened the invitation and glanced at it, discovering it was for Luo's 60th birthday. Mr. Lin, there was a minor conflict with this manager earlier, please forgive me. C2 Haonan spoke. Lin Bin finally looked up at him, noting he seemed more like a lawyer than a gangster, so polite. It's all a misunderstanding. I thought he was causing trouble, Wang Jianwei said softly, not expecting the other party to speak up. Oh, after all, this was Lianxing's territory. Then why didn't you apologize? How many times do I have to tell you? I told you not to be so impulsive, and now you'll regret it. Lin Bin spoke in a deep voice. I understand. Wang Jianwei's face turned crimson. He could tell Lin Bin was not scolding him, but expressed this hurt more than being beaten. As the company grew larger, he watched his former brothers manage their own businesses in different districts. Although the boss still stayed by Lin Bin's side, he also applied for a license as the general manager of Thundershield Security Company. Even Jimmy, who was a latecomer, managed a shoe factory and DVD business, while he was still aimlessly hanging around the bar, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. No need for formality, Mr. Lin, it was just a misunderstanding. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. C2 Haonan said politely. Away, see him off for me. Wang Jianwei quietly led C2 Haonan out of the bar. Hey, your boss is quite nice. C2 Haonan opened the car window and said something. Haha, who are you to say that? Wang Jianwei suddenly laughed. Inside the car, C2 Haonan shook his head, smiling as he closed the window. Been good, that beautiful lady outside says she knows you. Wang Jianwei was stopped by Alien as he entered the bar, asking him to take her to see Lin Bin. Hello, Bin Gu, thank you for your help earlier. Alien thanked him as she walked into the office. I didn't expect. Lin Bin walked from the desk to the sofa, inviting her to sit. Someone was bothering me earlier. He helped me out, Alien explained, noticing Lin Bin's confusion. Of course you two can chat. Wang Jianwei smiled and walked out of the office. What would you like to drink? Lin Bin asked, pointing to the liquor cabinet. I prefer foreign liquor. I can't stand the others. I like foreign liquor too. Lin Bin poured a glass and placed it in front of Alien sitting beside her. Have you ever drunk like this? Alien took a sip, held it in her mouth, then leaned forward, wrapping her right arm around Lin Bin's neck. Lin Bin closed his eyes, feeling the softness of her lips. The spicy liquor flowed into his mouth, carrying a hint of fragrance. His left hand reached up while his right hand slowly slid down her slender waist. The next morning, I never expected that the venue for Lian Sheng would be in this shabby house. Alian rested her head on Lin Bin's shoulder, her left hand tracing circles on his chest. I've been living here since I first arrived in Xiangjiang, so I've gotten used to it over time. Lin Bin propped himself up on his elbows, his left hand gently stroking Alian's hair, gradually pressing down. Hiss. Lin Bin exhaled a puff of smoke with satisfaction, as the old saying goes, a morning cigarette is better than being a living god. Half an hour later, he patted Alian's perky bottom, and she lifted her head with a dazed expression. Go wash up a bit. Lin Bin got out of bed and put on his clothes. Are you planning to join Lian Sheng, or continue staying with Hengzi Dui? Once I join Lian Sheng, I won't be able to help you with anything. I'd rather stay with Hengzi Dui. Alian held Lin Bin's hand, resting her head gently on his shoulder. Alright, if I help you become the decision-maker of Hengzi Dui Abu, you start assisting Alian from today. Lin Bin spoke to Butong Lin in the passenger seat. Is he capable? Alian looked at Butong Lin's slightly shy face. Haha, he can take on 100. That's even better than Gao Jin. Alian exclaimed in surprise, as she didn't think Lin Bin would deceive her. Butong Lin on the other hand laughed it off without a care. He'll get out of the car here, otherwise it won't look good if others see us. Since she decided to stay with Hengzi Dui, she couldn't let anyone discover their relationship. After passing the traffic light, Alian spoke. With Abu here, I trust your safety. If you need help, just call me. Lin Bin glanced at her. Alian leaned forward and kissed him deeply. Alian, where have you been? I've been looking for you all night. Turning the corner, she ran into Yao Wen. I've already told you we broke up, you don't need to search for me anymore. Who is he? I've never seen him before. Yao Wen pointed at Butong Lin, angrily questioning. That's none of your business, just leave. Alian glared at Yao Wen, who was above her in anger. Yao Wen tried to grab Alian's hand, but was kicked away by Butong Lin, joking that the woman of a big brother is not someone he can touch. Listen to me, Brother Min said. He wants to step down, so it's just me and Hua Bao Ming vying for the position. I have a chance, don't leave yet. Yao Wen struggled to get up, leaning against the wall with one hand. Chance. I will fight for my own chance. For these past few years I've been helping you resolve issues. Do your subordinates follow you or me? Alian turned slightly, casting a cold smile in his direction. Yao Wen watched her departing figure, a glimmer of despair flashing in his eyes. He didn't know whether it was because his lover had left, or because he feared that she could truly take away his man. Out in the open, who really believes in love? Hengzi Dui main hall. Brother Min, drinking tea this early is bad for your stomach. Alian walked into the hall and said to Brother Min, who was sipping tea. Alian, you're here. Sit down. As I get older, I've grown fond of tea. If I don't drink it now, who knows when I'll get to drink it again. Brother Min welcomed Alian to sit down and poured her a cup. This tea tastes great. I'll have a friend bring some good tea from the mainland for you to try someday. Alian took a sip and praised it. By the way, I just ran into An. He said you want to step down. Is that true? Alian asked Brother Min, who was drinking tea. Hee, if I don't step down, Illinois people. Brother Min chuckled lightly. How could that be? Hengzi Dui has grown from a handful of people to now over 1,000 under your leadership. Their business is thriving as well. Who knows, maybe one day we can stand alongside the four greats and become one of the 5 major societies. Alian poured Brother Min a cup of tea. I'm too old to see that day. Brother Min lightly tapped his teacup. I also want to run for the position. Determined that Brother Min really wanted to step down, Alian said firmly. You want to run for the position? What about An? Are you two having issues? Brother Min asked in surprise, firing off 3 questions in a row. The society knew that the two had been together for 2 to 3 years. Every time Yao Wen encountered a major problem he couldn't solve, it was Alian who stepped in. One had to admit that Alian was indeed more capable than Yao Wen. However, being a woman and Yao Wen's girlfriend, no one pushed her into a prominent position. From now on, he is he and I am me. The brothers all support me. Alian stood up and walked to the door, suddenly turning to look at Brother Min, raising her right hand and then clenching it. Alian Jia. The shout came in unison from behind Alian. TSK. A woman should stay home, support her husband, and raise children. What's she doing trying to be a boss like the others? At that moment, a burst of laughter erupted from within the room. Hua Bao Ming walked out, one hand holding his trousers. Ming Gu, is it really necessary to speak so harshly? Ai Lian re-entered the hall and sat down. Harsh. Am I wrong? Fighting and killing have always been a man's affair. What a girl like you is doing here to choose is just going to make people laugh when it gets out. Isn't that right, Ming Gu? Hua Bao Ming picked up a cup from the tea tray and took a sip. Ming, the times have changed now, it's all about brain power. Everyone has seen Ai Lian's performance. I think it's perfectly fine for her to step up. Min Gu said with a smile. Come on, in Hong Kong Island, which gang has a woman in charge? Have you lost your mind? Hua Bao Ming slammed the teacup on the table, and due to the force a crack appeared in the middle of the cup. Hua Bao Ming. Min Gu is still in charge. Why are you trying to rebel? Ai Lian raised her eyebrows and pointed at Hua Bao Ming angrily. In charge? If you want to step back, then just do it cleanly. Isn't it good to drink tea and take care of grandkids at home? Hua Bao Ming picked a toothpick and put it in his mouth. Ming is right. I will step back today, but now I need to go eat. As for who will be the decision maker among you two, let the brothers decide tonight. What do you think? Min Gu smiled, playing with the cracked cup in his hand. All right then, let's wait for tonight. I want to see who is willing to have a woman on top of them. Hua Baoming glanced disdainfully at Ai Lian and walked straight out. Min Gu, he's too arrogant, he doesn't take you. Ai Lian frowned and looked at Min Gu. Not everyone is as respectful as you are. Get your brothers ready, he will definitely strike tonight. Min Gu tossed the teacup into the air, and as it fell he slapped it hard, causing it to shatter into pieces on the ground. Fei Lin, clean this up. Ai Lian, come with me. Min Gu stood up and walked out with Ai Lian silently following behind. Jada Building Far East Group. Bin Gu, the movie has finished filming. It premieres tomorrow night. Wang Jing entered the CEO's office with a smile. Got it, Lin Bin replied without looking up. Is there anything else? Not hearing the door open, Lin Bin looked up and asked. A friend wrote a song, but no one dares to sing it. He asked me to show it to you, boss. Wang Jing gently placed the songbook on the desk. Though I wear Western clothes, my heart is still Chinese. Lin Bin picked it up and glanced at it. It's well written. If others want, I will sing it myself. Lin Bin closed the songbook and said firmly, Boss, if you sing it yourself, it won't be easy to explain to the Hong Kong British government. He only brought out the songbook out of friendship, thinking the boss wouldn't look at it, but unexpectedly he did, and even wants to sing it himself. Explain? I'm out here living my life. Who do I need to explain to? Fatty, I'll tell you this once: foreigners are unreliable. Only our own people can be trusted. Lin Bin's sharp gaze pierced Wang Jing. He wanted to set himself as an example. It's time to return. Standing in the middle will only lead to a dead end. Since I don't want to be a foreigner's dog, I have to stand clearly. Not only do I need to sing, but I also need to promote it vigorously so that my family can see and hear it. I understand, boss. Wang Jing looked at Lin Bin seriously. He was well aware of the nature of those foreigners who would eat people and not spit out bones. Boss, it's time we should get going. Wang Jianjun knocked and entered. Jingzi, you arrange everything. We start recording tomorrow. Lin Bin gave a brief instruction and walked out of the office. At the Backbone restaurant, He Liansheng's guest Lin Bin has arrived. Please come in, Lin Sheng. The welcoming attendant called out loudly, accepting the flower basket from Wang Jianjun. Lin Bin nodded and stepped into the restaurant, his tailored suit accentuating his tall stature, perfectly showcasing the aura of a wealthy young master. Behind him, Wang Jianjun and 6 others formed 2 rows, all dressed in identical black suits, solemnly following Lin Bin. Lin Sheng, thank you for coming. A man named Law approached, extending his right hand. A small gift, wishing you longevity as vast as the South Mountain and blessings as abundant as the East Sea. Lin Bin smiled and offered a golden peach. Just showing up is enough, no need for such formality. Crow, place it in the center position. Luatawa directed a muscular man in a black shirt with long hair beside him. That must be Lin Bin. He looks the handsome Lin, indeed, a name well matched with his nickname. He doesn't look like a big boss. He looks more like the young master of a big family. Which young master has such formidable men by his side? Just looking at their eyes tells you they must have killed quite a few people. Oh no, he's looking over here. Quiet down, don't embarrass our entire Xinghe society. The table next to them instantly fell silent. Haonian, have these brothers take their seats. Lin Sheng, please follow me. Luatawa warmly took Lin Bin's hand and walked to the main table. Wow, Lin Bin looks so dashing today. Liang Kuan, who was bored tinkering with the chopsticks on the table, exaggeratedly spread his arms wide upon seeing Lin Bin sit down. Are you crazy? When am I not dashing? Lin Bin laughed and swatted Liang Kun's hands away. You two better drink more later. I'll excuse myself for a bit. Luatawa left with a smile. Ding Yao from the Sanlian gang has arrived. Came a shout from outside. Oh, Luochuo's connections are impressive. There are many gangs from Taiwan that have branches in Europe. Luatawa fled to the Netherlands before starting his business and only returned to Hong Kong to establish himself after making a fortune. An individual wearing gold-rimmed glasses and meticulously combed back hair said, it seems he made those connections back then. No wonder it's the largest organization in Hong Kong. Xiang Sheng knows this too. Lin Bin smiled as he conversed with the other person. I don't deserve such praise. Under Lin Sheng's leadership, He Liansheng will eventually unify He Ji. Then you will be the biggest in Hong Kong. Xiang Bo adjusted his glasses and said. Lin Bin chuckled softly without replying. Lin Bin, I'm back. Be careful. At that moment, Luotoa returned with Ding Yao followed by 2 others. So it's you rascal. I thought it was some dog barking. This time you want to escape from Hong Kong. Lin Bin turned his head and saw that behind Ding Yao was Chun Haonan, who had fled to Taiwan. He never expected that he would get involved with the Sanlian gang. Miss Ding, have your people apologize. Luochuo's smile vanished as he observed Ding Yao's men behaving so recklessly, his tone turning cold. Haonan, apologize. Ding Yao, unaware of the enmity between the two, would have made Chun Haonan apologize regardless. Not even Lei Gong would want to offend a major organization like He Liansheng. Gang leader. Slap. Apologize. Chun Haonan wanted to say something, but Ding Yao slapped his face to interrupt him. She only took him in to win over his brother Shan Ji, because Shan Ji's cousin is Ku Jihua, who has been with Lei Gong for many years and holds some sway in the gang. However, this did not mean she could tolerate his disobedience, especially in front of so many gang leaders. If news got out, what dignity would she have left? It's already difficult for a woman to be a leader. Shut up, Lin Sheng. Chun Haonan's face turned red, his back teeth clenched tightly, his entire face almost contorting. The veins on his clenched fists were bulging visibly. Shut up. Shut up. No one taught you to stand straight when being hit. Lin Bin slapped Chun Haonan twice back and forth, his strength far surpassing that of Ding Yao. Chun Haonan grunted twice, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth, his cheeks visibly swelling. Pock. Chun Haonan spat out a mouthful of blood. One of his teeth fell to the ground. Lin Sheng, it's my birthday today. Please show me some respect. Luata intervened to stop Lin Bin. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Now get lost. Lin Bin nodded apologetically to Luata, then turned to Chun Haonan and coldly commanded. Lin Sheng, we meet again. Ai Lian followed behind Min Ge, as Dong Xing could not possibly exclude He Lianxing, so Lin Bin would naturally attend. Hello, who is this? Lin Bin stood up smiling and greeting the other party. Let me introduce, this is Lin Bin from He Lianxing with Min Ge. This is our decision maker from Hengzi, Dui Lin Sheng. Ai Lian introduced, standing between the two. What decision maker? I am getting old and planning to step down. I didn't expect Min Ge to be so young and handsome. Truly heroes emerge from the youth. Min Ge laughed heartily. I am flattered, please have a seat. Lin Bin extended his hand to shake with the other party. When it was Ai Lian's turn, a tingling sensation spread from his palm. Looking at her, he could see the admiration in her eyes, almost overflowing, and he smiled before sitting down. Thank you all for your support today. Oi Luatu would like to raise a toast to everyone. Luatu downed a cup of white liquor on stage. Chun Haonan, I don't care how you offended Lin Bin before, he is now the decision maker of He Lianxing. Keep your distance when you see him, don't cause me any trouble, or he'll personally take you to meet him. Back at the hotel, Ding Yao warned Chun Haonan. Got it. Chun Haonan nodded, silently cursing in his heart. Damn it, how long has it been since I fled to the island, and why does Lin Bin get to take the position in He Lianxing? Alright, you can go now. Seeing that the other party did not seem to be just making excuses, he allowed Chun Haonan to Ding Yao, I learned from the person at my table that there was an internal conflict in He Lianxing last month, and the previous leader was killed by the master of Zwiduan, allowing Lin Bin to rise to power. As the door closed, a man spoke softly. Gao Jie, you did well. I should have known better than to bring this waste along. Ding Yao rubbed her shoulder. I will always support you, you can rest assured with me here. Gao Jie walked over to Ding Yao and held her hand. Is your shoulder very sore? Let me give you a massage. Seeing that she did not resist, Gao Jie sat on the bed massaging Ding Yao's shoulder, then his hands slowly slid down. Humph. Ding Yao closed her eyes with her lips slightly parted. 800 words omitted here. Bin Ge, the recording studio is ready. Oh, we can start recording now. Lin Bin just returned to the company, and before he could sit down, Wang Jing rushed over. Ahem. Lin Bin put on his headphones and cleared his throat, then sang passionately. The mountains and rivers only linger in my dreams. My homeland has not been close for many years. But no matter what, it cannot change. My Chinese heart, though dressed in foreign garb, my heart remains a Chinese heart. My ancestors have already branded everything of mine with a Chinese seal. Yangtze River, Great Wall, Huangshan, Yellow River. In my heart, they weigh 1,000 pounds. No matter when, no matter where. The heart feels the same kinship. Good. Fantastic. Zhang Shuiyo is the god of song, and boss, you are the saint of song. You can perform on stage with him. Wang Jing applauded vigorously to compliment him. Shut up, say one more word, and he'll sell you to Africa to mine. Hearing Wang Jing's shameless flattery, Lin Bin's face turned red. Luckily, only the sound engineer was present, otherwise he would have lost all face. I am speaking the truth. If you don't believe me, ask Ali. Wang Jing said, pitifully pointing at the sound engineer. Yes, boss, you indeed sang very well. Your voice is quite steady. Ali looked at Lin Bin seriously. Is it really that good? Lin Bin stroked his throat with his right hand. Could it be that he could really hold a concert? Wang Jing exchanged glances with Ali, both struggling to suppress their laughter. Qian Kuan International Film Company. Kuan Ge, this is the guy. He says he has a good business proposal for you. Sha Chong entered the office with a tall, thin man wearing glasses. Damn it, can't you knock? Liang Kuan picked up a pen from the desk and threw it at Sha Chong. As soon as Sha Chong opened the door, he saw Liang Kuan with his eyes closed, leaning back in the boss chair, while a female actor from the company was hard at work. He quickly realized something was off and hurriedly exited, shutting the door. What's wrong, Chong Ge? The tall, thin man asked Sha Chong with a puzzled expression. It's nothing, Kuan Ge is busy. Just wait a minute. Sha Chong put his left hand on his waist, puffing out his belly, and patted his pants with his right hand. Come in. Just as he finished speaking, Liang Kun's voice could be heard. Sha Chong gave the other person a look as if to say, see, I told you it was right. You little brat, you're affecting my performance. If you don't explain clearly, you'll have two black guys come and act with you. Liang Kuan rolled his eyes at the newcomer, while the female actor covered her mouth and rushed to the bathroom. Hello, Kuan Ge, I'm Lin Yao Dong, and I'd like to discuss this with you. The tall, thin man took out a small bag from his pocket and placed it on the table. What is this? Liang Kuan managed to sit up straight, picked up the bag, opened it, and sniffed it, wrinkling his nose in disgust. This is ice meth, purely chemically synthesized. The cost is negligible. I wonder if Kuan Ge is interested. Lin Yao Dong said with a smile, adjusting his black-framed glasses as he looked at Liang Kuan, not believing he wouldn't be interested. Damn, why is everyone bringing this to me? Liang Kuan threw the ice meth toward Sha Chong. Lin Yaodong broke out in a cold sweat. This was completely different from what he had anticipated. He had imagined Liang Kuan would be excited to collaborate with him, and that they would grow strong together, helping the whole village prosper after returning to the tower. Call the police and tell them I caught a drug dealer. Let the police department apply for a good citizen certificate for me. Liang Kuan waved his hand. Damn it, he wanted to be a good citizen like Lin Bin. How dare this kid ask him to sell drugs? Kuan Gu, he says he's from the tower. Sha Chong stood still and spoke up. Tower. Hey kid, do you know Lin Bin? Liang Kuan tapped the cigarette box and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it up. Lin Bin. I have a cousin named Lin Bin. I don't know if he's the one you're talking about, Kuan Gu. Lin Yaodong quickly. Damn, it really is. Do you know your cousin is in drug enforcement? He's my good brother. You dare come to me with this? Liang Kuan exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression strange. Ah Bin is your brother. Lin Yaodong was confused. He had been messing around in Japan for 7 or 8 years and had no idea Lin Bin had come to Hong Kong and was now a key figure in one of the 4 major gangs. Forget it, you idiot. Sha Chong, take him to see Ah Bin. Liang Kuan was too lazy to explain and directly ordered Sha Chong to take him to Lin Bin. Oh, what about this stuff? Sha Chong picked up the ice meth from the ground and asked. Throw it away. Crazy. Liang Kuan was furious. If it weren't for the fact that the guy had been with him for so many years, he would have thrown him into the sea to feed the fish. Wan Chai Benspar. Sha Chong, what brings you here today? Hey, get a good spot for Chong Go and send a dozen beers. Bo Che Wei, the big guy, suggested. Some still use nicknames, greeted Sha Chong, then turned to instruct the waiter. Save a spot for me, I'll take him to see Bin Go first. Sha Chong handed Bo Che Wei a cigarette and pointed to Lin Yaodong. Who is he? Bo Che Wei took the cigarette and placed it in his mouth, looking Lin Yaodong up and down. Lin Yaodong seems to be from Bin Ge's hometown. Sha Chong patted Lin Yaodong on the shoulder. Lin Yaodong looked at the two in astonishment, not expecting that someone who had once followed him around like a shadow was now thriving in Hong Kong. He wasn't sure if it was the same person, and if not, he genuinely feared he would be sent to prison for life. Come with me. Bo Che Wei nodded. Big guy, Sha Chong is bringing someone from your hometown to see you. Bo Che, come in. Upon hearing the voice, Bo Che Wei walked in first. Dong Gu, is that you? It's been a long time. Lin Bin smiled as he saw Lin Yaodong. Ah Bin, I didn't expect it was really you. Lin Yaodong looked at Lin Bin with a complex expression. Perhaps it was because he felt uneasy seeing his former little brother, who once followed him, grow into someone he now. Have a seat. I didn't see you when I returned to my hometown recently, and I was too busy to ask Uncle Gong. What brings you to Shanjiang? Lin Bin walked to the wine cabinet, opened a bottle of foreign wine, and poured a glass for Lin Yaodong. A few years ago, I went to Japan and self-studied a bit of Japanese. Recently, the otaku group in Shinjuku needed a translator who speaks Cantonese, and the boss of the Tainan gang recommended me to him, so I came along with him. Lin Yaodong took the glass and downed it in one go. Japanese. What are you doing in Xianjiang? Lin Bin asked with a frown. This? Lin Yaodong took out some ice meth. You made this ice meth? Lin Bin looked at the slightly yellow. You know about ice meth? This is mine. That Japanese came here to negotiate this business with a gang, and then that big shot called Taizi found me privately asking me to learn this and cooperate with him. I don't want to deal with the Japanese, so I agreed to him. Lin Yaodong filled his glass again. Later, I don't know what happened, but Taizi was caught by the police, and that Japanese saw things were going south and fled. Just now I was taking this to find Liang Kuan, but unexpectedly, he had someone send me over to see you. Lin Yaodong took a big gulp and continued. Lin Bin quietly listened to him finish. I tipped off the police about Taizi, who I also took care of his father, all to clean out a hall master in the gang who dealt in white powder, and to help an inspector in the process. Why? Lin Yaodong didn't understand. Many gangs were involved in drugs, and this business was indeed very profitable. Because it harms others and oneself. I want to lead the gang to turn to legitimate business, to let my brothers who follow me wear suits and ties, walking on the streets with dignity, making others envy them for having a legitimate job. So, I won't allow my people to do these things. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Bin said with a serious expression, putting away his smile. I understand. Lin Yaodong nodded, ready to leave with the ice meth. In Xianjiang, when I disagree with something, ordinary people dare not refuse it. If you want to do this, you have no manpower. Back home, I've given the village millions to repair temples, pave roads, and build schools, investing billions in businesses, providing jobs for everyone, and each year, they can earn at least tens of thousands. No one will do this with you. Lin Bin exaggerated the investment, aiming to extinguish his thoughts. He didn't want to see Lin Yaodong go down the road. So I have no way out. Lin Yaodong believed what Lin Bin said, just by knowing Lin Bin, the head of Hongxing, wasn't willing to give himself up. Lin Bin at least held an equal status with him, and he had no reason to deceive himself. You have many paths ahead. I just don't want you to walk down the wrong one. Lin Bin stepped forward, patting Lin Yaodong's shoulder, and continued. You've been out for so many years, it's time to go back to your hometown and take a look. If you can't adapt, come back to find me. Yuma di Hangzijui Zongtong. Hundreds of street thugs had filled the thoroughfare before the hall. Pedestrians hastily gave them room. Mingu, you said this morning that tonight the brothers would choose. They are all waiting at the door. Tell us who will take the seat. Huo Baoming spoke with a swaggering bravado. A third of the cadre answered to him. By his reckoning there were at least 300 men under his command. He scoffed at the notion that AI Lien could stir up any trouble. The brothers are all here, then let us go out and ask them. Min Gu smiled and stepped to the threshold. Brothers, I intend to step down today. From now on you decide who speaks for the group. Those who support a Ming stand to the... Min Gu cried out at the entrance. Ming Ji. Ming Ji. Half the crowd moved to the right, shouting hoarsely as sticks struck the paving with a clatter. Quiet. Huo Baoming raised his right hand in a clenched fist. All right, those who back AI Lien, make yourselves heard. The remaining half, unwilling to yield, roared until the whole street rang. AI Lien was taken aback, then glanced at Fei Lin. Fei Lin smiled and nodded. It was clear that Min Gu had signaled his support for her that morning by smashing the cup, and Huo Baoming had paid dearly for his arrogance. Ming, it seems AI Lien supporters are no fewer than yours, Min Gu said to Huo Baoming with a smile. Old bastard, is this you're doing? I told you to step down and you refused. Have you been sleeping with her? Huo Baoming stormed forward, pointing at Min Gu. AI Lien's brows drew together, her gaze cold. You speak nonsense. You have no sense and show no respect for your seniors. Which brother would obey you? Huo Baoming spat contempt. To hell with him. Brothers, beat him down. He tired of words. If Min Gu would not yield, then force would settle it. The old man's lost his mind. He's propped the girl up as a figurehead. Cut them all down. Someone cried. AI Lien pointed a slender finger at Huo Baoming. In an instant both sides clashed. Clubs and blades flashed, cries of rage and death filled the street. AI Lien, this is yours to handle. Min Gu stepped back into the hall, Fei Lin close behind. Butong Lin planted himself before AI Lien, his eyes scanning the melee with a keen, cold focus. He spied a thug lunging for AI Lien and delivered a vicious kick to the man's throat with a sickening crack. The attacker collapsed motionless. Huo Baoming carved through the crowd with his cleaver like a maddened bull. Wherever he struck, men fell or were grievous. Seeing Huo Baoming's ferocity, AI Lien called out, Bu, don't bother with me. Take him down. If Butong Lin did not act, her side would be routed. Butong Lin smiled, drew two short blades, and surged into the throng. His hands moved in a blur, blood sprayed through the air as a dozen men dropped in short order, and others hastily gave way, clearing a path. Ming Ji, watch out. Someone shouted. Huo Baoming turned. Butong Lin stood 10 paces away, his clothes stained with blood. The bodies that lay before him were still, and the rest watched him warily, afraid to move. Huo Baoming cursed inwardly, damn it. Where did this woman find such a deadly man? In so brief a span he had cut down a dozen, even slaying his own utterly without mercy. Brothers, how much did she pay you? I'll triple it. Come help me. Huo Baoming swung his arm, blood from his cleaver splattering the ground, the blade glinting bright. Butong Lin's grin widened. He tossed one short blade at Huo Baoming, then lunged with the other. God damn you. Huo Baoming cursed, too slow to dodge, and hacked at the flying knife. On impact, the small blade spun away. Butong Lin was already within 2 meters. With a single bound, he snatched the returning knife, then drove it toward Huo Baoming's neck. Huo Baoming scrambled to raise his cleaver in defense. The two blades met with a ringing shower of sparks. Butong Lin's mouth quirked as he thrust his left hand into Huo Baoming's arm and twisted hard. Oh, fuck, your mother. Huo Baoming howled, clutching his shoulder. Butong Lin pressed home with both blades, slashes and stabs. Blood spattered from Huo Baoming's chest. Butong Lin straightened and, turning to the stunned onlookers, allowed a small smile to cross his face. Huo Baoming is struck down. Those who surrender will not be killed. AI Lien cried. The men who had backed Huo Baoming dropped their weapons. Seeing the tide had turned, AI Lien led Butong Lin back into the hall. Min Gu had settled. AI Lien smiled and lifted a steaming cup of tea from the table, taking a delicate sip. Min Gu looked at Butong Lin, his body still soaked in blood, and forced a rueful smile. I truly was not mistaken. From now on the society is yours. Central Circle, Far East Group. 8:30 in the morning. Good morning, boss. President Lin. Lin Bin walked out of the elevator with Lin Guochang, already greeted by many people who were starting work, nodding in response to each greeting. How you're here so early. As Lin Bin entered the conference room, he saw Lin Guohao lounging in a chair with his feet on the conference table, hands clasped over his abdomen, meditating with his eyes closed. Brother Bin, it's my first time reporting numbers to you. How could I not come early? Upon hearing Lin Bin's voice, Lin Guohao lowered his feet and smiled. That's considerate. Has a Chong notified Jimmy to come? Lin Bin smiled, sat down, and turned to Lin Guochang beside him. Jimmy wasn't a hall master and wasn't required to be there for today's report. Yes, I called him last night to notify him. Lin Guochang took out a document from his briefcase and placed it on the table. Sorry, Brother Bin, I'm late. Not long after everyone arrived. It's set for 9 o'clock. I just came early, so everyone please take a seat. Lin Bin raised his hand to signal everyone to sit down. He'll go first. Business is good lately, and we've increased our supply of vegetables and fruits. We're reporting 1 million from SciComm. After everyone sat down, Lin Guohao was the first to speak. Brother Bin, although I just took over the business, it hasn't affected the numbers. Yuan is still 80,000 as usual, said Gao Jin, the second to speak. Lin Bin nodded silently, The money was paid to the syndicate, and originally Sun Wan's figure was this amount. No problem. Brother Bin Kwai Chung can also report 80,000. Big Head chimed in. 80,000. You better not be paying out of your own pocket. Lin Bin was surprised. Previously Han Bin made a profit selling drugs and arms, but now although the red oil was coming from Kwai Chung, the pipeline had just opened and Big Head was reporting 80,000. Lin Bin teased him. I learned from Ah Hao and started a seafood supply business. It's thriving. Big Head grinned. The others reported their numbers, with the smallest being 30,000 from Guanzai Sun and the largest being 50,000, totaling 600,000. Achong, how much money does the syndicate have now? Lin Bin turned to Lin Guchong. The syndicate's accounts currently show 23 million, with over 10 million unlaundered. Lin Guchong handed the document to Lin Bin. Since we're going legit, I plan to pay salaries to all the brothers on the roster, 2,000 Hong Kong dollars as a base salary. What do you all think? This treatment has already been implemented among those who follow me, but the other halls have not. Brother Bin, you're the one in charge. It's up to you. We have no objections. Guanzai Sun was the first to raise his hand. His subordinates constantly complained that Lin Bin was giving out salaries, always pestering him to distribute as well. What a bunch of useless guys. They didn't even think where I would get the money from. Now Lin Bin planned to use the company's funds to pay his subordinates, so of course he supported it. Okay, what about you guys? Lin Bin looked at the white-haired elder from Yuan Long and the tall guy from Tai Pa. Only the two of them had real power now. I have no issues either. The two exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Now it was clear that Lin Bin intended to consolidate power. Just imagine if his underlings were receiving salaries from him and he fell out with them, who would they stand behind? As for resistance, after a lifetime in this game, they surely knew how Fishhead Biao met his end. Moreover, if the one in charge had to pay his underlings and you as the big boss refused, you'd be in trouble if you went out. Alright. Achong, print the documents immediately. By sunset today, I want all the brothers to know this matter, making them understand that they are no longer street thugs, but official employees of the Heji Company. The meeting is dismissed. Lin Bin still didn't dare to say it was Far East Group, so he used Heji instead. The others left the conference room, some excited, some expressionless. Jimmy, take this with you. The factory will stop for 3 days. Print this in bulk. The larger the quantity, the better. Jimmy had received the notification last night to come for the meeting today, and knew Lin Bin had something for him, so he remained seated. Big boss, what is this? Jimmy picked up the disc and asked. A song I sang. I want this song to echo throughout Hong Kong within 3 days. Lin Bin said with a smile. Come on, are you going to switch careers to be a singer? Jimmy teased, putting the prepared disc. By the way, after so long, do you blame me for not giving you any turf? Lin Bin suddenly asked. Hey, don't mess. My business is doing just fine, or why would you want to give me territory? Am I supposed to take a knife and fight with people, being the gentleman I am? Jimmy exaggeratedly raised his hand to gesture. I know you don't like it, I was just worried you might overthink it. Lin Bin smiled at Jimmy's exaggerated actions and then threw him a cigar. I just want to do business. With all this concern for me, why not arrange for a couple of talents? I'm so busy these days that I don't even have time for girls. Jimmy took the cigar, lit it, leaned back in his chair, and took a deep puff. You know the manpower issue. If it comes to fighting, they're fiercer than anyone. I'm worried about dragging you down on business, you silly boy. Lin Bin toasted the cigar with a lighter before lighting it. Go to the talent market, you can decide the salary. This little matter doesn't need to be discussed with me. Lin Bin exhaled smoke and said, Alright, got it. I'm just born to be a busybody. Jimmy pretended to feel wronged, shaking his head. On the road at Kwai Chung Pier, 2 vehicles were in hot pursuit. In front was a white Toyota van, and behind it was a step on it and ram them. Bo Che Wei shouted at the driver. The rear of the leading vehicle already bore several. Inside the front vehicle, Gao Jia suddenly jerked the steering wheel, causing the car to collide with the crown. Misting, they're tailing us too closely, Gao Jia said urgently as he glanced back at the swaying vehicle. Out of the corner of his eye, Chun Haonan turned to Gao Jia. Hold on, Jia Gu, we're almost at the pier. I have a brother waiting on the boat. Chun Haonan interjected before Ding Yao could speak. Jia Gu listened to Haonan. Ding Yao was also aware that the vehicle behind was after Chun Haonan, but she couldn't guarantee that handing him over would ensure their safety along with Gao Jia. Damn it. Bo Che Wei was knocked over inside the car. Once the driver steadied the vehicle, he quickly got up and fired several shots at the front vehicle. Due to the distance and speed, only one bullet struck the rear window. Come on, hurry up and catch up. Bo Che Wei shouted, having run out of bullets. He slapped the back of the driver's seat with his handgun. Damn. A bullet whizzed past Chun Haonan's cheek, spraying blood, and startled him awake. He touched his face and instantly tensed up. The crown sped up, quickly aligning itself with the Toyota. Chun Haonan, Brother Bin says you can't leave Xiangjiang. Pull over. Bo Che Wei yelled at the rear car window, then raised his gun, pointing it at Gao Jia. Gao Jia's brows furrowed. He's out of bullets. Haonan shouted loudly. If they had bullets, they would have shot by now, and threatening wouldn't work. Gao Jia seized the moment, turning the steering wheel forcefully, pushing the crown towards the guardrail. You bastard, damn you. Bo Che Wei got out of the car, angrily kicking the door. Weiga, get in quickly. After a while, another identical black crown screeched to a halt at the roadside. What the hell are you doing, Huasheng? Drive faster. Bo Che Wei cursed as he got into the car. Hey big head. Chun Haonan ran to the pier stop him. Brother Bin said not to let him leave Xiangjiang. I'm on the road, and we'll be there soon. Bo Che Wei spoke into his large mobile phone to Gao Chong. Got it. Gao Chong hung up, leading over 100 men at the pier. Don't drive directly onto the pier, drive in, and walk onto the boat. Chun Haonan sat at a corner, and Gao Jia immediately drove in. 10 minutes later. Damn, where are they? Bo Che Wei got out shaking his head and walked towards Gao Chong. I've been waiting here and haven't seen them come. Gao Chong looked at Bo Che Wei. Boom. At that moment, a rumbling sound echoed from afar as a small fishing boat sped away. Damn it, I will definitely get revenge. Chun Haonan stood at the bow of the boat, vigorously slapping the railing, staring fiercely towards the pier. Big head, lend me some men, I want to cross the sea and capture him. Bo Che Wei vaguely saw a shadow at the bow of the boat, his eyes wide with fury. You should first take care of the injury on your head. Gao Chong frowned slightly at the blood on Bo Che Wei's face. Damn. Bo Che Wei wiped the blood on his hand, then clenched his fist and slammed it against the car hood. Prepare a speedboat for me, I must take him down. Bo Che Wei took off his shirt, crumpled it against his wound, and then had someone take him for bandaging. Clear the area. Night of the following day, Hsinchu, Taipei. Neon lights flickered ceaselessly along both sides of the street, bathing the entire thoroughfare in a kaleidoscope of colors. Pedestrians bustled back and forth, filling the street with vibrant energy. Aromas wafted from roadside food stalls, grilled sausages wrapped in large intestines, oyster omelets, and sweet and spicy fish cakes, tempting passers-by with irresistible allure. A woman in an elegant kimono laughed lightly with her fashionably dressed friend, holding a steaming snack. Nearby, a group of young people strolled barefoot in wooden get their rhythmic clack 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 echoing softly down the pavement. 5 men stood huddled in a shadowed corner of the street. One murmured, Brother Wei, I've confirmed it. The San Lian Bang will gather here tonight. Chun Haonan may attend as well. Good. We'll wait right here. Weapons are ready. Strike fast and vanish. Bosch Wei, his head wrapped in a bandage, slid his right hand into his jacket pocket and felt the cold weight of his gun. Damn it. Brother Bin had ordered him to keep Chun Haonan contained, but he'd slipped all the way to Taiwan. If he failed this time, he'd have no face left to show at the company. Soon a motorcade pulled up before the hotel entrance. The first Rolls-Royce halted smoothly. An elderly man stepped out, dressed in a pinstriped suit, his receding hairline combed upward with meticulous precision, supported gently by Ding Yao. Behind him, 4 more vehicles rolled to a halt in disciplined sequence, each discharging 4 men. Chun Haonan was among them. The elder exchanged warm banter with Ding Yao as they entered the restaurant, trailed closely by over a dozen men. Brother Wei, there are too many people. We can't move now, whispered Huashing, brow furrowed in concern. Lack courage. Then stay behind. We target only Chun Haonan. No one else matters. Bosch Wei shot him a glacial glance and replied coldly. 5 men, 5 guns. I won't flinch. Huashing recoiled under that icy stare and hastily affirmed his resolve. Let's go. Bosch Wei strode forward without hesitation. None of them noticed the quiet figure nearby, observing them intently from head to toe. Where were those men just now? Bosch Wei approached the restaurant entrance and leveled his gun at a parking attendant seated on the curb. They're upstairs, in room 888, 3 of them. I'm just a valet. I only watch cars, the attendant cried, raising his hands in terror. Who are you? Stop right there. As the 5 men reached the second floor, 3 bodyguards stationed in a triangular formation at the corridor entrance sensed danger and instantly blocked their path. 3 sharp reports rang out, bang, 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 and the guards crumpled to the floor lifeless. Panic erupted instantly throughout the restaurant. Diners spilled from private rooms, eyes wide with horror at the fallen figures. Some leapt from windows without hesitation, others froze mid-corridor, paralyzed by fear of stray bullets. Guests in the lobby stampeded outside, shouting wildly, someone's shooting. People are dying. What's happening? Inside his private room, Lei Gong heard the gunfire and spoke grimly. Bang. This is the Ho Lan Sheng. Uninvolved parties retreat into your rooms immediately. Bosch Wei fired a warning shot into the ceiling and bellowed. Chun Haonan, already rising to investigate the commotion, froze upon hearing that unmistakable voice and turned stunned toward Ding Yao. He hadn't imagined they'd dare pursue him all the way to Taiwan. 4 men seated near the door rose abruptly. The eldest among them, a middle-aged man, stepped forward and demanded, "Were the San Lian Bang? Who are you after?" Bang! A single gunshot answered him. He barely dodged in time, jerking backward, while the man beside him collapsed, blood blooming across his chest. Lei Gong, 5 men. They're heading straight for our room. The middle-aged man turned sharply to Lei Gong. Did you provoke this? Though phrased as a question, his tone carried absolute certainty. Lei Gong had already suspected the truth the moment he saw Chun Haonan's uneasy expression. Moreover, the Ho Lan Sheng was a Hong Kong triad. No dealings with them existed on his part. Only Chun Haonan had fled across the sea from Hong Kong. You son of a bitch. Run again, why don't you? Bosch Wei kicked open the door and fired, striking Chun Haonan squarely in the thigh. Chun Haonan collapsed onto the floor. After a breathless pause, he clutched his leg and let out a raw, Brother, I'm Lei Gong of the Sanlian gang. I'm not sure what offense this man has committed against you. Might I ask you to spare him for my sake? Lei Gong smiled as he turned toward Bo Che Wei. My apologies. This scoundrel dared threaten our Zhuo Guan in front of all the Triads. Today my brothers and I have come solely to claim his hide. Please forgive any offense we may have caused. Bo Che Wei first pointed at Chun Haonan, then clasped his fists in salute toward Lei Gong. Before Lei Gong could reply, bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, 2 to the chest, 1 to the head. Not even a celestial being could revive him now. Chun Haonan's eyes bulged wide in death, unblinking. Lei Gong's smile never faltered. Yet Ding Yao, seated beside him, saw the veins on his hands clench violently beneath the table. I take my leave. Bo Che Wei saluted once more, then turned and strode out of the private room. As the 5 men reached the first floor, a squad of armed gunmen burst through the entrance. Take them down. Thankfully their reflexes were sharp. They dove behind the bar in an instant. Brother Wei, what do we do? Hua Sheng asked anxiously while the other 3 brothers watched him intently. Damn it. 1 life, 2 brothers. We face fate together. Brother Ben won't abandon our families. Let's fight them to the end. Bo Che Wei gritted his teeth, rose, and opened fire. The assailants were instantly overwhelmed by the 5 men's reckless, suicidal assault. Brother Wei, let's go. Seeing the enemy stagger under the barrage, Hua Sheng shattered a nearby window with a single shot and rushed toward it. Go. Bo Che Wei glanced back, and the group laid down, covering fire. Click. His pistol was empty. He hurled it aside without hesitation. He scrambled up through the window last. Run now. As he landed on the street, he urged his brothers to sprint. Brother, long time no see. 2 cars idled at the street corner. From the first, Kai Jin Pao waved cheerfully, gesturing for them to hurry aboard. Get in. Brothers, thank you truly. Bo Che Wei sank into the rear seat and accepted a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Helping you is helping myself. I've long despised the Sanlian gang. I'd have moved against them already if Duck Ba hadn't held me back. Kai Jin Pao smiled faintly. First I'll settle you in. We'll talk properly once you've rested. Bo Che Wei exhaled a slow plume of smoke and nodded silently. The next day, brother, up yet? Duck Ba wishes to see you. Bo Che Wei stirred awake on the tatami, sprang to his feet, and opened the door. Sorry, I slept too deeply, he said with a grin toward Kai Jin Pao. Ba? No need for such formality. Come on, I'll take you there. Kai Jin Pao led Bo Che Wei out the gate and into the car. Soon they arrived at a traditional Japanese-style residence, its entrance guarded by a small booth where 2 crew-cut men sat chatting idly. Big Boss Pao, you're here. One of them leaned out the booth window to greet Kai Jin Pao in Hokkien. I've brought this brother to meet Duck Ba. Please open the gate, Kai Jin Pao replied with a courteous smile. Bo Che Wei returned the gesture with quiet respect. The guard pressed a switch. The Tumterhai iron gate slid smoothly to the right. Kai Jin Pao guided Bo Che Wei inside. The compound sprawled across a vast area. Gravel crunched underfoot throughout the courtyard. To the right stood a modest vegetable garden. A central pathway of polished marble ascended toward the wooden main house, flanked by 3 wooden steps leading up to a covered veranda. Duck Ba, your guest has arrived, Kai Jin Pao said, his usual levity replaced by deference as he addressed the crew-cut man watering the garden. Good. Thank you for your trouble. Please sit down. Chen Chi Li turned gently, speaking with quiet warmth. He handed the dung ladle to a suited attendant standing nearby, then ascended the steps to sit upon the veranda. They say even a mighty dragon bows before the local serpent. But you and Lien Sheng, you're no mere serpents, you're sea-crossing dragons. I dare not. Maintaining the dignity of the dragon head is my duty, Bo Che Wei said, standing below the stage and clenching his fists. Chen Shilai stared at Bo Che Wei for a moment before bursting into laughter. Haha, our president appreciates loyal and righteous individuals the most. Brother Wei, you are one of them. Kai Jin Pao also laughed heartily and then gave Bo Che Wei a thumbs up. However, you won't be able to leave the island for now. Chen Shilai took a newspaper and placed it on the steps, indicating for Bo Che Wei to take a look. Shocking. A gunfight occurred at a restaurant in Hsinchu City, resulting in several deaths suspected to be a gang clash. The Hsinchu Police Department has officially issued a wanted notice for the suspects, urging citizens to provide any leads. Several blurry photos were attached, likely taken by surveillance cameras. President Chun, I want to make a call to our... Bo Che Wei frowned as he finished reading the newspaper. Of course, no problem, Pao. Yi hand him the phone. Chen Shilai said to Kai Jin Pao. Here. Kai Jin Pao pulled out a large mobile phone from his loose pocket. Big brother, I'm with 4 brothers on the island. I took down Chun Haonan last night, but now we're in a bit of trouble. The police are looking for us, and we might not be able to return for a while. Once the call connected, Bo Che Wei spoke calmly, as if he believed that as long as Lin Bin knew, everything would be. At that moment, Lin Bin was in his office listening to his own song. He frowned upon seeing the unfamiliar number on his phone, but still answered it. Listening to Ah Wei, he rubbed his forehead. Where are you now? Lin Bin asked. With the help of Brother Kai from the Bamboo Union last night, I managed to escape. I'm currently at President Chen's place. Bo Che Wei glanced at the smiling Chen Shilai. You pass the phone to him. Bo Che Wei handed over the phone. Hello, President Lin, this is Chen Shilai. Chen Shilai said politely. Thank you, President Chen, for taking care of my brothers. I wonder if you could assist in getting them. Of course, I won't let President Chen help for free. It's 1 million per person. Lin Bin first expressed his gratitude, and then asked the other party to help send Ah Wei and the others back to Xiangjiang. I'm sorry, it's not that I'm unwilling to help, but the deputy chief came to find me this morning, and now the situation is tense. It's better to let these brothers stay with me for a while, and I will send them off the island later. Hearing that Lin Bin was willing to pay 5 million just to send them off the island, Chen Qilai glanced at Bo Chewei. Bo Chewei was puzzled but smiled and nodded in agreement. Then I'll trouble President Chen for a while longer. 5 million, I'll have someone send it over right away. Please hand the phone back. Although I can't send Ah Wei back immediately, Lin Bin still agreed to the 5 million reward. Worried that the other party might not accept it, he thought to send someone to run an errand. Hello, big brother. Bo Chewei took the phone. You and the brothers just follow President Chen's arrangements during this time. You don't have to worry about anything. Just relax and treat it as a vacation. I will handle the matters. Lin Bin spoke. Understood, big brother. Bo Chewei hung up the phone and returned it to Kai Jinpao. Your big brother is quite something. He spent 5 million to buy your peace. Chen Qilai thought the other party was afraid to hand them over, so he was still willing to give 5 million. Thank you, President Chen. Our brother Bin has always treated us this way. Bo Chewei said politely. Pao Yi, make sure they are settled in to arrange whatever they need. Since the other party was so generous, he couldn't be stingy lest word get out that he was a bully taking advantage of others. Wei is in trouble in Taiwan. Take 5 million with you and contact this person upon arrival. Lin Bin picked up a piece of paper and jotted down Kai Jinpao's phone number. Wang Jianjun nodded calmly. Hearing that his younger brother was in difficulty, he showed no sign of anxiety. After all, the call itself implied there was no immediate danger. Hsinchu City. Wang Jianjun. I need to see Wei. The moment he landed, Wang Jianjun made the call. Brother, where are you now? He'll send someone to pick you up. Kai Jinpao, concerned he might be inconvenienced, left his own number so Wang Jianjun could reach him any time. Then please send them quickly. He'll wait here. Wang Jianjun gave his approximate location, then stood by the roadside with another brother. What brings you here? Wei asked, puzzled as soon as they met. Thank you. This is deeply appreciated. If there's ever anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to ask. This is what Brother Bin entrusted me to deliver to President Chen. Please pass it along. Wang Jianjun ignored him and turned instead to Kai Jinpao beside him. No problem. You two brothers go ahead and talk. Kai Jinpao took the bag containing Hong Kong banknotes and stepped out of the room. They'll take you back now, Wang Jianjun finally said. The local police are issuing warrants for us. There are too many officers on the lookout. Stepping outside would risk exposure. You should return first. Staying too long leaves Brother Bin short-handed, and I trust his arrangements completely. Wei frowned. Alone it would have been manageable, but 4 brothers remained here. He couldn't possibly abandon them. Then take care of yourselves. Wang Jianjun offered no further words. With the city's largest local triad ensuring their safety, staying put was far safer than attempting a breakout. 2 days later. Brother Bin, you've gone viral. Every audio store across Hong Kong is playing your songs. Lin Guahao burst into Lin Bin's office breathless. This may not be entirely fortunate, Lin Bin replied with a faint smile. Lin Guahao looked bewildered. The foreigners won't take kindly to it. I expect someone will come knocking within the next 2 days. Prepare the brothers. If I'm detained for over 3 hours without word, mobilize everyone onto the streets immediately. Lin Bin explained further. Brother Bin, do you have a plan? Should I pull everyone out right now? Lin Guohao's expression darkened. It's too late. What happens next depends entirely on how our elders back home interpret the situation, Lin Bin said indifferently. Senior Inspector Yang Jinrong of the Major Crime Unit. You're required to assist with our investigation. At that moment, Yang Jinrong entered with 3 officers. Inspector Yang, mind if I finish this cup of coffee first? Lin Bin lifted the cup and drained it in one swallow. Let's go. Lin Bin stepped forward. What are you doing? Lin Guahao shouted fiercely. No need. We don't require restraints. Mister. Lin is fully cooperative. A constable moved to cuff Lin Bin, but Yang Jinrong halted him with a gesture. At the doorway, Lin Bin exchanged a subtle, meaningful glance with Lin Guahao. Ah Chong, summon everyone to an emergency meeting. Anyone who refuses will learn firsthand that I demand absolute obedience, or forfeit their life. Lin Guahao declared, voice icy and unyielding. Lin Guchong seized the mobile phone and began dialing each member in turn. How? What's wrong? Why such urgency? Where's Ah Bin? Uncle G. Brother Bin was taken by the Organized Crime Bureau an hour ago. I am assuming command. Every single brother in the society must hit the streets. Raise the police headquarters to the ground. Lin Guahao raised the dragon-head staff, eyes blazing with how have you lost your mind? What do you plan to use to attack the police station? Officer Sun cried out in shock. Go to hell. Lin Guahao seized the ashtray and hurled it at Officer Sun's head. Ahao, stay calm. The police headquarters is no easy target. We need a proper plan. Gao Jin spoke gravely. Jin is right. We should first send someone in to scout, confirm Brother Bin's exact location before acting. That would be far safer. Gao Chong added in agreement. Officer Sun clutched his bleeding head staring at them in stunned disbelief. These men were truly mad. Let me speak. Brother Bin's instruction was for our brothers to take to the streets in peaceful demonstration, not to engage the police force in combat. Lin Guochang rose to his feet. Isn't it the same thing? The police will strike regardless, so why not strike? Lin Guohao slashed his palm downward in a sharp, decisive motion. Times have changed. 10,000 members marching, ordinary, unarmed citizens. Do you really think the police dare lay a hand on them? Do you think the homeland doesn't exist? Lin Guochang said patiently. You're the clever one. Then let it be your call. Anyone else object? Lin Guohao swept his gaze across the room. Good. Since no one objects, mobilize immediately. Whoever hesitates, his skin will be stripped from his bones after this. Lin Guohao's voice turned icy. Police headquarters. Lin Bin, this time you've gone too far. Senior command has issued orders. Your charges will be sealed beyond appeal. You'll rot in Stanley Prison for life. Yang Jinrong sat opposite Lin Bin, voice low and stern. Yeah, he's a bunch of foreign devils who want me dead, yet lack the courage to act. If they had any spine at all, I'd already be dead before stepping into that van. Lin Bin scoffed with disdain. You don't understand. Hong Kong still answers to them. For now, Yang Jinrong, it's you who's mistaken. This land belongs to the Chinese people and has never been ruled by outsiders. You're not even qualified to interrogate me. Send your superior in here. Lin Bin stood facing the mirror. Lin Bin, do you have any idea how grave your offense is? Li Wenbin strode into the interrogation room and opened with a sharp accusation. Is singing a crime? Ask the entire population of Hong Kong, 7 million citizens, if my singing breaks the law. Lin Bin pointed emphatically at his own face. Why push so hard? In a few years you can sing however you like, but not now. Li Wenbin sat down and removed his glasses. Then tell me, Inspector Li, what will you do in a few years? Lin Bin sat across from him, watching as the other man's brow tightened into deep furrows. This dilemma haunts countless political leaders and business elites alike. Those closely tied to foreign interests have long prepared for immigration, yet many remain bound to Hong Kong. No one knows what awaits them, purge or preservation. You have 1 hour left. There's no need to keep watching me. Go, handle the unfolding crisis. Lin Bin estimated the time. Nearly 2 hours had passed. Ahao's operation must have begun. What exactly do you mean by that? You're threatening the entire police force with Lin Sheng. Do you wish to ignite chaos across the city? You cannot bear that responsibility. A flicker of tension crossed Li Wenbin's eyes. He won't spare me either. Worry about yourself instead. Lin Bin gave a light, chilling laugh. Inspector Li, I hereby authorize you to alert all officers. Stand ready. At that moment a voice crackled through Li Wenbin's earpiece, and his eyes darted instinctively toward the mirror. So even here you hold no real authority, Inspector Li. Lin Bin raised his hand and waved casually at the mirror. Officer Yang, alert the team to stand by. I'll issue the official notice, said Li Wenbin, leading Yang Jinrong out of the interrogation room. Far East Group Conference Room. Aho, everything's ready. Hit the streets. Lin Guohao replied upon hearing the voice over the phone. Ok, you haven't had lunch yet. The old lady's already cooked. An elderly woman with snow-white hair said to a young man. Grandma, you eat first. I've just learned my boss was arrested by the police. My big brother's calling everyone to march in protest. Akin turned to the elder and said, damn it. What kind of fool walks out empty-handed just because his boss got arrested? Do you think your monthly salary of over HK2000 is earned for nothing? The old woman spoke angrily. Akin was 18. His parents had died long ago and she had raised him alone. With no parental guidance, he dropped out after junior high and spent 2 years drifting aimlessly on the streets before joining a triad after being bullied. Unexpectedly, his boss paid him a base salary of HK200 each month. Last month, leveraging his gift of gab and willingness to work hard, he handled seafood distribution in Saikang and earned over HK200. A dutiful grandson, he handed the full amount to his grandmother to save, vowing that life would only improve, and that within a few years he'd buy a 1,000-square-foot luxury flat to bring her to live with him. That night, she silently accepted the money and wept all night beside her son's photograph. It's the police. We're just marching, not armed. You stay home, eat, rest. I'll be back soon, Akin said, rushing out. That bunch of bastards. I'm coming with you. Incidents like this unfolded across the city. Within hours, massive crowds gathered across Saikang, Tsuen, Wantai, Pawan Chai, and half of Hong Kong Island. Men, women, and elders alike filled the streets, most holding banners proclaiming the British colonial government rules unjustly, imprisoning outstanding entrepreneurs. Number Gang Main Hall. Boss the Lin Sheng Triad has mobilized en masse. Total chaos. The streets are completely gridlocked. A number gang member reported to Wu Zhaonan. What are they doing out there, fighting? Wu Zhaonan frowned in confusion. Many top triad leaders across Hong Kong had recently been arrested, but none had triggered such swift large-scale unrest as Lin Sheng. Triads routinely planted informants within one another, so such intelligence was unsurprising, nor had anyone tried to conceal it. No, they're staging a protest march. Damn fools, triad thugs imitating political rallies. I love Lin Bin's song. He sang it with such spirit, and yet the police dared arrest him for it. Hong Kong has always been ours. Why should foreigners dictate our fate? Ah Chow take some brothers and lend them moral support. Wu Zhaonan smiled. Yes, right away. I'll rally the brothers to hit the streets. Kai Weichao grinned as he left. Xiang family villa. Brother 7 the Walin Sheng has fully mobilized. Should we prepare a defense? Xiang Shi asked Xiang Bo, who sat calmly sipping tea. What's there to panic about? You get flustered at the first sign of trouble. Lin Bin pays their salaries. Now that he's detained, his men are simply venting frustration. It's the police who should be worried, not us. 10,000 people. If mishandled, even the governor will be forced to resign. Xiang Bo remained unruffled, continuing to sip his tea, calmly advising his youngest brother to keep his composure amid crisis. Understood. I know what to do. Brother Bo, the number gang has also deployed. Neither side carries weapons, yet the streets are utterly jammed, indistinguishable between protesters and ordinary citizens. A refined-looking man hung up the phone and addressed Xiang Bo. Lin Bin certainly has courage, such boldness in youth, to openly declare allegiance at this juncture. But why has Wu Zhaonan joined in? If elder brother were still here. Xiang Bo furrowed his brow. Before his arrest, he'd already planned to transform the Triad into a legitimate enterprise and had begun liaising with contacts on the mainland. Should we? Xiang Shi spoke slowly, deliberately. What's your view, brother Lin Jiang? Xiang Bo asked the composed man. I believe restraint is wisest, for now. With 6 or 7 years remaining, provoking the colonial authorities serves no purpose. Lin Jiang spoke in a low, steady voice. Rumors say Lin Bin has been highly active on the mainland lately. Could this massive demonstration be orchestrated, with tacit approval from above? Perhaps, to use this as pretext for early reclamation. Xiang Shi abandoned all pretense. Indeed, if true, the British colonial administration stands no chance of resistance. Lin Jiang, take command. Mobilize our men to join the streets. If the police respond aggressively, withdraw immediately. Xiang Bo paused, then decided. Understood, I'll depart at once. As a loyalist of the Xiang family, he obeyed without hesitation. Police headquarters. Sir Li, the city's descended into chaos. Citizens have flooded our switchboard. Every street across Hong Kong is now occupied by protest marches, severely disrupting public order. Patrol officers are urgently requesting backup. What's the plan? Yang Jinrong stood in Li Wenbin's office, sweat beading on his forehead as he delivered the report. Central Ring, Audiobook Road Government House. Sir, how are you managing as the Commissioner of Police? Go outside and see what a mess Hong Kong has become. If you can't do your job, well, resign right now. You don't need to wait 2 years. Governor Peng Tingkong shouted, pointing at the commissioner. Sorry, Your Excellency the Governor, I will mobilize the riot police immediately. Zheng Xiangrong wiped the saliva off his face. Nonsense. Are there terrorists outside? Is your brain filled with excrement? Mobilizing the riot police against civilians, how do you think the international community will view us? How will the Queen view me? Do you want me to step down? You come take this position of the governor. Peng Tingkong angrily threw his cigar at him. Immediately gather all police personnel to calm the public on every street. Remember, I mean everyone. Peng Tingkong pointed towards the door. If this isn't resolved within an hour, I will strip you of your skin. In the police headquarters meeting room. Now the island is in chaos and the governor is furious. All police personnel immediately mobilized to manage your assigned districts, disperse the citizens, and remember, no use of force, no escalation of the situation. I will only give you 1 hour. Zheng Xiangrong said sternly. Sir, the root of the problem lies with Lin Bin of Liansheng. If we don't deal with him, we won't be able to suppress the situation. Li Wenbin spoke up. Are you telling me that because we arrested Lin Bin, all the triads on the island are protesting? I put you in charge of the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau. What the hell have you been doing as the commissioner? Is he trying to become the underground governor of Hong Kong? Zheng Xiangrong blasted Li Wenbin. So according to you, to solve this matter, we need to release Lin Bin? Kai Yuanqi asked. All the senior police officers immediately turned their gaze towards Li Wenbin. I'm afraid it has to be this way, Li Wenbin said, bracing against the pressure, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Sir, if that's the case, then you must agree. Kai Yuanqi stared intently at Zheng Xiangrong. If he agreed, the foreigners would not let him remain in the position of commissioner until retirement. Lu Jiehui, go talk to him. I give you the highest authority. Zheng Xiangrong glared at Kai Yuanqi as if he could kill him. Yes, sir. Lu Jiehui stood at attention. Li Wenbin looked at him indifferently. Anyone who negotiated with Lin Bin could likely be made a scapegoat later on. Interrogation room. Hello, Lin, would you like tea or coffee? Lu Jiehui walked into the interrogation room, where only Lin Bin was present, boredly fiddling with his fingers. I'll have a cup of coffee, thank you. Lin Bin replied politely. I am Lu Jiehui from the Police Complaints and Internal Investigations Department, and am here to discuss matters outside with you. Lu Jiehui placed the coffee on the table. Do you realize you're being set up as a scapegoat? Lin Bin smiled and said Li Wenbin is indeed cunning you logically and emotionally. He should be responsible. I don't understand why you're the one coming. I know Li Wenbin's father was the highest-ranking Chinese police officer, and he has extensive connections. No one wants to offend him. Indifferent, the commissioner specifically asked for me to come. The coffee in the police department is quite good. Lu Jiahui took a sip and continued. Right now, all the triads on the island are out demonstrating linear prominence has overshadowed the governor. Is that so? I thought it was just our brothers in Liansheng supporting me. I didn't expect there to be more patriots. Lin Bin indeed felt surprised. Does a song alone embody patriotism? Lu Jiahui looked at him seriously. If one cannot even sing a song, what else can one dare to do? If it were just a song, would I be sitting here? Lin Bin also put away his smile. I want to make a friend with you. After a moment of eye contact, Lu Jiahui said. Why? Lin Bin asked, puzzled. Like you, I am a Chinese and I am still young. I want to be the boss. I want to control my own destiny. Now I need the people behind you to exert their influence. I can give you a phone call. Lu Jiahui said with fervor. As he left the meeting room, he distinctly felt the ridicule directed at him from behind. Lu sir, I believe you have misunderstood. No one is behind me pushing me to do this. Some things must come from the heart rather than being opportunistic. Now that things have escalated so much, how do you plan to resolve this? Lu Jiahui asked with a furrowed brow. He could hardly believe that a big shot from a society with so many assets under his control was already worth over 100 million according to internal documents, and now dared to come forward and go all in. I need to go out to know if he can take charge or not. Lin Bin hesitated to agree immediately as the situation had changed drastically and was completely different from what he had anticipated. Sure, before coming here, brother, he has already authorized me. However, I hope you won't look down on me as a discarded friend, Lu Jiahui said with a bitter smile, realizing he had misjudged this time, thinking Lin Bin had the towering figure of the north behind him. I, Lin Bin, never judge my friends by their status. Lin Bin stood up with a smile and extended his hand. Lu Jiahui shook it firmly. Bin Gu, old ding. As Lin Bin walked out of the police station building, he saw Lin Guahao, Gao Jin, and others with a group of brothers holding a banner blocking the entrance. Huh? Lin Bin laughed loudly. How they just invited me over for a cup of coffee. Why are you and the brothers surrounding the building? Me. We came to take you home. Huh? Lin Guahao laughed heartily with a twinkle in his eye. Let's go. Lin Bin turned and smiled at the building, thinking to himself that this time he had outmaneuvered them. From Lin Guahao, he learned that the number gang and the new record had gathered spontaneously. He called each of them to express his gratitude and then let everyone disperse. In less than half an hour, all streets in Xiangjiang returned to normal. Many citizens couldn't help but marvel at how the Xiangjiang police force's execution capability had improved, but only those in the society knew that the cause and resolution of the incident were all due to one person, Liansheng Lin Bin. Half an hour after Lin Bin exited the police station, in a certain office in Kyoto, old master, this is how things unfolded. Now Lin Bin has been released. A secretary had just finished the report, as Xiangjiang was now the old master's top concern. Such a significant incident had to be reported immediately. They arrested an outstanding entrepreneur just because of a song. Is this their freedom of speech? Ridiculous. The old master took a sip of tea and said angrily, I order mobilize 3,000 troops from the southern military region to be dispatched to Xiangjiang immediately. By the way, the logistics park reported last time from Pengcheng is proposed by this young man Lin Bin, right? Tell Li Guiqiang that I agree and he doesn't need to spend any money. If there are mistakes, it's not his concern. Yes. The secretary saluted. Early the next morning, a news report caused a sensation on the island. Bin Gu, have you seen the news? The hometown has sent troops here. Lin Guahao slapped the newspaper on the table. What's the big deal? Is it wrong to send people to guard? Are they going to send over some Indians to eat curry? Lin Bin was eating the pineapple bun that Wang Jianjun had packed from the tea restaurant in the morning. Wasn't it you who called for them to be dispatched? Lin Guahao reached out for one and popped it into his mouth. Are you crazy? Do you really think I'm the governor of Hong Kong? Lin Bin quickly took a sip of water, nearly choking. Will the police come looking for trouble again? Gao Jin asked. This matter ends here. They also have their pride. We'll talk about future matters later. Lin Bin smiled nonchalantly. Inside the police station building, internal investigation department. Hee. Lu Jiahui chuckled softly in his office. The morning's newspaper was spread out on the table. Far East Group conference room. Lin Sheng, why did you call us here today? Daniel sat upright in his chair. Liang Kuan was smoking to the left of Lin Bin while he Zhaocheng frowned. The oil pipeline is now operational and the average profit over the past 2 days is 20 million. Here are the financial reports for you to review. Lin Bin instructed Lin Guiqiang to present the 3 printed reports. Wonderful, we can earn 2 million every day. Bin, you are truly my fortune god. Liang Kuan casually flipped through the pages, feeling overwhelmed by the numbers. The data is impressive, but this is due to the initial demand. The volume may not remain this high in the future, He Zhaocheng said calmly. I have studied the domestic market during this time, and it is rapidly developing. Future demand will only increase. The large volume we can provide now is due to past accumulations, and we need to consider future supplies. Daniel expressed optimism for the future, even suggesting that they need to guard against supply shortages. With you here, we don't have to worry about production in the short term. The other reason I called you here is regarding the logistics park I mentioned earlier. How did your discussions with the family go? Li Guiqiang informed him that the proposal for the logistics park had been approved. The land would be provided by them holding 51 of the shares, but they would not participate in management, they only needed to provide funding. I have no problem on my end, He Xiaoqiong nodded. Why not make money if we can, eh? Daniel said with a smile. Bin, what is this logistics park about? Is there a share for me? Liang Kuan was confused, but seeing that both He Xiaoqiong and Daniel supported the project, he naturally wanted to get a piece of the pie. Kuan Gu, I'm sorry, but the higher-ups designated the three of us to partner with the local entity. Lin Bin turned to Liang Kuan. Alas, I was too greedy. With the red oil business, I'm already satisfied. However, I must say, if there are any future business opportunities, make sure to invite me to invest together. Liang Kuan recognized that he did not possess Lin Bin's business acumen. He seemed to prosper in every field. He heard that the property company collaborating with Lianqing was earning tens of millions in Hong Kong dollars every month. Lin Bin nodded, saying that more people meant better business. One cannot thrive alone. Since you all agree, transfer the money to my account this afternoon. My clothing factory is almost completed, and I think we can hand over the construction to them. That's not an issue. We trust your people. Daniel exchanged glances with He Xiaoqiong. Neither of them had acquaintances in the mainland. They couldn't just send people over to start work. The salary would have to be 2 to 3 times higher, and there was no guarantee anyone would be willing to go, especially since the citizens of the Two Rivers were skeptical about the mainland. All right, let's leave it at this for today. I'm sorry, but I have another meeting to attend. Achan, could you please escort me out? Lin Bin said apologetically. President's office. What kind of game console did you bring in from Japan last night? Lin Bin tossed a cigar to Lin Guahao and leaned back in his chair to smoke. Having just seen He Xiaoqiong irritated by Liang Kun's smoking, he had held back for a long time. I intercepted a fishing boat smuggling goods. I thought it was some fool trying to bring in drugs from Saigon, but upon boarding, I found a batch of machines. It's this kind you can punch on it. 2 people can compete on this machine. It's quite intense, just $1 for 2 tokens, and these are for gambling. I thought it had potential, so I bought all 20 machines. Lin Guahao opened a catalog and introduced each item to Lin Bin. This punching machine is good. The entertainment industry is gradually rising too. However, in terms of gambling, how you know, I don't allow my people to get involved in that. Lin Bin frowned at Lin Guahao. Rest assured, Bin Gu, all 20 machines are punching machines, no gambling machines involved. Lin Guahao exhaled a puff of smoke. He wouldn't touch what his boss forbade. Has Ah Wei not returned yet? Should we send someone to pick him up? Book a plane ticket. I'll go personally, Lin Bin instructed Lin Guochang. This small matter I can handle. There's no need for you to go personally, Bin Gu, Lin Guahao replied. No need, I'm not going to negotiate. We discussed this before. I just want to meet Qin Chili to thank him for taking care of Ah Wei and the others. Lin Bin extinguished his cigar. 5 o'clock in the evening. Taipei Taoyuan Airport. President Lin seems to be even more spirited. The news of the events in Hong Kong has already reached our island, truly more impressive than the governor. As soon as Lin Bin got off the plane, he saw a row of Mercedes-Benz cars in the parking lot, each accompanied by 2 men in suits with crew cuts, with Kai Jinpao standing proudly next to the leading Rolls-Royce. Brother Kai, you flatter me. It's all just the goodwill of our fellow practitioners. I appreciate you coming to pick me up, Lin Bin said with a smile as he grasped the other's hand. We knew you were coming to the island and originally intended to pick you up personally, but we happened to encounter some matters that delayed us. Please don't take offense. Not at all, President Chun is surely busy. I understand, Lin Bin reassured him. Please get in the car, no need for courtesy from you brothers. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they invited Lin Bin and the others into the car. Lin Bin smiled and nodded at Wang Jianjun, then sat in the car with the help of Kai Jinpao. Soon the group arrived at Chun Killis' residence. This time there was no need for Kai Jinpao to speak. The security at the entrance automatically opened the door and the Rolls-Royce drove straight into the courtyard. President Lin, this is our duck tyrant, Kai Jinpao introduced with a smile. I've long heard of President Chen's esteemed name. Today, seeing you in person, your charisma is indeed remarkable. Thank you. I can't compare to the youthful heroism of President Lin, Chun Chili said, dressed in a white tang suit, shaking Lin Bin's hand before letting go. Big brother. At that moment, the parking attendant greeted Lin Bin. Away, you've worked hard. Lin Bin replied, we're just doing our duty for the association. And here President Chun takes good care of us. There's food, drink, and beautiful women, the parking attendant said, feigning casualness. Lin Bin nodded and patted his shoulder. Thank you for your care, President Chun. He expressed his gratitude once more. No need for formalities in our line of work. It's inevitable to encounter difficulties, and it's only right to lend a helping hand. Come inside. I've specially invited a chef from the hotel to prepare dishes for you to try our island's specialties. Chen Chili extended his hand in invitation. Everyone walked into the house, which was extravagantly decorated. The table was already filled with various delicious dishes representing the specialties of the island. Everyone took their seats in turn, and Chen Chili raised his glass, saying, Come, President Lin, let's toast to our first meeting. Lin Bin also raised his glass, smiling as he replied, With such hospitality from President Chun, I shall not be polite. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere gradually became more lively. Chen Chili suddenly changed the subject. President Lin, I have heard that your methods in Hong Kong are remarkable, successfully managing the association with great flair. We are all people of the path. Would you be interested in expanding some business on the island? Lin Bin's heart stirred. He had already contemplated expanding his influence, and this was indeed an opportunity. He set down his glass and said earnestly, "If President Chun is willing to lend a hand, it would be a great honor for me. However, I would still need to rely heavily on President Chen's support." Chen Chili thought to himself, indeed Lin Bin's personal trip here is surely not merely for these few people. He had researched Lin Bin's rise over the past 2 years, especially noting the immense ambition he exhibited this year, swiftly transforming from a petty thug to controlling over 100,000 people in the He Lian Sheng, even severely damaging their rival Hong Xing, while effortlessly wiping out 3 other associations. This young man is quite formidable. Recently, the storm in Hong Kong has created a sensation across Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, coming to the island this time. Who knows whether it will be good or bad? To be honest, we have been in constant conflict with the Sihai gang recently, and some local leaders have banded together, so our support is quite limited at present. Chen Chili spoke, vaguely unsure of Lin Bin's true intentions. Hong Kong has always been at the forefront of trends. A new entertainment industry has recently emerged, and President Chun might want to take a look. Lin Bin pulled out a photo album, which contained samples of the arcade machines that Ahao had casually tossed onto his. He had initially planned to flip through them out of boredom on the plane, but since Chen Chili mentioned cooperation, it might be worth using this. After all, which place lacks gamblers? Not making use of his own territory, this would be perfectly positioned on the island, and he wouldn't even need to oversee it. Just wait to collect the money. Is this a slot machine? Chen Chili opened the album and saw heavy machines depicted. Not understanding, he asked. The old-fashioned slot machine takes coins and then pulls a lever. If the symbols align on the center line, the player wins a prize with the amount, depending on the probability of the symbols appearing. Pretty much, except this machine has more prize categories, which include apples, watermelons, papayas, oranges, bells, 77, a double stars, and bar. The betting amounts can be adjusted freely, Lin Bin explained. Currently, there aren't many gaming venues and many machines are outdated. If this expands, it would be like a gold mine waiting for President Chun to dig up at leisure. The key is that the costs are low, and as for manpower, I believe your gang would not lack for that. Lin Bin took a sip of wine, smiling as he looked at Chen Chili. Kai Jinpa's eyes lit up. Duck Tyrant, this could be worth a try. How will the shares be allocated? Chen Chili asked. If we want to flourish across Taidao, the Julian Bang alone cannot do it. President Lin, how many people do you intend to send over? After a moment, Chen Chili added. Then Lin Bin shook his glass and said, I will not provide manpower. Then this venture will likely be impossible, Chen Chili replied. Chen Chili frowned. He would do the hard work himself. There was no way Lin Bin could sit back and reap the rewards. Business is forged through negotiation. President Chun, perhaps you should invite the other gang leaders to talk. Lin Bin suggested. Crossing the sea to establish a foothold is difficult. Better to talk first. It is only an impulse for now. If talks fail, so be it. Very well, tonight we drink. Kai Jinpao arranged for the various a Minnan word for bosses, to come to my place tomorrow, and we will talk. Chen Chili looked to Kai Jinpao and gave the order. The next day at noon, he announced, gentlemen, allow me to introduce a friend, Lin Bin of Xiangjiang and Lianqing. Chen Chili sat at the tea table and pointed to Lin Bin. Good day, everyone. Lin Bin rose and smiled to greet them. One of the men barked, damn, you're something else. With 100,000 followers, the Xiangjiang police can't touch you. I offer you this cup of tea in place of wine, someone toasted. Gui Dong, the leaders from our North Hall are Beiqing Hada, Shi of the Dongmen Gang, Dekia de Kyo, Seng Dingshuang's De Yong Sang, and Nanbaishan's Badong. Chen Chili first acknowledged the man who had spoken, then introduced each person to Lin Bin. They all wore smiles. What, introducing him before I arrived? Are you not welcoming me? A powerful voice sounded from the doorway. Dabao, we've been waiting so long. We thought you wouldn't come. Sit. Chen Chili smiled at the newcomer, while the others frowned, clearly not pleased. This is Chen Yongha of the Sihai Bang, nicknamed Dabao. Chen Chili poured a cup of tea for Lin Bin. You still haven't cleared up that downtown development project with me, and now you come to talk business. Chen Yongha demanded as soon as he sat down opposite him. Chen Yongha sat down and spoke in a domineering tone. I discussed it with President Lin last night. We intend to do this across the entire Taidao. Chen Chili recounted the conversation from the previous evening. So, who among you wants to dig into this gold mine? After pouring tea for everyone, he took a measured sip. I don't care how you negotiated it. I want 30% of the shares, you divide the rest yourselves. Chen Yongha finished his cup in one gulp. Good heavens, there are 9 of us. You want to swallow 30% alone. Aren't you afraid you'll choke? The hot-tempered Yong Sang shot back. Whether I choke I do not know, but I will certainly take you out first, Chen Yongha said, slapping the table as he glared at Yong. Coward, if you've got the guts, then show me. Yong Sang stood and pointed at Chen Yongha. Enough to bow. 30% is impossible. If we unite, we can break your Sihai Bang apart again. Chen Chili interjected to halt the quarrel. Let's do it this way, each of us takes 10%, and the 2 presidents, Chun, take 15% each. That way no one loses out. What do you all think? Lin Bin proposed. Brother, you're honest. I agree, the leader of the smallest faction, Beiqing Hada said, first smiling as he raised his cup to toast Lin Bin. Badong, what's your view? Chen Chili looked to Badong. I have no objection. We do business together, and we split the money together, Ba Dong replied with a grin. Ba Dong smiled, and said you crossed the sea to discuss such a large deal, and only asked for 10%. Is there some catch? Chen Yonghe fixed his gaze on Lin Bin. His show of temper was a performance, but his inner sensitivity was every bit as keen as Chen Chili's. By territory, those present saw Chen Yonghe and Chen Chili holding roughly 25% between them. Ba Dong's domain was the largest at around 40%, though the south was less developed and the population clustered in Taipei. It would be reasonable for the others to take 10% each, on the condition that this sea-crossing wild dragon did not exist. Xiangjiang is compact, but densely populated. I've long heard Taidao abounds in fruit and tea. If you don't mind, I'd like a slice of that pie, Lin Bin said with a smile. Lin Bin smiled as he spoke. Ahau had mentioned recently that Xiangjiang's demand for fresh vegetables far outstrips domestic supply. If Taidao's output were shipped over, it could increase supply by at least 30%. Chen Chili's brow tightened, and he thought to himself, indeed, this man's designs are not small. He has immediately targeted Taidao's most vital livelihood industries. After a long moment's thought, Chen Chili asked, where does President Lin intend to open the branch? I don't care about the location. There is one other matter my brothers wanted notices. Do any of you big bosses know a way to... The location mattered little, so long as business could be done. With the principal gang leaders of Taidao all present, he took the opportunity to ask whether anyone could get away and the others' warrants withdrawn. Ba Dong, you know more councilmen than the rest. Is there any way? Hearing that Lin Bin did not care about territory, Chen Chili breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Prepare 5 million for me, and I will handle it, Ba Dong agreed. No problem. Happy to cooperate. Lin Bin replied with a smile. This trip had sealed 2 deals, and lifted the warrants for Away and the others. Handing Taidao's business to him made the journey worthwhile. This is likely the first time all our gangs on Taidao have united. From north to south, a continuous line. With business this large, I'm curious how they will ever carry out their sanching from now on. Chen Yonghe, boom. Nathan Road, Kowloon. Bin, there's something blocking the way ahead. Wang Jianjun turned to Lin Bin. No hurry, let's watch the excitement, Lin Bin said as he looked at the street ahead. A group of delinquents was surrounding a person, punching and kicking him. Hey, what are you doing? Stop it. A patrolling officer shouted as he turned the corner. Suddenly more thugs turned to the patrolling officer and slowly approached him. Bang! A glass bottle smashed at the officer's feet, startling him as he turned to look. What are you doing assaulting an officer? The patrolling officer shouted angrily. Assaulting an officer? It's past midnight, I'm in charge here. A muscular man with dyed yellow hair and a necklace stood up chewing gum as he walked towards him. What are you doing? What are you doing? At that moment, a man in a suit with a tie walked over, pulling out his badge from his pocket and hanging it around his neck, followed by a person in a leather jacket, who also took out his badge. You threw that bottle, didn't you? Is it you? He had already reached the yellow-haired man, grabbing him by the neck and slamming. Step back. Step back. Police. The man in the leather jacket pointed his finger at the surrounding thugs one by one. How is throwing a bottle a crime? Someone in the crowd shouted. The suited officer crouched down, twisting the yellow-haired man's arm behind his back, and pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, then tossed the pack, scattering a few cigarettes along with a white powder. What is this? Get up, the suited officer said as he stood up. The yellow-haired man turned around to look at him while sitting on the ground. Take off your shoes. Take off your shoes. The suited officer shouted angrily. The yellow-haired man grimaced, squatting down to take off his sneakers, while the patrolling officer stood behind him smirking, and none of the surrounding thugs said a word. Take off your socks, the suited officer continued. The yellow-haired man obediently complied, then sat on the ground. Get up. I said get up. The suited officer kicked him. Take a step back. The yellow-haired man lifted his head, pretending he didn't hear. Take a step back. The suited officer stepped closer. The yellow-haired man retreated a little. Step back, another step. The yellow-haired man rolled his eyes and stepped back. Ouch! He stepped on a shard of glass and cried out. Jump! Jump! The suited officer smirked. Jump! Who the hell do you think you are? The yellow-haired man snapped, unable to contain his anger, and the surrounding thugs seemed to have found their backbone, closing in on the two. You think the police are something great? A burly man stepped forward and began to shove the leather-clad officer, causing chaos to erupt. Step back. The suited officer drew his gun and held it above his head, while the leather-clad officer pushed the burly man away and also drew his gun, sweeping it across the thugs. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, a series of crisp knocking sounds echoed. Everyone turned their heads, and a chubby man in a dark suit with slicked-back hair, a half-smoked cigar in his mouth, was walking down the stairs with a bottle in hand, the sound coming from the bottle hitting the staircase railing. The chubby man walked towards the two, and the thugs parted to make way. Chun Guozhong, trying to show me who's in charge, the chubby man said as he approached the suited officer. Hey fatso, I'll come and play with you tomorrow, the leather-clad officer interjected. The chubby man turned to see his badge that read, Senior Inspector Ma Jun of the Major Crimes Unit. No wonder he dared to speak up, as he was actually the superior of the suited officer. All right, then I'll slowly play with you, he said, taking a sip from the bottle, then raised the bottle high and smashed it down towards the ground, while the surrounding thugs did the same with their bottles. Ma Jun and Chun Guozhong scanned the thugs and exchanged glances, finally turning their attention to the chubby man who wore a provocative expression, first glancing at Chun Guozhong and then fixing his gaze on Ma Jun. Linbin, I need to speak with you. Come to Yuguchi Tea House for a cup of tea. My treat. What the hell, Inspector Lee? It's only 7 o'clock. What? Your police force starts this early? Linbin snapped into the phone. Inspector Lee Winbin apologized sincerely. Half an hour later, at Yuguchi Tea House. What is it? Linbin entered the private dining room and saw Lee Winbin lifting a steamed siu mai to his mouth. He frowned in irritation. Regarding last time, I had to keep it under wraps, as you know. Hong Kong remains under foreign control. Lee Winbin began with an apology. Does this suit your taste? Even the Sunset Society's inaugural banquet draws more energy than this, Linbin muttered, sitting down and idly stirring the dim sum on the table with his chopsticks. Truth be told, Linbin could hardly blame Lee Winbin. The foreign authorities had issued the order, and Lee hadn't even resorted to torture, which was already restraint enough. Yet afterward, Linbin had quietly resolved to keep his distance. One day I'll take you somewhere special and introduce you to a friend, Lee Winbin said, raising an eyebrow. Your father? Linbin replied flippantly. Seeing no response, he added, just tell me straight. What's going on? He lifted a piece of taro and sparrow with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. 3 officers were killed last night at Kowloon police station. I suspect Wang Bao, but I have no evidence. Help me eliminate him. Lee Winbin set down his chopsticks and poured himself a cup of tea. Hey, you're a chief superintendent and I'm a law-abiding businessman. You're asking me to eliminate a triad boss. Are you insane? Linbin spat out a bone and tapped Lee Winbin's chest lightly with his chopsticks. One of the dead was my nephew. Here's some intelligence for you, Lee Winbin said, utterly unfazed by Linbin's gesture. If your nephew's dead, investigate him yourself. Murder is illegal, and especially so when committed against police officers without conscience or mercy. Linbin took a sip of water. A phrase flashed through his mind. After midnight, I call the shots. Hong Kong has no death penalty, but I demand he pays with his life. Lee Winbin fixed Linbin with an unblinking stare. What intelligence? Tell me. After a long silence, Linbin spoke. Do you remember Paka, the Thai man who delivered goods for Han Bin? Lee Winbin smiled faintly. Wasn't he arrested? Did he escape? Linbin frowned, puzzled as to why this name had surfaced. He's a Thai warlord, a battalion commander under General Nai Chai. We've received credible intelligence. Nai Chai has hired a team of mercenaries with 2 objectives, to either rescue Paka or eliminate the one who betrayed him. Lee Winbin spoke slowly, deliberately. You dare threaten me? Linbin's expression hardened, his aura surging like a coiled dragon's gaze upon Lee Winbin. I won't betray you, but can you guarantee no one will trace it back to you? Lee Winbin removed his glasses and polished them carefully. Lu Jiahui comes from Intelligence Division. You can verify what I've said with him. After slipping his glasses back on, Lee Winbin lifted his eyes to meet Linbin's, light glinting coldly. The surveillance footage from that interrogation room remained intact. Senior leadership had already reviewed their conversation. Thus, Lu Jiahui remained untouchable for now, and 3,000 troops had already deployed into Hong Kong. Give me their intelligence. Linbin's voice was flat, unreadable. I don't have it. Only that there are 7 of them. I'm from the Major Crime Unit. For specifics, you'll need to consult Lu Jiahui. Lee Winbin withdrew a handkerchief from his pocket and dabbed his lips. This information isn't worth it. Goodbye. Linbin pulled out a napkin, wiped his mouth, and rose to leave. Next year, I'll be Deputy Commissioner of Police, overseeing all operational units. Whether this friendship continues is entirely your choice. Lee Winbin didn't glance at Linbin, but gazed silently at the dim sum resting on the table. Hearing this, Linbin paused at the doorway and turned back. Only then did Lee Winbin lift his eyes to meet Linbin's. They held each other's gaze for a long moment, until Linbin broke the silence with a slow, knowing smile, then walked out without another word. Lu, sir, I heard a batch of mercenaries will be coming to Xiangjiang soon. Can you get any information on them? Linbin called Lu Jiahui as soon as he returned to the office. Mercenaries? Why are you suddenly asking about this? Lu Jiahui furrowed his brows and asked. Lee Winbin just contacted me for tea and mentioned that this group might be looking for trouble with me. I prefer not to be passive. Linbin explained. Lee Winbin, let me check. I'll get back to you later. Lu Jiahui hung up the phone. Sir, what's the deal with the batch of mercenaries that landed recently? Lu Jiahui called back in a relaxed tone. Central District Police Headquarters Office of the Chief Inspector of Criminal Intelligence. Wow, Lu, sir. I thought you were inviting me for morning tea, and here you are asking for important intelligence right away. Zhuo Kai took a sip of the coffee on the table. Of course, no problem for morning tea. Just give me their information and I'll handle it for you. Lu Jiahui replied with a smile. Normally we hand over intelligence to the Major Crimes Unit. Lu, sir, this isn't following the rules. Zhuo Kai said softly. This is from Lee, sir. Do you think it follows the rules? Lu Jiahui chuckled. I understand. I'll send you the materials shortly. Zhuo Kai replied after some thought. Lu Jiahui seemed to have established connections in the north. Lee Winbin's father was previously the Chinese commissioner, and internal news had surfaced that he would be promoted to Deputy Commissioner of Operations next year, making Lu Jiahui a candidate for managing Deputy Commissioner. If the two of them joined forces, the dynamics of the police force would indeed change. It would be like a battle of the immortals. There was no need to offend them over a few mercenaries. After all, anyone could deal with them. Far East Group CEO's office. Jianjun, do you recognize these people? Lin Bin took out several photos and placed them on the table. Tianyang 7. Wang Jianjun frowned and said, tell me more. Seeing Wang Jianjun knew them, Lin Bin wanted to gather more information for future reference. These individuals are all child soldiers. After their warlord was defeated, they have been operating in Southeast Asia. The leader Tianyang has a violent and ruthless nature. I've crossed paths with him and his skills are exceptional. The second Tianyang, he is also quite skilled. The others each have their specialties such as demolition and firearms with strong teamwork capabilities. Wang Jianjun said as he examined the photos one by one. However, perhaps due to their background they believe in justice and fight for it, but they adhere to a code of ethics, never taking on jobs against the elderly, women, and children. Wang Jianjun added, how did you come by their information, Bin Go? Wang Jianjun asked. I received intelligence that they are already in Xiangjiang planning to break into a prison or eliminate me. Lin Bin chuckled lightly, unconcerned. I'll take care of it. Hearing Lin Bin say that they were coming for trouble, Wang Jianjun immediately spoke up. Not so fast. Do you think there's a chance to recruit them? After listening to Wang Jianjun's explanation, Lin Bin became interested in the group. It might be impossible for others, but you could give it a try, Bin Go. Wang Jianjun looked at Lin Bin with a complicated expression. His charisma was something I had never seen before, not even among those warlord commanders in Southeast Asia. All right, spread the word. Oh, anyone with information about them will receive 100. Let Abu and Ajin come back to help you, and after you find them, bring them to meet me. Lin Bin added. No need. During this time, I've brought over 20 brothers from my hometown. After this long period of training, it's time to get into action. Wang Jianjun refused. He had promised to bring his brothers over to make big money, and now was the perfect opportunity to start working. All right, then I'll wait for your good news. With that, Lin Bin leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. In a residential building. Elder brother, there are many people outside looking for us. What should we do? Tian Yangyi, holding a packed lunch, walked into a room and asked Tian Yangxing, who was sitting on the sofa. How can this be? We just arrived in Xiangjiang yesterday, Tian Yanjin said with a frown. Haha, police and gang collusion happens everywhere. There are no principles in this world, Tian Yangxing chuckled lightly. To mobilize such a large-scale search, this person must have considerable power. If we don't abandon the mission, we might as well leave Hong Kong Island. As the strategist Tian Yangji looked out the window at the street below, where many gangsters were comparing photos with what about Seventh Sister's illness? Na Kai said he would replace her heart. Tian Yangxin looked at Tian Yangxi, who was pale and was inserting fuses into a can. Elder brother, let's forget it. I'm still holding up, and with so many people outside, I don't want you to take risks, Tian Yangxi said softly, putting down the can. No, fall back. Tian Yangxing shouted loudly, his ears twitching. The door exploded with a loud bang. 2 green spheres were thrown inside. Hide. Tian Yangyi at the door shouted at the grenade, then pressed his body towards it. Tian Yangxing, my boss, you should give up resisting and come with me willingly. A voice came from outside the door. After waiting for a moment and not hearing an explosion, Tian Yangyi stood up and looked at Tian Yangxing, and everyone else turned to him as well. Good. If they can throw fakes, they can throw real ones. The explosion of the door is a clear reminder. It's you, Tian Yangxing exclaimed in surprise at the sight of Wang Jianjun standing at the door. The two had crossed paths before, and he didn't expect him to be in Xiangjiang now, and from what he said, he had found his boss. Sai Kung warehouse at the dock. I heard you took on Na Kai's task. Are you planning to break someone out of prison or eliminate the one who betrayed Paka? Lin Bin asked Tian Yangxing, noting his height of 1.75 meters, standing straight like a sharp sword. Breaking someone out of prison is unrealistic. We want to eliminate the one who betrayed Paka. Tian Yangxing stated honestly. Since they were here, there was no need to lie. I was the one who informed the police. So strictly speaking, it was not a betrayal. Lin Bin nodded. Tian Yangxing turned to exchange glances with the others, silently assuming defensive. I heard from Jianjun that you all value justice in your work, and Xiangjiang has always been a forbidden ground for mercenaries. How could you take on Na Kai's dark flower? The police wanted notice. Lin Bin paid no heed to their movements. My 7th sister has a heart problem. Na Kai said he could provide her with. Tian Yangxing said calmly. Na Kai is a guerrilla leader who grew powerful with the support of Kunsha in the early days. He has money and connections, but what does he have to replace your 7th sister's heart? The bayonet on the gun. Lin Bin scoffed, his tone revealing the arrogance of a small warlord. We have no choice, Tian Yangxing said quietly, and the expressions of the others were also grim. They had indeed considered this choice, but there was no way. They couldn't just watch 7th sister wait to die. Now you have a choice. The medical facilities in Xiangjiang are the best in Asia. Matching a heart will take some time, but it won't be slower than Na Kai. Lin Bin pointed at Tian Yangxing and the others. What are the conditions? Tian Yangxing asked Lin Bin. Eliminate someone for me, and I will take care of the aftermath. If you are willing to follow me later, I will provide you with identities in Xiangjiang with a monthly salary of 20,000 Hong Kong dollars plus task bonuses. Lin Bin took out a photo of Wang Bao. No problem. As for following you, we need to consider it, Tian Yangxing said as he took the photo. Jianjun, take them to rest first, Lin Bin said, and then got up to leave. Nathan wrote, this is the building. Wang Bao is on the top floor. Need any help? Wang Jianjun turned to look at Tian Yangxing. Are they armed? Tian Yangxing asked. No. The police headquarters is nearby. Even if they had firearms, they wouldn't dare use them. Wang Jianjun shook his head. All right. Ai, come with me. The rest of you stay here, Tian Yangxing said to Tian Yangi. What are we doing? As the two approached the building, a gang of hooligans surged forward. Tian Yangxing didn't waste words. He kicked one aside before they could close in. Cut them down. A roar erupted from the crowd. Instantly, every hooligan drew knives or clubs and charged toward Tian Yangxing and Tian Yangi. Tian Yangxing's gaze hardened. He sidestepped a thrusting blade, then delivered a sharp hook punch, sending the attacker flying backward into a cluster of his comrades. Tian Yangi was no less formidable. He lunged into the fray, his hands like iron clamps, seizing two hooligans' arms and wrenching them with brutal force. A pair of sickening cracks echoed. Both men screamed, clutching their shattered limbs as their weapons clattered to the ground. Seeing this, the surrounding hooligans grew even more frenzied, surging forward en masse. Tian Yangxing kicked aside a swinging club, seized a hooligan by the collar, and used him as a living shield, deflecting blows meant for himself. Blood spurted from the man's mouth as his body sprouted countless wounds. With a final contemptuous heave, Tian Yangxing hurled him sideways, crushing several others beneath his falling weight. Meanwhile, Tian Yangi darted through the chaos with feline agility, each strike precise and devastating, a kick to the knee, a strike to the wrist, rendering opponents instantly helpless. Within moments, groaning bodies littered the floor. Tian Yangxing and Tian Yangi exchanged a glance, then brushed dust from their clothes. Tian Yangxing picked up a short knife. Tian Yangi retrieved a baseball bat. Together they ascended toward Wang Bao's lair. The penthouse floor. Boss, the guys downstairs have been beaten, dozens of them, and now they're storming up. The entire floor had been converted into a bar. Wang Bao sat on a crimson leather sofa clad in a red suit, puffing on a cigar. Behind him, a massive screen played a silent video. Wang Bao raised a golf club and shattered a man's skull. At his underling's report, Wang Bao exhaled a slow plume of smoke, his eyes drifting toward a punk-haired youth in white overalls across the room, currently polishing a butterfly knife. Sensing the gaze, the youth spoke. I'll go check it out. Ah, gee, be careful. Wang Bao nodded in warning. Anyone who'd felled dozens would be no ordinary fighter. Step aside. No sooner had Ah Ji descended than he saw a mob surrounding Tian Yangxing and Tian Yangi, yet none landed a blow. Instead, another 20 lay sprawled on the floor, writhing in pain. You rest for now, Tian Yangxing said, noting the path cleared before him, and gestured for Tian Yangi to stand. Ah Ji strolled forward along the parted corridor, his left hand gripping the butterfly knife in reverse, spinning it with lethal grace. The blade sliced the air with a faint whispering hiss. By then, Tian Yangxing had swapped his short knife for a short staff. No feints, no hesitation. Ah Ji struck first. His left foot slammed the ground, launching him forward like a drawn bowstring. The knife aimed straight for Tian Yangxing's throat. Tian Yangxing twisted sharply at the waist, evading the blade, just as his right hand snapped the staff into position. Its tip cracked against the inner wrist of Ah Ji's knife hand. A dull thud reverberated. Ah Ji's wrist went numb, the blade veering off course. Yet he spun mid-motion, his left leg whipping outward like a steel whip, aimed low at Tian Yangxing's knees. Tian Yangxing tapped his toes, lifting his body half a foot off the ground, then brought the staff down in a thunderous arc. Ah Ji raised his arm to block. Metal met reinforced bracer with a deep shuddering clang that numbed his limb and sent him stumbling sideways into a brick wall, dust and mortar crumbling softly from the impact. Tian Yangxing pressed the advantage, his staff striking like a venomous serpent, probing for the chest, throat, and knees, its shadow weaving an impenetrable net. Trapped against the wall, Ah Ji had nowhere to retreat. His butterfly knife flashed in dizzying arcs, parrying, desperately seeking an opening. But each counter was deftly evaded, leaving only shallow tears in Tian Yangxing's clothing. Tian Yangxing raised the staff for a crushing blow to Ah Ji's head. Ah Ji tilted his skull just enough to take the impact on his shoulder, absorbing the force with gritted teeth, then lunged forward, driving the knife toward Tian Yangxing's heart. A faint smirk curled Tian Yangxing's lips. He discarded the staff, snatched Ah Ji's wrist with his left hand, and drove his right elbow upward in a brutal piston-like strike. Crack! Ah Ji's forearm snapped, bone-piercing flesh in a grotesque eruption. In the same motion, Tian Yangxing wrenched the butterfly knife free and slashed backward. Ah Ji collapsed, clutching his throat. Kill them. With Ah Ji down, the remaining hooligans roared, though their leader shouted the order while retreating behind the mob. Tian Yangxing moved like lightning. Within seconds, more men dropped, hands clasped to gushing throats, choking out ragged guttural gasps. Run! One finally sensed the horror and screamed. Panic erupted. Tian Yangi felled two more before Tian Yangxing halted him with a gesture. Together they walked calmly toward the penthouse. The two men arrived at the rooftop. Wang Bao, having shed his coat, stood on the stage, smoking a cigar, his gaze stern and unyielding as he watched them approach. Ji would never flee. He would fight to the death. Yet neither of these two bore so much as a scratch. Tian Yangsheng strode to the liquor cabinet, uncorked a bottle of XO, and drank straight from it. You two look unfamiliar. Could there be some misunderstanding? Wang Bao spoke first. Tian Yangsheng offered no reply. Silently, he stepped down from the stage, seized a wine bottle, and hurled it toward his opponent. With a sharp crack, Wang Bao kicked it midair, shattering it instantly. Tian Yangsheng leapt swiftly onto the stage. For a tense moment, their eyes locked. Then he struck first, a high sweeping kick aimed at Wang Bao's head. Wang Bao blocked it with his left hand, parried two rapid follow-ups, and held his ground. Having gauged each other's strength, they abandoned all restraint. Fists and feet blurred into motion, so fast that only afterimages lingered in the air. Tian Yangyi could not intervene. He merely watched from the side, his expression gradually softening. He knew his elder brother's prowess intimately, and in unknown combat, he trusted no man alive who could best him. Relying on his sheer physical mass, Wang Bao met every blow heeded. When Tian Yangsheng launched another high kick, Wang Bao seized his leg, slammed him violently to the floor below, then lunged downward after him without hesitation. Tian Yangsheng rolled sideways, just in time. As Wang Bao landed, he kicked out at a nearby sofa. Tian Yangsheng crossed his arms before his chest in defense, then seized the armrest and vaulted upward, using the momentum to rise. A phone rang suddenly, from Wang Bao's discarded coat lying near the stage's edge. He dashed back up, snatched it up, and answered, eyes locked warily on Tian Yangsheng. Tian Yangsheng twisted his neck once, then stood still and silent. Hello, honey. Where are you? I'm handling something at the office. You go ahead and put the boy to sleep. Since Tian Yangsheng made no move, Wang Bao spoke with quiet relief. I'm in the basement. I'll come up to you. No need. I'll wrap this up shortly. Wait for me downstairs. I'll be right down. Wang Bao hurriedly cut the call. He did not want his wife witnessing this scene. Immediately afterward, Tian Yangsheng launched himself off the sofa, driving a devastating kick straight into Wang Bao's chest. Wang Bao staggered, rubbed his sternum, then charged forward like a berserker. Tian Yangsheng ducked sideways and dropped low, then swept Wang Bao's legs out from under him. He crashed heavily to the floor. Tian Yangsheng lunged atop him, gripping Wang Bao's skull with both hands and squeezing with crushing force. Wang Bao thrashed wildly, arching his spine and bucking his hips in desperate attempts to rise, only to be pinned down immovable beneath Tian Yangsheng's iron weight. Realizing he could not break free, Wang Bao drove his elbows downward, but his bulk rendered the blows ineffective. Watching this unfold, Tian Yangyi strolled to the liquor cabinet and opened 2 bottles of beer. As resistance beneath him weakened to near nothingness, Tian Yangsheng wrenched his hands apart with a final brutal twist. Crack. Wang Bao's neck snapped. His eyes bulged wide, then went blank and lifeless. Let's go. Tian Yangsheng took one of the beers and drained it in a single fluid gulp. Done already. Came down empty-handed. Wang Jianjun asked as the two descended. Tian Yangsheng nodded impassively. Satisfied, Wang Jianjun rubbed his face. Zhengwo, take 2 brothers upstairs and bring down the safe. Moments later, 2 men carried down a heavy safe, while another bore a black briefcase. Having completed the task, Wang Jianjun dialed Lin Bin. Officer Lee, the job is done. Please clear the premises. Also arrange 7 identity cards for me. I'll send the photos tomorrow. Lin Bin hung up without another word. Saikung Dock Warehouse. Brother Bin, the safe's open. 6 million US dollars inside, and over 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Desha grinned broadly. Lin Bin nodded, turning to Tian Yangsheng. You two handled this. These 2 million are yours. I've already arranged everything at the hospital. Your 7th sister can begin rehabilitation tomorrow. Would you consider joining me? Seeing no response, Lin Bin continued. As he spoke, Gao Jin and Butong Lin stepped forward from behind him. Tian Yangsheng frowned faintly at Butong Lin, sensing an overwhelming threat. Perhaps it was the countless lives he'd taken across Southeast Asia, or perhaps it was innate. Either way, his 6th sense far surpassed that of ordinary men. If we refuse, do none of us leave alive? Tian Yangsheng asked bluntly. At his words, Tian Yangyi and the others behind him paled instantly. I, Lin Bin, keep my word. Your 7th sister's heart condition will be resolved. I'll see to it myself. And these 2 million belong to her. Lin Bin gave a slow, deliberate nod, meaning refusal meant death for all, though one might live. Acceptance meant survival for all. Lin Bin tossed a cigar toward him. Tian Yangsheng caught it deftly with both hands. Ha ha. Tomorrow morning you'll receive your Hong Kong identity cards. Tomorrow afternoon, Brother Jean will escort you to the hospital. Lin Bin chuckled softly and walked out of the warehouse. The boss is truly generous, Wang Jianjun murmured as he passed Tian Yangsheng, pausing briefly beside him. Suan Wan. Brother Jean, that scoundrel Kuei Lai Go and Ah Bao of Wahong have colluded against us. He placed a 1 million Hong Kong dollars bet with us, but Ah Bao refused to honor his loss. What do we do? Bobby glared angrily at Gao Jin. Which triad does Kuei Lai Go belong to? Gao Jin frowned. Kuei Lai Go isn't affiliated with any triad. He runs a finance company in West Kowloon, lending money exclusively to gamblers. But he's close friends with Fa Fu of Wahop too. Fa Fu collects his bad debts for him. Rumor has it they're sworn brothers. Bobby explained. If you lose, you pay. For now, ignore Kuei Lai Go. Go tell Wahong E. We demand repayment by 6 o'clock tonight. If not, I'll collect it myself tonight, with men. Gao Jin spoke grimly. Understood, Brother Jin. I'll go now. Yao Ma Ti Cha Chan Tung. Brother Bao Bobby of Walin Sheng has invited you to settle the matter, said a stocky, affable man, watching Tang Bao pick his teeth while seated on a chair. What the hell, Cao Pao Kin? You think I'll rush there just because he calls? You're spineless. I still don't get how Fei Lung ever took you as his god brother. Tang Bao spat out the toothpick and slapped Cao Pao Kin's face. Brother Bao Walin Sheng is untouchable. Just repay the 1 million Hong Kong dollars. If you're short on cash, tell Brother Fei Lung. He'll help. After all, you share the same mother. A man with a crew cut. That bastard Fa Fu double-crossed me. He told me he'd flee overseas. Agreed I'd split the winnings and losses were his alone. Why should I shoulder this debt? Ajiqing, leave it. I'll handle it myself. Tang Bao snapped furiously. How exactly? Walin Sheng has 10,000 members. One spit from each would drown your home. And Unionon, you can't even beat Gao Jin. Ji Chung sighed helplessly. Dad, listen to Brother Ji Chung. Money lost can be earned again. It's not worth provoking Walin Sheng. A tall, refined man beside them added. Are you instructing me now? Oh, haven't introduced you yet. This is my son Tang Wenjun. Call him Ajun. Tang Bao said to Ji Chung. Ajun, quite the handsome lad. So you sent him to study in England. Why? Ji Chung chuckled and patted Tang Wenjun's shoulder, then turned to Tang Bao. Don't be fooled by that face. He killed a black man in England and fled back home. Damn it, he's learned nothing. Heaven knows whose genes he takes after. Tang Bao grumbled, slapping Tang Jun's cheek. Tang Jun smiled faintly. Shy on the surface, yet a flash of brutal ferocity flickered in his eyes. Enough, since Bobby summoned you, go ahead. Or shall I accompany you? Ji Ching asked, his smile gone. No need. I'll go alone. Just don't tell Fei Long. Tang Bao waved dismissively. Tang Bao, did you bring the 1 million Hong Kong dollars? Bobby sat across the round table, a toothpick between his teeth, flanked by a dozen men. Do you want 1 million Hong Kong dollars in joss paper instead, you dog? I've already said it. Fa Fu set me up. Go collect from him if you dare. Tang Bao shrugged indifferently. I'll break your damn jaw. You placed the bet here. That makes you responsible. Hear me clearly, if the money isn't here within half an hour, prepare your coffin. Bobby snapped the toothpick in fury, hurling the broken half into his teacup. Go prepare your mothers. Tang Bao rose and overturned the table. Fuck your mother. Cut him down. Bobby was pinned beneath the table before he could react. Tang Bao seized a blade poised to strike. A Bao. A shout echoed from the doorway. Along. Tang Bao turned to see a man in a sharp suit striding in. He immediately whirled on Ji Chung beside Fei Long. You damn traitor. I told you not to tell him. If you hadn't spoken, would I truly remain ignorant? Fei Long frowned. My apologies. I speak for A Bao. The 1 million Hong Kong dollars is here. Let this end now, yes. Fei Long bowed, slightly smiling, and extended his hand toward Bobby. Lung Yat Fei. Keep that 1 million Hong Kong dollars. It's for your coffin. Tonight I'll wipe out Wahongi. Bobby slammed his palm onto Fei Lung's outstretched hand and shoved the table aside, rising to his feet. Truly no room for negotiation. Fei Lung's smile vanished, his gaze sharpened, cold and lethal. Let's go. Bobby sneered and strode out with his men. I'll break your damn jaw. Tang Bao snatched up his knife to pursue, but Fei Lung blocked him. Brother Lung, this is my mess. Don't involve yourself. If needed, I'll run. A Bao said, watching Fei Lung sit and rub his cheek. We share the same mother. I won't stand by while you fall. Go home first. Fei Lung wiped a trace of blood at the Hong Yi Hall. Brother Fei Lung, what should we do now? Ji Ching looked at Fei Lung, who sat at the head of the tea table. This mess was caused by those two bastards Hua Fu and Gui Li Gao. Where are they now? Fei Lung stroked his chin and asked. These two idiots probably got wind of things and are hiding. Oh, I can't reach them on the phone, Tang Bao said fiercely. Then how about this, A Bao? You should also find a place to hide. Wait until I resolve this matter before you come out, Fei Lung said to Tang Bao. There's no need to discuss this. At worst, he'll confront them directly. I can't just sit back and watch you handle everything. Tang Bao said angrily. Confront. What do you have to confront them with? If Bopi comes out to talk, you'll just flip the table. Why do you always do this? You don't listen after I tell you. Even if you hear, you don't understand, and when you understand, you don't act. Even when you do act, you still make mistakes, and you refuse to correct them. You make me so angry. Fei Lung swept his right hand, causing all the teacups on the table to crash to the ground. Ji Ching, tie him up. I didn't make this threat. No one is allowed to let him go. Seeing Ji Ching walk towards him, Tang Bao struggled. Old Bean, please listen to Brother Fei Lung. He won't harm you. Tang Jun said with a pleading expression. No need to tie me up. We'll go with you myself, Tang Bao huffed. Suan Wan. Brother Jin Hong, he has no intention of negotiating at all. They just flipped the table right away. Bopi raised his arm, showing a bruise. Gotta get someone to handle it. Gao Jin looked at Bopi with a blank expression, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Going out without alarming anyone is indeed impossible. A small gang dares to offend their own face. Brother Bin Hong, he owes $1 million in gambling debts. Bopi was flipped the table while negotiating with them, so he'll go take them down tonight. Gao Jin picked up the phone to call Lin Bin. Just handle this little matter, there's no need to report it to me. Lin Bin hung up the phone thinking that a small gang of a few hundred people was making a fuss, and calling him made him look quite idle, didn't it? Evening, 11 p.m. Hong E headquarters. As the night lights flickered, a roaring sound suddenly erupted from the street corner. A black Crown car stopped first, and Gao Jin got out adjusting his collar, while more than 20 military vehicles from the two Guang provinces were parked chaotically at the street corner. Upon seeing this, the pedestrians on the street quickened their pace to leave. Brother Feilong, the suit-clad Jin, is personally leading the team. It looks like only 200 to 300 people. Ji Qing glanced at the street outside. 200 to 300 people dare to come to challenge our Hong Yi. That's too arrogant. Brothers, go and take them down. Xiaobao Jian shouted beside Feilong. Smack. Who gave you the right to speak here? Feilong slapped Xiaobao Jian and looked coldly at him. Xiaobao Jian covered his face and dared not speak further, silently retreating to the back. Gao Jin, I don't want to go to war with you and Lian Shang. Here are 2 million. 1 million is for the gambling debt, and 1 million is for an apology. Can we settle this? Feilong pointed at the 2 luggage bags that Ji Cheng was holding. Do you know how much money my place makes daily? Trying to pressure me with money. Where's Tang Bao? Hand him over. Bopi shouted, knowing that Gao Jin didn't like a Bao and I share the same mother. If I say one, he won't say two. Tomorrow night, he'll set up 50 tables and serve drinks so that he can apologize to you. He'll invite friends from the rivers and lakes to witness. Is that satisfactory? Feilong frowned at Gao Jin. Seeing him silent, he turned to Bopi and said, in business, if he had been willing to soften his stance like you this afternoon, this matter would have been resolved long ago. Bopi said with a smile. But now it's too late. He said he wants to wipe out Hong Yi, so there's no way to retreat tonight. Bopi's expression suddenly turned fierce. Huh. Killed him. Feilong lowered his head and chuckled softly, then raised his head, his face now filled with killing intent. He had already softened his stance in front of 600 brothers, and if the other side still refused to relent, then they would fight. The two factions clashed instantly. Blades flashed and swords gleamed amid the surging crowd while battle cries thundered deafeningly. A fighter dropped his weapon, lunged with a bare-fisted strike only to have it evaded by his opponent's swift sidestep. Then in the same breath was impaled deep in the abdomen by a slashing blade, crumpling him forward in agony. Another bled from a gash across his arm, yet ignored the pain, gritting his teeth as he pressed on with savage resolve. Gao Jin watched expressionlessly, then in a sudden blur of motion charged into the fray. He drove a crushing elbow straight into the chest of a burly man wielding a cleaver, sending crimson spray from the man's mouth. Seizing the weapon, he whirled it in a whirlwind of lethal arcs. Cut down these bastards. Bobby stared wide-eyed as Gao Jin cut down over a dozen men like an unstoppable force, then roared the command. Seeing their leader unleash such ferocity, the Ho Lin Sheng brothers surged with renewed morale. Brother Feilong suits Gao Jin is terrifying. Should we retreat? Biao Bao Jian whispered fearfully beside Feilong, glancing again as Gao Jin felt 6 or 7 more men. Retreat. When our brothers are laying down their lives, you dare suggest retreat? Feilong's eyes burned crimson as he fixed them on Biao Bao Jian. I'm just worried you'll get hurt. Auntie's birthday is coming up, Biao Bao Jian murmured softly, lowering his gaze, unable to meet Feilong's stare. You go ahead, I'll stay. If I pull back now, everything collapses. Where could I possibly run? Feilong's voice softened. He gripped Biao Bao Jian's shoulders firmly with both hands. He knew the boy was timid and often stirred trouble, but had never once caused catastrophe. That he stood steadfast at his side instead of fleeing was already more than enough. Ah, yeah? Biao Bao Jian took 2 steps, then stamped his foot and wheeled back. What are you doing returning? Feilong snapped. My father once took a blade meant for yours. I won't run now. Biao Bao Jian clenched his jaw, trembling head to toe. Ha. Kill. Feilong burst into laughter and charged forth, cleaver raised, cutting down 2 Ho Lin Sheng men in the blink of an eye. Stand aside. Gao Jin ordered as Feilong emerged, directing his men to part, and then lunged toward his foe. Feilong locked eyes with Gao Jin, both determined to break the other. At the instant their blades met, clang. Feilong's weapon flew from his grasp, and Gao Jin's blade rested cold and sharp against his throat. Cease fighting. All surrender, and you shall live. Bobby shouted at once. The Ho Hong Yi men gradually lowered their resistance. Hand over Tang Bao, or I will not spare you. Gao Jin addressed Feilong directly. Impossible. Strike if you dare, Feilong replied, voice ice cold. Brother Jin, Brother Bin's call. A henchman called out. Bobby handed the bulky mobile phone to Gao Jin. Assuming Lin Bin sought an update, Gao Jin answered immediately. Boss, we've crushed them. I trust your judgment completely. I hear Long Yifei of Ho Hong Yi is a man of substance. Did he fall? Lin Bin showed no surprise. Gao Jin leading the operation meant no minor triad could withstand it. Take the call. Gao Jin said nothing, simply passed the phone to Feilong. Brother Bin, winner takes all. What do you intend? Feilong asked, holding the receiver. I admire you deeply. Bring your entire organization under Ho Lin Sheng. Your territory remains yours. What say you? Lin Bin stated plainly. I suppose I have no choice. Fai Long shifted his neck, only to feel the blade's edge slice his skin, drawing a thin line of blood. Good. Announce it yourself tomorrow, and hand the phone back to Ajin. Lin Bin smiled indifferently. Ajin, call your men back. Move out. Gao Jin obeyed without question, shouting the order to the Ho Lin Sheng brothers. Though puzzled, Bobby dared not protest. He picked up the 2 duffel bags of cash and carried them toward the Crown sedan. 1 million is the betting pool. Another 1 million goes to medical expenses for the brothers. The rest is split evenly. Gao Jin placed only 1 bag into the trunk. Thank you, boss. All Ho Lin Sheng men shouted in unison. Meanwhile, the Ho Hong E members silently tended their wounded, watching in silence. Wanchai Ben say bar. Brother Ben, why not eliminate them outright? Gao Jin asked, seated across from Lin Bin. The underworld whispers I've grown too domineering. 3 societies dismantled in mere months. Ho Hong E is also affiliated with Heiji. Wipe them out too, and every last man will tremble. Lin Bin tossed a cigar onto the table and strolled toward the liquor cabinet. Isn't fear a sign of power? Gao Jin turned the cigar slowly in his fingers, a faint frown clouding his brow. When only a few fear you, you reign supreme. Your word becomes law unchallenged. But when all fear you, they unite against you. Even the strongest fist cannot fend off 4 hands. Some things cannot be rushed. Lin Bin set a glass of fine brandy before Gao Jin. Thank you, boss. Gao Jin accepted the glass, uncertain whether his gratitude was for the drink or for the quiet wisdom shared. 2 days later, at a certain residence. Huafu, have you heard? Fai Long and the entire Hongi gang have switched over to Helian Sheng. A short, stout man sitting on a chair said to Huafu, who was lying on the sofa. What? Are you scared? If you're afraid, then don't imitate them in dealing with Geely. Huafu sat up and took a big gulp from the beer on the coffee table. Of course I'm scared, that's Helian Sheng. Now the whole gang is under Lin Bin's command. Aren't you afraid of offending him? Geely admitted, grinning. In Xiangjiang, apart from Xinji and the number gang, who isn't afraid of Helian Sheng? Hey, don't talk nonsense. When have I offended Lin Bin? Huafu said, unbuttoning his shirt. What about a Bao? He'll definitely hold you accountable for that. Why not just pay him back 100,000? Geely said with a grin, glancing cautiously at Huafu. Screw you. You're delusional. It was just last night when I was swept by someone at Hehe 2. If you haven't woken up, go wash your face. Huafu pulled out a cigarette and started smoking. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Filong's mom's birthday is today. I'm going to give her a gift. Are you coming or not? Huafu stubbed out the half-smoked cigarette. No way you're still going. Aren't you afraid of getting killed on the spot? Geely looked at him in shock. Should I just hide here for the rest of my life? Let's go take a look first. After saying that, Huafu stood up and put on the coat from the sofa. At a restaurant, you even came personally, Fai Long said, shaking hands with Lin Bin in the hall, while Wang Jianjun and others remained expressionless behind him. You're welcome, now we're all family. This is a gift for your mother, wishing her good health. Lin Bin glanced around the hall, which had been arranged with a dozen tables, and a temporary gift reception desk was set up. Thoughtful of you. Ji Chung, take it to my mom for her to see. Fai Long took the pure gold peach of longevity and said to Ji Chung beside him, Daisy, this has been, go call someone. Fai Long brought Lin Bin to the main table on the 2nd floor and said to a beautiful girl, Bin Gu, thank you. Daisy smiled and extended her hand to Lin Bin. You're too polite, everyone sit down. Lin Bin sat down first, raising his hand to signal them to sit. Go call a Bao over. Fai Long whispered to Ji Chung. Sister-in-law, there's something at the reception desk, can you come over? At this moment, a beautiful girl walked up to Daisy and said, Bin Gu, Fai Long, you guys chat first, I'm going to check it out. Daisy said with a smile. At the front desk of the hall. Sister-in-law, someone sent this. The girl sitting there to collect gifts had a mournful expression as she took out a red envelope. It's okay, don't mention. Daisy pulled out the paper inside and saw that it was ghost money. She frowned and immediately put it back and then placed the envelope in her handbag. Hey Ji Chung, where's DeLong? Huafu and Geely followed behind someone. Ji Gu. Fai Long is upstairs. Ji Chung turned around and saw Ji Gu smiling. Then he looked at the 2 behind him and scolded, damn it, Huafu, you 2 dare to show your faces. It's Filong's mom's birthday, are we not allowed to come by to wish her well? Huafu said with an arrogant expression. Right, Ji Chung, we came to celebrate. We can talk about other matters later. Ji Gu interjected. I have something to do, let's talk later. Ji Chung frowned at Ji Gu, wondering how much this fool was paid to play peacemaker. Hey DeLong. Ji Gu led the 2 to the stairs and looked up just in time to see Fai Long loudly calling out. Sorry Bin Gu, I need to go greet some guests first. Lin Bin waved his hand, signaling him not to attend to him. Fai Long looked at Huafu behind Ji Gu and his expression immediately darkened. Hey, come on. They're here to celebrate, why are you putting on such a long face? Ji Gu said with a smile. Let's not talk about that today, oh, it's my mom's birthday. Everyone, let's drink happily. For those interested, there's a friend over there starting a gambling game. You can go have some fun. Fai Long first glanced at Huafu, then smiled and said to Ji Gu, Great, I haven't played in a long time, oh, let's go check it out. Ji Gu cheerfully led Huafu and the others over. The 3 arrived at the private room, and Ji Gu entered first. Gili saw that the dealer was the flamboyant Jian and turned to Hua Fu with a mischievous grin. Then the two walked in. Bao, go hurry up. The birthday banquet is about to start. At the entrance of the restaurant, Ji Chung looked at the fidgeting Tang Bao. Hey, why are you rushing me? Although Tang Bao said that he still quickened his pace. Sister-in-law. The two arrived on the second floor, and Tang Bao greeted Daisy. I'm here. Take this glass of wine. Daisy picked up a wine glass from the tray held by a waiter, opened a new bottle of red wine, filled it, and handed it to Tang Bao. Tang Bao smiled and nodded as he took the glass and followed Daisy. Bingu, this is a Bao. There were misunderstandings before. He knows you are here and wants to toast you. Daisy walked into the private room and introduced him to Lin Bin with a smile. Bingu, I was wrong before. I'll drink this cup as a toast. Tang Bao stood in front of Lin Bin, tilted his head, and gulped it down. It's okay, we are all family now, don't hold on to the past. Lin Bin smiled and took a sip from his drink. Thank you, Bingu. Tang Bao said, lowering his head. All right, it's nothing. Bingu is generous. In the future, don't be impulsive or let others set you up. Daisy laughed and patted Tang Bao's shoulder, actually explaining to Lin Bin that Tang Bao had been used as a pawn. Hit me hard. At this moment, a scream and commotion came from outside. Excuse me, I'll go check it out. Tang Bao straightened up and said. Daisy gave Ji Chung a look, urging him to go out and see as well. Hit. Tang Bao rushed downstairs and saw Gui Li Gao grabbing the head of Sa Bao Jian, while Hua Fu was shoving Pai Jiu into Sa Bao Jian's mouth, and picked up an iron plate from the ground to smash it down on the Pai Jiu. The onlookers were cheering. Damn it, Hua Fu, if you dare to come out again, I will kill you. Tang Bao rushed forward and kicked Gui Li Gao aside. What's going on? Fei Long also approached and shouted to stop the commotion. This Sa Bao Jian, he dared to sit at the table without money. He lost 5,000 and told me to come back later for it after throwing a pack of cigarettes at me. Hua Fu pointed at Sa Bao Jian and said, Do you have any money? Fei Long turned to look at Ji Chung. Ji Chung immediately pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket. Fei Long, Tang Bao called out. Fei Long pursed his lips and shook his head at him. 5,000, right? I'll cover it for him. Here's 10,000. Fei Long counted out 5,000 and handed it over. Sorry, it's fine now. Everyone continue, Fei Long said with a smile to the onlookers. Fei Long is really generous. Let's go continue, I'll take the bets. Hua Fu laughed and called to the others. Along, what's the matter? Fei Long's mother also ran over at this time. It's nothing, Mom. Let's go upstairs. Fei Long forced a smile and said. Sorry, Bingu, for making you witness this. Fei Long said apologetically as he sat next to Lin Bin. Hua Fu is causing trouble. Bao, can you explain the situation? Lin Bin looked at Tang Bao with a smile. It's like this, Bingu. That day Hua Fu came to me saying he wanted to run away and wanted me to join him in betting 1 million each. If we lost, it would be on him. If we won, he would take half. It was my greed that allowed him to play me for a fool, Tang Bao said, ignoring Fei Long's gaze and speaking directly. Haha, logically speaking, the banker doesn't interfere with these matters. Whoever loses bears the consequences, but today the reason is on my side. Today is my mother's birthday. I'll take care of this so that others won't say I'm useless as the banker. Lin Bin smiled and patted Fei Long on the shoulder. Jianjun, go to the car and get some money. Take the brothers to play with Hua Fu for a bit. Lin Bin turned to Wang Jianjun and said. All right, Bingu, Wang Jianjun said as he left with Wang Jiangua. In the first floor private room, Hua Fu was shaking a dice cup. Big or small bets are locked, and hurry up and place your bets. Gui Li Gao shouted from the side. The table was divided into 2 areas, and many people had already placed their bets. Big, I bet 50,000. Wang Jianjun threw a stack of cash and shouted. Good. Open. The leopard wins all. Hua Fu looked at the 3 ones inside the dice cup and burst into laughter while Gui Li Gao grabbed the cash from the table. Continue, I bet 100,000, Wang Jianjun said nonchalantly. Hua Fu exchanged glances with Gui Li Gao and nodded. All right, this time it's small. Gui Li Gao shouted. I'm betting. Those who bet on big cursed. The others laughed as they accepted the cash Gui Li Gao paid out. Bro, still placing bets? Hua Fu asked Wang Jianjun with a smile. Yes, continue to bet big. There's still 8500 in here. This time Wang Jianjun tossed the entire bundle onto the table. Hua Fu accepted it all, lifted the dice cup above his head, and shook it vigorously. Just as it was about to land on the table, Wang Jiangua slammed the table hard at the same time. What are you doing? Hua Fu pointed angrily at Wang Jiangua. What? Can't slam the table. Or are you accusing me of cheating? Wang Jiangua looked at him blankly, and the other gamblers all stared at Hua Fu. Damn it, what the hell are you saying? The dice cup is here, how can I cheat? Hua Fu's face changed dramatically as he cursed. Wang Jiangua reached for his waist, but was stopped by Wang Jianjun. Stop talking nonsense, open it. Wang Jianjun said directly. Hua Fu's hand trembled slightly as he opened it. 4 6 big. Damn it, finally won once. The nearby gambler shouted loudly. Damn it, I'm done. Hua Fu cursed as he prepared to leave. You lost pay. Wang Jiangua stood in front of him and said. I'll pay your mom, you bastard, slammed the table and caused me to lose, and you still dare to ask for money. Hua Fu pointed at Wang Jiangua. Crack. Ow. Wang Jiangua snapped his finger, and Hua Fu clutched his hand, screaming in pain. He is Hua Fu from He too. If you dare to touch him, do you believe 100 people will chop you up as soon as you step outside? Gui Ligao looked at Wang Jianguo in horror. Ha, is He too that impressive? Wang Jianjun sneered. If He too can't do it, what about our Hong Xing? Which path are you on? Jigo walked in from outside at that moment. He had just gone to the restroom, and upon returning he saw this scene and couldn't help but speak up, especially since he had received 5,000 from them. Did you ask Liang Cohen before saying this? A voice came from outside the private room. Damn you. Oh, Bingo, are you here for the meal too? Huh. Jigo was about to curse when he turned around to see it was Lin Bin, and he quickly started to babble nonsense. I ask you, does Liang Cohen know how arrogant you are? Lin Bin walked up to Jigo and looked at him coldly. Bingo, I was just talking nonsense. Sorry, Jigo said, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, slapping his mouth twice. If you're incapable, don't try to act tough. Get lost, Lin Bin shouted angrily. Jigo didn't dare to reply, lowering his head and running out in embarrassment. What did you just say? 100 people outside will chop him up. Lin Bin looked at Gui Ligao. No, I didn't know Bingo, it's not me. It's Hua Fu causing trouble. Gui Ligao was scared and retreated to the corner of the wall. Do you know that now there is no He Tu and Hong? They have all transferred to me and Lian Shang. Lin Bin said softly to Hua Fu. I didn't know Bingo. If I had known, even 10 times my courage wouldn't allow me to cause trouble. 8500, no 1 million, I'll bring it to this brother first thing tomorrow morning. Hua Fu gritted his teeth and said, damn, who would have thought Lin Bin would come personally to celebrate Fei Long's mother's birthday? He was done for. Haha, He too. The one calling the shots is He Gu Ren, right? You go back and tell him. Tomorrow bring the money and kneel at the entrance of me and Lian Shang's main hall, otherwise I'll collect your skin. Lin Bin patted Hua Fu's face. He too headquarters. Old Ding, you can't blame me for this. It was Lin Bin who couldn't take the loss and started trouble. What do you suggest we do? Hua Fu looked at He Gu Ren and said, damn you, Lao Mu. What are you asking me to do about Lin Bin? I want you dead. He Gu Ren shouted as he threw an ashtray at Hua Fu's head. Big guy, calm down. The main thing now is how to solve this issue. A large man stood up and advised. This shouldn't be too difficult. Whoever caused the trouble should be responsible. Just take care of Hua Fu and everything will be fine. Baba, what the hell are you saying? Do you really want to push me to my death after all I've done for the club over the years? Hua Fu shouted at Babai. Hua Fu covered his head with a cloth, venting his anger on Babai. Damn you, Lao Mu. If you don't die, do you really want the big guy to kneel at He Liansheng's door, or do you want everyone to die with you? Babai stood up and cursed. Are you really that scared? If it comes to that, let's just fight. We at He too have been an established gang for years, and we have thousands of brothers united. The big guy questioned Babai. You idiot, are you full of crap? If you have the guts, go tell Lin Bin what you just said. Babai looked at the fool with disdain, thinking that with thousands of people, you can challenge them. You wouldn't even know how you died. Hua Fu cannot be sacrificed, and I cannot afford to lose that face. We must think of a solution. He Gu Ren sat down and glanced at Hua Fu. After all, we are all from Heji. Why not let Shen Xianjin and Lao Gui Quan mediate? A short and sturdy man in the corner suggested. Ji Xiong is right. Big guy, I think it's feasible. Why don't you go talk to them? Hua Fu quickly responded, afraid that He Gu Ren might change his mind and hand him over. In that case, Ji Xiong, you will accompany me to He and Lu tomorrow. He Gu Ren looked at Wu Ji Xiong. No way, big guy. I don't have the face to talk to them. Whoever caused the trouble should be the one to go. Wu Ji Xiong quickly waved his hands. He and Lu headquarters. Brother Quan, Brother Jean. The boss of He Liansheng Bin is being too much. They want me to kneel at their entrance. Although we at Heji have fought separately over the years, we have never faced such an insult to our status. You two must intervene in this matter. He Gu Ren complained to the two. In this matter is your fault. And you, Hua Fu, just because you got someone else in trouble, you went to deliver Joss paper on their mother's birthday. What were you thinking? Isn't He Hong E also part of the He family? Shen Xianjin said as he took a sip from the teapot. Yes, I admit it, Uncle Jean, Uncle Quan. I was in the wrong and I deserve to be punished. As long as you are willing to help me mediate, I will give each of you 50,000 for tea. How about that? Hua Fu slapped himself twice and then placed a black bag on the table. Shen Xianjin glanced at Lao Gui Quan. Alright, it's rare for younger generations to acknowledge us old bones. This time I'll lend you a hand, but we cannot guarantee the outcome. Shen Xianjin touched the money on the table, smiling as he spoke. This time it's because you are also from the He family. Remember, think before you act in the future. Lao Gui Quan scolded loudly. Hua Fu lowered his head, unconvinced. Damn, they talk so nicely, but it's all for the money. Thank you for your help this time. He Gu Ren breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Bin, considering the two of them, shouldn't be too aggressive, right? Don't be too hasty in thanking them, let's go. Shen Xianjin said as he stood up. He Sheng General Hall. Brother Bin, the people from He too haven't arrived, yet clearly they don't take your words to heart. They'll go take care of them. Tang Bao shouted loudly as he looked at the time. As the person involved, Tang Bao certainly had to be present, and now it suited him perfectly that the He too people had not come. Boss, there's a call from Shen Xianjin, he wants to speak with you. At this moment, Wang Jianjun handed the phone to Lin Bin. This is Lin Bin, go ahead. Tong Yamen from Anil. Boss Ren asked me to invite you for a meal. How about we have a candid conversation? Shin Xianjin frowned and said, "Ha, Uncle Jean, since you personally called, I will definitely go." Lin Bin chuckled. He Anil and He Sheng are similar, both having emerged from He Sheng, and they have thrived over several decades. In their prime, the Jianghu claimed that the most venerable Fui Xing was the largest He Anil. Now, however, He Ji is to be dictated by me. All right, we'll wait for you at the restaurant. Hearing Lin Bin's agreement, Shin Xianjin finally smiled. What? Lin Bin agreed. Hua Fu asked anxiously. What are you panicking about? Just go wait for him. Shin Xianjin disdainfully glanced at Hua Fu. Young people are just so impulsive. At Yuguchi's second floor private room, Wang Jianjun pushed open the private room door. Lin Bin entered first, followed by Wang Jiangwo and 5 others in suits and ties, with Tang Bao walking at the back. Boss Bin, why did you come so late? Haha. Old Ghost Quan laughed as he stood up and walked in front of Lin Bin. Do I have a habit of arriving early? Lin Bin, holding a cigar, exhaled smoke towards Old Ghost Quan. Come sit down and talk. Let's sit down first. Old Ghost Quan unfazed walked ahead and extended his hand to lead the way. Today's gathering is for the matter concerning Hua Fu. We're all from He Ji, so if there are any misunderstandings, let's clear them up, Shin Xianjin said with a smile. What misunderstanding? Are you confused? Who do you think you are to come out and set the stage? Don't think that just because of your seniority you can talk nonsense in front of me. I won't give face to anyone whose words I find unpalatable. Lin Bin glanced at the few people in front of him and took a puff from his cigar. Who in Xiangjiang doesn't know the name of He Sheng? He dared to set a trap for me, and he did it twice. How dare you say this is a misunderstanding? Exhaling smoke, Lin Bin continued. Who dares to touch my people? Do you dare to act? Old Ghost Quan awkwardly shook his head. Do you dare to act? Lin Bin pointed his cigar at Shin Xianjin. Shin Xianjin also forced a smile and shook his head. So what do you want? He Guren couldn't help but speak. Did I let you speak? Lin Bin flicked the cigar, hitting He Guren's cheek, sparks flying. Boss Bin, you are going too far. He Guren covered his face with one hand and stood up, slapping the table with the other. I'm too far. What can you do about it? Get lost, Lin Bin said disdainfully. Come here. Kneel in front of a bow. Lin Bin pointed at Hua Fu, who was standing beside him. Hua Fu glanced at Shin Xianjin, who was fiddling with a pair of chopsticks, while Old Ghost Quan's gaze wandered around. Even He Guren, his own boss, didn't dare to meet his eyes. He gritted his teeth and walked to Tang Bao, kneeling down and whispering, I'm covering for you, Brother Bao. What did you say? I can't hear you. Tang Bao's mouth curled up. I said I'm covering for you. Brother Bao. Hua Fu won't dare again next time. Hua Fu shouted, his face red. He'll throw you out, and you still dare to have a next time. Tang Bao kicked him away. Hey Gurun, and you. Lin Bin pointed at him with a chopstick. Senior Brother Bin, do you truly wish to force me into a fight to the death? Hey Gurun swept the bowls and chopsticks off the table and shouted fiercely. Go ahead. Let the fish die, or whether the net breaks is another matter entirely. Lin Bin gazed at He Guren, his expression utterly impassive. Mercy shown where mercy may be granted. That is the way of things, Senior Brother Bin. Hua Fu acted wrongly and must accept responsibility. After all, our Run is the appointed head of this branch, but deny him a path forward, and your own road will grow perilous in time. Shin Xianjin furrowed his brow in disapproval. A man answers for his own deeds. I erred and I accept it. Veins bulged along Hua Fu's neck as he seized a solid wood chair and brought it crashing down upon his left hand. Brother Bin, is this sufficient? If not, take my right hand as well. His left arm hung limp, blood pooling across the floor, his eyes burning crimson as he stared at Lin Bin. After all years on the streets had forged within him no small measure of ruthless resolve. Senior Brother Bin, if you refuse to grant face, now neither I nor the 10,000 brothers of Enlu will stand idly by. Lao Goei Quan's inner fire, stirred by Hua Fu's defiance, flared anew as he fixed Lin Bin with a solemn, unblinking gaze. Humph. At your age, still unable to bear a jest. Uncle Jean, Uncle Quan, you're past your prime. Go home and tend to your grandchildren. Lin Bin sneered coldly. A true man, 2 million by this afternoon. As Lin Bin turned to leave, he cast one last glance at Hua Fu. This time fortune favored you. Next time I'll claim your life. Brother Bao spoke grimly. Arin, we're taking our leave. See that Hua Fu is rushed to the hospital at once. Shin Xianjin patted He Guren's shoulder. He Guren stepped forward to support Hua Fu. Senior brother, please go ahead. I'll manage on my own. Hua Fu murmured, head bowed, his bloodshot eyes flickering with a savage, murderous intent. Very well, Kuei Li Gao. See to Hua Fu's care. He Guren nodded toward Kuei Li Gao. 3 days later, Wan Chai Bar. Outside the bar, a van with black-tinted windows idled quietly. Hua Fu, his left hand bound in bandages, asked softly, are you certain he's inside? No mistake. I'd recognize him anywhere. It's just Brother Bao and 2 lowlifes. They've been inside for over an hour. Kuei Li Gao turned from the front seat to reply. Good. Brothers, this bag holds $10,000. Whoever ends him keeps it. Hua Fu held up the satchel, addressing the 7 young men seated in the van, each gripping a cleaver. Rest assured, senior brother. A crew-cut youth wiped his blade methodically with a newspaper. The other 6 sat unmoved, their expressions blank. clearly no strangers to violence. Huafu nodded. All those years, and all that money, had not been spent in vain. When crisis struck, only these men stood ready to act. Bar, main hall booth section. Brother Bao can't hold your liquor anymore. A hostess grasped Tang Bao's arm and gave it a playful shake. Impossible. Let's finish a bottle. Cheers. Whoa, Brother Bao's incredible. Coco, you haven't taken a sip yet. One of the younger men egged her on. Fine, I'll drink. Who's afraid of who? Coco snatched open a beer bottle, tilted her head back, and emptied it in under 6 seconds. She tapped the empty bottle twice against the floor, proof enough she'd drained it dry. Brother Bao, another round. Coco arched a teasing brow. Damn, if you suck like that, I wonder how you perform. Ha ha ha. Tang Bao roared with laughter, then seized her arm and yanked her sharply into his embrace. Brothers, let's go. Tang Bao rose, Coco clinging to his side, while 2 underlings followed closely behind, each escorting a glamorous companion. Brother Bao, you've had too much, don't drive. A green-haired youth urged him cautiously. What's there to fear? This whole stretch belongs to me. Tang Bao declared, kissed Coco deeply, then swung open the car door and slid inside. The green-haired youth shook his head helplessly. Huafu there in the car. Tang Bao himself is driving one with a girl beside him. Gui Lihao excitedly slapped the steering wheel. Damn it all, what do you call this? Self-inflicted doom. Chase them down. Huafu glared at the swaying sedan ahead, a cruel grin twisting his lips. Oh, Brother Bao, slow down. Coco screamed, shrilly gripping Tang Bao's arms and shaking him wildly. Let go. Do you want to die? Tang Bao wrenched his left arm free and struck her across the face. Coco clutched her cheek, too terrified to utter a sound. You wretched bastard. Tang Bao snapped over his shoulder. Just as he steered toward the intersection, a violent impact jolted the rear of his car. Tang Bao slammed on the brakes. What the hell is wrong with you? Can't you drive? There's plenty of road. Why slam into my car? Do you even know how much this vehicle costs? Tang Bao stormed out, glaring at the deep dent marring his bumper, then strode furiously toward the other driver. Go! Huafu barked, watching Tang Bao recklessly step out. His men burst from their doors in unison. Hey, I'm with He Liansheng. I'm telling you, what are you planning? Tang Bao, seeing the knife-wielding men surging toward him, realized too late that escape was impossible. He shouted desperately instead. The lead assailant brought his blade down in a single brutal arc. Tang Bao cried out in agony and fled, but barely managed a few steps before being overtaken and slashed repeatedly, collapsing motionless onto the pavement. They'll make you die, you miserable wretch. Huafu stepped forward, pressing his boot hard against Tang Bao's face. Do you have any idea how revolting your face is? Every time I see it, I feel like tearing it off. You dare kill me. Brother Ben won't let you get away with this. Tang Bao gritted his teeth through the pain, raising a trembling hand in threat. I'll flee overseas the moment I cut you down. Go ahead and try finding me. Huafu snatched the blade and swung it down with savage force. Off! Tang Bao shrieked, clutching his severed arm. You wretched scum. I'll crush your arrogance once and for all. Go sell salted duck eggs. Huafu hacked wildly, lost in frenzied rage. Enough, we're leaving. He's dead. Snap out of it, or the cops will be here any second. Gui Lihao grabbed Huafu's arm, lifting it high as he pleaded loudly. You kill her. Huafu wiped his face with his left hand, thrust the bloodied knife toward Gui Lihao, and pointed coldly at Coco cowering inside the car. Do we have to? She had nothing to do with this. Gui Lihao forced a strained smile. I said, kill her. Huafu locked eyes with him, unblinking and merciless. Gui Lihao swallowed hard under that chilling gaze, then clenched his jaw and took the knife. Crack. He shattered the car window. Don't blame me. It's your own doing. Why did you get in the car? Why did you follow him? Gui Lihao murmured softly while Huafu lit a cigarette and watched silent and unmoved as blood spattered across the broken glass. It's done. Gui Lihao approached Huafu, drenched in blood. Get in the car. Huafu shoved the cigarette into Gui Lihao's mouth and turned away, issuing the order. Here, take these 100,000. The rest totals 200,000. Split it among yourselves. Huafu handed a thick stack of bills to the first enforcer, then drew out 2 more bundles for the remaining 6 men. Don't spend it recklessly. Lay low for a while before resurfacing. Don't blame me. You're on my path now. If I fall, you won't survive either. Huafu said firmly to Gui Lihao. Gui Lihao didn't reply. He simply started the engine. The next morning early. Far East Group CEO office. Brother Ben, it was definitely Huafu who killed Ah Bao. I'll avenge him. Filong declared, his eyes burning crimson. Lin Bin glanced at him, then picked up the phone. Surly, regarding last night's homicide near Jordan Road. I knew the victim. Please release the street CCTV footage to me. Lin Bin said as soon as the call connected. Send someone to the police station's parking lot. I'll leave it on the left tire. Li Wenbin hung up. Half an hour later. I knew it. The scoundrel Huafu. Filong slammed his fist hard onto the table. Spread the word, I want all 9 of them. Ah how dadu, you 2 seal off the docks. Not a single plank is to touch the sea. Lin Bin spoke in a low, grave voice. Brother, rest assured. These despicable dogs have slapped both my face and Liansheng's. Personally, I'll sink them into the deep sea. Lin Guahao grunted in quiet assent. Thank you, Brother Bin. Filong said, moved. Having expected only perfunctory cooperation, he hadn't imagined Lin Bin would mobilize the entire triad for the manhunt. Hengzi Heap, headquarters. Sister Ailian Lianxing has offered HK0 for these 9 men. Should we rally our brothers to sweep the streets? Faline placed a 9-grid photo on the table. HK20000. Right now the most urgent matter for our brotherhood is helping Mr. Guo evict those neighborhood residents. Just think. Once this property stands secure and complete, do you know how much we'll earn each year simply by standing behind him? Alian cast him a sharp, knowing glance. Understood. I'll go arrange the men right away. Faline nodded and left. Abu, everything here is settled. You may return. Only after Faline had vanished from sight did Alian turn quietly toward Butonglin. Butonglin smiled faintly, and before departing glanced once more at the photograph on the table. Approximately 200 meters from the Binz Bar in Wanchai stood a 5-story residential building, its stairwell entrance occupied by a convenience store. On the 3rd floor, a room remained tightly sealed, even in broad daylight. One corner of the curtain was drawn aside, revealing a pair of eyes fixed intently on the street below. Brother Hui, aren't we far too exposed here? Inside the cramped room, 7 armed men huddled together. One asked the leader, Hood/Tang Bao. This is precisely the darkness beneath the lamp. Lin Bin would never imagine we're watching them scour the entire city from right under his nose. Chen Binghui didn't turn away from the street below. Indeed, no gangsters loitered there. I'll go downstairs to grab some cigarettes and liquor, a long-haired man said. Daozi, do you have no restraint? This is no time for such trivialities. Chen Binghui frowned and turned. Just downstairs. I'll be back in minutes wearing a mask. No problem. Daozi shrugged, unconcerned. He's right, Brother Hui. Our mouths are parched. Let Daozi run the errand. It'll take no time at all, another man with a crew cut added. Don't stir trouble. Grab what you need and get back up immediately. Chen Binghui scanned the pedestrians below, then studied his men's restless faces. Since it was just downstairs, and no danger seemed imminent, he relented. Boss, 2 packs of red Marlboro. And how much for these 3 cases of beer? Daozi set down the crates at the counter. $700. The shopkeeper pulled 2 packs of red Marlboro from beneath the counter. A pack of chewing gum, please. Another man in light green workwear entered the store and called out to the shopkeeper. As Daozi carried the beer, he brushed against the man's arm and muttered sorry before hurrying upstairs. Butonglin watched him ascend, then noticed a soybean-sized mole near his temple. $5. The shopkeeper tossed a pack of Orbit onto the counter. Keep the change. Butonglin laid a crumpled Hong Kong $100 note on the counter and turned, watching the retreating figure climb the stairs, a faint knowing smile playing upon his lips. Rations have arrived, brothers. Brother Hui, I told you everything would be fine. Daozai strode in with a grin, setting down the bottles of liquor and tearing open a pack of Marlboro, tossing 1 box to each man. Close the door. Chen Binghui snapped, his brow furrowed as he whispered sharply. Daozai reached for the door, only for a hand to suddenly thrust forward, bracing it open. Brother, you've entered the wrong room. Daozai frowned at the intruder, none other than Butonglin, the man had bumped into earlier at the convenience store. At the sound of Daozai's voice, Chen Binghui silently signaled the others to prepare. Then, sliding a cleaver from beneath the sofa, he stepped slowly behind Daozai. Haha, Butonglin chuckled, and without warning drove his foot hard into the door. With a thunderous crack, the wooden frame splintered the door, tearing free and slamming violently into Daozai. Cut him down. Chen Binghui roared from behind, steadying Daozai as he shouted. Butonglin sidestepped the descending cleaver, his right hand snapping forward like a raptor's talon, seizing the man's throat, then wrenching inward with brutal force. The trachea tore free in a gush of blood. Away. Chen Binghui's eyes widened in horror as he watched Chen Wei collapse, clutching his ruined throat, and cried out in disbelief. Why are there only 7 of you? Butonglin flicked his hand, blood spraying across the floor. I'll send you straight to hell. Chen Binghui bellowed, launching a devastating overhead cleave toward Butonglin. TCH. Butonglin scoffed, darting forward before the blow could land. His fingers half-curled to strike Chen Binghui's armpit, then his left hand seizing the man's forearm, while his right drove upward into the elbow joint. Snap. Ah. Chen Binghui's arm shattered, splintered bone piercing flesh. Does it hurt? Let me help you, Butonglin snarled, his face twisting into a feral grin as he wrenched his left hand backward, ripping the entire forearm clean from its socket. What are you waiting for? Cut that bastard down now. Chen Binghui gasped, sweat pouring from his brow as he choked out the order through searing agony. The remaining 5 men finally snapped into action, swinging their cleavers in unison at Butonglin. Butonglin moved like a phantom, gliding between them, his hands seeming to wield invisible blades. With a swift kick, he sent one man's cleaver flying before the man could react. Butonglin drove his knee deep into his abdomen. The victim, crumpling, instantly curled on the floor. Then, pivoting aside to evade another's horizontal slash, he seized the attacker's wrist and twisted hard. A shriek pierced the air as the arm contorted grotesquely, tendons and bones coiling like a wrung rope. The last three exchanged glances, then formed a tight, triangular formation. Yet Butong Lin showed no hesitation. Spotting his opening, he lunged at one man, gripping his throat in iron-tight hands, hoisting him high, then hurling him bodily into the other two. They crashed to the ground in a tangle of limbs. Before they could rise, Butong Lin was already upon them, snatching up a fallen cleaver and slashing with lethal precision. Blood arced through the air like crimson rain. One by one the fallen lay motionless, lifeless. In the corner, Chen Binghui slumped, cradling his severed arm, trembling uncontrollably as he stared at the room. A slaughterhouse painted in gore, his eyes wide with abject terror. Butong Lin turned toward him, lips curled in a bloodthirsty smile. Chen Binghui shut his eyes in despair, waited, then finding no blow, opened them again. Where are the other two? The photo showed 9. Butong Lin asked, still smiling. Humph. Just end it quickly. I'll never betray the boss. Chen Binghui's face had paled to ash, his voice feeble from blood loss. Butong Lin tapped the hilt of a fallen cleaver with his right foot, sending it leaping into the air, then kicked it hard. The blade shot forward like a bolt, burying itself deep in Chen Binghui's heart. Chen Binghui closed his eyes, and a faint serene smile touched his lips. Office of Bensei Bar. Why are you back so soon? Lin Bin looked up as Butong Lin entered. The matter there is settled. Big sister instructed me to return. On my way, I eliminated 7 from the photo. 2 weren't present. Their whereabouts remain unknown. Butong Lin still wore that same calm smile. Lin Bin retrieved 500,000 yuan from the cabinet. Keep this money for now. Hold off on buying property. He recalled Butong Lin mentioning plans to purchase a grand residence. Why? Butong Lin asked, puzzled. Next year, the new territories development kicks off. I plan to secure land myself and build residential complexes. These funds will buy luxury villas then. Far more profitable, wouldn't you agree? Lin Bin smiled. Land in the new territories is cheap. Build several rows of villas, one for me and my brothers, Ahao and Ajin. A few more blocks sold to the rest of the brotherhood at cost price, integrated into the same gated community. Soon the entire estate will be home to my sworn brothers. No one would dare confront me, not even if they dared to provoke me openly. At 7 in the morning, Lin Bin was awakened by the ringing of a phone. Lin Xing, come to the Qingshui Bay Golf Club this afternoon. A friend wants to meet you. The voice of Li Wenbin came from the phone. Sure. But Li sir, could you please give me a day's notice next time? Do you know how grumpy I can be when I wake up? Lin Bin ended with a shout. Someone will meet you at the door, that's all for now. Li Wenbin nonchalantly hung up the phone. Damn you. Lin Bin cursed as he listened to the busy tone. Far East Group President's Office. The location is 139, Dao Min Road, Qingshui Bay in the new territories, about a 40-minute drive from Central. The golf course opened in 1982, designed by T. Sawayana Furukawa, featuring an 18-hole, par 72 link-style course. It's nearly an hour's journey. Chong, do you play golf? Lin Bin stroked his chin, looking at Lin Guochang. Just the membership costs too. 8 million Hong Kong dollars, brother. We just started making money this year. Where do we find the time to play a rich man's game? Lin Guochang rolled his eyes. Qingshui Bay Golf Club entrance. Lin Sheng. Li Sheng asked me to take you in. Lin Bin was sitting in the car when it stopped, and immediately a caddy ran over. Evidently, Li Wenbin had informed him of his license plate number. Soon, under the caddy's direction, the closed iron gate slowly opened. Li sir, which friend wants to meet me? Lin Bin greeted Li Wenbin, who was standing next to a white golf cart. Just follow me, Li Wenbin said, taking the golf bag from Wang Jianjun and placing it in the back of the car before sitting in the driver's seat. You take him to rest for a bit, Lin Bin said to the caddy. This is Deputy Police Commissioner Kai Yuanqi. Kai, sir. Soon the vehicle arrived at a small slope, and Li Wenbin got out to speak to a slightly graying, energetic man. Lin Sheng, thank you for taking the time to come over. Kai Yuanqi gently swung his club, the white ball slowly falling into the hole. He then turned smiling to greet. Lin Bin recalled the business card that Deng Bo had given him. The name on it was indeed Kai Yuanqi, but he had never contacted him. He didn't expect that the friend Li Wenbin wanted to introduce was him. Hello, Kai, sir. I wonder what instructions you have for me today. Regaining his composure, Lin Bin extended his hand with, I wouldn't dare to issue instructions. With 3,000 troops in the north, who would dare raise their voice against Lin Sheng? Kai Yuanqi gently removed his white gloves and shook Lin Bin's hand. Today I just wanted to meet you, make a friend. Shall we hit a shot? Kai Yuanqi offered the golf club. Then I'll embarrass myself, Lin Bin replied as a man in a suit immediately placed a ball at his feet. Lin Bin swung vigorously, sending the white ball flying along with a small patch of earth. Nice shot. Kai Yuanqi clapped and laughed. Sorry, it's my first time playing. Lin Bin's face turned slightly red. I'm serious, many people can't even hit the ball on their first swing, but you sent it flying hundreds of meters on your first try. You've certainly gotten a head start over others, Kai Yuanqi remarked. Kai, sir, if you have something to say, feel free to speak directly. Lin Bin maintained his smile. Logically, after Zheng Xiangrong stepped down, I had a great chance to take his position, but now. Lin Sheng, because your situation has changed, I would like to meet the people behind you. Kai Yuanqi spoke softly. Kai, sir, I think you misunderstood. I have no one behind me. Lin Bin frowned, wondering why these people always assumed that his actions were directed by someone else. Kai Yuanqi fell silent for a moment. Then, will the timing be moved up? Kai Yuanqi asked after some consideration. I don't know, but I doubt it. They have always been people of their word. I wonder how the future policies will turn out. Kai Yuanqi sighed, seeming somewhat worried. The leader of that city across the river was personally appointed by the old man. He told me one thing: as long as it's stable, minor flaws don't matter. Lin Bin's response was off topic, but upon hearing this, Kai Yuanqi looked up, the sunlight shining into his eyes bright enough to be blinding. I really like this friend of yours. No more than 10 people in the whole of Xiangjiang have seen this document. Kai Yuanqi received a document from the man in the suit. Lin Bin took it and opened it. 1898. Expansion of the boundaries of Xiangjiang Regulation. A 99-year lease in the new territories reduced by 3 days with indigenous land gradually converted to government ownership, leading to long-term dissatisfaction. 1967 6-7 riots. High participation of new territories residents. The Hong Kong British government realized the need to stabilize rural and land order. Currently enacting the Ding House policy, strictly enforced since March 1990. Any male over 18 with paternal lineage from new territories residents before 1898 is entitled to it once in a lifetime. Specifications can be built up to 3 stories, limited to a height of 8.22 meters, each floor 700 square feet, approximately 65 occupying, typically 700 square feet, built on private ancestral land, village land. Kaiser, I really like this thing, thank you, Lin Bin said with a smile as he closed the document. He had originally planned to acquire land in the new territories, not expecting the Hong Kong British government to announce this policy. With 2 months to prepare, there were many things that could be manipulated during this time. I have never let my friends down. Sorry, Linxing, I have a meeting soon and I have to leave first. Lisa, enjoy your time. Kai Yuanqi glanced at his watch and said to Lin Bin apologetically. Kaiser, take care. Lin Bin smiled. Will you be taking over his position in the future? Lin Bin asked Li Wenbin, recalling that he had mentioned recently about being promoted to Deputy Police Commissioner next year, which was Kai Yuanqi's current position. Because of your rapid rise, the foreigners do not trust him, thinking you were supported by him. After all, he has been clinging to the position of Director of the Operations Department. Li Wenbin adjusted his glasses as he spoke. The Director of the Operations Department is a Senior Assistant Commissioner, and above him is the Deputy Police Commissioner. Hi, your father is the first Chinese superintendent. Do the foreigners really trust you? Lin Bin said disdainfully. That's just a facade set up by the foreigners. What good is it? But now he might seize this opportunity with you. Li Wenbin looked at Kai Yuanqi, who was getting into a car in the distance. What opportunity do I have? Lin Bin asked in confusion. Do you think the foreigners would suddenly be so kind as to announce this policy? People are coming from there to win over the tens of thousands of indigenous residents in the new territories. A department was established today, an office in Xiangjiang. The personnel inside are not under the jurisdiction of the Hong Kong British government and are specifically coordinated for the new territories development Ding House policy. Li Wenbin glanced at him. Chong, how much is the company's current balance? Back in the office, Lin Bin stood by the window, gazing down at the pedestrians passing below. Behind him stood a 1.8-meter-long tea table where Lin Guahao rummaged idly through a fruit platter before selecting an orange. Cash on hand stands at 120 million yuan. Add the unrecorded funds, and we're looking at roughly 200 million. Lin Guchang rinsed the teapot with boiling water and replied instantly upon hearing the question. I plan to acquire land in the new territories and develop residential properties ourselves. Every brother officially registered with the company will receive one exclusive opportunity to purchase a 1,000 square foot flat at cost price. Lin Bin turned around, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. The new territories. Land prices there hover around HK2 per square foot. Not exorbitant, yet local clan influence runs deep. Even the British Hong Kong administration hesitates to grant approvals outright. This factor demands close attention. Lin Guchang paused thoughtfully before analyzing. Right now, that isn't our primary concern. We must first determine how to raise substantially more capital. Lin Bin's tapping quickened. He tossed the documents onto the desk. Brother, if word of this leaks out, land prices across the new territories will skyrocket. Astonishment flickered in Lin Guchang's eyes. Keep this strictly between us, for now. We still have time to prepare. Ask around among the brothers who has connections with the local clans. If we can ally with those clans and secure their male heirs' housing rights, this ceases to be a deal worth mere hundreds of millions. It becomes a venture worth tens of billions. Which major property developer wouldn't leap at such an opportunity? With them backing, the financing capital concerns vanish entirely. Lin Guchang grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Why can't we handle this ourselves? Why partner with outsiders? Lin Guahao peeled the orange, popped a segment into his mouth, chewed twice and swallowed. A venture of this scale exceeds our capacity. Committing all our capital would entail unacceptable risk, and none of us possesses expertise in property development. This isn't about constructing a few buildings. It's dozens, even hundreds. Lin Guchang explained. Chong makes a valid point. I never intended to go it alone. First, we'll negotiate terms with the clans. Lin Bin nodded in agreement. If our sole aim is to meet brothers' housing needs, completion will still take at least 3 years. Should we inform them in advance? Lin Guchang estimated the timeline carefully. Here's what you'll do: instruct the property management team to compile a list of all units available for rent, then approach landlords to negotiate lease agreements, signing 5-year contracts up front. One condition: rents must be set 30% below market rate. The shortfall will be covered via subsidies, effectively offering half-price rentals to eligible brothers. Lin Bin reflected briefly. Landlords still benefit. Their income remains stable over 5 years without vacancy risk, and they won't bear property management fees. How many units should we lease? Lin Guochang poured tea for both men. Don't be stingy. Our society earns tens of millions monthly. Allocating part of that to our brothers is only right. The elders won't object. Lease as many as possible. Any surplus can be sublet to third parties. This venture carries no risk of loss. Lin Bin lifted his teacup, blew gently across its surface, and took a slow sip. Brother Bin, carry on like this, and in 2 years your brothers may well refuse to let you step down. Lin Guahao tilted his head back and drained his tea in one gulp. What lies 2 years ahead no one can say. For now, I am the sitting leader, and where leadership rests, so too does responsibility to act decisively for our brothers. Lin Bin smiled faintly. Ahao and the other exchanged knowing glances. Wasn't this precisely Brother Bin's charisma? Then in unison, they turned toward Lin Bin, just as sunlight streamed through the window, bathing him in golden light. At the Saigon dock, many young men in short sleeves were busy unloading baskets of seafood from fishing boats, with fish occasionally flicking their tails as if trying to leap out. Sea-eyed Ming, why aren't you delivering the goods? What are you grinning about? A man with a green dragon tattoo on his arm wiped the sweat from his forehead, glancing at Sea-eyed Ming, who was basking in the sun at the cold storage door. Wow, Zhiguang, do you not know? Grandfather is going to assign houses to the brothers, I'm telling you. The market price is 2,000, but now for a few $100 you can live in a 700 square foot mansion, no longer crammed into a public rental flat with my dad and the 6 of us. Sea-eyed Ming pulled out a pack of Marlboro and tossed a cigarette to the other. Come on, it's just rent, not a gift. De Zhiguang lit the cigarette and took a deep drag. Public housing isn't just rent, and grandfather said that after 5 years, if you want to continue living there, you can rent it indefinitely. I'll stay there until I die. Sea-eyed Ming spat. If we are selected for the sitting hall once every 2 years with Lian Sheng. What if grandfather steps down? Who will recognize the future sitting hall? De Zhiguang scoffed. What are you talking about? Sea-eyed Ming suddenly stood up, his eyes red as he grabbed De Zhiguang's shoulder. I'm telling you, you're crazy. De Zhiguang grabbed Sea-eyed Ming's arm and cursed. You dare say that again? Anyone who wants grandfather to step down, I'll kill them. Sea-eyed Ming's eyes were bloodshot, his neck veins bulging. My dad worked and fell from the 3rd floor, and his leg got crippled because of his bad luck. My 2 younger brothers and little sister were raised by our illiterate mother washing dishes. Since I can remember, I've lived in public housing for over a decade. Oh, I was even afraid someone would steal my toilet paper. I initially joined the gang just to have work and not pay protection fees. Now I earn 20 to 30,000 a month, and I support the whole family. This is all thanks to grandfather. Anyone who wants him out, I'll take their life. Sea-eyed Ming shoved the other against the wall. Hey, what are you two doing? Someone shouted at that moment. Nothing, Sha, good, just fooling around. De Zhiguang turned to see it was De Sha. No one wants grandfather to step down. Let go. You know my situation, a grandfather wants to acquire land in the new territories, and I need to earn money to buy a building. I meant to tell you that. De Zhiguang slapped the arm that was on his neck. Come on, 2 idiots with so much strength, hurry and deliver the goods. 2 or 3,000 a month is nothing. Last month that sly fellow earned over 50,000. De Sha was responsible for the seafood and gambling stalls, so he naturally knew how much they earned each month. Got it, Sha, go, I'll go right now. Sea-eyed Ming turned his head and shouted, hurry up. Business is good now. 2 more fishing boats are coming in soon. If we deliver more trips each day, in 2 years, we can buy a flat to live in. It would be so impressive to have all the brothers living in the same building. De Sha finished speaking and went back to directing others. Sorry, I was impulsive. I'll buy you drinks tonight. Sea-eyed Ming regained his composure and let go. You said it, I'll drink you to bankruptcy. You'll definitely turn red, De Zhiguang said with a laugh as he adjusted his clothes. Public rental housing provides affordable units for low-income families unable to rent private apartments, with rents approximately 1/3 to 1/4 of private apartments, typically accounting for about 10 of household income, and includes management fees, exempting land costs. Typical area: 12 people, about 484 square feet, 34 people, about 764 square feet. Many residents usually live together as a family, often in practical and compact layouts. The sanitary conditions are extremely poor. Kun Tong Tai Hung Ice Room. I truly feel sorry for you. After your boss death, Tsuan, one should have been taken over by you. To put it nicely, you are the hall master in Kun Tong, but after paying the monthly dues, how much is left for you? It's not enough to support dozens of little brothers. Uncle Cam, if you come for tea, I welcome you, but please refrain from saying such things. Chung Yamo took a sip of his hot drink and looked at the deity Cam. Look at those vacant factories and warehouses outside. You're still young. Do you really want to retire in this godforsaken place? Deity Cam continued. What exactly do you want to say? Chung Yamo frowned impatiently. Transfer me, and unlock, I'll help you take over Tsunwan and let you be the person in charge there. Deity Cam's eyes flashed with fierce intent. You're dreaming. Right now Lin Bin from Liansheng calls the shots. His people dominate Tsunwan, Sai Kung, Kwai Chung, and Yao Ma Ti without exception. With a single command, 100,000 followers will obey. What can you use to compete with him? Chung Imo turned to look at the two little brothers outside, whispering. Lin Bin is too ambitious. Who doesn't see that he wants to unify Ho Ki? If he really succeeds, will there be any way out for the other societies in Hong Kong? The young man is arrogant, and many people can't stand it. You've been with the D for so many years, you must have a few trusted aides in Tsunwan. Find a way to draw out Gao Jun, take him down first, and I'll help you secure Tsunwan, then we can transfer territory. This way unlock, and I may not be unable to compete with him and Liansheng. Deity Cam noticed Chung Mo's interest. Gao Jun is quite capable. With fewer people it might not be possible to keep him. With more people he certainly won't be fooled. Chung Imo said slowly. No matter how strong he is, he can take on 10 or even 100. He's just got 2 shoulders, and one head. A single strike from each of us could turn him into mush. Deity Cam chuckled. When are we making a move? Chung Imo knocked on the table, his gaze growing more determined. The sooner the better. Deity Cam smiled. Prepare the manpower. Tonight, I'll only be responsible for drawing him out. If things don't go well, don't contact me again. After Chung Imo finished speaking, he turned and left. As long as you do it, the aftermath is no longer your concern. No gangster has a brain. Deity Cam looked at the departing figure with a disdainful smile. Tsunwan Market. Hey Gao Jun, what a coincidence. Chung Imo spotted Gao Jun from a distance and shouted loudly. Chung Imo, what brings you here? Gao Jun looked at him in confusion, as he hadn't come to Tsunwan since he went to Kuntong. Isn't it because of Chicken Foot Black and Bone Dragon? They invited me over for hot pot, let's go together. Chung Imo smiled, pointing at a nearby green-haired turtle, his eyes flashing with a hint of unwillingness. What do you mean by having time to come? Tsunwan should have been mine all along. No, you guys eat, I still have things to do. Gao Jun shook his head. Brother Jun, it's so late, what could you possibly have to do? Who the hell doesn't want to live? Daring to stir trouble in our territory. We've been together for so long and haven't had a drink, let's go have a couple of drinks together. Chicken Foot Black said with a smile. Yeah, Brother Jun, it's rare to meet today. Just fought a black dog, it was quite thrilling. Bone Dragon grinned mischievously. Gao Jun looked at them indifferently and then nodded. Temple Street, a huge sign hung in midair as night fell. The neon lights gradually turned on and the streets began to fill with more pedestrians. Along, how many times have I told you don't bring the whole thing over? Do you want me to get arrested? The hot pot restaurant owner helplessly took the plastic bag. I know, next time I'll process it myself and eat at home. Stop talking so much nonsense. Bone Dragon waved his hand. Get lost, you loser. You say this every time. Do you think I'll go bankrupt if you don't come? The owner laughed and scolded. Bang. Damn it. Foreigners just don't know how to eat. Dog meat simmered and rolled makes even immortals wobble. What's this nonsense about banning dog slaughter and dog meat sales? Violator's face fines up to HK 5000 and 6 months imprisonment. Huagulong cursed as he cracked open a beer. Dogs are sentient. Hell, I love them too. I've got 2 guarding my front gate at home, said Ji Jiaohe, rinsing chopsticks and bowls. Oh, then don't you dare touch a bite. Huagulong slammed the beer bottle down in front of Ji Jiaohe. What for? I adore their rich, fragrant aroma. Ji Jiaohe picked up the bottle and poured a glass for Gao Jin beside him. Brother Jin, what do you say? I don't eat dog meat, Gao Jin replied, glancing at him coolly. Huagulong exchanged a glance with Chong Mao. Hey boss, another seafood hot pot. Chong Mao shouted. Well then, Brother Jin, looks like you'll miss out. Cheers anyway. He raised his glass toward Gao Jin. Gao Jin lifted his own, clinked it against the rim, and drained it in one swift motion. When the hot pot arrived, the group downed several more bottles of beer in quick succession. Excuse me, I'll be right back to the restroom. Chong Mao smiled, rising and heading toward the rear door. Weren't we expecting 100 people? Forget it, go ahead. They're right there. Chong Mao opened the rear door and gestured toward dozens of men packed into the narrow alley, addressing the burly leader at their front. The man nodded and strode in first. Chong Mao pulled out a cigarette and tilted his head back, just as a gust of wind swept dark clouds beneath the full moon, plunging the cramped alley into sudden suffocating shadow. Cover up, Brother Jin. Huagulong, spotting the charging mob, raised his beer bottle to smash it into Gao Jin's skull. Ji Jiaohe leapt up, gripping a wooden stool. Gao Jin had already sensed something amiss from the warning, and as Huagulong's arm arced upward, he reacted with lightning speed, flipping the entire table skyward. Scalding hot pot broth thick with tripe and fish balls erupted outward. Huagulong and Ji Jiaohe shrieked in agony, hopping on the spot, as searing oil blistered their skin and charred their cheap shirts black. Using the table's violent recoil as leverage, Gao Jin sprang backward half a step, his tailored suit jacket flaring, its hem brushing the tabletop and flicking droplets of sizzling oil. Yet he remained poised, unbent, utterly erect. Suten Tai Jin, we've heard you're a fearsome fighter. Today Ming Wang will test just how many men you can take down. Old Ding promised 50,000 for your head. Ming Wang brandished his cleaver blade, pointed straight at Gao Jin. Behind him, dozens of swordsmen's eyes burned crimson, like starved wolves lunging, swords flashing, watermelons, blades, mountain-splitting sabers carving arcs of cold light. Chop him down. The first swordsman roared, swinging his blade at Gao Jin's throat, the steel singing through the air with a vicious whistling shriek. Gao Jin sidestepped, then snatched the solid wood stool behind him with his right hand. With a whip-crack twist of his wrist, he drove the seat squarely into the attacker's elbow. A sharp, sickening crack. The man's arm bent at an impossible angle. His mountain-splitting saber clanged onto the floor as he crumpled, clutching his shattered limb and howling in despair. Gao Jin didn't pause. He stepped forward across the wreckage of shattered porcelain and glass, his trousers tearing on jagged shards, yet he felt nothing. The second swordsman lunged from the left blade, aimed at his flank. Gao Jin spun sharply, left hand seizing the man's wrist, right hand driving the stool's edge into his crown. The man grunted once, a choked hollow sound, then dropped like stone. Warm blood spattered Gao Jin's pristine white shirt, blooming into a dark, spreading stain. Seizing the fallen blade, Gao Jin moved. Steel flashed and 6 or 7 men fell before his eyes could even blink. By then Hua Gulong and Ji Jiaohe, still burning with pain, had each grabbed a stool and charged from behind Gao Jin. Gao Jin sensed the lethal wind at his back, darted right, pivoted mid-turn, and swept his blade horizontally across both throats in one seamless lethal arc. The remaining attackers stared in horror. Over a dozen of their brothers lay broken on the floor, while Gao Jin stood unscathed, untouched, immaculate. What are you waiting for? Charge with me. Ming Wang bellowed, surging forward himself. His blade was broad, heavy, swung with brute force, but Gao Jin refused to meet it heat. As he slipped sideways, he drove the hilt of his sword hard into Ming Wang's throat. GHH, GGHH. Ming Wang clutched his neck, blood gurgling from his mouth as he stared disbelieving at Gao Jin. Who sent you? Gao Jin's blade sliced out. Ming Wang's head tumbled free. Uncle Jin, he sent us. He said you were here, told us to kill you. One swordsman stared at Ming Wang's severed head, now rolling to his feet. Those dead, unblinking eyes locked onto his own. Terror froze his veins. Get out. At those words, the rest fled, panicked, scrambling, as if lingering a heartbeat longer would cost them their heads. Gao Jin turned his gaze ice-cold, fixing upon Chang Mao. Anything you'd like to say? Humph. Humph. Victory belongs to the victor, defeat to the vanquished. Chang Mao took a deep drag, finishing the remaining half of his cigarette in one breath. He had calculated everything, yet never foreseen Gao Jin's sheer ferocity. You're not even worthy of being called a bandit. Gao Jin clenched his fist and struck, just as lightning split the sky. Bang! Chang Mao's head exploded in a crimson burst, blood scattering like scarlet rain. The 6th oath of the Hung Mun betrayal of brothers shall invite annihilation by the 5 thunder deities. The next day, at Hoan Lock headquarters, Shen Xianjin wore a black tang suit, twirling a cotton swab playfully before a caged macaw. In the center of the living room stood a man in a gray jacket, still and reverent. You mean Ming Wang led dozens of swordsmen against Gao Jin, who'd been drinking for 2 hours, and was slain? What kind of hero would blind himself so utterly and follow Lin Bin? Shen Xianjin spoke to the macaw. Hero, hero, echoed the bird from its cage. Brother A Sheng lost his nerve and revealed your name. I've already dealt with him. Now we must prepare defenses. I fear Lin Bin will launch an offensive. Fat, what do you advise? Shen Xianjin gazed at his disciple, senior brother Fat. Perhaps you and elder brother Quan should take refuge in Thailand for now. Lin Bin favors decapitation strikes. So long as you remain unharmed, the Triad won't descend into chaos. Senior brother Fat's eyes remained calm. Sigh. Old age makes one a burden. By your reasoning, I may never set foot in Hong Kong again. Shen Xianjin sighed, his gaze dimming. Senior brother, once matters are settled, I'll personally escort you home from Thailand, senior brother Fat said quietly. For now, let it be. I'll consult elder brother Gue Quan. I'll have the brothers stand ready. Shen Xianjin waved his hand. Senior brother Fat nodded and withdrew. Ha ha. Everyone calls you Immortal Jin. Yet did you foresee your own prized disciple turning to eradicate you? After senior brother Fat departed, elder brother Gue Quan descended the staircase, smiling faintly. I've long expected this day. People change, it's only natural. In our world, who wouldn't aspire to stand at the very apex? Shen Xianjin smiled wryly. I've assigned Meng Hung to watch him closely. Should he dare betray us, we cut him down. Elder brother Gue Quan spoke gently, almost tenderly. Sim Sha Sui. Master Shen Xianjin dispatched Red Pole Ming Wang to eliminate Gao Jin, but was repaid with death. Given Lin Bin's temperament, he won't stand idle. Our territory may soon be drawn into the storm. Du Lianshuan wore gold-rimmed spectacles, refined, scholarly, his ruthless nature entirely. Let him burn. Lin Bin hungers for supremacy. If this clash shatters Hoan Lock, he'll seize sole control of the Wuxing society. He won't squander such an opportunity. Su Long sipped his tea. Yet senior brother Fat's territory borders mine. Du Lianshuan adjusted his glasses. Rest easy. He won't be that foolish. To wage war against 2 major societies simultaneously. He cannot withstand it. Might Shinxianjin appeal to the Dragon Head for aid? If the Dragon Head consents, would my refusal to mobilize? Du Lianshuan frowned. Humph. Yin was jailed for 2 years. Xiang Bo is excessively cautious. Boldness eludes him. He clings only to stability. He'll refuse, unless he first uncovers the true purpose of those 3,000 troops. Su Long gave a light, dismissive laugh, laced with quiet contempt for Xiang Bo. You possess every virtue, except one. Your mind weighs too heavily upon you. You lack the sharp edge of youth, yet haven't earned the seasoned wisdom of age. That imbalance is your gravest flaw. For now, hold your territory firm. Lin Bin will not strike against us. Su Long counseled. Understood, Master. Du Lianshuan nodded. Jeddah Tower, Far East Group Conference Room. Senior brother, I'll lead 3,000 men, right now, to sever Shinxianjin's doghead. Lin Guahao slammed the table, his rage flaring like a storm. Brother Bin Chongmao dared to conspire with outsiders and betray our brothers. Though he is already dead, the true mastermind is Shinxianjin. Give the order. Tonight we declare total war on Hoan Lock. Officer's son added fiercely. Damn scoundrel. Death means nothing. I'll wipe out his entire family. Gao Chong pounded the table. But the Jianghu Code forbids harming wives and children. To attack orphans and widows would stain our name forever. Chuan Bao tapped ash from his cigarette. So now anyone may betray the Triad. What's the penalty? Just death. Is that all the Jianghu Code amounts to? Humph. Go look outside. The street thugs are desperate for fame, frantic to stand out. If we don't punish this harshly, who will fear us ever again? Gao Chong retorted. Big Head speaks wisely. Guahao, you handle this. Also alert all brothers tonight, we crush Hoan Lock. Whoever slays Shinxianjin shall be named Lord of Jordan Hall. Lin Bin rapped his knuckles on the table. We obey the Dragon Head's decree. Lin Guahao clasped his fists in salute. The others rose as one, bowing deeply. Brother Bin, under your leadership the Triad grows stronger each day. Chue Ji remained behind, gazing at Lin Bin with quiet admiration. Uncle Ji, you raised me. I won't shame you. How have you been lately? Lin Bin smiled warmly. Same as always. A friend recently invited me to stay in North America for a while, Chue Ji replied with a gentle smile. Can't bear living in Hong Kong anymore. Or has someone disrespected you? Tell me, I'll settle it. Lin Bin frowned with concern. Who dares disrespect me? It's just, age brings fear of death. They say the air is cleaner there. I'd like to live a few years longer. Chue Ji lifted his sleeve to reveal age spots on his forearm. Have you decided? Will the funds suffice? Lin Bin nodded and offered him a cigar. No need to speak of excess. I still hold 1 or 200 million. With you holding the fort here in Hong Kong, I can return anytime I wish. After decades in this world, I've yet to ride a Western woman. I intend to do my nation proud this time. Chue Ji accepted the cigar and straightened his back with a chuckle. I heard an old Taoist near Wong Tai Sin Temple sells a secret ancestral formula. Shall we go seek a dose? Lin Bin teased lightly. My elder brother's blade remained sharp. I could take on 2 women in one night. Chue Ji rose, slapped his waist, and laughed heartily. Haha. Wait until this matter is settled before you leave. I want you to witness me unifying Ho Ki once and for all. Lin Bin chuckled softly, his expression turning solemn and resolute. Absolutely. My passport's already issued. I'll watch your triumph before I go. This lifetime has been well lived. I must take my leave. I've an appointment with Elder Deng for tea. This cigar doesn't suit my taste. Don't let it go to waste. Chue Ji set down the cigar. Hoan Lock Gran Hall. Xiang Bo, how much more must I beg before you commit your forces? Shinxianjin sat by the tea table, phone pressed to his ear. I'm sorry, I haven't received authorization from my elder brother yet. As for company affairs, I hold no final authority. A calm voice echoed through the line, yet it extinguished Shinxianjin's fury entirely. His face paled as he hung up. What about Wu Zhaonan? He worships money above all. He'll sell his troops for the right price. Lao Gui Quan glanced sideways. He claims he's traveling in Japan. This time we truly stand alone. Chue Ji placed the receiver down. Rubbish excuse. I'd sooner believe he's burning incense at the Yasukuni shrine than vacationing. Traveling. Huh. We've weathered storms for decades. I refuse to fall beneath Lin Bin's shadow. Ready the brothers. Shinxianjin steadied his breath, his composure restored, his face, once more unreadable. Night descended upon Victoria Harbor, its shimmering lights casting fragmented reflections across the rains-licked asphalt of Tsim Sha Tsui and Mong Kok. For decades, the Hoan Lock Triad had dominated these 2 commercial heartlands, its bars, gambling dens, and nightclubs spreading like a vast, suffocating web. Yet tonight, this territory, long regarded as Hoan Lock's inviolable domain, was about to be engulfed by a cataclysmic storm. Along Nathan Road in Tsim Sha Tsui, over a dozen establishments, including Meng Tian and Hepburn, served as Hoan Lock's cash engines, watering holes, diluting liquor with waterfronts for narcotics trafficking and hubs for predatory lending. Gao Jin advanced at the head of more than 300 street enforcers clad in black workwear, steel cleavers, and iron pipes strapped to their waists, a black tide surging through the streets, instantly swallowing the light. Wen Sheng has arrived. Alert Brother Biao at once. A few bouncers in uniform bolted inside. Smash everything. leave no survivors. Gao Jin clenched an unlit cigar between his teeth, his gaze cold and unyielding as forged iron. His men sprang into action, chains locked the bar doors shut, then they swung their weapons, shattering windows with brutal force. Inside Meng Tian, the deafening music cut off abruptly. Before Wan Lok's floor guards could draw their machetes, hidden beneath the bar, they were surrounded, cornered, and disarmed. The air filled with the shattering of glass, screams of Gao Jin clenched an unlit cigar between his teeth, his gaze cold and unyielding as forged iron. His men sprang into action. Gao Jin strode calmly into the bar, kicking aside a fleeing bartender with one contemptuous blow. His eyes swept across trembling patrons huddled in the corners. This is Wu Wensheng business. Civilians, leave now. Wan Lok dogs, stay and die. Cut them down. Fat Biao roared, brandishing his cleaver directly at Gao Jin. One of Wan Lok's thugs lunged forward, blade flashing. But Gao Jin sidestepped effortlessly, drove a crushing elbow into the man's nose, snapping it instantly, then drew his triangular combat knife and buried it deep in the attacker's chest. He surged forward toward Fat Biao. None who stood before him lasted a single exchange. His followers, witnessing their leader's terrifying prowess, surged forward with roaring morale. Within moments, every Wan Lok member lay motionless on the floor. Gao Jin seized Fat Biao's hair with his left hand and slowly, deliberately drove the triangular blade into his throat. Within the hour, every Wan Lok bar along Nathan Road had been reduced to ruin. Liquor flooded the floors, tables and chairs splintered beyond recognition, and hundreds of Wan Lok members lay sprawled in twisted heaps, bleeding and broken. From this day forth, this is Wu Wensheng territory. Gao Jin stood atop shattered glass, lit his cigar with a flick of his lighter, and bellowed. Behind him 100 voices thundered in unison, Wu Wensheng. Master, his strength seems to have grown again. Du Lianshuan murmured to Su Long, turning his gaze toward Gao Jin, while behind them stood over 100 armed enforcers from the Sun Yan. He had accompanied Su Long to the Kowloon walled city for that legendary boxing match, where Gao Jin fought and defeated 3 reigning champions alone. Indeed, when the head bows low, the tail rises high. Arrogance spreads like wildfire. Dismiss the brothers. Su Long turned without another word and disappeared into the neon-lit doorway of Disco 348. In the aging tenements of Mong Kok, dozens of underground gambling dens operated under Wan Lok's shadow. Kowloon FA and Blind Hang stood guard at a massive mahjong parlor, its ground floor hall lined with over 200 gambling tables. Blind Hang, I doubt Wu Wensheng will come. You'd better take your men back to the headquarters. Kowloon FA glanced across at him. Uncle Quan sent me here to assist you. The headquarters is secured by over 3,000 brothers. We'll receive word the moment anything happens. Blind Hang pulled out a pack of white Marlboros and placed one between his lips. Kowloon FA fell silent, tapping his fingers rhythmically against the tabletop. At the street corner, a black minibus screeched to a halt. From the passenger seat stepped a man in a pink suit, his chest muscles bulging with unnatural density. Clutching a heavy cleaver in his right hand, its handle tightly bound to his forearm with white cloth. A deep roar rose from behind. Dozens of vans rolled in slowly, each disgorging 11 or 12 men. Others arrived on motorcycles, passengers trailing blades along the pavement, sparks flying. All wore white uniforms, each right arm wrapped in red cloth. Boss, Lin Guahao has arrived, with at least 1,000 men. Snake Eye Ming burst into the gambling den shouting, let's go speak with him. Kowloon FA rose first. Ahao, I don't wish to fight you. Withdraw now with your men, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Kowloon FA stepped forward to meet Lin Guahao. Blind Hang, half a pace behind, tightened his grip on his blade. You don't want war? Fine. Then bring your entire faction over to Wu Wensheng. I guarantee your safety. Lin Guahao raised his axe with a dismissive wave. This mess began with Chong Mao, and he's already dead. Don't press your luck too far. Fuck your dead ancestors. You dare invoke a corpse in negotiation. Now choose. One path: swear allegiance to Wu Wensheng, or die by my axe. Lin Guahao lifted the blade, its edge gleaming inches from Kowloon FA's throat. Truly no room for compromise. Kowloon FA's expression darkened, his hatred for Godly Jean and Old Ghost Quan burning white-hot. Why must respected Triad elders abandon dignity for mere hundreds of thousands, staging public humiliations only to stir deeper chaos? I'll count to 3. 1. Lin Guahao extended his left index finger. All right, Kowloon FA began, but Blind Hang brought his blade down in a flash, severing Kowloon FA's right leg. A blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. Brothers, Kowloon FA has betrayed us on the battlefield. Cut them down. Blind Hang roared, and plunged his knife into Kowloon FA's back. Kill this bastard. Lin Guahao snarled, furious, just as he'd nearly persuaded Kowloon FA to defect, securing his own prestige before Brother Ben. Now all ruined by this treacherous fool. Thousands clashed in an instant. Blades flashed, crimson arcs bloomed in midair, and Lin Guahao charged forward, cleaver raised high straight toward Blind Hang. Blind Hang still held his knife buried in Kowloon FA's body. Seeing the descending axe, he yanked Kowloon FA's limp form forward as a shield. Lin Guahao's eyes hardened, merciless, resolute. If no words of surrender had passed his lips, fate itself had spoken. No blame would fall upon him. Blind Hang wrenched his blade free and slashed at Lin Guahao's arm. But Lin Guahao surged forward instead, delivering a thunderous iron mountain crush that sent Blind Hang crashing backward. He stomped hard on Blind Hang's spine, then swung his axe with lethal precision. The head spun away, blood gushing from Blind Hang's mouth, as his wide, unblinking eyes stared at his own headless torso. Kill. Fueled by bloodlust, Lin Guahao whirled into the fray, axe in one hand, blade in the other, spinning, slashing, carving death with mechanical precision. Those struck fell wounded, those touched died instantly. He led a spearhead of fury, his men howling, frenzied, cutting clean through Wulong's ranks like a hot blade through silk. The boss is dead. Run. Only then did someone notice Blind Hang's headless corpse, and Kowloon lying motionless, drenched in his own blood. I surrender. I won't fight anymore. At those words, Wulong's forces collapsed into panic. Some fled blindly, others dropped their weapons, hands clasped behind their heads, kneeling where they stood. Wulong headquarters. Godly Jin's scalp prickled as he stared at the sea of armed men standing behind Lin. Lin Bin strode ahead, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Wang Jianjun followed half a step behind, flanked by 20 bodyguards in black suits, forming a semicircle. Butong Lin and Tian Yansheng gazed at Shen Xianjin with cold, lifeless eyes, as if already viewing a corpse, while countless men in black stood behind them, cleavers gripped tightly in their hands. Brother Lin, we concede this round. The construction sites in Simsha Sui and Mongkok are yours. Let this end here. Shen Xianjin forced calm into his voice, though it trembled faintly. I've told you time and again, when you're old, go home and raise your children. At your age, still stepping onto the battlefield. Today I'll leave you dead in the street. Lin Bin exhaled a slow, curling smoke ring. Over 3,000 brothers stand behind me. With tonight's chaos so vast, the police won't let you off tomorrow. Shen Xianjin raised a thumb and pointed sharply behind him. What the police do tomorrow is beyond my knowing, but today I demand your life. Lin Bin watched him with mocking disdain. A triad patriarch of his stature, invoking the police before thousands of sworn brothers. Truly, the older he grew, the more death terrified him. Yet though they claimed thousands, most were mere spectators, only a few hundred dared truly fight. You wretched. At that moment, a man with a blazing golden afro leapt forward from Lao Guiquan's side. I've loathed you, gangster wannabes dressing like businessmen, neither man nor ghost. The scar across my chest is longer than your cock ever was. His words ignited raucous laughter among Wulong's henchmen. You foul-mouthed, luckless fool. You think everyone's as stunted as you. 3 centimeters is it. Tonight I'll send you straight to reincarnation. Next life, pick a longer one. Desha grinned savagely as he cursed. Huh. Rip his head off. Lin Bin's cigar pinched between his fingers pointed directly at Wulong. Huh. Rip off my head. He thought himself Superman. Huh. Wulong jabbed a finger at Lin Bin, then twisted his head to roar with manic laughter at Wulong's men. Oh. Wulong noticed the terror freezing his lieutenant's face. Something impossible, something unspeakable. And before he could turn, the wind struck. Tian Yansheng didn't shift his feet. His body launched forward like a black bolt. His suit tore into afterimages as his right hand clamped down like iron upon Wulong's afro crown, while his left wrenched the man's right shoulder backward. A sharp, sickening crack echoed, the sound of bone snapping. Wulong's scream never formed. His knees slammed into the concrete, fracturing the surface beneath him. Crack. Ah! Tian Yansheng ground his heel hard into Wulong's ankle, drawing a shriek beyond human endurance. Then Tian Yansheng's biceps surged, and with a brutal twist of his grip on the crown, he wrenched. Blood exploded upward in a crimson mist. Wulong's skull twisted at an unnatural angle, his roar severed mid-breath. His body convulsed twice, then collapsed into a shapeless heap, steaming blood seeping through the grout lines of the pavement. Tian Yansheng casually flung the limp, broken head aside. The corpse crumpled, the golden afro now matted with mud and gore held not a trace of its former arrogance. He withdrew his hand, a smear of blood staining his sleeve cuff, his gaze still empty and remote. Kill him. Shen Xianjin's voice shattered into hysteria, his desperate cry piercing the night, yet drowned utterly by the suffocating silence of slaughter. His underlings, short, wiry men, stood frozen, stunned, still staring blankly at Wulong's corpse, half a heartbeat too slow to react. Lin Bin drew deeply on his cigar, its ember pulsing once in the gloom. His cold eyes locked onto the unraveling Shen Xianjin, each word dropping like a stone. Whoever beheads Shen Xianjin, Jordan Tang's leadership is theirs. Where there is great reward, mad dogs appear. Desha erupted first, snatching a cleaver from a nearby underling, roaring as he charged. Jordan Tang belongs to me. Desha. His massive frame smashed through Wulong's front line, steel flashed in a lethal arc. 2 men fell without even a gasp, blood spurting from severed necks and shoulders. Butong Lin moved like a phantom, not toward the crowd but straight down the center. His boot sole slid half a step across wet blood, a short dagger slipped silently from his sleeve, striking always for throat or lower back, the killing places. Each glint of steel meant another collapse. Hoan Loc's line tore open like rotten cloth, a crimson path carved straight to Shin Xianjin. Tian Yangsheng remained half a step beside Lin Bin. Then Lin Bin raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Wang Jianjun's 20 black-suited guards instantly fanned out, advancing like an iron wall. Every blade found flesh, every strike drew screams, and the wet, grisly sound of bodies parting. All who stood in their way fell hacked down where they stood. Protect Brother Lin. Protect Brother Lin. Shin Xianjin's men cried in panic, but their courage had already been shattered by Tian Yangsheng's head-wrenching brutality. Another wave struck, some retreated, others scattered. A handful dared swing blades only to be swallowed whole by the surging tide of black-clad cleaver-wielders behind them. The sharp, ringing clash of steel became a continuous shuddering chorus. Lao Gui Quan and Shin Xianjin watched their trusted lieutenants fall one after another into pools of blood, legs trembling, back stiffening, just as a searing pain pierced their chests. Glancing down, they saw the black triangular tip of a military knife protruding from their hearts. Wu Tonglin reached out with his right hand, seized Shin Xianjin by the collar, and yanked, sending the man collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Lin Bin stepped slowly across the blood-soaked pavement. Ash from his cigar drifted softly onto Shin Xianjin's ashen face. Looking down, his voice was flat, hollow, utterly devoid of warmth. When you grow old, you must accept your fate. He took the cleaver from Desha and swung it in one decisive arc. Steel flashed, and a head rolled. Desha kicked the corpse aside and raised the blade skyward, howling victory. Walin Sheng. Behind him, the sea of black-clad men raised their cleavers as one, their thunderous chant shaking the streets. Walin Sheng. Walin Sheng. Walin Sheng. In the conference room of the Far East Group. Boss, now that Enlu has been removed, only he too remains. With your command, I will go and eliminate him right away. Lin Guahao clasped his fists towards Lin Bin. Aha, one must not go to extremes. Go and reason with Higuaran first. If he is unwilling to switch sides, I won't force it. Let him know Enlu is the one who has caused a rift between us brothers. To eliminate him is well-deserved, otherwise I wouldn't wish to wage war against him. Lin Bin said seriously with a cigar in his mouth. I know I am most fond of reasoning. Lin Guahao clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. Guanzai Sun, with a bandage wrapped around his head, rolled his eyes at the two, who couldn't act properly, disdainfully thinking those leaders with the character he have brought this upon themselves. You, Boss Bin, are forced to kill them. Asun, do you have something to say? Lin Bin smiled as he looked at him. Nothing, old top. With your command, Aha will personally take action. Higuaran wouldn't dare to say no. Guanzai Sun smirked. Just take less drugs, I see your eyes are twitching. You can't touch that, I've quit long ago. Don't believe me? Ask Uncle Jen. Lin Bin said to Gao Jin, who nodded. At the Gucci restaurant. Higuaran Brother Bin asked me to reason with you. Do you want to switch sides to join me? Lin Bin said to Gao Jin, who nodded. At the Gucci restaurant. Higuaran Brother Bin asked me to reason with you. Do you want to switch sides to join me and Lianxing? Lin Guahao held a toothpick with only Gao Jin beside him. Sure. I've said Brother Bin is amazing. Today we have the honor to unify He-Ji. We will be the biggest in Xianjiang from now on. Old top, don't you think? Babai clapped and laughed. You idiot, surrendering before the battle, who would think you have received a lot of money from them. Higuaran glared at Ba by cursing him inwardly. Yes, Babai is right. We are all from He-Ji. With Ah Bin leading, I am very convinced. Higuaran turned to Ahao, showing 8 teeth. Damn, spineless. Lin Guahao turned to Gao Jin and muttered, thinking he was quiet. Gao Jin rolled his eyes. Babai also had a forced smile on his face. Ahao, what did you say? Higuaran, being an experienced old hand, thick-skinnedly pretended not to hear. I said you are a talented person. Let me make it clear, we from He-Ji are not allowed to deal drugs or sell powder in the future. Anyone who dares to violate this, I will personally eliminate him. Lin Guahao finished speaking and spat out the toothpick, which accurately landed in a paper cup on the table. From now on, we will be one family. I've long heard Brother Bin is good at business, and the newspapers have said he is now a billionaire. With the god of wealth around, who would still engage in such dangerous business? Babai looked at Higuaran and happily said after finishing his tea, Damn it, you've said everything, what am I supposed to say? Higuaran's face turned red with anger when he saw Babi's smug look. How what about the arms deal? I had a conversation with a doctor from Thailand recently, should we cancel it? Higuaran asked Lin Guahao. Bringing the big circle to do business is all by boat, arms are purchased from local trusted organizations. I saved a big circle's thief king in the early days, so I generally buy from him. Although the price is a bit higher than others, the quality is stable and won't be substandard. Arms. Brother Bin hasn't mentioned this, you can go and talk to him yourself. Lin Guahao said with a frown. Higuaran sighed in relief, not mentioning it means there's still an opportunity. The next day in the conference room of the Far East Group. All the hall masters and uncles were present, each with a glass of champagne in front of them, all smiling, especially Deng Bo, whose eyes were narrowed into slits, wearing a festive red shirt, joking with him. I joined the gang 3 years ago with the support of the boss. During this time I swept Saigon, defeated Hong Tai and Chong Yi, and eliminated the rebel Lin Whalyu. I was appointed as the leader in a critical moment later, eliminating Wang Bao and Kowloon's Nathan Road, and recently killing the immortal Jean, all thanks to the strong support of my brothers. Now he too and he Guoren have returned to the light, leading the gang back to me and Lianxing. From today he Ji, which has been divided for over 100 years, will be unified again. Everyone cheers. Lin Bin raised his glass and shouted. Boss, I have a channel in Thailand, a supplier that deals exclusively in arms, allegedly with Soviet backing. They recently placed an order worth 20 million. The shipment should come ashore in a few days. Ahau asked me to run it by you. Shall we go ahead? Haigu Rin held his cup, his cheeks flushed. A Thai channel. Soviet backing. Intriguing. Lin Bin clinked cups with him and took a sip. Wait, you ordered 20 million in weapons. What for? Planning to attack the governor's building. Lin Bin turned astonished, looking at Haigu Run. No, it was for the Somlian gang on Thai Island. I heard their business in North America was raided. The white suppliers refused to sell them arms. Armed only with pistols, they were beaten like dogs, so they asked me to procure a shipment. Haigu Rin explained. I want to meet them in person. You don't mind? Lin Bin asked after a moment's thought. How could I possibly mind? Once they come ashore, it'll bring them straight over, Haigu Rin said, setting down his cup and tapping it. Liyuan, East-West Street. Inside a women's boutique, the proprietress sat at the counter cracking sunflower seeds, casting sideways glances at the customers. A bearded young man, heedless of other people's looks, grabbed a garment from the rack and draped it over himself. These clothes are so lovely, my sister will surely adore them. Basong, what do you think? The young man turned and spoke in Thai to a clearly Southeast Asian middle-aged companion. Along, let's take care of business first. The doctor does not care about attire, Basong said, exasperated. We hardly ever come to Xiangjiang. How can we not buy anything? My sister dresses too old-fashioned. Look how beautiful the women here dress. Along said, gesturing at the shoppers. Along pointed to a poster on the wall. Pack all of these up. Basong indicated the garments Along had tried on. The proprietress beamed, set down her seeds, and clapped her hands in delight. Can you deliver them here? Looking at 4 large packed bags, Basong produced a slip of paper. Jiada Building, top floor, Yuandong Group. Of course, no problem. They'll have someone deliver them right away. The proprietress glanced at the address. It wasn't far from her own shop, and she agreed at once. They stepped outside and saw a crowd gathered around a newsstand at the corner. Along pushed forward into the knot of people. Basong, unable to hold him back, followed closely behind. What are you doing? A short-haired man in a denim shirt shouted at a young man with a ponytail. What? The ponytailed youth, unwilling to yield, lifted his chin and shouted. The short-haired man shoved him with his chest. Who do you think you are? What do you want? He barked. The ponytailed youth called out a name, leaving the short-haired man momentarily stunned. What are they doing? Along asked, frowning softly. They seem to be arguing, Basong replied uncertainly. Basong sounded unsure. Xiangjiang people are amusing, arguing like bleating sheep. I feel terrifyingly powerful, Along said with a crooked smile, then suddenly shouted, What are you doing? The sudden roar startled them both. Who the hell are you bastard? They snapped, turning toward Along. What? He cried again, putting on a ferocious face. Along made a fierce expression and yelled once more. The short-haired man spat out a curse about his big brother Dabuhe, and cursing lunged toward Along. Sorry, he didn't mean it. We're here to see Mr. Lin Bin of Lianxing about business, Basong said, reaching out to hold the other's fist. Along had told Haigu Rin they would stroll the street before the meeting. Haigu Rin had written them a note and instructed them to invoke Lin Bin's name if trouble arose. No one in Xiangjiang dared to tangle with it. Looking for the boss. He'll take you there now. If you're lying, well, drag you out to sea, the short-haired man cried, withdrawing his fist. Basong smiled and nodded. Along also abandoned his playful mood. He thought to himself that it was remarkable 2 random men on the street turned out to be from Lianxing, and they dared to threaten to throw people into the sea in front of a crowd. Yet the onlookers showed no reaction. Their influence in Xiangjiang must indeed be considerable. He wondered whether they could be of any help. Far East Group. Young lady, these 2 gentlemen say they have business with the boss, said the short-haired man as he pushed open the glass door and approached the reception desk with caution. He was merely a 4th-generation member, a rookie, and this marked his first time entering his own organization's office. Everyone now knew Lin Bin preferred to refer to the company externally as a corporation, so no one dared use the term Triad in his presence. Mr. Bong, our director Lin is expecting you. Please follow me, said the elegant receptionist, glancing at the photo on her desk before lifting her gaze to Bong with a polished smile. The short-haired man exchanged a glance with the woman wearing a ponytail and trailed silently behind the group. Director Lin, Mr. Bong has arrived, the receptionist announced, tapping lightly on the CEO's office door. Lucy, show them in. Hearing the voice from within, Lucy opened the door and gestured politely for them to enter. Along stepped forward first. At that moment, Lin Bin sat at his desk signing documents with his head bowed. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up to face the 4 who had just entered. Uncle, uncle, the 2 men called out in unison. Are you Depings de Shengfa and Xiao Fu? Lin Bin frowned, slightly puzzled as to why they had arrived alongside Bong. De Shengfa and Xiao Fu were astonished Lin Bin even knew their names, so thrilled their faces flushed crimson. Then, speaking over each other in rapid succession, they recounted the entire incident. That's settled then. Don't act rashly in the future. When family members squabble publicly, it only invites ridicule. You may withdraw now. Lin Bin nodded toward them and said, come sit down, have some tea. He gestured for Bong to join him at the tea table. And who is this? As Lin Bin rinsed the teapot with boiling water, he turned toward Along. He is the younger brother of our doctor, Wanning Long. Hello, Mr. Lin. My elder sister sent her regards, Along said, eyeing Lin Bin with surprise. He hadn't expected him to be so young. Yes, please convey my thanks to her. Lin Bin shook Along's hand with a smile, then added, Black Bonerin said this shipment requires your approval before landing. So Mr. Lin, will this deal proceed? Bong cut straight to the point. I value integrity above all. Since Brother Ren has already confirmed the arrangement, this transaction shall proceed as agreed. Lin Bin poured a cup of tea for each guest. Then why did you summon us here? Bong took a sip, smacked his lips, bland, tasteless. He couldn't fathom why people cherish this beverage so much when nothing compared to the bold rush of strong liquor. I've heard the doctor has exceptional connections. I have a younger sister suffering from a severe heart condition. The doctors say she needs a transplant. Might she be able to assist? Lin Bin lifted his teacup, blew gently across its surface and sipped, then raised his eyes to meet Basong's. Helping friends is only natural. Yet hearts require careful matching. She'll need to travel to Thailand. Would that be convenient for her? Along replied immediately. That poses no difficulty whatsoever. As long as a suitable match is found, cost is no object, Lin Bin said with a faint smile, setting his cup down. No fee is required, but there is something we hope Mr. Lin might help us with. Please go ahead. Before Pattaya was under U.S. military control, they flattened our rice paddies and forced farmers to cultivate opium poppies. Now that they've withdrawn, Thailand, Myanmar, and Vietnam have launched a joint campaign, eradicating countless growers. Only our group and Kun Sa's Golden Triangle remain. We never wished to grow opium, but the Thai government coerced by the Americans refuses to supply legitimate seeds. If nothing changes, we will starve. Along spoke with simmering resentment in his eyes. Lin Bin listened intently, fingertips lightly tapping the tea table. Pattaya, if I recall correctly, it lies along the coastal plain. Even if I supplied grain seeds, they'd scarcely sustain a city's population. Do you intend to subsidize survival through arms trade profits? Lin Bin murmured softly. So you'd watch them starve with your hands tied? Along roared. Your geography is unparalleled, well-positioned, rich in potential. To use such land for farming. TCH. Utterly wasteful. Lin Bin shook his head, ending with a derisive chuckle. Then tell me, what would you have me do? Along shot to his feet, breathless. Bong leaned forward, eyes locked unblinkingly on Lin Bin. Tourism. The global economy is surging. Leveraging its unique advantages, we can transform Pattaya into the eastern Hawaii, drawing visitors from neighboring countries and regions to spend. Lin Bin declared firmly. Tourism. Can Pattaya really pull it off? Asked Basong, frowning. Back home, many people lack proper clothing, and even basic meals are a struggle. How could anyone be enticed to vacation there? Pattaya enjoys an annual average temperature in the low 20s Celsius, boasts pristine beaches and lush tropical rainforests. We can construct distinctive local architecture along the shoreline and welcome tourists with traditional regional dance performances, encouraging genuine interaction. Today's primary consumer demographic consists of men. How to attract them requires no elaboration from me. Deliver an experience they both desire and crave, so compelling that once they arrive they yearn to return. Such momentum will spread organically, needing no artificial promotion. Lin Bin lifted his teacup to moisten his throat. Is it truly that simple? Asked Along, incredulous. Take the middle-tier consumers from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. Come weekend, their pent-up energy seeks release in only two places, one nightclubs, the other Japanese entertainment establishments. Pattaya can become the third, especially given its geographic. You may not realize this, but real Japanese women are not as idealized as portrayed in films. They are simply well-trained, obedient, attentive, serving tea or fetching water pliant to your every whim. Their feigned reluctance, paired with breathless cries of yamit, grows tiresome with repetition. Yet the psychological allure of conquering someone Japanese persists. You can dispatch personnel to study these services and surpass their origins. Moreover, you possess another vast consumer base, a region undergoing rapid economic ascent, where affluent individuals have nowhere suitable to spend their wealth. Hong Kong now regards them as provincial outsiders, who would willingly accept such condescension. And psychologically they resist both Japan and Korea. Seize this opportunity in trafficking drugs. No dog would stoop so low. Lin Bin meticulously analyzed the current tourism landscape. Bong stood awestruck, his expression grave and contemplative. Mr. Lin, would you be available to travel to Thailand for an in-person discussion with my elder sister? Your personal safety will be fully guaranteed. Along, bewildered by the complexity, extended the invitation directly. No problem. Lucy, call Tian Yangsheng in. Lin Bin nodded and called out to Lucy, who had been waiting outside the office. Tian Yangsheng pushed open the office door and entered. This is Wanning Long and Bong. I've asked them to assist in securing a heart transplant for Ah-Si, but it will require spending some time in Thailand. Lin Bin introduced them to Tian Yangsheng with a nod. I'll go fetch her right away, Tian Yangsheng replied, his usually calm eyes flickering with sudden intensity. Doctors had previously confirmed the necessity of a heart transplant, yet finding a compatible donor within the required time frame proved impossible. Donations depend entirely on voluntary consent. Tian Yangxi had at most 6 months left to live. The weight of her condition had long pressed upon her siblings like a boulder. No rush, you prepare tonight. Depart tomorrow. I'll accompany you myself along with Yi. Lin Bin, sensing the shift in Tian Yangsheng's demeanor, smiled warmly. Thank you. Tian Yangsheng murmured softly, then nodded respectfully to Bong and Ruaning long before turning and exiting the office. Mr. Lin possesses extraordinary talent. Never imagined you'd bring the 7 Tian brothers under your banner. Bong remarked in admiration. Do you know each other? Lin Bin asked curiously. The earlier reaction from Tian Yangsheng suggested otherwise. The 7 Tian brothers wield immense renown across Southeast Asia. Together they dismantled over a dozen small guerrilla factions. Warlords from every faction sought to recruit them, yet all were uniformly refused. Bong gazed through the glass door at Tian Yangsheng's retreating figure and spoke slowly. Perhaps I was simply fortunate enough to earn their trust. But one thing you misstated, they are my brothers, not my subordinates. Lin Bin smiled as he poured tea for his guest. Tian Yangsheng's ears twitched faintly, a subtle upward curve tugged at his lips. He had already accepted Lin Bin as a true master. No one knew his hearing was preternaturally acute. He had heard every word inside the office crystal clear. Our cargo, per Haigu Ren's instructions, is anchored in international waters near Saigon port. Shall I order it steamed into the harbor now? Along, eager to finalize the deal and rush back to Thailand with the good news for his elder sister, added Dr. Has not slept soundly a single night lately. Not yet. Lin Bin shook his head. Saigon the dock. Is the cargo ready to be stored? Lin Guahao turned to ask Haiguren beside him. Haiguren pointed at an old fishing boat with 3 people standing on the deck. Not long after, the roar of a diesel engine echoed from nearby. Bong held a powerful flashlight, flashing it twice towards the sky, then directed it towards the fishing boat on the sea, counting to 3 before turning it off and back on again for 2 seconds. Someone on the deck also rotated their flashlight counterclockwise. The cargo has arrived, no problem. Get ready for the handover, Bong said as he approached Haiguren. The fishing boat quickly docked at the pier. Hurry up and move it. Haiguren shouted loudly at the dozen or so people on the shore. Bosong, how did the discussion with my old boss go? Haiguren handed a cigarette to Bong and asked, how was it? Very good, mister. Lin will be joining us for a trip to Thailand tomorrow. Bong patted Haiguren's palm, taking a deep breath. He had always stayed close to the doctor because she wanted to provide people with a different kind of life, and now the opportunity had finally arrived. That's good. Later he'll take you to experience the customs and culture of Hong Kong, Haiguren said with a wicked smile, feeling completely at ease. As long as the business was thriving, he would also get a share. Bong smiled and shook his head, feeling no mood for fun. His heart had already flown back to Pattaya. Seeing this, Haiguren said no more. The next afternoon at Utapao Airport, located 40 kilometers from Pattaya after the U.S. military withdrew, the Thai Navy officially took over. On February 21, 1989, Utapao Airport was approved for military civilian use. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm glad you could come to Thailand. 3 military jeeps stopped at the airport, and a woman about 1.7 meters tall walked towards the landed Lin Bin, extending her hand. Hello, doctor. Thank you for coming to pick me up, Lin Bin said as he gently shook her hand, with Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangyi closely following behind. Please get in the car. We'll talk more later, the doctor invited with a smile. She sat in the passenger seat, holding a cigarette between her fingers and casually pointing towards the fields outside the window. Her voice carried a chilling tone, lightly falling into the back seat. We are too far behind. Look at these people. Many have never left their villages in their entire lives. Lin Bin followed her gaze. On the ridge, a woman walked with a bamboo basket, her indigo skirt sweeping over the knee-high rice stubble. Barefooted children chased after a passing water buffalo, their laughter carried far by the wind. Under the large banyan tree at the village entrance, an old man sat cross-legged, weaving a fish basket from bamboo, his gaze leisurely falling on the passing car, neither surprised nor flustered. The car continued forward with rubber trees stretching endlessly on both sides, a boundless expanse of green. Compared to the high-rise buildings of Hong Kong, it seemed like 2 different worlds. Development takes time. I heard from my junior that the Thai government isn't providing you with seeds, Lin Bin asked in confusion. That's right, for every pound of rice seed you need to exchange a pound of gold, and the quantity is strictly limited. The doctor extinguished her cigarette against the car door and flicked it away. The world is the same everywhere. It's all about devouring people, Lin Bin said, gazing at the joyful children in the distance. But I don't want to be devoured, nor do the hundreds of thousands of people behind me. As long as you can help us, we will always be your most reliable friends. The doctor turned her head to speak. Lin Bin remained silent, and the doctor did not speak again. They soon arrived in front of a Lana-style manor surrounded by rubber trees and flamboyant flowers. The teak door with brass nails slowly opened, and the jeep drove straight, and stopping on a gravel patch. Mr. Lin, we've arrived, the doctor said as she got out of the car and opened the door for the back seat. Lin Bin stepped out and looked around. The main building had a Lanna-style gabled roof with blue tiles complemented by European-style columned corridors. He could see the living room with a teak floor and walls adorned with long scrolls of northern Thai agriculture, while a large floor-to-ceiling window looked out onto the rice fields. One side had a four-faced Buddha altar, and the other side featured a leather sofa. Mr. Lin, try our Thai coffee. A servant came out with a silver tray serving Thai iced coffee, which the doctor took and turned to Lin Bin. The bitter aroma of coffee blends with the sweetness of condensed milk, creating a unique flavor, Lin Bin said as he took a sip and praised it. If you like it, I'll have some packed for you. You can take it back to Hong Kong for your friends to taste. The doctor smiled, instructing the servant to pack some coffee beans, then led Lin Bin into the living room. Mr. Lin, is the tourism outlook really that good? The two sat facing each other, and the doctor asked. This is undoubted. Oh, when people are poor, they only want to fill their stomachs, but when they can eat their fill, they want better food. I know there's an old saying in China, when one is wealth, they think of lust, the doctor interjected. Exactly. Now the economy is developing rapidly, and the number of wealthy individuals is increasing. They seek not only material enjoyment, but also spiritual pleasure. The climate and environment of this land are perfect for creating the paradise they desire. Lin Bin sipped his coffee and handed a cigar to the doctor. Hawaii currently has a poor security environment primarily due to constant conflicts among local forces. And you just might have the chance to turn this into the Eastern Hawaii. Lin Bin exhaled a smoke ring. Having the government army as support is even better. If I remember correctly, their military expenses are self-funded. Business isn't a one-person job. Involve them and work together. Transform the coastline into a distinctive tourist street and build a commercial center in the city. Do you know about Macau? This place can also be turned into a gambler's paradise, offering a full range of services from dining to entertainment without worrying about crackdowns, because security management is handled by the military, and the military are partners in this business. This is their paradise. Lin Bin became increasingly excited as he spoke. The doctor slightly parted her lips, staring in shock at the young man before her, not expecting his ambitions to be so grand and his thoughts so wild. Yet deep down she found herself in agreement, perhaps because she had already seen that if nothing changed, the starving people would not trust her, and she would be nothing but a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Although our relationship with the military is not, poor pressure from the Thai government may compel them to decline cooperation. Do you lack money? And certainly not. But money alone is useless. I've tried many times. General Songsa accepts payment, but delivers nothing in return. The doctor frowned, assuming Lin Bin intended to bribe the military with cash. And I believe you've misunderstood. You have capital. I have manpower. Many of my men are young, able-bodied veterans of the Vietnam War. Moreover, a close friend of mine belongs to a top-tier Hong Kong family and holds the title of British Knight Commander. Surely he would find this venture highly compelling. Arrange a meeting with General Songsa. I will speak with him personally. With his authority, governance itself becomes possible. Lin Bin raised a finger and gently wagged it. The doctor's expression flickered between doubt and apprehension. Veterans of the Vietnam War. Could he possibly bear red affiliations? Lin Bin read the doctor's expression and clarified. I am first and foremost a businessman, and second a man of triad origins. With the recent large-scale demobilization, many veterans lacked livelihoods. I happen to need capable hands. Think no further. Very well, I'll call General Songsa now. The doctor turned sideways and lifted the telephone from the cabinet. This is the situation, Mr. Lin wishes to meet you in person to discuss matters directly. When might you be available? The doctor briefly summarized their conversation. Doctor, your imagination has run wild. I won't waste precious time on this. He has men, you have weapons. If you seek rebellion, by all means try. A gruff voice crackled through the line. Lin Bin gestured for the doctor to hand over the receiver. Hello, General Songsa. I am Lin Bin. Should you choose to cooperate, you need contribute neither capital nor personnel. Only a 20% equity stake. Your sole obligation appear publicly when necessary to ensure order. Once the resort is operational, I am confident it will draw millions of tourists annually, generating revenues in the billions. And once the casino opens, backed by your public assurance of safety, its scale will rival Macau's. Annual earnings would exceed 10 billion, far surpassing the value of selling Pattaya outright. With these two pillars, why should you not become mayor? If I recall correctly, Hun, son of Cambodia, also rose from the ranks of common soldiers. And you dare suggest Songsa ascend to such heights? Lin Bin spoke these words while glancing at the wide-eyed doctor, then waited in silence for the general's reply. After counting silently to 10, a voice finally emerged. Military expenditures are enormous. I demand 30%. Whether swayed by wealth or ignited by ambition remained unclear. We provide investment, construction, and tourism infrastructure. 2% is our final offer, non-negotiable. Lin Bin's lips curved faintly. His tone remained calm and unwavering. Next week I wish to meet both you and your so-called British knight. With that, General Songsa ended the call. Congratulations, Doctor. Lin Bin set down the receiver and extended his hand toward the doctor. Thank you, Mr. Lin, she replied with a genuine smile. The first real hope in years for securing livelihoods for over 100,000 people. Let us dine first. The doctor led Lin Bin into the dining hall. A massive solid wood round table gleamed under soft light set, with immaculate silver cutlery. The doctor took the head seat. Lin Bin sat to her left, Tian Yangxing to her right. Wan Long sat beside the doctor, Tian Yangyi beside Tian Yangxing, and Bong beside Tian Yangyi. The doctor clapped twice. Immediately a line of servants entered, each bearing a silver tray laden with exquisitely prepared local delicacies. Today, on behalf of 130,000 people of Pattaya, I thank Mr. Lin for your invaluable assistance. I toast you. She rose and lifted her glass. We are all friends. Helping one another is only natural. Lin Bin stood, raised his glass, and tapped it lightly against hers. Seeing her drain it in one swift motion, he too tilted his head back and drank deeply. Bong, tomorrow the moment Mr. Lin's sister arrives, every single person must undergo tissue typing for her. No exceptions. I require results before next week. The doctor issued the command before the entire assembly, her eyes flashing with ruthless resolve. Sacrificing one life meant nothing. For Pattaya's survival, everything was permissible. Yes, doctor. Bong nodded resolute. Lin Bin watched with a quiet, appreciative smile. On behalf of Aussie, I thank you all. Tian Yangxing rose, uncorked a bottle, filled his glass to the brim, and began a ceremonial circuit, from the doctor onward, draining it in one bold gulp. Brother Bin, thank you. He refilled his glass, turned to Lin Bin seated nearby, and held his cup respectfully lower than Lin Bin's. I'm your elder brother, you fool. Lin Bin chuckled, and emptied his glass in a single effortless draft. The next noon, at Utapao Airport, the flight happened to be the one that Tian Yangxi was landing on, so a few people bid farewell directly at the airport. I stay here to take care of Ass. I will go back to Hong Kong with Ashing and come over next week, Lin Bin said to Tian Yangyi. Tian Yangyi nodded, while Tian Yangxi appeared indifferent. They all came out of life and death struggles, naturally not being overly emotional. On the plane, Lin Bin was resting with his eyes closed while Tian Yangsheng sat in the front seat. Hey, are you also going to Bangkok for a vacation before heading back to Hong Kong? A beautiful girl in the neighboring seat turned around to greet Lin Bin. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Bin opened his eyes and turned to look, seeing a standard oval-faced beauty in a neck sweater smiling at him. I originally wanted to go to Bangkok to ride elephants, but unexpectedly got tricked by the driver into going to Pattaya to see the beach, Lin Bin said with a smile. Did you beat up the driver when you got off the car? Hearing Lin Bin's humorous words, the beautiful girl laughed charmingly. Her ample bosom shook with her laughter, momentarily dazzling Lin Bin. Hey, wake up. My name is Li Ji, and you. Li Ji followed the other's gaze downwards, her cheeks slightly red as she hurriedly covered them with her right hand. I am Lin Bin. You don't sound like you're from Hong Kong, or what are you going to do? Lin Bin turned sideways and extended his right hand. You don't know me? Li Ji looked at Lin Bin in surprise. I am the champion of Miss Asia and also a star. I've filmed several movies. I'm here to have some fun in Thailand during my holiday. I'm sorry, although I own a film company, I seldom watch movies, Lin Bin said apologetically. He was either fighting or rushing around for business, hardly having time to watch films. Wow, if that's the case, will I be out of work in the future? Can I come to you for a living? Li Ji thought Lin Bin was joking and spoke exaggeratedly. Why wait until then? You can sign a contract with my company as soon as we land. Lin Bin was again captivated by her ample bosom, staring intently. Haha, you flirt. I'm afraid you might cheat me into selling myself. Well, I'm going to take a nap now, Li Ji chuckled lightly and closed her eyes. Lin Bin shook his head with a smile. At Hong Kong's Kai Tak Airport. Lin Sheng, we have landed in Hong Kong. The flight attendant half squatted beside Lin Bin and whispered in his ear. Lin Bin opened his eyes and nodded back with a smile. Then I'll collect the blanket for you. The flight attendant smiled as she unfastened the seatbelt and took the blanket off. As Lin Bin stepped off the plane, he saw a house standing in front of a black Rolls-Royce with 4 Mercedes lined up beside it. Bin Gu, how do you like this car? The windows are bulletproof, almost 3 fingers thick. Lin Guahao waved at Lin Bin with a smile. My Mercedes was just fine, why did you get me this car? Lin Bin stroked the golden statuette on the car hood, smiling as he looked at Lin Guahao. You are now the head of Heji, your status is different, so of course you need something that matches you, Bin Gu. Lin Guahao opened the car door, gesturing for Lin Bin to get in. Wow, handsome guy, you really are a big boss. Li Ji thought she was seeing things, and approaching realized it was indeed the handsome guy who had just sat beside her, exclaiming, What's up, beautiful lady? Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Lin Bin gently tapped the car roof with his left hand, smiling and waving at Li Ji. What a luxury. The extended Phantom costs over 20 million Hong Kong dollars. I'm meeting a friend at the Peninsula Hotel for tea. Are you on the way? Li Ji appraised the car. Not only was he handsome, but he was also so rich, simply her dream man. Big star, please. Lin Bin smiled and opened his hands in invitation. Peninsula Hotel. Lin Sheng, what are you doing? Li Ji turned to look at Lin Bin, puzzled. I have a friend who also arranged to meet here. Shall we go in together? Sure. Li Ji smiled as he linked arms with Lin Bin, who felt the softness of the gesture and stepped into the Lin Sheng, I am John, the hotel manager. Daniel is waiting for you in the private room. Please follow me. A middle-aged British man who seemed to have waited for a long time greeted Lin Bin in fluent Cantonese. Li Ji's eyes flickered. She naturally knew that Daniel was the first heir of the Kadori family. She had overheard a business mogul at a previous banquet discussing how he had gradually taken over most of the family's enterprises. She couldn't help but clench her hands upon realizing that Lin Bin's friend was actually him. Lin Bin glanced at his right hand, which was buried deep in the abyss. He slightly shook it to feel the astonishing sensation. Li Ji looked up at his profile, a subtle smile gracing her lips. My friend is on the 5th floor. Will you join me later? As they entered the elevator, John pressed the button for the 7th floor, while Li Ji pressed for the 5th, and then turned to Lin Bin to ask, Sure, I'll come find you after I finish my business. Your friend won't mind, will he? Lin Bin nodded. Not at all. It's a gathering organized by a friend to introduce me to a director. They want to recommend me for the lead role. As Li Ji finished speaking, the elevator arrived at the 5th floor, and she waved goodbye to Lin Bin. See you later. Stepping into a luxurious private room, all the tableware was made of gold, and even the wall decorations were covered with a layer of gold leaf shining brilliantly under the lights. Lin Sheng, it's been a long time since we last met. Daniel stood up dressed in a gray striped suit with his left hand resting against his abdomen and his right hand gesturing toward the adjacent seat. Congratulations on consolidating the Hyson company. You must be busy lately. How do you have time to invite me for tea? Daniel smiled as he poured a cup of tea for Lin Bin. I just returned from Thailand, where I have a big business deal to discuss with you. I rushed over right after getting off the plane. Lin Bin picked up the teacup and swirled the golden tea. Look at how eloquently someone from a prominent family speaks. Unlike the fools in my own company who are obsessed with their gangs, as if they want everyone in the world to know they are gangsters. If this were in the mainland, they would have been dragged away and executed years ago. Lin Sheng, I don't know how to say this, but you are like a god of wealth incarnate. Wherever you go, there are business opportunities to discuss. What business is it this time? Do you know Pattaya? I have negotiated with the local military to build a resort by the seaside and create a commercial center with a casino in the city center, turning it into a unique Southeast Asian version of Hawaii. Lin Bin spoke softly after taking a sip of tea. Haha, I was wondering why you didn't invite Miss He this time. Turns out you plan to compete with her for the job. Daniel laughed. That's not quite it. In planning to create an international tourist city, the casino is just an addition. After all, some tourists need more thrilling entertainment options. Eating, drinking, and gambling all in one. I know one cracking down on vice, no one refusing to gamble. The safety of tourists will be protected by the Pattaya military. What do you think of this city? Lin Bin stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the sky outside. The steel jungle surrounding us seems to bind the spirits of the people on the streets, completely devoid of the wildness found in Southeast Asia. People's emotions need a place to be released. To put it another way, I feel that I am about to create an alternative paradise. Lin Bin turned around, his eyes blazing as he looked at Daniel. Lin Sheng, your ideas are truly astonishing. Since you have already reached an agreement with the local military, are you now in need of funding? Daniel asked, puzzled. Have you heard of Dr. Lin Bin did not answer this question, but instead asked if the other party knew Dr. Ruan Ingshua. Her father was an early warlord in Pattaya who was later assassinated. She inherited her father's power, seemingly backed by the Soviet Union. What? Do you want me to approach her for a discussion? She might not give me that face, Daniel said, furrowing his brow as he pondered, finally recalling the information. No. Lin Bin raised his finger firmly. I will be the one to negotiate with her, so funding is not an issue. Moreover, the local residents will not resist. The Ruan family has been operating in Pattaya for 3 generations and is practically the local emperor. Everyone is almost their subject. With her leading the way and the military support, Lin Sheng, you are indeed not an ordinary person. Daniel looked at Lin Bin in surprise. He initially thought Lin Bin could grow to stand alongside him in the future, but given the current situation, he would probably be grateful to have such a friend in a few years. Why do you still want to collaborate with me? Daniel voiced his confusion. Because I need your status as a British second-class noble from the Kadori family. The hardest part is getting started, especially when building a tourist city. With your endorsement, it will be easier to gain recognition from various factions. I certainly don't want to go visit each one and ask them to come and play. Lin Bin laughed at the end. My dearest friend, you should thank my father. Daniel laughed and stood up to embrace Lin Bin. This time he genuinely regarded Lin Bin as a friend. After all, who would refuse a friend who could provide business worth billions and even trillions each time they met? 5th floor private room of the Peninsula Hotel. Let me introduce you. This is Lin Lingdong and director Su Ku, who is planning to shoot an action comedy film. This is Zhang Manyu. A man with a prominent nose approached Li Ji as he walked in. Brother Long, I know teacher Robin, I really like his songs, Li Ji said with a smile, looking at the slightly hunched Robin. No wonder she's a Miss Hong Kong. Li Ji is truly naturally beautiful. Come, take a seat. Lin Lingdong, with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, invited Li Ji to sit beside him. Serve the dishes. After Li Ji sat down with a hint of modesty, Lin Lingdong signaled the attendant to prepare the meal. Li Ji, this film is a major investment. It tells the story of twin brothers who, after being separated for many years, encounter each other by chance while risking their lives and inadvertently switch roles, stepping into each other's lives. It requires high-end computer synthesis technology, and I specifically invited Hollywood production to assist. Are you interested in participating? Lin Lingdong placed his right hand on Li Ji's arm, briefly explaining the plot and emphasizing that it is a big film to attract interest. Thank you, Director Lin and Director Su. If you are willing to give me this opportunity, I will cherish it and definitely. Li Ji turned to glance at Su Ku, then grasped Lin Lingdong's right hand tightly with gratitude, subsequently placing the hand on the table. Having frequently attended various events, she was no longer the person who could only endure discomfort without daring to move when being inappropriately touched. Then you will have to show your performance with Ms. Zhang later. She also wants to play the leading role. Lin Lingdong rubbed his right fingers, his expression slightly cold, but maintaining a gentle tone. Right, I mentioned to the two directors that your drinking capacity is indeed impressive, so let's have a toast first. Cheng Long dismissed the attendant and stood up to pour wine for the two women. He had long coveted Li Ji, and having read the script knew there was a scene on the bed, so he set up this gathering to persuade Li Ji to take the role. Everyone clinked glasses and drank to the point of flushed faces. Li Ji suppressing his urge to vomit downed another cup. I can't do it anymore. Oh, I really can't drink anymore. We haven't even finished the dishes, and I've already downed a bottle. Li Ji slumped in his chair, pointing at the empty XO bottle that had fallen on the table in front of him. One more cup, let's have another. Lin Lingdong raised his glass and approached Li Ji. Li Ji shook his head, indicating he really couldn't drink anymore. Lin Lingdong attempted to force the drink into his mouth, and Li Ji hurriedly raised his hand, accidentally knocking over the cup, spilling the wine all over Lin Lingdong. Damn it, do you know how much this outfit costs? You shameless person, how dare you disrespect me? Lin Lingdong's expression darkened as he directly pointed at Li Ji, scolding him. I'm sorry, she drank too much. I apologize on her behalf. I'll finish this bottle of wine, Cheng Long said with a smile, one hand holding Lin Lingdong's hand and the other lifting the remaining half bottle of wine. You big-nosed Long, get lost. Lin Lingdong shoved Cheng Long's arm away. Cheng Long, seeing that Lin Lingdong was not giving him any face, flushed red, but dared not confront him. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. Director Lin has had too much to drink, so we'll take him home first. Su Ku smiled as he walked over to mediate. Unexpectedly, Lin Lingdong also refused to back down, pushing Su Ku away and pointing at Li Ji. You go and book a room to clean up and wait for me. This matter will be settled, and I will still give you the leading role. Otherwise, I will make sure you can't find food in Xianjiang. Lin Lingdong stared intensely at Li Ji, tearing off the facade and no longer pretending. Li Ji was stunned upon hearing this. Li Ji stared wide-eyed at him, a tear tracing a glistening path down her temple. She knew well the devastating effect she had on men. Yet never before had anyone stood before her so utterly unguarded, so brazenly unrestrained. Sorry to disturb you. May I come in? A man pushed open the door and stepped inside. What the hell? Who are you? And who let you in? Lin Lingdong glanced first at the newcomer. A strikingly handsome young man, even more radiant than many of the celebrities employed by the company, then swept his gaze across the others in the room. No one answered. All eyes turned silently toward the intruder. The Peninsula Hotel commanded its price for good reason. No one entered a private suite without explicit consent from those inside, not even the waitstaff. What's wrong? You said you were meeting friends for tea, so why are you crying? Lin Bin approached Li Ji and gently wiped away her tear with his thumb, speaking softly. She shook her head wordlessly. Who the hell are you? Humiliated by the silence, Lin Lingdong's face flushed crimson. I'm Lin Bin. Lin Bin turned calmly to face him. Mr. Lin of Universal Pictures. Please have a seat. It's all a misunderstanding. The cup tipped over, accidentally spilling wine onto Director Lin. A trivial matter, truly. Su Ku smiled warmly, gesturing for Lin Bin to sit. So that's who you are. Just some street thug playing at being a tycoon. Don't think opening a little company makes you a big shot. I'll tell you plainly, the underworld has far more kings than just you. Oh, I know plenty of kings myself. Lin Lingdong sneered, jabbing a finger toward Lin Bin's face. Su Ku's smile froze. This fool was digging his own grave. Best not to intervene. Ha. Lin Bin chuckled faintly, then snapped Lin Lingdong's finger with his left hand and slammed the fallen wine bottle into his skull with his right. Bang. Af. Clutching his shattered finger and bleeding scalp, Lin Lingdong screamed in agony. The others recoiled in shock. None had expected Lin Bin to strike so swiftly, so ruthlessly. Carry my name to every king you know, and let's see who dares lift a finger for you. With that, Lin Bin guided Li Ji out of the suite, pausing briefly to glance at the attendant standing nearby. Apologies, everyone, but our manager has instructed us that this venue no longer welcomes your party. Kindly depart. The attendant entered the suite, expressionless, gaze steady. Of course, we'll gather our things immediately. Su Ku stared blankly at the attendant, then forced a brittle smile. Zhang Manyu hurried to support the groaning Lin Lingdong, while Jackie Chan helped collect belongings. In disarray and disgrace, they fled the hotel. A list star, and yet no one grants you face, Lin Bin teased as they settled into the car. Thank you so much. That lecher tried to ply me with drinks, wanted to take advantage of me. Not a single man is decent, Li Ji murmured, resting her forehead against the cool window pane, her gaze clear and unblinking. Beauty is its own punishment. Who ever heard of a plain girl being pressured to drink? Lin Bin smiled faintly. So, still up for a drink? I'll treat you. Afraid of you? Let me tell you, I can drink 1,000 cups and never sway. Li Ji tossed her head back, arching one eyebrow. Let's go to a bar. Lin Bin told Wang Jianjun, the driver. Are you really a Triad boss? They paused before the bar's entrance. Li Ji asked the question. Though she'd never dealt directly with such circles, she knew the reality to run a venue of this scale in Wan Chai without backing from organized syndicates was impossible. Scared now? In Hong Kong, no one dares claim greater authority than I do, Lin Bin said, turning to meet her gaze. Well then, how about me? Li Ji lifted her chin, subtly pressing forward. Watching the breathtaking swell rise and tremble with her motion, Lin Bin found himself momentarily speechless. The following morning at Qianshui Bay Villa, originally transferred to Lin Bin by Chun, made to save her son's life, had been recently renovated and freshly occupied the night before. Lin Bin stirred awake as a faint itch brushed across his cheek. Opening his eyes, he found Li Ji grinning mischievously, trailing a strand of hair along his skin. Good morning. Lin Bin rolled onto his side and pulled him close, savoring the soft warmth pressed against his chest, while his right hand instinctively cupped Li Ji's curving hip. Awake. I'll go downstairs and prepare breakfast for you. Li Ji tried to gently push Lin Bin's hand away, but Lin Bin only tightened his embrace. No rush. We'll eat later, Lin Bin replied with a tender smile. Dressed and descending the stairs, they entered the living room where Wang Jianjun and 6 other black-clad bodyguards sat in silence. The rich aroma of freshly cooked breakfast wafted from the kitchen. Shall you head out, or return to bed for a little more rest? Lin Bin finished his bowl of congee and glanced at Li Ji. I'll catch a few more hours. I need my sleep. A lack of it ages you quickly. Li Ji tilted his head and lightly touched his cheek. Jian, assign a few men to accompany Miss Li, Lin Bin said, nodding as he rose and walked into the living room to address Wang Jianjun. Central District Hongji Tower. Brother Long, you must help me settle this score. Uncle C treated me like his own son. No one has ever dared humiliate me so openly. Lin Lingdong sat in a swiveling armchair, his head wrapped in bandages, and his right hand heavily bandaged, his gaze fixed on the stern-faced man seated opposite him. Lingdong, why pick a fight with him? Lin Bin, of all people. Lien Haolong lit a cigar, his brow deeply furrowed as he studied Lin Lingdong before him. Inwardly, he cursed. If not for Uncle C's standing, you wouldn't even be allowed past my office door. He barged into the private room without warning, snapped my finger in half, and struck me hard on the head. What? Haven't you always claimed that Zhang Xinyi is the most powerful triad in Hong Kong? Can't you handle such a trivial matter for me? Lin Lingdong raised his injured right hand, voice sharp with indignation. Damn your mother. I said we're the largest outside the 4 great triads. You'd better burn incense of gratitude you weren't hacked down on the spot, and now you dare come whining to me. Lien Haolong muttered inwardly. Then aloud, Lin Bin is the dragon head of He Liansheng. Recently he absorbed He Ji under his banner. Now he commands over 100,000 loyal followers. His influence is at its zenith. Unless you declare full-scale war, you'll have no choice but to offer formal apologies and seek his forgiveness. What a... Don't try to scare me. He's just a young man. How could he possibly command 100,000? If you won't help me, just say so outright. I'll go straight to Uncle C. I refuse to believe he'd abandon me. Lin Lingdong scoffed, glancing dismissively at Lien Haolong, convinced he was being deceived. Lingdong, what Lien Long says is true. He isn't lying to you, interjected a beautiful young woman beside them, her voice low and smoky, carrying an unmistakable allure. Su, we've known each other for years. If you don't wish to stand by me, just say so plainly. There's no need for you both to conspire to mislead me. Lin Lingdong turned toward her. It's precisely because we've been friends so long that I'm telling you this, to spare you from crossing him irrevocably. Go downstairs and ask any street-level triad member. They'll confirm it instantly. Don't say I didn't warn you. Even if you appeal to Uncle C, he won't intervene on your behalf. Worse, he may publicly sever ties with you, or even order Lien Long to bind you and deliver you to Lin Bin himself. Su saw the disbelief still etched on Lin Lingdong's face. So what do I do? Am I simply to bear this injury in silence? Lin Lingdong locked eyes with her, reluctant to accept it, yet sensing she spoke no falsehood. Not only will you bear it in silence, you must also formally apologize and beg his pardon. Su drew out her words slowly. Damn it. I'll lose all face in Hong Kong. Lin Lingdong slammed his fist on the table. Face? Huh. Do you know how many who cross him end up either dead or sentenced to life imprisonment? When the Organized Crime Triad Bureau stormed his tower to make an arrest, chaos erupted across Hong Kong within 2 hours, and the governor himself ordered their immediate release. You speak of face with him. Have you lost your mind? Su let out 2 light, chilling laughs and stepped forward, locking her unwavering gaze onto Lin Lingdong's. Lin Lingdong swallowed hard. He certainly recalled the recent upheaval, yet had never imagined Lin Bin lay at its heart. His pulse quickened, his entire being seized by dread. Then what should I do? He asked, voice trembling. Return home first. Let Lian Long open preliminary talks, and if possible enlist Uncle C's involvement. We'll inform you of next steps once decided. Su Su pursed her lips. Understood. Lian Long, I leave this in your hands. I'll take my leave now. Without waiting for Lian Haolong's reply, Lin Lingdong strode out of the office. Sigh. Only you could handle him. Lian Haolong groaned, rubbing his temples as he watched Lin Lingdong's hasty retreat. We're husband and wife. People like him won't be frightened unless you strip away all illusion. Unless you spell out the consequences plainly, he'll never grasp the danger. Su Su stepped behind him and wrapped her arms around his chest. So, you truly intend to negotiate with Lin Bin? Lian Haolong asked, clasping her hands gently over his heart. Of course I promise, so how could I not go? If you don't want to go, just leave it to me. Su Su said, kissing Lian. Forget it, I'll go myself this time. Lian Haolong gently patted the back of the other person's hand. Far East Group CEO's office. Mr. Lin, a gentleman named Lian Haolong is looking for you. Should I let him in? Lucy knocked twice on the glass at the door. Lian Haolong. What does he want? Lin Bin thought for a moment and said, let him in. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lian Haolong entered with a smile. Please have a seat. Lin Bin stood up and walked to the tea table. I apologize for the sudden intrusion. A friend of mine offended Mr. Lin last night, and he asked me to convey his apologies this morning. As soon as he sat down, Lian Haolong said apologetically, hee, so that's what it is. I thought the big shot he mentioned was someone else. I didn't expect it to be you. Lin Bin chuckled softly. This scoundrel is talking about an apology. Here I see it's just an excuse to find Lian Haolong to back him up, and Lian Haolong out of obligation has to come and make a show of it. I wonder what Mr. Lin needs him to do to let him off. Lian Haolong didn't mind Lin Bin's tone. After all, the latter had the strength to be arrogant. Let him off. Do you know he asked my girlfriend to book a room for him last night? Are you sure you want to back him up? Lin Bin put away his smile and looked at him. I swear this bastard didn't mention that. No wonder he ran so fast. Turns out he committed a grave sin coming here to settle down without clearing things up. He really deserves to die. Lian Haolong's expression stiffened, cursing inwardly. I truly didn't know about this matter. Lin Lingdong came to me this morning seeking my backing, but only mentioned a conflict with Mr. Lin. He is my boss nephew, and out of obligation, I overlooked the details. This time it's my mistake. I'll arrange a meal to apologize to Mr. Lin another day. I want to inquire further about his matters. Lian Haolong hurriedly distanced himself from the issue. You dare to come out and negotiate without knowing the circumstances. Do you, Lian Haolong, think of yourself as someone important, or do you consider me and Lianxing as a minor gang not worthy of your respect? A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Bin's eyes. In this world, if you make a mistake, you must admit it. What do you expect me to do, Mr. Lin? Lian Haolong's expression darkened, but he knew he had been rude first. I want you to bring him here. Lin Bin looked at Lian Haolong, enunciating each word. I can't do that. Lian Haolong shook his head, not wanting to offend the other party, but not genuinely afraid of Lin Bin. I Zhongxini am also one of the top figures in Xianjiang. While I may not match Lianxing in strength, I am not someone who can be easily pushed around. Besides, 30 years ago I could fend off hundreds of opponents alone. I was known as the #1 master in the Jianghu. Though I may be old now, I can still wield a gun. Then there's nothing to discuss. Lin Lingdong's life is something I will secure. Not even Jesus can save him. I have other matters to attend to. Excuse me. Lin Bin dropped a harsh remark and let Lian Haolong leave. Since he was coming from his own company, the other party dared to come alone, calculating that he wouldn't dare move against him in the company. Is there really nothing to discuss? Lian Haolong stood up, unwilling to give up. I made it very clear, I only want his life now. If you don't hand him over, the future may not be certain. Lin Bin turned his head, looking at him with a blank expression. Then I Zhongxini will wait for Mr. Lin. Lian Haolong's resolve crumbled completely. He hated Lin Lingdong to the core, but if he handed him over, his boss would undoubtedly withdraw his support. Without that relationship, the gang's business would surely collapse. He had offended so many enemies over the years, and countless were waiting for the gang to fall to claim his life. Lian Haolong returned to the company with a sullen expression. Along, what happened? Did the negotiations fall through? Su Su softly asked as she saw Lian Haolong leaning back in his chair. He wants Lin Lingdong's life. Lian Haolong replied, slightly turning his head to look at Su Su. Is he acting so tyrannically? Just a small conflict, and he wants to take someone's skin. Su Su frowned, taking out a cigar and walking over to Lian Haolong, shoving it into his mouth and pulling out a lighter to ignite it for him. It's that bastard Lin Lingdong who last night asked Lin Bin's woman to clean up and wait for him in a hotel room. Damn him. Lian Haolong exhaled smoke, speaking in a deep voice. This fool, even if he was the governor, can't be saved. This matter cannot be ignored. We can't let him drag the whole company down. I'll go talk to fourth uncle. Su Su was taken aback and hurriedly said, It's too late. Lin Bin wants me to deliver the person myself. I didn't agree. Go get the brothers together. Lian Haolong shook his head and replied. Su Su picked up the phone and walked out of the office, dialing one number after another. By the time she dialed the last number, her grip on the phone was so tight that her knuckles turned slightly white. Lian Haolong has gone mad. He wants to go to war with He Lianqing. You need to find a way to deal with the goods quickly. Once the call connected, Su turned to check behind her, confirming no one was there before speaking softly. What's going on? We've always kept our distance from He Lianqing. Why do we suddenly want to go to war with them? A voice on the phone sounded surprised. Don't ask so many questions, just do as I say. Get rid of the goods and prepare the ship to set sail immediately. Lin Bin is heartless. If you wait too long, it will be too late. Su finished speaking, hung up the phone, and collected her thoughts as she walked back to the office. Soon a tall and burly man pushed the door open and walked in. It was Lien Haolong's younger brother Lien Haodong, followed by two others. On the left, Luo Tianhong had a blue avant-garde hairstyle with hair draping over his right eye. On the right was a man in white work clothes sporting a buzz cut and chewing gum. Big brother, what's the matter? Why did you call us over so urgently? Lien Haodong asked. Where are AFA and a Wu? Lien Haolong didn't respond, but glanced at everyone, frowning as he asked. Oh, I forgot to mention. We found a buyer for our batch of goods worth 300 million. AFA has gone over to negotiate, but a Wu's phone is unreachable. Su slapped her forehead as if she truly forgot. Forget it, let's hold a meeting. Lien Haolong frowned. He had no comments about AFA going to negotiate, but a Wu was often unreachable. He Lianqing is preparing to go to war with us, which is why I called you all here. I want to hear your thoughts, Lien Haolong said, tapping the table. He Lianqing. Big brother, our territory and business don't conflict with them. Why would they suddenly want to go to war? Is Lin Bin planning to sell drugs now? Lien Haodong furrowed his brows. It didn't make sense. Everyone in Xianjiang knew that He Lianqing was now cleaner than a public restroom, with even the lowest thugs on the street wearing suits constantly boasting about how our company was doing. That bastard Lin Lingdong offended his woman last night, and this is partly my fault for running over to discuss matters without clarifying things. But Lin Bin is too arrogant, bullying people too much, asking me to deliver the person personally. Oh, where would I put my face? Lien Haolong clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. Damn him. This bastard causes trouble every day. The last time he slept with old Moss Lover, and you helped him sort it out when they wanted both his hands. Now he's caused such a big problem again. Where is he? I'll go capture him and deliver him to Lin Bin. Lien Haodong pulled out a pack of white Marlboro, flipping one out and putting it in his mouth. Boss A Dong is right. Let's capture him and deliver him to Lin Bin. There's no need to fight with He Lianqing over this deadweight, said the man in white work clothes. What's wrong, A Hong? Are you surprised? Luo Tianhong flicked his hair and smiled wickedly. Lin Bin now controls He with over 100,000 under his command, who in Xianjiang isn't afraid of him. Ahung glanced at Luo Tianhong and replied, humph. Luo Tianhong smirked casually, flipping his hair with a chuckle as everyone turned their gaze towards him, expecting him to have a good idea. With my sword plus the boss stick, why would I fear He Lianqing's 100,000 troops? Luo Tianhong unsheathed his sword by 3 inches, gazing adoringly at its sharpness. The group exchanged bewildered glances as if staring at a fool. You're insane. We told you to pay homage to Lord Guan, not to become Guan Yu. Ah Hen burst out angrily. All right then, what's your plan? Luo Tianhong strode forward, sword slung across her shoulder, stopping directly before Ah Hen. Damn it, I swear, watch that blade. You'll slice me open. Ah Hen stared grimly at the massive 8-faced Han style, sword swaying inches from his face, then hastily sidestepped and sat down beside Lien Haodong. Here's my idea, bind Lin Lingdong, the despicable wretch, and deliver him straight to Lin Bin. Then host dozens of celebratory banquets with ceremonial wine. Problem solved. What do you think, boss? Ah Hen turned toward Lien Haolong. But what if he refuses, eh? Don't forget earlier Big D betrayed his own Triad, selling Fishhead Biao's goods to us at just 30% of market value. When Lin Huayue uncovered the betrayal, he executed Big D on the spot. Shortly after, Yu himself was eliminated by Lin Bin under some flimsy pretext. I suspect Fishhead Biao and Hung Tai were both deliberately framed and destroyed by Lin Bin. After all, everyone knew how close he was to Big D. Avenging him would justify seizing Sun Wan while also absorbing Hung Tai's operations. It fits perfectly. Su spoke slowly. So you're saying Lin Bin spared Lin Lingdong last night, not out of mercy, but to lure me out, then manufacture a pretext to declare war on us? Hearing Su's reasoning, Lien Haolong's mind raced, yet it wasn't implausible. Given Lin Bin's temperament, Lin Lingdong shouldn't have survived the night at all. That shipment hasn't been sold yet. Shall we return it? Lien Haodong suggested. Absolutely not. Su exclaimed sharply. What I mean is, Lin Bin now controls Walin Sheng. They've ceased narcotics trafficking altogether. He may not even want the goods. Besides, that shipment is currently being negotiated. Someone's already discussing price. What if someone does buy it? Su faltered, catching the group's collective gaze, and hastily added with forced composure. Even Lin Bin is only human. Assassinate him. The moment he dies, Walin Sheng will descend into chaos. Other Triads won't hesitate. They'll pounce, carve up his territory, and feast upon the ruins. Lien Haolong spoke with cold resolve. He's never alone. He's always surrounded by over a dozen bodyguards. How do we get close enough to strike? Su murmured, pressing her palm to her forehead. He favors women, doesn't he? You'll go? Take this pistol. Lien Haolong opened a drawer, withdrew a compact silver handgun, and handed it to Su Su, his eyes icy, unblinking. Su Su pressed her lips together in silence, gazing steadily at the gleaming silver weapon. Senior sister-in-law, for the sake of the Triad, we beg your sacrifice this once, Lien Haolong urged gently. Indeed, Senior Su. Only you can accomplish this. Ah Hin echoed earnestly. Luo Tianhong, however, turned away with disdain. His creed was brute strength. Using a woman as bait disgusted him. Rest assured, once this is done, you remain Lien Haolong's wife. Should anyone dare speak of it, I'll cut them down with my own hands. Lien Haolong spoke calmly. Haha, what's all this about? I never said I'd refuse. For the Triad's sake, even my own sacrifice is trivial. A radiant smile bloomed across Su Su's face as she snatched the pistol from Lien Haolong's hand. Lien Haolong, I've followed you since I was 16. Because I bore no children, I even found you a second wife. Now that she has given you an heir, you treat me like this. And you, Lien Haolong, you've always looked at me as though I were a hostess in a nightclub. Yet the moment crisis strikes, you call me senior sister-in-law. Truly the two of you are cut from the same cloth. Wait, I'll go with you. If you falter, I'll step in. I've long heard Lin Bin can fight 100 men. I'd like to test that claim. Luo Tianhong slid his sword back into its scabbard and addressed Su Su directly. That's wise. Adds another layer of security. Dong, alert our brothers, prepare for Lin Sheng's possible assault. Hen, you stay by my side. Lien Haolong nodded, then turned to Lien Haodong. At the entrance of Bensei Bar. Tianhong, you wait here. I'll enter alone. If I fail, strike when he emerges. Su Su gazed at Luo Tianhong with quiet warmth. Seeing him nod, she slipped silently inside. Miss dining alone tonight, a waiter greeted with a practiced smile. I am Liang Yuelian of Zhong Xine. I wish to see your boss. Su Su replied, her expression unreadable. This way, please. The waiter's smile vanished instantly as he led her to the bar's office door. From Zhong Xine, requests an audience with Uncle Gong, the waiter announced to Wang Zhengwo, standing guard. Here, take it. Su Su drew the pistol and extended it without hesitation. The sudden motion startled the waiter, but Wang Zhengwo accepted the weapon and passively ran a swift pat-down, confirmed she carried no other arms, and gestured her inside. Hello, Brother Bin. I've a business proposition to discuss with you. The moment she stepped in, Su Su fixed her gaze on Lin Bin, who sat hunched over his desk signing documents. Haha, please have a seat. Lin Bin looked up with a faint smile at Su Su, who stood before him in a black evening gown, gesturing toward the sofa. Would you like something to drink? He walked to the liquor cabinet and turned back to ask. Red wine, please. Su Su rested her left elbow on the sofa, lightly pinching her chin with her fingers while crossing her right leg over her left. The slit of her skirt rose to her hip, revealing long, elegant legs. Her almond-shaped eyes gleamed with playful amusement as she gazed at Lin Bin. You know, I've always been the one who initiates business talks, not the other way around. Lin Bin poured a glass and handed. Should I feel honored then? Excellent vintage. Su Su took a delicate sip. A friend from the mainland sent it. It truly is exceptional. Lin Bin lifted his glass and drank, his gaze repeatedly drawn to her slender pale legs. Crossed with quiet poise, they evoked the unsettling allure of gazing into an abyss. All right, let's talk. You came armed with a handgun. What exactly did you wish to discuss? Regaining his composure, Lin Bin leaned back into the sofa and asked. Haha, I'm here at Lien Haolong's behest to assassinate you. Su Su set down her wineglass and covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. My life? That would be a lucrative commission. Lin Bin tapped rhythmically on the armrest, his expression unchanging. She had voluntarily surrendered her weapon. This was clearly not about assassination. I'd never dare harm you, and the Ho Sing Triad's 100,000 members would tear Hong Kong apart stone by stone. I'm asking for my life, and offering 300 million in contraband as payment. Su Su spoke with sudden gravity. Lin Bin frowned, studying her. Was this woman delusional? When had he ever threatened her? And he didn't traffic in narcotics. What use was cargo to him? The Chung Shin accounts fall under my control. 200 million in liquid cash. I can arrange a transfer to your account if needed. Seeing his frown deepen, Su Su hastily added, assuming his hesitation signaled dissatisfaction. I don't kill women, Lin Bin said, arching a brow. Convert the entire shipment to cash and wire it all to me. He paused and added wryly, free money is free money. Agreed. A buyer is already lined up, but if timing is urgent, the price may drop slightly. Su Su exhaled in relief and added softly. Men's words are never trustworthy. I don't kill women. Huh. Where was the Hung Hing 13th sister, alive or dead? That wretched man, his appetite was monstrous. Handing over everything would leave her with mere millions for retirement. Then let's seal our partnership. Lin Bin raised his glass and approached her. Su Su lifted hers, poised to clink. When Lin Bin's stemmed glass snapped cleanly in half. Crimson wine spilled across Su Su's chest, tracing sinuous paths over her alabaster skin, gilded by lamplight into something hauntingly beautiful. My apologies. Lin Bin turned to fetch a napkin, only to find his lips suddenly met by soft warmth. The sweetness bloomed on his tongue, his body temperature surged. 70,000 words omitted. Oh, there's a fool outside with electric blue hair. He's also here to kill you, Susu murmured afterward, cheeks flushed as they adjusted their clothes. That good-looking brute, yet so fiercely potent. A true beast. Is he affiliated with Chung Shin Yi? Lin Bin asked, buttoning his shirt and lifting his gaze. Not exactly. A young man once challenged Lien Haolong and lost. Afterward, he pledged himself to him, more as a devoted retainer than a formal member. Susu smoothed Lin Bin's collar as he nodded, then picked up the intercom on his desk. Ah Jun, there's a blue-haired man on the street. Bring him in to see me. At that moment, Luo Tianhong remained blissfully unaware he had already been sold, standing by the roadside idly kicking pebbles while chuckling to himself, appearing utterly absurd. Passers-by instinctively veered wide, fearing contagion from his uncanny mirth. Hey blue hair, my boss wants to see you. As Wang Jianjun stepped out of the bar, Luo Tianhong, clad in a sleek black bodysuit, was still kicking stones along the curb. Who's your boss? Luo Tianhong asked without lifting his gaze. Just go when told. Why so many questions? Wang Jianjun snapped, impatient. Lin Bin hadn't ordered force, so he dared not seize him outright. He thinks he can take me away. Luo Tianhong tilted his head sideways, sneering at the man before him. Wang Jianjun glanced left, locking eyes with Butong Lin and the others. In that silent exchange, mutual disbelief flickered. Is this fellow truly unhinged? Wang Jianjun, weary of words, lunged forward, reaching to seize him. Excellent, come on. Luo Tianhong's hand snapped into a claw, striking for Wang Jianjun's wrist. Wang Jianjun's eyes hardened. His arm twisted midair, mirroring the motion, his own fingers curling into a claw to intercept. You know grappling techniques too? Luo Tianhong blew a strand of hair from his right temple, only then noticing several men in sharp suits standing nearby. At their forefront stood a man in a green work uniform, watching him with an easy, knowing smile. Carry on. Butong Lin raised a palm, gesturing casually. Seeing this, Luo Tianhong held nothing back, launching a sweeping kick toward Wang Jianjun's head. Wang Jianjun caught his calf, using the momentum to pivot halfway, attempting to slam him onto the pavement. Luo Tianhong reacted instantly, bending his knee, driving power from his waist, and flaring both palms outward in a devastating double ear strike. Wang Jianjun released his grip to shield his head. As Luo Tianhong landed, he flashed a devilish grin again. Wang Jianjun, seeing no further reason to hold back, abandoned restraint, but still refused to injure him, choosing instead a direct, unyielding clash. Fist met fist, foot met foot. Their exchange unfolded in rapid, furious succession. On the 12th strike, Wang Jianjun seized an opening, gripping Luo Tianhong's shoulder. He drove downward with crushing force, sending Luo Tianhong's right knee crashing to the ground. Can we go now? Wang Jianjun demanded, eyeing him. How can I walk if you won't let go? Luo Tianhong gritted out, turning his head with clenched jaw. Wang Jianjun released his arm. Luo Tianhong followed silently behind him, eyes alight, not with resentment, but fervent fire. This was only the second time he'd been decisively bested in open combat, and clearly his opponent had held back. So this man was even stronger than Lien Haolong. Boss, the man's here. Wang Jianjun entered the room. The moment Luo Tianhong stepped inside, he froze, staring in quiet astonishment as Susu laughed easily with Lin Bin. In that instant, he understood she had betrayed Lien Haolong, yet it meant little to him. He'd sought out Lien Haolong only because he'd heard the man was Hong Kong's undisputed martial sovereign, and after losing their duel, he'd stayed by his side solely on one condition: that they spar whenever time allowed. Tianhong, Brother Bin asks if you'd like to work under him, Susu said, smiling warmly. I'll do it, but I have one condition. Luo Tianhong stood motionless, swaying ever so slightly from side to side, then flicked his hair back with practiced nonchalance. Lin Bin glanced at Susu, his expression wordlessly asking, is this scatterbrained youth truly as formidable as you claim? Susu offered an awkward smile, her toes curling inward as if carving 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms into the floor. Wang Jianjun gave Lin Bin a subtle nod. Only upon receiving that silent affirmation did Lin Bin finally ask, what condition? Tell me. I want him to fight me. I need to hone my martial skill. Luo Tianhong pointed straight at Wang. No problem, not just him. You're welcome to spar with Bu and Jean as well. Ahao will be busy for now. Such an arrangement suited Lin Bin perfectly. Sparring was mutual cultivation. After all, he'd once trained relentlessly, with Ahao honing himself until he could fell 100 men single-handedly. Boy. Luo Tianhong blew another strand of hair aside, his gaze luminous with guileless, almost radiant naivety. He's stronger than me. Wang Jianjun glanced at Butong Lin. I certainly don't have time to play daily. Since Bu had watched the whole spectacle so intently, let this earnest fool pester him instead. Luo Tianhong's face flushed crimson with exhilaration. The next morning at the Qianshui Bay Villa. Today I will have AFA release the goods, and then I will find a chance to transfer the money from Lien Haolong's company to your account. Is AFA your man? Susu leaned on Lin Bin's shoulder, drawing circles on his chest with her left index finger. Of course not. Lien Haolong has always been a heavy gambler, and he plays big, owing tens of millions every time. Lien Haolong uses the company's money to pay off his debts. Everyone is dissatisfied, but no one dares to speak out. Yesterday I told him that Lien Haolong was going to declare war on you, and that's when he started to reconsider. I want this money, and I want the goods as well. He'll notify you when the transaction time is set. Lin Bin nodded. Are you planning to engage in black eating black? Aren't you not involved with the powder? Su Su looked at him in surprise. I have many friends in the police force. They need achievements, and can give Lien Haolong a surprise at the same time. Lin Bin kissed her cheek, patting her snowy white back, signaling her to get up. The two went downstairs. Lin Bin had someone see her out, and then got into a Rolls-Royce, instructing Wang Jianjun to drive to find Deng Bo. As he drove out of the villa, he looked across to see that Ni Yongxiao had also been missing for some time. I've been what brings you to visit this old man today. Deng Bo smiled and greeted Lin Bin, who had just walked in. Deng Bo, I want to ask, does the police force place undercover agents in the gang? Do we have anyone sent into the police? Lin Bin asked as he sat down. Of course, but you've been cleaning up your act, never touching illegal businesses. You rarely inquire about gang matters. It's not that you are bad, it's just that you see that making a legitimate living is no less profitable than drug trafficking and is much quicker, so you haven't planned to contact them again. You won't blame me for that, right? Of course not. It's my own fault for not asking, Lin Bin replied. Why the sudden question? Deng Bo poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Lin Bin. I have a lead on a drug deal worth 3 billion. Li Wenbin and Yang Jinrong are unreliable. Oh, I want to cultivate my own people. Lin Bin sipped his tea and said, you young people are clever. Unlike us who can only threaten them to inform. Just wait a moment. Deng Bo chuckled, then stood up and walked to the wall cabinet to open the safe, taking out an envelope. Lu Qiren. Lin Bin took the envelope and looked at the name on it. He is currently a probationary inspector in the intelligence department. Inside are all his family details, including records of financial support for his police academy studies and annual contributions from the gang. Deng Bo adjusted his pants as he sat down. Indeed, experience is invaluable. Hearing this, an idea flashed through Lin Bin's mind. Deng Bo, I plan to establish a gang fund to provide support for eligible brothers who want to study for free. For those who want to do business, I will offer interest-free loans, but the gang will take a 10% stake. If a business fails, the gang will bear 30% of the loss. Lin Bin said slowly as he tapped the table. Supporting the young is something I agree with. Those who study well will become social elites in the future, and ordinary ones can still work in the company, making things run more smoothly. However, the gang taking 30% of the losses in business. Not everyone is cut out for business, you know, Deng Bo said, seriously concerned that Lin Bin might be taking too big a risk. Of course I won't just hand out money. To obtain this loan, one must present a detailed business plan and undergo evaluation. It may seem like a loss, but among 10 people, as long as one succeeds, it won't be a loss. Lin Bin explained. Everyone deserves a chance. Now that the economy is on the rise, as long as one is willing to work diligently, one can make money with their eyes closed, but many people lack capital and can only watch helplessly. I want to provide that opportunity for them to let everyone know that following me, Lin Bin, means there will be food to eat. Doing this will earn you more respect from your brothers, but other gangs won't benefit from it. Many people will be dissatisfied. Deng Bo nodded. He knew that in business, he couldn't match Lin Bin's intellect, so he needed to offer some advice on interpersonal matters. Dissatisfied with me, eh? Then it means I'm doing something right. If they are very satisfied with me, it means I'm the one losing out, and that would be bad, Lin Bin said with a light laugh, shaking his head. The high regard my brothers have for me comes from knowing how much I and the company have invested in them. As the leader, it's nothing for me to take a loss for my brothers. As long as you're aware of that, I won't say more, Deng Bo said, watching Lin Bin's spirited demeanor, knowing that he was truly getting old. Then I'll take my leave first. They'll come back to find you for tea when I have the time, Lin Bin said, putting the envelope into his pocket. Police Headquarters, Criminal Investigation Department. Lu Qiren, who are you? Lu Qiren answered the unfamiliar. Rin, it's Lin Bin. Are you free to come home for some soup? Lin Bin said with a smile. Sure, I'll stop by after work. It's been a while since I had the delicious soup you made, Lu Qiren replied warmly. Then, I really envy Lu, sir, having fine soup in the middle of the day while we have to eat in the cafeteria, a colleague joked nearby. I've been quite busy lately, but now that things have calmed down, my family made chicken soup. Lu Qiren explained with a smile. Champagne International Rooftop. Lin Sheng. Lu Qiren walked to the rooftop, looking at the figure with its back. Lu, sir, you're here. Come over and see below. What do you think? Lin Bin turned around and waved. It's orderly, Lu Qiren said as he approached the edge, standing beside Lin Bin to look at the streets below. In the past, he often saw gangsters fighting for roadside stalls or collecting protection fees, but recently there had been no such occurrences. Yes, they are just trying to make a living. I've ordered that the gang shouldn't collect protection fees anymore, allowing young people to work and have something to do without having to fight over scraps with the elderly, Lin Bin said with a smile. I've heard about that. Those working with Lin Sheng make at least a few thousand Hong Kong dollars each month. By the way, your birthday is in a couple of days. I'm giving you a gift. Lin Bin pulled out a small box and handed it over. Lu Qiren opened it to find a Longyan's watch. It's not that I'm stingy. If I gave you a gold Rolex, old Lien would come looking for you to have tea. Lin Bin teased. Thank you, Lin Sheng. It fits perfectly, Lu Qiren said with a smile as he put on the watch. Do you know Lien Haolong? Lin Sheng called me to meet because of him. Lu Qiren's expression was calm. Yes and no. He has a batch of transactions involving 300 million worth of drugs. I will arrange for someone to handle it, and at that time let him be caught red-handed. How does that sound? Lin Bin said with a smile. That sounds like a significant achievement, but I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Lu Qiren's eyes flashed with a hint of ambition. He'll speak to Li Wenbin and let you lead the team. The rest is up to you. Lin Bin understood his intention. A probationary inspector was not qualified to lead a team personally. At most he could share the credit for intelligence. If Li Sir agrees with a 300 million deal, I should have no problem getting promoted to senior inspector. Lu Qiren looked at Lin Bin. Li Sir, I have a favor to ask you to help with. Lin Bin directly made a call in front of Lu Qiren. I'll just say it if there's something, Li Wenbin said as he adjusted his glasses while signing a document. There's a batch of 300 million worth of goods from Zhongxin that is about to be traded. I know the time and location. Lin Bin said slowly. Those guys. I'd be more than happy to help you with that. Why do they want to deal drugs? Isn't it better to find legitimate work like you do? Li Wenbin put down his pen, took off his glasses, and rubbed his brow. Haha, that's not the favor I meant. I want you to have your subordinate Lu Qiren lead this mission. Lin Bin chuckled lightly. Find legitimate work like me. They're gangsters. How could they be rational? Haha, Lin Sheng is quite resourceful. He managed to insert a needle into the police force. I remember him being a probationary inspector in the criminal investigation department. A youthful figure flashed through Li Wenbin's mind. A probationary inspector is not the same as a real inspector. Lin Bin remained unfazed, directly telling Li Wenbin that Lu Qiren is my person. If you help, we can all be good friends. If you don't, he's just a probationary inspector. Lu Qiren stood aside. The cold wind could not disperse the cold sweat on his forehead. If Li Wenbin did not allow him to lead the team, he would never shake off the label of probationary. Tell him to come to my office this afternoon with the action plan. You owe me a favor for getting a senior inspector. After Li Wenbin finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Helping Lu Qiren is also helping himself with 300 million worth of goods. It's a sensational case in Hong Kong. If he doesn't agree, this batch of goods might just vanish from Hong Kong. Did you hear that, Lu Sir? A senior inspector. Remember to wear something nice for your promotion. Our wrinkled suit won't do. The police force owes you a salary. Lin Bin took out an envelope and stuffed it into Lu Qiren's pocket, then walked down the stairs. Lu Qiren stared blankly at Lin Bin's retreating figure, and only after he walked downstairs did he pick up the envelope, thinking it contained money. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained his own personal records, including monthly payment details from Lien Sheng deposited directly into his account. Lu Qiren frowned. What did this mean? Did he truly fear betrayal? He then chuckled. Li Wenbin, chief superintendent, already anointed deputy commissioner of police. Lin Bin could assign him to lead an operation with a single phone call, and even promised him the rank of senior inspector. By standard career progression, he would need at least another decade to reach that position. How then could he possibly resist? To refuse such patronage would be sheer folly. Su Su received Lin Bin's instruction to arrange personnel for the transaction and immediately headed to the office, entering Lien Haolong's chamber, where everyone was present except IFA. Su Su, what happened last night? We heard nothing. And why didn't Tian Hong return with you? Lien Haolong stared at her brows and nodded in concern. My dear brother Long, I took Tian Hong to the bar entrance last night, asked her to wait outside, and went in alone. But after sitting there until midnight, I never saw even a shadow of Lin Bin. When I stepped out, Tian Hong had vanished. Su Su offered her explanation. Tian Hong. She'd run off with someone. Then why didn't you go home last night? Lien Haolong asked, hands spread flat on the desk, voice low and grave. Damn you, Lien Haolong. I still have a home. Shall I return just to watch you dote upon your concubine? She seethed inwardly. Where has your sharpness gone? Wan Chai is his stronghold. Would any woman sit sober in a bar all night? She'd have been dragged away by his men and dumped into the sea long before dawn. She'd only left because she'd drunk too much, stepped outside for air, felt dizzy, and stumbled into the nearest hotel to collapse into sleep. She'd just woken up and rushed straight here. Su Su glanced briefly at Lin Lingdong in the corner, then moved beside Lien Haolong and lit his cigar as she always had. It's my fault. Please contact Tian Hong immediately and bring him back. Lien Haolong swept his gaze across the room. Perhaps he was overthinking it. The assassination attempt had clearly not been simple, otherwise Lin Bin would have been eliminated long ago. Brother, no one answered the call. Could something have gone wrong? Lien Haolong lowered the phone and looked up. Damn it, you miserable bastard. I'll kill you. A hen seized a chair and hurled it at Lin Lingdong. Then, still unsatisfied, grabbed an ashtray and smashed it repeatedly against his skull. Stop. I won't do it again. I'm in agony. Lin Lingdong shrieked in terror. He'd hidden at home since yesterday evening, only for a hen to burst in that night and drag him here. Once dismissed as a worthless thug, this man now sought to end his life. Kill you. You should have died years ago. How many scandals have you forced us to cover? How many disasters have we smoothed over for you? A hen kicked him twice more. Lin Lingdong spat 2 mouthfuls of blood. Enough. He may simply have encountered trouble. With Tianhong's skill, even if he couldn't win a fight, escape would surely be within his grasp. Lian Haolong restrained a hen, lest he truly beat Lin Lingdong to death. Last night, I noticed no unusual activity at the bar. What about our men watching outside? Any movement? From Lian Sheng. Su Su sat atop the desk, propping her right elbow on its surface as she asked. It's precisely because there was none that I feel uneasy. Oppressed, even Lian Haolong replied, shaking his head. Could it be your own mind conjuring shadows? Lin Bin's expansion has been ferocious lately. He must be consolidating loyalty, not provoking conflict. After successive violent clashes, surely the police have issued warnings. Su Su turned to face Lian Haolong. Exactly, boss. I agree with Sister Su. It's just a woman, and this wretch hasn't even touched her. Do you really think Lin Bin would declare war over this? A hen pulled out a cigarette pack, unbothered by the blood smeared across his hands, and lit one between his fingers. You don't understand. Lin Bin wasn't jesting. I've never heard him publicly acknowledge any woman before. This is the first time. And he's merciless. His strikes are always fatal. Caution is imperative. Lian Haolong feared their complacency. They were already outmatched in strength. If ambushed now, their entire organization could crumble overnight. Very well. Keep all men on high alert. But business proceeds as planned. AFA finalized pricing last night. The exchange happens tonight. A faint smile crossed Su Su's lips. Lian Haolong watched Lian Haolong closely. He still owed 15 million in gambling debts. This deal would clear it. Damn it. I'll win it all back next time. Who's on the other side? Are you certain they're reliable? Lian Haolong asked. Absolutely reliable. They're from... The other party is from the east, started Dong. Su Su smiled as she looked at Lian Haolong. Liang Dongsheng. Isn't he in America? How can he be in Hong Kong looking to get goods from us? Lian Haolong questioned. I heard it's chaotic over there in North America with local gangs targeting Chinese organizations. It's not just East Star, even imports from Taiwan are blocked, so he urgently needs this batch of goods to stabilize the market, Su Su explained. So they are in need of goods right now? Let's sell to him at a 30% markup. Lian Haolong's eyes glimmered with, Adong, we can't do business like that. We've already agreed on the price. We'll go to Taiwan for the transaction tonight. Su Su turned to look at Lian Haolong. Right now he needs the goods, and we're the only ones with such a large stock in all of Hong Kong. We can make a considerable profit now, enough to cover a year's worth of earnings. Lian Haolong glanced at the others. A Heng's eyes sparkled, and Lian Haolong fell into deep thought. In that case tonight, you can send AFA and 2 others to negotiate. How about it? Seeing everyone's expressions, I know you all want to make more profit, so I won't oppose it anymore. Since that's the case, Adong, it would be best if you can negotiate a good deal tonight. If not, we'll still give them 300 million. Lian Haolong made a decisive call. Then I will go out and call AFA to explain the situation. After Su Su finished speaking, she walked out of the office and sent a text to Lin Bin. Police Headquarters Building. Tonight at Taiwan, let the money flow. Yangser brothers prepare to depart for Taiwan. Lu Qiren looked at the text message, first turning to shout at Yang Jinrong, then looking at the 20 members of the Serious Crimes Unit all ready for action. As they reached the entrance of the building, hundreds of police officers stood by. Lu Qiren waved his hand confidently. Let's go to Taiwan. Yes, sir. Everyone saluted in unison and got into the cars. Yang Jinrong, the senior inspector, silently watched as Lu Qiren gave orders. There was nothing he could do. He had made the wrong choice and had to take responsibility. Taiwan is located east of Shao Kei Wan and is the easternmost valley on Hong Kong Island. The area to the west connects with North Point and the eastern part of Causeway Bay, including Victoria Park and Tin Hau, all belonging to the Eastern District. Thanks to the East District Corridor, which opened in 1989, it takes only about half an hour to travel from Chai Wan to Causeway Bay and Wan Chai. At this moment, Dedong stood at the dock with a dozen people, checking his watch. All surrounding lights had been turned off, leaving only a faint glow coming from the cabin of a fishing boat on the shore. Brother Dong, they are here. A burly middle-aged man pointed at the corner where headlights flashed 3 times. Dedong nodded, picking up a powerful flashlight and flashing it 5 times at the corner. No problem, let's move. Inside a white refrigerated truck, AFA looked at the orderly lights and said to the driver. 2 cargo trucks followed behind with a black Lexus at the very back, carrying only Lian Haolong. Looser, the goods have arrived. On a small slope, not far away, a police officer with night vision goggles spoke into his walkie-talkie. Everyone get ready, the goods are docked, and once the transaction is done, we will act. Snipers can eliminate criminals unconditionally. Inside the command vehicle, Lu Qiren's expression was grim as he held the walkie-talkie, feeling a slight sweat on his palm, while Yang Jinrong, beside him, appeared relaxed, taking a sip of coffee from the table. Youngster, do you have anything to add? Lu Qiren turned to Yang Jinrong. He went to report to Li Wenbin in the afternoon, allowing Yang Jinrong to be his deputy, clearly wanting to share in the credit, but it didn't matter. As long as he was the action team leader, the credit would be his. You've deployed very well, worthy of being the Silver Flute Award winner from Class 88. Yang Jinrong smiled, looking at the badge on Lu Qiren's chest. After this operation, that in turn should be promoted to a senior, just like him. Where's the goods? Dedong asked AFA as he got out of the car. They're all here, but there are some things we need to discuss. AFA patted the cargo box. What's the matter? The money is ready. Jie, bring it over. De Dong frowned and turned to the burly man. Jie signaled for his younger brothers to lift several large boxes, and Fa had them pried open, revealing stacks of cash, causing a smirk to appear on his face. Jie also opened the refrigerated truck compartment, taking out a white square brick. He scraped a bit of powder with a knife, tasted it with his finger, then nodded at De Dong, giving a thumbs up. Hello, Brother Dong, what's up? I'm Lian Haodong. The price for this batch of goods needs to go up by 30%, Lian Haodong said as he approached De Dong. Luo Dingfa, do you dare to play me? De Dong glared at Fa and questioned. If he wants to negotiate, you can talk to him. I'm going to move the money to the truck first. Fa shrugged, then called two younger brothers to move the money to the cargo truck. Lian Haodong, this is my turf. Even if your brother comes, he wouldn't dare to raise the price with me. Bang. You worthless piece of trash. Do you think this is your own damn living room? De Dong slapped him hard across the face, then yanked out a pistol and pressed the barrel against Lian Haodong's temple. Lian Haodong's eyes widened in shock as he tilted his head sideways. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. This wasn't how it used to be. Wasn't he always able to bend others to his will with just a few careless words? Fool. Fa spat contemptuously, then grinned at De Dong before ignoring Lian Haodong entirely and starting the car to drive off. Damn. Fa shook his head inside the moving vehicle, listening to the muffled sounds fading behind them. Lecherous and addicted to gambling, reckless, without thought, incapable of resolving the chaos he provoked, grown yet still weeping like a child. Were it not for his elder brother's protection, he'd have been cut down long ago. Lian Haodong had shielded him too thoroughly, fostering the delusion that the entire world revolved around him. Lian Haodong is my real elder brother. If you've got the guts, go ahead and kill me. Lian Haodong flicked open a lighter, lit a cigarette, and blew smoke directly into De Dong's face. Boom. Idiot. Load the cargo now. This shipment leaves tonight. Each of you collect 200,000 from Jie later. De Dong barked, pulled the trigger once, then shoved the gun into his waistband and shouted to the dozen men behind him. A single bullet pierced Lian Haodong's forehead, so close range that the back of his skull exploded outward. His eyes still held raw astonishment. This lowlife had actually dared to fire. Senior Inspector Liu, we've sighted the goods. Nungage. Senior Inspector Liu Qiren gave the order instantly. And whiz, whiz, whiz. De Dong stood beside the car smoking, when suddenly sharp whistles ripped through the night air like skyrocket fireworks surging skyward. At the moment of detonation, blinding light flooded the entire dock, turning night into day. Police. Everyone, hands on your heads, kneel down now. Several officers blasted the command through loudspeakers. And Brother Dong. This has to be Luo Dingfa, that bastard who ratted us out. What do we do now? Jie stammered, panic trembling in his voice as he stared at De Dong. And forget the car. Get aboard the boat now. De Dong sprinted toward the vessel. Jie scrambled after him. Bang. One underling clutching a crate mid-step onto the boat suddenly erupted, his skull shattered, blood and brain matter spraying across De Dong's face. And sniper, take cover. Jie lunged, grabbing De Dong's rigid body, and they tumbled frantically behind a nearby wooden crate. And damn it, I knew it. That's why he left so urgently earlier. He's the mole. If I survive this, I'll slit Luo Dingfa's throat with my own hands. De Dong wiped blood from his face, his eyes burned with cold, unrelenting fury as he spoke each word with deliberate, venomous precision. Bang. And another shot slammed into the crate's edge. Splinters flew and a hot streak of lead sliced across De Dong's forearm, carving a crimson gash. Fuck your mother. Let's fight them, heathen. De Dong roared, drawing his sidearm and leaning out to unleash a torrent of gunfire toward the flashing police lights, the muzzle flaring wildly in the dark. Brother Dong, the police are surrounding us on all sides. All dock exits are sealed. One underling barely raised his head before a bloom of blood erupted from his chest. He collapsed lifelessly, rigid as stone. Jie pinned De Dong down, hard voice cracking. Brother Dong, we're done for. The sniper's up high. We can't escape. And even if we can't escape, we run. De Dong's eyes turned bloodshot. He threw up an arm and bellowed, everyone, follow me to the boat. Whoever breaks through gets wealth and glory for life. A dozen underlings erupted from cover, charging madly toward the fishing vessel, firing backward in wild bursts as they ran. Police gunfire erupted in deafening waves, rat-a-tat-tat. An automatic rifle fire tore through the night. The three leading men were flung backward as if struck by invisible hammers, bodies convulsing violently before collapsing into pools of spreading crimson. De Dong retreated under cover of fallen bodies, firing as he moved. Bullets shrieked past his ears, striking the hull's steel plates and showering sparks. Najia, left flanks exposed. In the moment Jie turned his head, a bullet punched cleanly through his shoulder. He cried out and dropped to his knees. Jie. De Dong whirled to pull him. Yet in that split second, the sniper high above locked onto his brow. De Dong's body seized, then crumpled backward, a ragged hole blooming at his temple. His face remained frozen in grim, unyielding ferocity. In Brother Dong. Jie screamed, firing wildly, but in the next instant multiple rounds slammed into his chest and back. He collapsed beside De Dong like a broken puppet, blood swiftly pooling beneath them both. Deprived of leadership, the remaining underlings scattered blindly, some surrendering with hands raised, others firing futilely in desperation. Yet the police cordon was absolute. Gunfire echoed, relentlessly punctuated by cries of agony. In less than minutes, the last gunshot fell silent. Only the wail of sirens remained. Night reasserted itself over the sea. Corpses lay strewn across the dock, Dedong a Jia and over a dozen underlings, all killed on the spot. Not a single officer sustained injury. Senior Inspector Liu, all of its grade 4. An officer wearing white gloves approached, holding a brick-shaped package sealed in transparent plastic. A pair of lions standing atop the globe emblazoned on its surface, and grinned excitedly. The safety of our brothers matters most. Senior Inspector Liu Qiren smiled warmly and clapped him on the shoulder. Grade 4 is heroin base with 99 purity, known among traffickers as American dollars. Diluted, it becomes Hong Kong dollars, still highly potent. Dealers often refine it further. Some shameless ones even adulterate it with plaster dust, utterly indifferent to users' lives. This haul is worth 300 million. Converted to Hong Kong dollars, its value doubles again. Senior Inspector Liu, you've secured your promotion to Chief Superintendent. Yang Jinrong, assuming Liu Qiren lacked expertise, offered the explanation with an irrepressible upward curl of his lips. This operation eclipses Huang Jiqing's case. It's nothing short of a landmark breakthrough. Su Jie, the money has been received. Where should we go now? Luo Dingfa asked, placing the phone between his shoulder. He had considered taking the money and running, but a large sum of cash is difficult to handle, and the funds have always been managed by Su, so he could only contact her for help. Off a drive to the Saigon wharf. I will send you the location of a warehouse there. Be careful not to let anyone. Su whispered. Haha, Su Jie, you really know how to play this. Luo Dingfa laughed. Su thought the other party had discovered something and felt a chill run down her back, her palms slightly sweaty. Isn't it? Playing in the shadows under Lin Bin's nose, he would never expect you to hide the money in his territory. I'm on my way now. Luo Dingfa smiled, slapping the steering wheel with his left hand. Of course, with so many people at Saigon Wharf every day, no one would notice if you drove a truck in, but still be careful, I'll go in first for a meeting. Su sighed with relief and said softly. After hanging up, she sent a text to Lin Bin. The goods are on the way, arriving in an hour and a half. Far East Group CEO's office. A June drive to Saigon. Lin Bin was chatting with Wang Jianjun when he received the text and immediately said it aloud. When he reached downstairs, 20 bodyguards in black suits were already standing by the car, and Wang Jingwo opened the door for Lin Bin, gently patting the roof of the car with his right hand. An hour and a half later at the warehouse dock. Damn, this warehouse is huge. Brother, open the door. Luo Dingfa arrived at the warehouse door, rolled down the window, and said to the muscular man at the entrance. The entire metal structure was connected, towering about 3 stories high, and he couldn't see the end from inside the car. He then turned and pulled a large gold bull from his bag, tossing it out, while squinting and humming a tune as he waited for the main gate to slowly open, completely oblivious to the fact that the man did not pick up the money, his gaze resembling that of a dead person. Thanks. Luo Dingfa lightly pressed the gas pedal and drove straight and followed closely by another truck as the large gate slowly closed behind them. After driving about 100 meters, the vehicle stopped in front of a sign that read, "No entry for vehicles." Good, something seems off. The driver who got out of the back approached Luo Dingfa's window and said. Suddenly a series of footsteps echoed, lights lit up and rose, illuminating the entire warehouse as Luo Dingfa raised his hand to shield his eyes. Alpha, get out of the car, the boss wants to see you. Who is your boss? Luo Dingfa looked at the dozens of suited men surrounding him, his face impassive, while his right hand stealthily reached into his bag. He cursed inwardly. That bitch Liang Yulian actually sold me out. I advise you not to make any sudden moves, cooperate with me. Wang Jianjun's expression was indifferent, and everyone behind him drew their guns, aiming at Luo Dingfa and the vehicle behind. Go. It's half past. The henchman at the window trembled, gripping the car door tightly as his voice shook. It's fine, I'll cooperate. I will definitely cooperate. Luo Dingfa's forehead was sweating as he slowly raised his hands towards the car door, afraid that the other party might misunderstand and shoot him. After getting out of the car, Luo Dingfa waved to the people in the back, who immediately, obediently got out. Who are you? Luo Dingfa followed Wang Jianjun deep into the warehouse, looking at the man with his back to him. Chairman of the Far East Group, Lin Bin. Lin Bin turned his head, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Brother Bin, please hold back. I don't want to oppose you. Loyalty and righteousness are solely defined by Lien Haolong. I'm trying to escape. Please spare me. I don't want to die. Luo Dingfa first looked at him in terror, then immediately knelt on the ground, crawling towards him while crying profusely. What are you doing? Do you think I'm a born killer? Get lost. Lin Bin's smile vanished instantly, his expression darkening as he kicked towards Luo Dingfa's face. Yes. It's my fault for being unable to articulate. Brother Bin is magnanimous. I'll leave. Luo Dingfa slapped himself twice, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth as he rolled on the ground, kneeling again. Why are you so scared of me? Lin Bin frowned and asked. Because Brother Bin is too exceptional, I am deeply captivated by your kingly aura, unable to control myself. In this world, who would dare not be afraid of Brother Bin? Luo Dingfa smiled ingratiatingly, yet inwardly he secretly cursed. Damn it, don't you know your own worth? Those who dare to oppose you can enjoy retirement in Taiwan while the unfortunate ones have long been reincarnated. I'm giving you a chance. Lin Bin pointed at Luo Dingfa with a cigar in his right hand. Brother Bin, tell me anything. I'll do it. Afa immediately replied. Then go kill Lien Haolong. Lin Bin said casually. The other man awkwardly smiled. Then kidnap his boss. I can handle that, but Uncle C is out of my reach. Usually Lien Haolong himself or Sister Su contacts him. Afa said cautiously. I know what you mean. Susu will lure him out. Remember, no one gets hurt. With Lien Haolong dead, the police seizing that shipment worth 300 million, and now his boss taken hostage. I guarantee he'll lose his mind. Lin Bin smiled as he spoke. Boss, he's already lost it. Otherwise, why would he dare wage war against you? Afa glanced up at Lin Bin with quiet trepidation, thinking inwardly. You may go. Susu will contact you when it's time to act. Lin Bin waved dismissively. Brother Bin, what about these two brothers of mine? Afa glanced sideways at the two henchmen being restrained beside him. I offered you a chance, not them. They'll be sent to landfill reclamation work. Lin Bin flicked a glance. Instantly the bodyguards behind the two men snapped their necks. Yes, they've contributed to Hong Kong's development. At least their lives weren't in vain. Brother Bin, may I take my leave first? Afa wiped sweat from his brow, legs trembling, and hurried away the moment Lin Bin waved. Damn it. Drug traffickers truly have no humanity, not even a glance at their fallen comrades. Lin Bin glared at the man's fleeing disheveled back and cursed. Jun, this morning you mentioned a former comrade who needs my help. He turned to Wang Jianjun. We fought together in the Vietnam War. Last time I returned home to recruit old brothers for Hong Kong, one told me his wife was pregnant with their second child, violating family planning policy, so she was suspended from her post. Now the village committee intends to force her into an abortion. He resisted fiercely and has gone into hiding with others deep in the mountains. Wang Jianjun summarized succinctly. Is he formidable in combat? During a mission in Vietnam, he became separated from his unit and single-handedly fought off 3,000 enemies, killing 84 before withdrawing unscathed. He ranked first across all categories in his entire army group. As he recalled this, a faint smile curled Wang Jianjun's lips. That's extraordinary. Find a way to reach him. Tell him to hold on. Once this matter concludes, I'll resolve it for him. Lin Bin's heart surged with excitement. He longed to recruit such a warrior into his ranks without delay. I thank you on his behalf, boss. What thanks? It's only natural among brothers, Lin Bin said with a light, smiling wave of his hand. Next day, 800 M. Sister Su, you've ruined me. Why didn't you tell me you were collaborating with Brother Bin? Last night I thought I was going to die. Afa gripped the phone inside the car, venting his frustration. All right, it's all fine now. I've invited Uncle C for tea. Meet me at Luck UT House. Su's hoarse voice came through the line. Understood. I'll be there right away. Afa hung up, calmed himself, and realized that failure would mean certain doom. So he set aside his complaints and drove straight to the tea house. Along Afa just called. He says he escaped and is hiding in Yuan Long. He wants us to send people to extract him, Su said upon entering the office, addressing Lien Haolong. Fool. Haolong is dead and all East Star members were gunned down by police. How could he possibly still be alive and well? Lien Haolong clenched his fists and slammed them down. The solid wood desk cracked under the force. Su's eyes drifted to a newspaper atop the desk. The front page covered the police's latest bust of a $10 billion narcotics operation, reporting the immediate elimination of every criminal involved. One photo showed heroin laid out on the ground, beneath it a row of over a dozen corpses, including Lien Haolong, his wide-open eyes seeming to stare directly at her. Then send men to bring him back. We'll question him face-to-face. Su suggested. No, I'll go myself. Lien Haolong lifted his head, fury blazing in his eyes. Su watched Lien Haolong lead, hung away, a cold sneer curling at the corner of her lips. She then sat in his seat, opened the laptop, and logged into the account. As a cascade of numbers filled the screen, greed flickered in her eyes. She suppressed her craving with great effort and dialed a number. Brother Bin, Lien Haolong has arrived with someone. What's your account number? They'll transfer the money right now. So impulsive. I shouldn't have sent him to kidnap anyone in the first place. Keep 20 million for yourself, Lin Bin replied. Not a greedy man. Having slept with her, and having already received several hundred million from her, he saw no reason to claim it all. Thank you, Brother Bin. Shall I call AFA back? Su asked. No need. Tell him to demand 200 million as ransom, and under no circumstances reveal my involvement. Lin Bin ended the call. Jun, let's go. It's time to eliminate Lien Haolong. He smiled as he spoke. At Lu Ut restaurant, a kindly-faced man in his 50s sat alone in a corner booth. Before him rested a plate of chicken feet, taro braised pork ribs, and a steamed dumpling basket. He lifted one dumpling with his chopsticks and dipped it into vinegar. Outside, a delivery van screeched to a halt before the entrance, its tires shrieking against the pavement. AFA pulled a handgun from his bag, tucked it into his waistband, leapt from the vehicle, and strode directly inside, scanning the room before approaching the elderly man seated in the corner. AFA, what a coincidence. Sit down and join me for a bite, said Uncle C, who often played chess with Lien Haolong and naturally recognized Luo Dingfa. He greeted him with a warm smile. Sorry, Uncle C. I need you to come with me. AFA opened his coat to reveal the pistol at his waist. Why are you doing this? Uncle C set down his chopsticks and frowned at AFA. Does Along know anything about this? Don't force my hand. AFA shook his head. The glint in his eyes turned icy. Uncle C dabbed his mouth with a napkin and walked ahead of AFA. Whenever trouble arises, just tell me. If Along can't handle it, perhaps I can. After boarding the car, Uncle C took the front passenger seat. Lien Haolong has crossed someone he shouldn't have. No one can save him. Uncle C, there's no need to fish for information. Just obey, and I guarantee your safety. AFA started the engine without another word. Yuan Long, a derelict two-story villa nestled halfway up a barren hillside. Boss, could we be mistaken? Would AFA really hide here? Ahang glanced at Lien Haolong after stepping out of the car, gripping his pistol tightly. We've come this far. Let's go inside and see. Lien Haolong entered first, clutching an antique rifle. Mr. Lien, we've been expecting you. Lin Bin sat on a chair, smiling, as the two men stepped in. Beside him stood Wang Jianjun, Butong Lin, and Luo Tianhong. 10 bodyguards stood rigidly in a line behind them, while another 10 dispersed silently around the villa. How could it be you? Tianhong, you dare betray me? Lien Haolong's fury erupted as he glared at Luo Tianhong, then added bitterly, was this Su's trap? She betrayed me too. You're truly ruthless. To sell even the woman who shared your bed. Truth be told, you betrayed her. She merely acted to save herself. A heartless, faithless wretch like you deserves total abandonment. No one else is to blame. Lin Bin tapped his cigar toward Lien Haolong. Luo Tianhong flicked aside a strand of hair, obscuring his eye with a smirk, casting a look of utter disdain at Lien Haolong. Years ago had still been a man of consequence, but ever since witnessing Lien Haolong force his own wife to entertain others, Luo had despised him from the depths of his soul. Bang! Have the guts to fight me, unknown. Lien Haolong exploded upon meeting Luo Tianhong's gaze, swinging the rifle downward onto his raised right leg, then thrusting the shattered stock toward Lin Bin like a spear. Fine. Anyone willing to take him on? Lin Bin crossed his legs, watching Lien Haolong's desperate struggle with detached amusement. You go first. Butong Lin stepped forward and pointed at Ahang. Ahang tossed aside his pistol and drew a curved blade from behind his waist, launching a single unhesitating strike aimed straight at Butong Lin's head. Butong Lin sidestepped with a grin, lifting his left knee to drive it hard into Ahang's abdomen. Ugh! Ahang felt as though struck by a speeding car. His viscera churned violently while surging up uncontrollably as his eyes bulged wide with agony. Damn you! Gritting through the pain, Ahang swept his blade sideways in a furious arc, aiming to cleave Butong Lin in two. But Butong Lin moved faster. Instead of dodging, he lunged forward, seized Ahang's arm with his left hand, and drove his right fist upward. Ah! Ahang screamed. The tendons in his neck strained taut as blood gushed from his severed arm. Crack! Butong Lin clenched his right fist and slammed it into Ahang's throat, the impact snapping his cervical vertebrae backward with sickening force. Lien Haolong watched Butong Lin with narrowed eyes. This man's strength was staggering. Even at his peak, Lien Haolong doubted he could match him. His gaze fell coldly upon the fallen Ahang, as if regarding nothing more than a stray dog. Your turn. Butong Lin smiled, faintly beckoning Lien Haolong forward. Ah! Lien Haolong hurled the broken rifle aside and charged like a rampaging dragon, intent on overpowering him in brutal close combat. Butong Lin blocked a whipping kick with casual ease. Lien Haolong seized his shirt front, hoisted him overhead, and slammed him hard onto the floor, then stomped down with full force. Butong Lin saw the descending foot, instantly rolled twice, sprang upright, and brushed dust from his clothes. Lien Haolong's stomp missed entirely. Without pause, he swung his right arm forward in a thunderous blow, but Butong Lin, nimble as smoke, evaded the onslaught and drove a sharp kick into Lien Haolong's back. When Lien Haolong staggered twice, yet steadied himself, a flicker of gravity passed across Butong Lin's eyes. Lien Haolong glanced toward a steel pipe in the corner, snatched it up, and swung it at Butong Lin. Clang! The pipe struck the floor with a deafening crash. Lin Bin winced and covered his ears. Lien Haolong repeated his tactic, but Butong Lin dropped low, retrieved Ahang's curved blade, and sliced along the pipe's length with blinding speed. Lien Haolong watched helpless as 4 of his fingers were cleanly severed. Butong Lin darted behind him, raised the blade, and slashed wildly, finally locking the edge against Lien Haolong's throat and dragging it backward. His head parted from his body, eyes wide with unspent rage. Kuntong, an abandoned factory. Uncle C, call your family to reassure them. I'll release you once I receive 200 million Hong Kong dollars, Ah Fat said, handing him a phone. Money is not an issue, but my family doesn't hold that much cash on hand. For such a sum, the bank would require my personal advance notice, otherwise they might alert the police on my behalf. Uncle C held the phone and spoke. How much do you have? Offat frowned. Approximately 78 million. I'll ask her to borrow from friends. Reaching 100 million should be feasible. Then make the call now. Tell her to deliver the money to Taiwan immediately and leave at once. My men will collect it. Don't attempt any tricks. Offat paused, then added firmly. Originally, Lin Bin had intended to use Uncle C as bait to draw out Lian Haolong, but now the situation had shifted to a ransom demand. Something must have gone awry. His involvement was no longer necessary. If the kidnapper's threat of police intervention proved true, complications could arise. 100 million would suffice to settle the matter. Yao Ma Tihung, ZDUI's main hall. Alian, you must help me find Jiang. He'd never ask for money without cause. He's certainly been abducted. Alian listened to the voice trembling over the line and replied, frowning, Madam Guo, rest assured. I will locate Mr. Guo. For now, please comply with their demands to ensure his safety. After offering 2 more words of reassurance, she ended the call and immediately searched for another number to dial. Brother Bin, one of my clients has run into trouble. His wife just phoned me. This morning someone lured him to Liu Tea restaurant for tea. Just now they called his home, demanding 100 million in cash. Far East Group CEO's office. What's your client's name? Lin Bin raised an eyebrow. Guo Bingjiang, miss. Damn, it really is him. Lin Bin muttered inwardly. You needn't concern yourself further. Tell his wife to prepare dinner. He'll be home tonight. He rubbed his forehead lightly. Thank you, free this evening. I'll brew you some nourishing soup. Hearing Lin Bin's words, Alian exhaled in quiet relief. In Hong Kong, if he gave his word, nothing remained undone. Sounds perfect. I've just moved to Repulse Bay. I'll send you the address shortly. Lin Bin smiled, exchanged a few pleasantries, and hung up. Jun, go to Taiwan and retrieve the money. Then send Jin to bring Mr. Guo here to see me. Lin Bin turned to Wang Jianjun and issued the order. Wang Jianjun nodded and left. An hour later, Kuntong, the abandoned factory. Fat, the money's been delivered. Yet your men still haven't collected it. Guo Bingjiang paced back and forth twice. It should arrive shortly. Fat felt uncertain. Then his phone rang. Hello? Did you get the money? Yes, got it. Now that the money's secured, may I leave? Guo Bingjiang's heart lurched as he stared tensely at Fat. Uncle C, I haven't made things difficult for you, have I? Why did you give me consecutive numbered bills? Fat roared in fury. Lin Bin's man had been unequivocal on the phone. The notes were unusable, rendering Fat utterly worthless. He was told to carve out his own path to survival. I didn't know. Don't act rashly. You heard me clearly on the call. I haven't deceived you. Guo Bingjiang stepped backward, legs trembling as he faced Fat's rage. One last chance. Tell your wife to deliver. A gunshot cut him off. Guo Bingjiang's eyes widened in horror as the man's head exploded like a ruptured watermelon, scarlet blood spraying across his face. Footsteps echoed outside. Guo Bingjiang stiffened slowly, turning his head. 6 young men in black suits strode in. Their leader's expression was cold and passive. Mr. Guo, my employer sent me to escort you to meet him. The speaker was Gao Jin, the very man who'd phoned Fat moments earlier. Beside him, Wang Zhengwo had just fired the fatal shot. Yes, of course. Guo Bingjiang shuddered, snapping into compliance. He'd weathered countless storms, but never witnessed a man's skull detonate before his eyes. Hello, Mr. Guo. Alian asked me to invite you for tea. Hope I didn't frighten you. Lin Bin greeted him with an easy smile. Frighten me? Not at all, Brother Lin. I owe you my life. Without your intervention, I doubt I'd have walked out of Kuntong alive. Clad in fresh attire, Guo Bingjiang had regained his composure, smiling warmly. Though he couldn't fathom how Alian had learned of his predicament so swiftly, her ability to mount a rescue within such a narrow window signaled immense potential for deeper collaboration ahead. These gentlemen belong to the security firm under my group. Should you ever require professional protection services, feel free to contact me directly. He gestured toward Gao Jin and the others outside. I had no idea your business interests extended so widely, Brother Lin. I'll certainly reach out when needed. But age catches up, my stamina wanes. If there's nothing else, may I take my leave? Guo Bingjiang's weariness showed plainly in his expression. Escort, Mr. Wow. Lin Bin had merely wished to meet him and subtly promote his security division. After all, only tycoons like Guo required elite personal protection. With that objective fulfilled, there was no reason to detain him further. Boss, someone is here to see you. Says he's your friend. Lucy entered the office. A friend. Show him in. Lin Bin replied, puzzled. Hello, Director Lin. I'm Li Tianshu, chief of the Hong Kong Liaison Office. My unannounced visit is deeply regrettable. A man wearing glasses and dressed in a modest Zhongshan suit stepped in with a warm smile. Hello, Director Li. It is I who should apologize for not welcoming you sooner. Lin Bin rose and extended his right hand as he walked forward, noting that the man appeared barely over 30. Secretary Li Guoqiang spoke highly of your talent and youth. I was instructed to pay you a personal visit. I am hardly worthy of such praise. Please have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea first. Lin Bin gestured invitingly with his outstretched hand. My visit serves 2 purposes. First, to make a friend of Director Lin. Second, to fulfill my official mandate. The organization has assigned me to coordinate matters concerning residents of the new territories. In time, I may require your assistance. Li Tianshu spoke frankly the moment he sat down. I am somewhat familiar with resettlement issues in the new territories, and in fact I am considering acquiring land there for development. Lin Bin rinsed the teapot with a quiet chuckle. Oh, such an undertaking would demand immense capital. Might this place considerable strain upon you? Li Tianshu asked, surprised. This contradicted what he had previously understood. He had assumed Lin Bin was merely a small-scale industrialist. No wonder even the elder statesman had endorsed him. My personal funds combined with those of my company are more than sufficient. However, I do not intend to develop the land myself. Does Director Li happen to know any trusted associates in this field? Lin Bin poured a cup of tea and placed it before Li Tianshu. Exquisite tea. Having just arrived in Hong Kong, I remain utterly unfamiliar with its terrain and customs, Li Tianshu remarked after taking a sip. I maintain a cordial relationship with Mr. Kwok of Henderson Land Development. Shall we arrange a casual dinner soon? Absolutely. One of my key responsibilities, as Hong Kong's return draws near, is to foster trust among its people. Many feel uneasy, some harbor guilt from past misdeeds, others fear policy shifts may disrupt their lives. Thus, I must build genuine connections to assure them that this is no longer the era of class struggle or land redistribution. All who contribute to Hong Kong's prosperity are without exception members of one family. Li Tianshu spoke with solemn conviction. Friendship implies mutual support. As it happens, I know many individuals eager to serve national development, but until now they lack proper channels. With your guidance, Director Li, everything falls perfectly into place. Lin Bin smiled warmly, then asked abruptly, by the way, Director Li, how well-versed are you in population policy, family planning? Yes. This is Wang Jianjun, General Manager of Lightning Shield Security. A friend of his based on the mainland recently fled with his wife and unborn child. He told us she is 4 or 5 months pregnant, yet her village committee attempted to force her into an abortion. They took refuge deep in the mountains instead. Lin Bin introduced Wang Jianjun with a gesture. Outrageous. Forcing an abortion at 4 or 5 months. That endangers both mother and child. I shall immediately contact local authorities to investigate. Law must reflect humanity. I am confident the government will resolve this matter justly and compassionately. Li Tianshu slammed his fist on the table in indignation. Thank you, Director Li. He's from Guangzhou. His name is Tian Jiaming, Wang Jianjun interjected. Also, if convenient, I'd like to bring his entire family to Hong Kong for medical evaluation, especially for the baby. They've been hiding in the mountains for some time, complications could arise. Lin Bin added. Having already committed to rescuing them, bringing them to Hong Kong was inevitable. Remaining on the mainland would render them useless to his plans. Naturally, no problem at all. Hong Kong's healthcare standards are significantly higher. Then I shall take my leave. Once news emerges, I'll inform you immediately. Li Tianshu rose smiling. Please see Director Li out, Lucy, Lin Bin said, toward the doorway. Lin Bin turned to Lucy at the door. Boss, do we need to return to the mainland? Wang Jianjun asked. Didn't you? He's already agreed to help. What if he fails? Already I've offered him an exchange joint development of new territories land with him providing personnel. Yet he declined, meaning money holds no weight for him. Therefore his motive must be far weightier. Tell me, what surpasses money in importance? Lin Bin let out a soft, knowing laugh. What is more important than money is of course the ability to keep it. The powerful figures in Xinjiang control more than half of the city's economy, while the foreigners are trying to siphon it off. Naturally, we must be prepared at home. No wonder the boss said earlier that you should introduce Guo Bingjiang to him. He was so happy. But Guo Bingjiang is one of the top 10 tycoons, would he agree? Wang Jianjun came to his senses. He deals in real estate, it's hard to take money away. He must hope to stay. You think the business we're doing with the Jia Daily family and He Zhaoqiong can be hidden from others? Even if they're envious, there's nothing they can do. They're uncertain in their hearts, so they dare not act rashly, fearing they might just end up working for someone else. But with Guosheng involved, it will be different. Gradually, more and more people will be willing to stay. When there are more people, there will be more wealth. At that time, no one will dare to act recklessly, controlling the employment of millions in Xinjiang. Who would dare to make a move? Comparing the economy of Xinjiang to your military friend, how do you think they would choose? Lin Bin smiled as he looked at Wang Jianjun. I understand now, boss. Thank you. Wang Jianjun nodded. He knew that Lin Bin was telling him this to help him see things more clearly. The world itself is a jungle where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. To protect oneself and develop, one must band together. This principle is the same everywhere. At 5 o'clock in the evening at the shallow water bay villa, Ai Lian, dressed in a red dress and wearing black high heels, walked into the villa. A bodyguard next to her took the 2 plastic bags she was carrying. You came so early. Lin Bin turned to look as he heard the door open, then put down the newspaper, stood up, and smiled. To make soup, of course you need to start a bit earlier. I haven't cooked in a long time. Ai Lian smiled and gave him a hug. Then I guess I am in for a treat. The soup made by the eldest sister of Hengzi is not something just anyone can drink. At this moment a voice came from the staircase. Sujia. Ai Lian turned her head and saw Su dressed in a black neck evening gown and exclaimed in surprise. Do you know each other? Lin Bin asked as he released the beauty, the scent still lingering at the tip of his nose. We met while having morning tea with Guosheng. So you were behind the incident with Liao Dong, and Guosheng was the one you had taken away. AI Lien blinked twice, analyzing the situation. Su Su only asked him out for morning tea. Luo Dingfa was about to flee, but unexpectedly saw Guosheng alone. He had a sudden idea to extort some money before heading out to sea. Luckily you contacted me in time and saved him. Lin Bin said with a smile, having to admit that AI Lien's abilities were indeed remarkable, as she guessed it all from so little information. Yes, AI Lien, you have no idea how anxious I was when I couldn't meet fourth uncle at the tea restaurant. I called several times, but no one answered. Thankfully he is safe. Su Su walked over with a smile, gently patting her chest with her right hand. Indeed, when Guotai called me, I was also startled. You all sit down first, I'll go make soup. AI Lien walked into the kitchen with the plastic bags. Wow, beef tendon stewed with duck. Aren't you afraid you'll get a nosebleed? Lin Bin stood behind AI Lien, wrapping his arms around her waist and resting his head on her smooth shoulder, smiling as he looked at the ingredients on the cutting board. If the weather has turned cooler, how can we not supplement? AI Lien let out a muffled grunt, suppressing the strange feeling in her chest, and rolled her eyes at Lin Bin. I worry you can't handle it. That's why I helped you find a few more sisters. Lin Bin pressed his face against her shoulder, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. I know, no need to say more. Those rich men with multiple wives still don't forget to keep starlets and beauty queens on the side. How could you be any different? As long as I have a place in your heart, that is enough. AI Lien washed her hands, dried them on her apron, then turned around and hugged his head. Once upon a time I also wished to find someone to walk side by side to see the scenery together. Yet you all are so tempting. Lin Bin said earnestly. My dear Lin has started writing poetry, how impressive. AI Lien teased, then pushed him out of the kitchen, turning back with a knowing smile. How beautiful this scenery is depends on who can walk with you till the end. At Utabo Airport, Lin Bin and his companions walked down the plane, followed closely by a white secretary with golden wavy hair behind Daniel. Lin Sheng, welcome. The doctor greeted them with a smile. 5 jeeps parked behind him. Doctor, thank you for coming personally, Lin Bin said as he shook hands with him. What is such a small matter for Pattaya? Indeed, Lin Sheng. My sister hasn't slept well these past few days. After receiving your call last night, she spent the entire night waiting in the living room for dawn. Ruan Xinglong said with a smile from the side. Then tonight you will be able to sleep well. Come, let me introduce you. This is Daniel Jaidali. Lin Bin smiled and introduced Daniel. Hello. The climate here is truly comfortable. Oh, I really like it, Daniel said in slightly awkward Mandarin with a smile. I'm glad you like it. Lin Sheng, Daniel, let's get in the car first. The doctor extended his hand to invite everyone. The doctor personally drove Lin Bin and Daniel, introducing them to the local customs of Pattaya along the way, while Daniel nodded repeatedly until they arrived at the doctor's residence. Doctor, could you arrange for someone to take Lisa for a tour? After getting out of the car, Daniel asked the doctor. Of course, no problem. Bosong, please take this lady for a trip. The doctor knew that the other party wanted to investigate the situation, so he let Bong drive Lisa away. Lin Bin and the others followed the doctor into the living room. Once seated, the doctor clapped his hands and said, Lin Sheng, a suitable heart has been found for your sister, but the surgery may not be possible, as replacing a heart is too difficult. You need to find a way to solve it yourself. Bin, you have a sister. Daniel turned to look at Lin Bin. That's her. Lin Bin pointed to Tian Yangxi, who was brought over by the maid. It is already not easy to find a suitable heart. I can take them back to Shanjiang for the surgery. I really appreciate you, Lin Bin thanked the doctor. Big shot, thank you. Big brother. Tian Yangxi first bowed to Lin Bin, then greeted Tian Yangxing, who stood behind him, and they exchanged smiles. I thought I would have to sit and wait for death, but unexpectedly the big shot could really find a matching heart for me. With the top-notch medical care in Shanjiang, my life should not end here. I wonder when General Song Sha will have time to come over. Lin Bin asked, putting away his smile. He did not have Song Sha's phone number and could only contact him through the doctor. I called him in the morning. He said he has a meeting tonight and will come over tomorrow morning. You all should rest well today, the doctor explained, then had someone prepare dinner. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Lin Bin and Daniel sat in the courtyard. Yesterday, Lisa came back after a tour. She said you are impressive, integrating the local customs and geographical characteristics of Pattaya into the planned project, as if you are the one living here. Daniel, puffing on his cigar, squinted towards the distance, while Lisa stood beside him smiling at Lin Bin. That's how I do business. Either don't do it at all, or do it the best. Besides, integrating local characteristics can reduce construction costs, so why not? Lin Bin chuckled lightly. Lin Sheng, Song Sha has arrived and my sister asked me to call you over. Wan Inglong's voice called from behind. Let's go and see this government warlord. Lin Bin stood up and adjusted his clothes. In the living room, a man dressed in deep green military uniform was chatting and laughing with the doctor, his beard neatly shaved, wearing a wide-brimmed hat adorned with bright golden decorations. The show was all in front of him, with various medals, stars, and colorful insignia hanging in abundance, making it visually overwhelming. The shiny brass buttons lined up with those ribbons, creating a striking visual impact. Behind him stood a young officer in plain military attire, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. General, this is Mr. Lin and Mr. Daniel. Seeing the two enter, the doctor smiled and introduced them to Songsha. Hello, General. Lin Bin stepped forward to extend his hand, and Songsha took off his hat, resting it on his left hand, shaking hands with both men. Please take a seat. The doctor invited everyone to sit down, clapping his hands to have the servants bring tea. This is the project proposal, which includes the specific details of the project and the land requisition plan. You can take a look. Lin Bin waved to Lin Guochang, who immediately handed 2 copies of the documents to Songsha and the doctor. But Tua, please take a look. Songsha did not take the documents, but turned to speak to the young officer in Thai, gesturing for Lin Guochang to give the documents to Ban Tua. The two began to examine them closely, especially the doctor, as if he was looking at a priceless treasure. An hour later. Lin Sheng, you have truly worked hard. I thank you on behalf of the tens of thousands of people in Pattaya. The doctor closed the documents, a smile on his face. We are all friends, and since it's business, I have a stake in it as well, so naturally, I must put in effort. Lin Bin waved his hand. Meanwhile, Ban Tua nodded at Songsha. All right. I'll say it up front, how the business is done is not my concern, but the money must be delivered to me on time every month, Songsha said to the doctor. Then let's celebrate. Wan Long laughed as he opened a bottle of champagne and poured it into tall glasses. To a pleasant cooperation. Lin Bin raised his glass, first holding it to his chest, as everyone echoed the sentiment. Saigon Doc. How your place is quite convenient, and you don't have to worry about the cops coming to check, He Gurin said with a smile, as he handed a cigarette to Lin Guahao. The cops are too scared. Even the governor has to give Brother Bin face, who would dare come to Saigon to check things. They would get in trouble themselves, Lin Guahao said as he took a puff from the cigarette. Yes. Now in Xiangjiang, Brother Bin's word is more valuable than that of the police chief. He Gurin said, also taking a puff. Who is this batch of goods for? Lin Guahao glanced sideways at the long wooden box and kicked it with his foot. How be careful, He Gurin said nervously, his eyelids twitching. It's not like it's black powder, what is there to fear? Lin Guahao said disdainfully. Besides, who else would use this besides the big circle? They must be dreaming of striking it rich, thinking they could come to Xiangjiang to make a big haul. There are several batches of such clients every year. He Gurin looked out at the sea, cigarette in mouth. Throw it away, the Hong Kong Kowloon flag soldiers. But you can still make a decent profit here. A beat-up car without a license sells for 100,000, and an AK is bought for 3,000 and sold for 50,000. It's just a pity that the quantity is too small. Lin Guahao flicked the cigarette butt away. Of course it can't compare to your big business, how? Here's 6 guns plus bullets, could earn over $1 million a year if luck is good. If someone robs a gold shop to celebrate the new year, that would be incredible. The peak season would come, and it could reach millions. But unfortunately, most end up dead on the streets, and no one even claims the bodies. He Gurin smiled. Boss, people are coming. At that moment, Bai brought 2 people over. Rin Gu, a friendly-looking man with tiger teeth, approached He Gurin to greet him. Chang Zai, you're in luck this time. This batch is all brand new, unlike the last batch that was used. Take a look, He Gurin said with a smile, gesturing for his subordinate to open the wooden box. Don't mention it. Just when we were about to act last time, chaos broke out on the street, and the cops came in truckloads, forcing me to hurriedly toss the weapons into the river, Chang Zai said with a laugh. Son, he called out to the man beside him, who handed a bag to He Gurin. Not bad, this smell is enchanting. I wish you all success. He Gurin took a stack of cash and inhaled deeply in front of his nose. Are you guys planning to rob a gold shop? Lin Guahao suddenly asked. Chang Zai's expression changed as he looked at He Gurin. Rin Gu, this brother is. Haha, sorry Chang Zai, this is Lin Guahao from our He calls the shots in Saigon, He Gurin said with a smile. He Gurin chuckled. Hello, how Gu im Zhang Ziqiang. Zhang Ziqiang restored his smile and extended his hand to Lin Guahao without answering his earlier question. Lin Guahao nodded and lightly shook hands with the other party, unconcerned about their avoidance of the topic. After all, clients are clients. If they don't want to talk, so be it. Since the other party wants to do business in Xiangjiang, he wondered what else they could hide. Then we'll be off first. Zhang Ziqiang called for Sun to help. The two carried the wooden box to the trunk of a black Honda parked nearby. How in this line of business, there's a rule: you can't ask them what they plan to do, even if you know you have to act as if you don't. They fear being found out, and we fear trouble. No matter how good you are at fighting, can you dodge bullets around corners? Unless you never leave home, otherwise a volley comes in, and even 10 people standing in front would turn to mush. After Zhang Ziqiang left, He Gurin turned to Lin Guahao with a smile. Thank you. Let's have a drink together, bro. Lin Guahao nodded, having gotten used to the working style of Xiangjiang, forgetting that the other party were fugitives. He Gurin's reminder was apt. Along Kai Tak Airport Road, a black Honda sedan pulled over to the roadside carrying 5 men. Behind it trailed a large cargo truck. Brother Chang, why haven't we arrived yet? Sun glanced at his watch and asked Zhang Ziqiang, who sat in the front pass. What's the rush? Great deeds demand calmness. Xiaoma, have you all checked your weapons? Zhang Ziqiang frowned, then turned to the 3 men seated behind him. All set, Brother Chang. This gear's far better than what we used during the monkey raids, chuckled a stout, bearded man leaning against the window. Zhang Ziqiang nodded silently. There it is. Sun, follow it. Zhang Ziqiang shouted as he watched an armored cash-in-transit vehicle pass in the rearview mirror. Instantly, Ah Sun started the engine and tailed the vehicle closely. Inside, the men pulled on black balaclavas, leaving only their eyes exposed. Soon they reached a sharp bend. "Ram it! Don't let it stop!" Zhang Ziqiang barked. Ah Sun stomped on the accelerator, gritted his teeth, and wrenched the steering wheel, sending the Honda crashing headlong into the armored vehicle with a thunderous bang. The cash van slammed sideways into the guardrail. Zhang Ziqiang seized his AK-47 and leapt out. All five opened fire wildly around the armored vehicle. Within seconds, its hull was riddled with bullet holes. The two officers in the driver's cabin never even had time to react before falling dead. "Ahau, get out and help. Hurry, no time to waste." As the cargo truck finally arrived behind them, Zhang Ziqiang immediately shouted to its driver. Xiaoma rushed to the rear compartment of the cash van. Zhang Ziqiang leveled his AK-47 while Xiaoma fired a single shot to blast open the heavy lock. The doors swung wide, revealing two more officers crouched inside. Zhang Ziqiang reacted instantly, unleashing a blistering burst of gunfire. "Haha, quick, load the money onto the truck." Zhang Ziqiang roared with laughter. This job had been grinning broadly. The others hauled 5 heavy steel cash chests from the van into the cargo truck. Then Ahau and another bandit carried 3 gasoline cans to the van, and the Honda flung open the doors and poured the fuel inside. Ahau gave his comrade a nod. The man pulled out a flameproof lighter, ignited it, and tossed it into the vehicle. With a deafening whoosh, flames erupted violently. Zhang Ziqiang signaled everyone aboard. The others ducked into the cargo hold while he took the front passenger seat, and Ah Sun drove. As they exited the highway, they encountered a motorcade. Uniform rows of Mercedes-Benz sedans with a Rolls-Royce Phantom at the center. Zhang Ziqiang tilted his head toward the limousine and glimpsed a young, strikingly handsome man quietly reading a newspaper. Damn their mothers. What arrogant brats these rich kids are. With so many cars on the road, yet they crawl along like snails. Xiaoma spat, then slammed his foot down on the accelerator and shot past the entire convoy. "Don't curse yourself into trouble. You'll be one of those rich men soon enough." Zhang Ziqiang smiled faintly as he rolled up the window. "Boss, the men in that cargo truck, they're suspicious." Wang Jianjun murmured softly as he turned toward his superior. "Ha ha. With that cash van still burning over there, it's clearly the work of some bold river crossing operators. Let the police sweat over it." Lin Bin closed his newspaper and chuckled lightly. After 70 years, those bold operators lay low for a while, but their return is imminent. If they don't pull off one last heist now, they'll never get another chance. Hearing Lin Bin's words, Wang Jianjun turned away without further comment. Yet he had already memorized the faces of the 2 men in the passing truck, having caught a clear glimpse as it sped by. Of course, ATV News reported this afternoon along Kai Tak Airport Road, an armored cash-in-transit vehicle belonging to Jardine Matheson Bank was hijacked. The robbery resulted in losses totaling $17 million and 35 million Hong Kong dollars, approximately 170 million Hong Kong dollars in total. For security, personnel aboard were brutally murdered. Authorities have issued a warrant for the suspect's arrest and urge all citizens to provide leads. Additionally, Mr. Simon, chairman of Jardine Matheson, has announced a HKD 500 reward for actionable information. Inside a dilapidated apartment building in Kuntong, dim lighting barely revealed the features of several men gathered in the living room, where a television broadcast flickered with the same news report. "Brother Chong, I swear I didn't pocket anything while loading the cash." Xiaoma took a long swig of beer. "Don't look at me. I was burning the cash van with Liang Hui." Ahau glanced at the stacks of cash spread across the table and pointed to Liang Hui beside him. "Enough. No one accused you. Clearly the bank itself is rotten, covering up its own deficits or misappropriating public funds by pinning it all on us. They want me to be their scapegoat saint." Zhang Ziqiang waved dismissively. There were only 5 crates, 70 million Hong Kong dollars total. How could they possibly have stolen more? Could they swallow an extra 100 million Hong Kong dollars whole? "I knew it. Those damn bastards. Given the chance, I'll wipe them out myself." Xiaoma snarled. "Old rules apply. I take half, the rest split evenly among you. 7 million Hong Kong dollars each. From today onward, we're all millionaires. So cheer up. Cheers." Zhang Ziqiang laughed, cracked open a can of beer, and raised it high. The others joined in, their laughter ringing out, perhaps releasing pent-up tension, perhaps intoxicated by sudden wealth. Until drunk and elated, they staggered off to their rooms. "Xiaoma, why don't you go catch some sleep?" Zhang Ziqiang asked with a smile. "Brother Chong, you don't seem happy," Xiaoma replied directly, the only one who sensed his unease. "Before this job, I thought tens of millions was unimaginable wealth. But did you see that motorcade just now? Do you know how much that middle car costs?" Zhang Ziqiang's smile vanished. "Who cares how much it costs? Brother Chong, if you take 30 million Hong Kong dollars back home, you'll be the wealthiest man in town. Settle down peacefully with your wife. That fortune will last you a lifetime." Xiaoma handed him a cigarette. "Over 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Damn their mothers. We risked our lives, and it still wouldn't buy them one car." Zhang Ziqiang accepted the cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply. Let me tell you, I no longer crave some pathetic tranquil life. All I want is money. Envy changes nothing. We must act. We must become richer than them. Let me put it plainly, women are merely a man's face, his outward dignity. Wealth and status, that is the spine of a man. A man without a woman remains a man. But a man without money ceases to be a man, forever bowed, forever voiceless. My life's creed is absolute. I will never endure poverty. He crushed the cigarette, but fiercely, into the tabletop. Then, Brother Chong, what do you plan to do? I'll follow you without hesitation, Xiao Ma said, gazing at him with unwavering seriousness. I will.